Lei Xing understood everything after asking, and CFA had already reported the situation to his superiors, got out of the car and walked over. GFA's face was serious. "Brother Lei, how are you doing?" Lei Xing dragged CFA aside, pointed at Ling Yun's Range Rover. "Look at that car, and you'll understand everything." CFA looked at Lei Xing's finger, and then he was dumbfounded. Isn't this Ling Yun's car? When did he come to the capital? Could it be? Lei Xing nodded heavily and helplessly. "That's right, it was Ling Yun who did it." CFA was dumbfounded. "I'm a good boy, ancestor, you really are a living ancestor. Isn't this causing trouble for us?" Lei Xing raised his eyes, looked at the courtyard, and frowned. "I can't help it, the college entrance examination is over. Now Ling Yun is a runaway wild horse, he will come to the capital sooner or later." Of course CFA understood what Lei Xing meant. He stomped his feet, and said helplessly, "Brother Lei, what shall we do now?" Lei Xing stared in the direction of the main house in the courtyard, and the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. "What else can we do? We can't handle his affairs at all, and we can't. I'll go in and have a look before we talk about it. Fortunately, there are no dead people, which is a blessing for us." Lei Xing added, thinking that it must be because it was daytime, and Ling Yun's subordinates were merciful, otherwise, the lives of these masters sent by the Chen family would really be in danger. CFA looked at Lei Xing with sympathy, as if Lei Xing was a living 5 heroes of Langya Mountain. "Brother Lei, what should we do at the scene?" Lei Xing said with a bitter face, "What else can I do? I can only force it. After I go in, you immediately arrange people from the sub-bureau to clean up the place as soon as possible. Remember, all people who are blocked in the street, I'll take them all back. Since it's a hard press, why take it back? Of course, sign a non-disclosure agreement and seal it up. This kind of sealed thing. The Shenying group does it every day, but it's just ordinary people who can't get in touch with it at all. Also, everything must be done as soon as possible, otherwise so many police officers will be dispatched, and the impact will be bad if it becomes a big mess." CFA understood Lei Xing's thinking very well. He nodded cautiously. But he immediately asked, "Then, what about that Chen Sen? Take him away too?" Lei Xing smiled wryly. "Take it away? Don't you look at the 18 masters sent by the Chen family, how were they beaten by Ling Yun? They couldn't take Chen Sen away. Do you think we can take him away? Let all the police and medical staff in the courtyard come out first, and leave those two alone. I'll go in and ask why." In the main room of the quadrangle, Ling Yun used his spiritual sense to see all of this. He secretly smiled in his heart, and said to himself, Lao Lei, you are indeed the best firefighting captain. 2 toasts to you." Lei Xing cut the mess quickly. After the arrangements were made, as if explaining the funeral, he said to CFA, "I'm going in," and then walked towards the courtyard. "What's your name? What's your identity?" Mu Tianzhou is the deputy director of the police station in this area. The people who came here are all comrades from the sub-bureau. Hurry up and cooperate with them, get your people out of the courtyard and take them away. Remember, the 2 people lying in the yard are not allowed to move. CFA immediately followed Lei Xing's plan and began to direct and busy. When Lei Xing entered the courtyard, he first glanced at the policemen who were lying on the ground, sighed secretly, then glanced at Chen Sen and He San on the ground. Observed all the way, but kept walking, and went straight to the main room. "Beauty, a distinguished guest has arrived, please open the door for me to welcome you." Seeing Lei Xing come in, Ling Yun took a bite of food and put it in his mouth, then said to a waiter in palace costume. The palace costume attendant smiled at Ling Yun. Then Pian Ran went to open the door, and seeing Lei Xing just standing outside the door, she was startled at first, but immediately smiled softly. "Sir, please come in." Since Ling Yun said that this is a distinguished guest, of course she dare not neglect her. Ahem. Leixing deliberately coughed twice outside the door, and then stepped into the room, and immediately saw the smiling Ling Yun. At this time, Ling Yun had already taken off the sunglasses on his face, smiling calmly, as if the big scene outside had nothing to do with him. The conversation between Leixing and Xiefei, although the voice was extremely low, did not use sound transmission to enter the code, so Ling Yun heard every word. He didn't know why. The Sheniying team couldn't take care of his affairs, but those are not important to Ling Yun. The important thing is that the world is finally quiet after Leixing came. Although Leixing already knew who was in the room, when he saw Ling Yun with his own eyes again, he couldn't help being taken aback. So far, Leixing and Ling Yun have only met each other twice. When they met for the first time, Leixing couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm, but he saw with his own eyes that Ling Yun beheaded Sun Tianbiao, who was in the Xiantian realm, and knew that Ling Yun's strength must have already surpassed the Xiantian realm. Seeing Ling Yun again this time, Leixing couldn't see through Ling Yun's realm even more, but with his strength, he could feel the mistiness of Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun looks like an ordinary person, but his eyes are vast and deep, his expression is as calm as a mountain, free and easy, and his gestures are natural, but in fact, he is extremely mysterious. The peak of the 9th level of body training is about to break through the Qi training period, just like the master of the 9-level peak of the day after tomorrow is about to break through the innate realm. The spirit, energy, and spirit are at the peak state. Even if Ling Yun has a magical dantian, he can't suppress it. Live. That's why, even if Ling Yun stood there quietly, there are still many innate masters who can see why Ling Yun is extraordinary. Ling Yun's eyes just happened to look over, and the eyes of the two met in the air, which lasted for 7 or 8 seconds. Leixing spoke first. Is it really you? Ling Yun giggled. That's right, it's me. The other 5 people in the room are all mortals. After they entered the room, they couldn't see or hear what happened outside. When they heard Ling Yun say that a distinguished guest had arrived, they thought they might know each other, but now they saw, suddenly a stranger came, and they were all stunned. Chao Shanshan's eyes hidden behind the sunglasses were fixed on the eagle pattern on the left chest of Leixing's clothes. It turned out to be a member of the Sheniying group. When did Ling Yun meet the people of the Sheniying group? Ling Yun withdrew his gaze, put down his chopsticks, stood up, left his seat with one step, and walked to Leixing's side. He hugged Leixing's shoulder very affectionately. Let me introduce to you, this is my old friend. You can call him Lao Lei, yes. Brother Lei, Uncle Lei can be used, he is a very good man. Ling Yun blinked at Tang Meng while talking. Tang Meng naturally understood. He got up immediately, bowed to Leixing very respectfully, and shouted, Hello, Uncle Lei. Don't take advantage of the bastard, since Leixing is here. It wasn't aimed at Ling Yun. No matter what happened last time, Leixing could be regarded as letting Ling Yun go. Ling Yun naturally knew it well, and was happy to make friends with him. Ling Yun and Leixing hooked up shoulder to shoulder, acting like old friends they haven't seen for many years, but they secretly signaled to Tang Meng. Let him be respectful to Leixing, the two scoundrels sang together, and immediately put Leixing there, making it hard for him to get off. Tang Meng is now Ling Yun's right-hand man. Let him make friends with Leixing now, and deal with Tang Meng and Ling Yun. There are only advantages and no disadvantages. Well, hello, I know you. Your name is Tang Meng. Your father is the director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. I know your father. Tang Meng called uncle respectfully there. Leixing had to agree no matter how arrogant he was. Because he did know Tang Meng's father, Tang Tianhao, and the two had worked together. After investigating Ling Yun for so long, if they didn't know that Tang Meng was Ling Yun's die-hard brother, then all members of the Sheniying team would be blind eagles. The corners of Leixing's mouth twitched. His so-called working with Tang Tianhao meant that together with Tang Tianhao, he cleaned up the corpses of more than 60 masters of the Sun family that Ling Yun slaughtered, and wiped Ling Yun's ass. Oh, it turned out to be my father's friend. This is really flooding the Dragon King temple. The waiter. What a shrewd person Tang Meng is, he immediately understood when he heard this. His face immediately showed a natural and enthusiastic expression, and he called the waiter as soon as he raised his hand. Since we're all from our own family, quickly give Uncle Lei a seat and eat together. Tang Meng and Ling Yun's cooperation was perfect. Ling Yun sang bad face, Tang Meng naturally had to sing red face, and in a blink of an eye, Lei Xing became one of his own in Tang Meng's mouth. The waiter moved another chair and put it down next to Tang Meng's seat. Uncle Lei, please sit down, let's talk about something while drinking. Alas, no wonder Brother Yun insisted on talking about eating here when he came, so he knew you were coming. Tang Meng is so bad that it can't be worse. It is obvious that Ling Yun has been bullying people all the way until now, forcing the Shenying team to come forward. According to him, Ling Yun is waiting for Lei Xing to come to eat. As the saying goes, sophistication in human relationships is nothing but essays, and Tang Meng can't achieve martial arts without writing, but in terms of human relationships and how to behave in the world, this kid is definitely a genius. Hey, this. Lei Xing was speechless, but couldn't stand Ling Yun and Tang Meng's bombardment. They almost drove him into the seat. Even if there is a big event, you have to eat and drink before talking about it. Such an exquisite table of dishes, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't eat it? Ling Yun pressed Lei Xing firmly on the chair. He quickly sat back in his seat, and said with a smile. The four beauties were very quiet and did not speak, but the four pairs of beautiful eyes looked at Lei Xing at the same time. Lei Xing, who has experienced various big scenes, experienced such a jaw-dropping thing for the first time, and he was depressed and embarrassed, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. What is this called? It has become a mess outside, and there are still so many troubles. He, the leader who came to deal with the matter, was invited to the wine table by the person who caused the trouble. Well, actually, I just have a few questions I want to ask you. Lei Xing couldn't sit still. Ling Yun chuckled and said, Old Lei, look at the people at our table who have been tortured by those people. They haven't eaten yet. No matter what the problem is, can we talk about it after we finish eating? Unfinished to be continued. Ben from Reading Net. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Lei Xing was speechless. At Yuan. Tossed by those people? Thank you, Ling Yun, for being able to tell. You were the one who bullied the police after beating Qin Senator. After bullying the police, you maimed all the members of the Qin family. Now I have to clean up the mess for you. Who is torturing whom? With your Ling Yun's demonstrated strength, if you want to leave, you can take them away at any time. Where can't you eat a meal? Not only Lei Xing, but Sime from Ling Yun's side also gave Ling Yun a collective look. Ling Yun is the only one who can be so obedient while taking advantage of it. No matter how daring a person is, he can't do what Ling Yun does, right? Chao Shanshan's heart trembled, her pretty face flushed again, she felt a strange feeling in her heart, and her delicate body was numb from the electricity. The blood race is not good, the Qin family is not good, the police are not good, and the Condor Group, one of the country's mysterious departments, is not good even if it comes. This is Ling Yun. It can be said that Boss Sun has made the best use of ducks. The duck's head, duck's bill, duck's tongue, duck's feet, duck's meat and duck's intestines are all made into an exquisite dish by him, and he serves them one by one. It sounds addictive. Old Lei, why are you just looking outside? If you don't eat such a good dish, how can you be worthy of Boss Sun's kindness? Yeah, Uncle Lei, don't just look at it, but don't eat it. Come here, this spicy 5-spice duck head, try it, it's really enjoyable. Ling Yun stabilized Lei Xing, and began to feast on the delicious food to his heart's content, and from time to time, very kindly persuaded Lei Xing to move his chopsticks. Tang Meng was even more enthusiastic, and kept adding vegetables to the plate in front of Lei Xing. Suddenly an outsider sat down, and he looked very imposing. Except for Chao Shanshan, the other Sanmei were a little uncomfortable at first, and they all acted a little cramped. But after all, they just got off the plane and didn't eat lunch. It's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon. His already hungry stomach was growling, and seeing Ling Yan eating so deliciously, he couldn't bear it any longer, and started to ignore Lei Xing, frequently moving his chopsticks, and the wind swept through the clouds. Ling Yan not only ate, but also took Tang Meng to drink with him. During the dinner, they continued to invite Lei Xing, but Lei Xing was on official business. He was determined not to drink wine, but another bottle of old Matai went into Ling Yan and Tang Meng's stomachs. It took an hour for a meal. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone is full of wine and food. After drinking a caddy and a half of white wine, Ling Yanjun blushed slightly. He didn't try to force the wine, he drank as much as he wanted, what he drank was his feeling. It's no fun to force out the alcohol. During the dinner, after Boss Sun personally came over to serve his most famous dish of roast duck, he was very tactful and asked all the 4 waiters in palace costumes to leave, saying that if Ling Yan had any more services, they would let them serve. They come right away. Now. There were only 7 people left in the room, some wiped their mouths, some rinsed their mouths, the other 6 stared at Ling Yan, waiting for him to speak. Ling Yan wiped his mouth with a clean white napkin, lowered his head slightly. The powerful spiritual consciousness is released. The speed at which the Condor group dealt with troublesome matters was really crisp and swift. In an hour, the outside had already returned to calm, and the streets had returned to normal. Even the blood spilled by the wounded had been washed away. The only evidence that there was a battle here. It was the asphalt road that the leader of the Qin family stepped on when he was fighting Ling Yan, and the 2 deep ditches more than 10 meters long that he dragged out on the road with his 2 heels. After the people from the Shenying team showed up, no one came again. In the end, Jiefei was the only one left. He drove the car of the Shenying team to the gate of the courtyard, and sat anxiously in the car, waiting for Lei Xing to come out. Chen Sen and his bodyguard He San in the courtyard were always lying in the same place, and no one dared to touch them. Whoever touches these 2 people will die, Ling Yun now believes what he said. Huh. Boss Sun's wine is really good, I really enjoy drinking it. Ling Yun withdrew his consciousness, threw away the napkin in his hand, raised his head and said. Let Lei Xing sit here for an hour, and now that he is full of wine and food, and everything is calm, it's time to talk about something serious. Lei Xing didn't speak. After waiting for an hour, he lost his temper long ago, and he knew that all the initiative now was in Ling Yan's hands. The number 1 person in Huaxia said that Ling Yan's affairs can only be investigated and not managed. In other words, their Shenying team can't interfere at all, so the initiative is of course in Ling Yan's hands. Ling Yan took a sip of water, moistened his throat, then raised his right hand, used his index finger to dig out his ear, smiled at Lei Xing, and asked casually. Old Lei, who is the one who has been waiting outside the door? Lei Xing's heart was shocked, he was extremely astonished. After Xiefei has finished handling the affairs here, of course he will not leave, because after those people are brought back to the sub-bureau, others will naturally take over and handle everything behind. But Xiefei is also a master at the peak of the acquired 9 level. If he deliberately controls his breathing, even the masters in the middle stage of innate will find it difficult to detect it. Because the air conditioner is on in the house, the door is closed tightly, and the streets outside the courtyard are now full of cars, and Ling Yan has been eating and drinking in the house, without even looking outside, so how did he know about Jiefei? Always outside? If it was heard purely by ear, then what level is Ling Yan's current state? Outside the door is a colleague of mine named Jiefei, I asked him to wait for me outside. Although shocked, Lei Xing still had to answer, and he didn't have to hide it. Of course Ling Yan knew that Xiefei was Lei Xing's colleague, he smiled and said, Oh? That's really great. Old Lei, I need your help with something. Lei Xing listened for a moment. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Ling Yun waving his hand. Ling Yun glanced at Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling and the other 5 people, then fixed his deep eyes on Lei Xing. Help me send these 5 friends of mine to the hotel where they are staying, and guarantee their safety before I go back. How about safety? Ling Yun just got into such a big trouble, and the Chen family can't touch him, but if they set their sights on Chao Shanshan, Tang Meng and others who are on the list, then they will be like sheep. In Huaxia capital, if you want to protect the safety of an ordinary person, what else is better than the Shenying group? This. Lei Xing understood what Ling Yun meant, but he had a problem, and waited for Ling Yun for a long time with himself, just to be his friend's bodyguard? What the hell am I here for? That's okay. Ling Yun waved his hand at Lei Xing. Since it's not convenient for Lao Lei, then I have no choice but to escort them back by myself, and let them go back by themselves. I don't worry. With that said, Ling Yun made a gesture to stand up. Convenience. Convenience. What's inconvenient? Lei Xing hadn't asked Ling Yun something serious. How could he let Ling Yun leave? Wait for me. I'll come as soon as I go. After Lei Xing finished speaking, he immediately stood up and went out to find Xie Fei. Ling Yun, you let us all go. What are you doing here by yourself? Do you want to go back with Lei Xing? Neither Tang Meng nor Simi wanted to be separated from Ling Yun. They waited for Lei Xing to leave, and couldn't help asking Ling Yun. Of course I won't go back with Lei Xing, I don't have the time. Ling Yun smiled calmly, and raised his chin towards the outside of the room. The 2 people lying outside, of course, can't be taken to the hotel, I have to deal with them. Kong Shuru was startled, her pretty face turned pale, and she said anxiously, Ling Yun, you really want to kill them? Liang Fingyi also looked at Ling Yun in disbelief. The beauty mole on the corner of her beautiful lips trembled slightly. She hesitated to speak. No, I just have some questions to ask them. After I'm done, I'll go to the hotel to find you. As Ling Yun said, he winked at Tang Meng calmly. Tang Meng understood, and then said, Uncle Lei has a lot of background. Now that he has waited until now, he must have a lot to say to Brother Yun alone. We are sitting here, and he can't speak. Besides, for such a big matter just now, Brother Yun has to give him an explanation no matter what, otherwise he won't be able to deal with the higher-ups. What Tang Meng said was the truth. Sime was extremely smart. After listening to it, he stopped talking. Leave that Land Rover to me, you guys go in Jiefei's car, arrive at the hotel safely, and give me a call. After Ling Yun finished explaining everything, he happened to hear Lei Xing's voice transmission, Stinky boy, I've made arrangements, let them all come out. Ling Yun, you have to be careful, we will wait for you in the hotel. Sime gave Ling Yun thousands of instructions, and reluctantly went out to leave. Ling Yun only sent them to the door of the house, watching them get in the car and leave with his spiritual sense. Lei Xing enters the courtyard, Ling Yun leaves the house. The 2 looked at each other, turned their heads at the same time, and their eyes fell on Chen Sen, who was on the ground. Next, it is natural to use voice transmission to communicate. Lei Xing spoke first, Ling Yun, do you really want to kill Chen Sen? Ling Yun said decisively, yes. I will kill you. Lei Xing immediately frowned, scratched his head and said, can you tell me why? As far as I know, you and Chen Sen don't have any deep hatred? When Ling Yun heard this, he was secretly happy. It seemed that the matter of being hit by a car did not attract the attention of the Shenying team, and they ignored it. This is very important, because this is Ling Yun's biggest secret. Old Lei, I'm really sorry, there's really no comment on this, and besides, who said that you can't kill people without deep hatred? Lei Xing holds the privilege, but has given Ling Yun face twice in a row. Although Ling Yun is very good, he deeply understands what it means to reciprocate. It is impossible for him to keep Lei Xing from stepping down. Lei was stunned when he heard it. He immediately thought of the serious consequences that Ling Yun would cause if he killed Chen Sen, so he quickly reminded Ling Yun, I have to remind you, do you know that after killing Chen Sen, they will completely face off with the Chen family, the third-ranked family in the capital? From now on, they will never live together? Ling Yun turned his head and glanced at Lei Xing, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Old Lei, thank you for your reminder. However, I don't think you have forgotten that I am now at odds with the Sun family in the capital, right? To be continued. Lei Xing was silent and could only sigh secretly in his heart. The Sheniying group is known as the Eyes of China. The members of the Sheniying group know too many secret things. Of course, those are top secrets and cannot be known by ordinary people. Many things that are unimaginable and unbelievable in the eyes of ordinary people are simply commonplace in Sheniying group. Since Ling Yun attracted high-level attention, Lei Xing, as one of the main persons in charge, has a comprehensive understanding of Ling Yun's affairs. In the past 2 months, Ling Yun has risen against the sky like a comet in Qingshui City. It can be said that it has blinded countless people's eyes and caused many people's glasses to shatter. However, Ling Yun's rise was not only because of his excellence in a certain aspect, but his reputation was as simple as that. Ling Yun's rise was achieved bit by bit. Ling Yun knew how many enemies he had, even if Lei Xing counted them back and forth twice with his fingers and toes, he still couldn't count them. It is no exaggeration to say that Ling Yun has enemies all over the place. Not to mention the Chen family, let alone the Sun family, who was in the same group as Lei Xing. Long Tianjiao, the deputy leader of the Sheniying group, was so ravaged by Ling Yun that he couldn't hold his head up. Who was Long Tianjiao? He went to Qingshui City and suffered so many losses at Ling Yun's hands. Can he feel better? As long as Long Tianjiao retaliates against Ling Yun, the line of the Long family that supports Long Tianjiao will definitely stand on Long Tianjiao's side. At that time, Ling Yun's long list of enemies will definitely add another heavyweight name, Long family. Or, at least it's a branch of the Long family. The Long family is too huge, outsiders can't see the whole picture of the Long family at all. The power of the Long family can already be described as terrifying. Judging from Ling Yun's attitude towards Long Tianjiao, he didn't even pay attention to the Long family, so how could he care about the Sun family and the Chen family? Old Lei, no matter what, I have to thank you. At least, this time, you didn't bother me. I will keep this affection in mind. Ling Yun's faint voice reached Lei Xing's ears, and Lei Xing felt extremely uncomfortable when he heard it, with sweat on his forehead. After brushing it all at once, it came down. Lei Xing understood deeply. If it wasn't for the order of the first person in China, he would have to act impartially today no matter what, and confront Ling Yun. There is no way, this is Lei Xing's responsibility. Ling Yun's disturbance today is simply an enhanced version of unreasonable. He can't let Ling Yun leave in a cool way. But Lei Xing understands better, as long as he and Ling Yun face each other, there will be no good fruit for him. Although Ling Yun didn't say anything, his tough attitude today has already shown that he won't bite anyone. In a daze, Lei Xing didn't know whether to thank the first person in Huaxia for his order, or to thank Ling Yun. You don't have to thank me, your affairs are not in our hands at all. Lei Xing was embarrassed. He didn't say the last half of the sentence. Even if he wanted to take care of it, we have to take care of it. With Ling Yun's current strength, even if the entire Sheniying team were dispatched, they would only be maimed, Lei Xing knew very well. Oh? Ling Yun suddenly became interested. The corner of his mouth twitched and he asked, then please tell me, Lao Lei, who should take care of my affairs? Lei Xing was startled, knowing that it was a big mistake to say that he was bald just now, so he hurried back and said, I don't know. What I meant just now is that our Condor group doesn't have as much power as you imagined. Great, we have our own area of responsibility. This is purely bureaucratic, Ling Yun secretly said to the old fox in his heart, but he knew that he would not be able to ask the result, so he had to give up. Old Lei, before we leave, I want to ask you about someone. Lei was startled, and asked warily, who are you asking for? I can tell you clearly in advance. The members of our Condor team have signed a non-disclosure agreement. They shouldn't tell you what the rules are, I will definitely not say. Ling Yan laughed and said with a smile, look at you, what are you doing so nervous? I just want to ask you, there is a Qin Wei in your Shenying team, is he in the capital now? Qin Wei is from the Qin family. In terms of seniority, he is Qin Dongshua's nephew. Before Ling Yan came to the capital, Qin Dongshua once told Ling Yan that if there is an emergency in the capital, he can ask Qin Wei for help. Hearing that Ling Yan was asking Qin Wei, Lei Xing let out a long sigh in his heart. He had no need to hide this. Behind Qin Wei was the Qin family, and it could be said that they were the same backstage as Ling Yan. Qin Wei can also be found. Lei Xing will never forget the scene of Qin Dongshua's appearance, and the domineering manner in his words and demeanor. Oh, you asked Qin Wei? He went out to perform a mission and is not in the capital now. Ling Yan hit the snake with the stick, and immediately asked, what task? Lei Xing grinned, this, Ling Yan, I really don't know about this, and even if I knew, I can't tell you, we have discipline. Can't say anything? Ling Yan shook his head secretly in his heart, he is too aggrieved to live, he is cultivated to this level, and is still bound by so many rules, so what is the use of cultivation? However, everyone has their own ambitions, and everyone has their own goals and pursuits. Not everyone can do whatever they want like Ling Yan. That's fine, then let's not live here, there will be a period later. Seeing that Ling Yan could no longer ask any valuable news, he didn't want to waste any more time, so he offered to say goodbye directly. Lei Xing didn't expect Ling Yan to be so straightforward, he left as soon as he said it, he was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt a sense of nothingness. Lei Xing is nearly 50 years old, and he is already in his destiny. He is still unmarried and single. From a personal point of view, he admires Ling Yan very much from the bottom of his heart. Ling Yan dared to love, dare to hate, dare to kill, dare to fight, he did whatever he wanted, and went against the sky all the way. So far, he has never been in front of anyone, anything, or any difficulty. He has lived out his true nature. Do whatever comes to your mind, and do whatever you want. This kind of reality of doing whatever you want is simply impossible in Lei Xing's life. People are like this, what they lack most is what they yearn for the most, so Lei Xing admires Ling Yan very much, and even likes it from the bottom of his heart. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Lei Xing to choose to wipe Ling Yan's but as soon as he came. He could definitely cause countless troubles for Ling Yan and make it difficult for him to leave this place. Lei Xing wanted to ask, why did Ling Yan come to the capital? Or Ling Yan's next plan, but he finally held back. Ling Yan asked him, he couldn't say anything, how could he inquire about Ling Yan's affairs? After all, Lei Xing knew that Ling Yan had too many heaven-defying secrets, those things he hid. This is the real Ling Yan, far more mysterious than the Ling Yan in front of him. Even more terrifying. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and told Lei Xing the answer directly, I'm going back to Qingshui City tonight. The Chao family has been successfully rescued and is safe for the time being. Chao Shanshan has also returned to his side, and the most important matters of Ling Yan's coming to the capital have all been resolved, and he does not want to stay in the capital anymore. Go back to Qingshui first, and deal with the matter of the college entrance examination thoroughly. Go back to Qingshui City tonight? Then these two people. Lei Xing asked Chen Sen and He San on the ground with his eyes. Bring them back to Qingshui City as well. Ling Yan was very happy and answered every question. I don't hide it. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan stopped talking nonsense, he walked out of the courtyard directly, and drove his Land Rover to the door. He opened the car door and trunk, went back to the courtyard and dragged Chen Sen and He San by the arms, like dragging two dead dogs, and dragged them to the door. Seeing no one left and right, he directly stuffed He San into the trunk. Chen Sen was treated a little better, and Ling Yan threw him into the back seat of the car. After locking the trunk and the car door, Ling Yan clapped his hands and glanced at the stunned Lei Xing. A bright smile appeared on his face. Today's meal is not counted. When we meet next time, I will treat you to a good meal alone. I'm leaving. Ling Yan said something with a smile, and was about to get in the car and leave. At this moment, Boss Sun, who had been hiding in the room, rushed out in a hurry, and shouted anxiously, "Please wait. Wait." When Ling Yan saw Boss Sun rushing out, he secretly laughed in his heart, but he also stopped. He couldn't really eat others for free, could he? Ling Yan gave a thumbs up to Boss Sun, who was rushing over. "Thank you, Boss Sun, you're amazing, you've definitely managed to beat the duck." Boss Sun stopped in embarrassment, thinking why Ling Yan's words sounded so awkward. "What do you mean I killed the duck?" "The name duck has special meaning in China, okay?" Lei Xing also came to the door, his face turned red, and he tried not to let himself laugh out loud. Ling Yan was very puzzled, and thought to himself, is it wrong for me to praise Boss Sun's delicious food? I am sincere, okay. Just as he didn't know the connotation of the word miss, Ling Yan also didn't know the connotation of duck. It's just that you can cook roast duck. There's no comparison with a big man like you. You can come to my place for dinner today, which really makes the small shop flourish. Boss Sun is very good at talking, and flatters Ling Yan without showing his face. Ling Yan heard it was very useful, and said modestly, "Hey, Boss Sun, you misunderstood me. I'm not a big shot. I'm just a grassroots person. The real big shot is the one next to you." Lei Xing shook his head helplessly. Both are. Boss Sun nodded and bowed, respectful, and said beautiful words. Then, as soon as Boss Sun raised his hand, like a magic trick, he took out two cards similar to bank gold cards, and handed them to Ling Yan and Lei Xing respectfully. A little kindness is not a respect. You two are welcome to come here often in the future. Everything is free of charge, free of charge. How embarrassing is this? Ling Yan gave way with a smile, but took the card calmly. Just kidding, eat and drink for free, and enjoy eating so much, can Brother Yan not want it? Lei Xing waved his hands repeatedly and refused to take it. Boss Sun's repeated insistence was useless, so he had to take the other one back. Boss Sun, I have something important to do, so I will leave first, and I will definitely come to take care of your business next time. Ling Yan got into the car while talking, sat in the driver's seat, and started the car. Hey, well, what is it so fragrant? You haven't told me yet. Boss Sun was in a hurry. Ling Yan laughed loudly. Amidst the laughter, the Land Rover suddenly started, and a very clear voice was sent to Boss Sun's ears. I will tell you next time I come. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yan drove the Land Rover very fast, all the way north, before the rush hour of the next train, and successfully broke through the Fifth Ring Road. Yuan. After leaving the Fifth Ring Road, naturally, he no longer had to worry about traffic jams, so Ling Yan slowed down a little. He let go of his consciousness, observed carefully to make sure that no one was following him, and then immediately called Mr. Cui. Weapon Workshop. Ling Yan didn't say much on the phone, just said these 3 words to Cui Lao, which was enough. After driving another distance, he found a secluded and deserted place. Ling Yan stopped the car, got out of the car, and came to the front of the car in a blink of an eye. Laughing lewdly, Ling Yan raised his hand and directly took off the license plate of the Land Rover. Similarly, he came to the rear of the car again, took off the license plate number on the rear of the car, and clapped his hands together, directly kneading the 2 license plates into dough. After a little exercise, the yang energy in his hand was blazing, the temperature soared, and then the yin energy spewed out, causing the license plate twisted into soft dough to cool down instantly, condensing into a cold iron lump. License plate number? Goodbye to yours. Ling Yin sneered, and threw the iron bump into the dense forest beside the road. Move your mind again. Ling Yin flipped his hands, and he also took out his ID card, intending to do nothing, and to simply destroy all the things that could be traced to him. No, I still have money in the bank, and I have to fly, so I have to keep it for now. Thinking of this, Ling Yin frowned slightly, and put away his ID card again. Hey, I'm still comfortable in the big world of comprehension. If you want to leave, you can stay if you want. How can there be so many messy documents? Ling Yin sighed, and scanned He San in the back seat of the car with his spiritual sense, fearing that he would be suffocated to death, and all his troubles would be in vain. It's okay, I won't die for a while. Ling Yin muttered something, and flew into the car again. With a kick of the gas pedal, he went straight to the Ling family weapons workshop. Don't be afraid of red lights, he he he, don't be afraid of speeding, he he he, there is no fine, I want to be free. After destroying the license plate, Ling Yin burst into excitement. Relying on his powerful spiritual sense, he directly drove the Land Rover to over 200 miles per hour. Soon came to the destination. Ling Family Arms Workshop. Knowing that Mr. Cui didn't rush over so quickly, Ling Yin parked the car outside the gate of the factory building with a smile, and called Tang Meng very comfortably. Have you arrived at the hotel yet? Arrive. Has Xie left? I didn't leave, but I didn't come up, it seems to be guarding in the lobby of the hotel. Haha, is the bodyguard I found for you useful? Does it have a special sense of security? Hey. I have something to do. You call the airport and say you want to charter a plane. Let's fly back to Qingshui City tonight. Tang Meng was stunned. Ah? Chartered flight? Yes. Charter flight. Also, buy our own plane as soon as possible. Buy a good one. Brother Yun, you still want to buy a plane? Tang Meng was even more shocked, not only shocked, but also excited. Why, not enough money? Ling Yun's tone sounded like a rich man. Enough is enough. It's just. I will be very nervous. I just bought you 2 luxury yachts. Didn't you say you want to save money? Tang Meng made a bitter face, and followed Brother Yun. No matter how much money he saved, he couldn't save enough. In fact, a small private jet is not very expensive, and 100 million huaxia coins can definitely be won. But Tang Meng understood what Ling Yun was thinking, so he told Ling Yun that he wanted to buy it. I'm afraid Ling Yun would look down on this plane, which didn't cost hundreds of millions of dollars. Don't be nervous, you can buy it with confidence, money is definitely not a problem. Ling Yun chuckled, he must be a little nervous about his own money. But Paul, Jester, Pierce and Joyce, and that lovely Mr. Edward the Marquis, must all have money. And it's all in US dollars, counting in billions. I'll find someone to help you, you guys discuss it, you're absolutely right to listen to him. Of course Ling Yun is looking for Paul, he is the most enjoyable blood clan. From now on, we won't run on the ground anymore, we will fly in the sky, and we will use our own plane. Ling Yun thought about it, as long as he has his own private jet, not only will he save a lot of trouble, but also as long as he is in China, he can get there in a few hours, which is extremely fast. There are many benefits, and there is no shortage of money, so what are you waiting for? Of course, buy early and feel comfortable. This was Ling Yun's idea after he let Pierce carry him in the air for a few times, and found out that Kong Xiuru, Zheng Ling and others came to the capital so quickly by plane. His heart was itching, and he wanted to enjoy the feeling of flying in the air in advance before the middle stage of Qi training. Flying is also flying. Understood, Brother Yun, I will contact you as soon as possible, to your satisfaction. As long as there is no shortage of money, there is nothing Tang Ming dare not do. He jumped up and down, as if he was afraid that Ling Yun would change his mind. He hung up the phone with great excitement. Listening to the busy tone coming from the phone, Ling Yun really wanted to kick Tang Ming. 20 minutes later, Mr. Cui drove his unremarkable van to the gate of the Ling family weapon workshop. Fourth young master, I kept you waiting. Mr. Cui got out of the car and greeted Ling Yun very respectfully. Ling Yun frowned. Old Cui, can you be less polite to me? I'm not used to it. Old Cui smiled honestly. Courtesy cannot be discarded. Ling Yun waved his hand. Don't worry, you have been with Grandpa for so long, even if the courtesy is irrevocable, it should be my courtesy to you as a junior. How can you do the opposite? Elder Cui was happy in his heart, but he was non-committal on his face. He smiled slightly and asked Ling Yun, Fourth young master, I heard the news just now that someone near the Second Ring Road trampled on the Chen family in broad daylight, and insisted on killing 2 of the Chen family. Personal. I was wondering if it was you. Ling Yun laughed, and directly admitted, yes, I did it. He raised his hand and patted the roof of the Land Rover, and said with a smile, it's all in the car. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun asked again in surprise, however, wasn't the news blocked by the Shenying group? How did it spread so quickly? Elder Cui explained with a smile, the fourth young master doesn't know that the news blocked by the Shenying group is only aimed at ordinary people. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary people to know this kind of news, but for the 7 major families in the capital, it is impossible to hide it. I can't hide it either. Ling Yun turned his head and thought about it, and immediately felt relieved. All the 7 major families in the capital had been placed in the Shenying team. How could such a big matter be hidden from them? Those families, do they know that I did this? Ling Yun asked again. Elder Cui murmured, that depends. They are not paying attention to the fourth young master's matter. However, both the Long family and the Yi family should know about it. Ling Yun was stunned. Damn, don't you know everything? Needless to say, the Ling family, the Chao family, and the Chen family, although the Sun family has never acted against Ling Yun, they must be on guard against Ling Yun all the time. If the Long family and the Yi family knew about it, then the 7 major families would know about it. As for the Li family, they only had money. Ling Yun didn't care at all. Elder Cui chuckled, the fourth young master is acting so tough today, isn't it just to let these families know? Ling Yun blushed, that's what I mean, but I'm still worried. I don't know what the fourth young master is worried about. Ling Yun thought about it, and slowly expressed his doubts. I'm just worried, will they link me with our Ling family? Ling Yun's reputation in Qingshui City had already shocked the 7 major families in the capital. Now that he is in the capital, he has been tossing around in broad daylight, just to announce that Ling Yun, who has stirred up the situation in Qingshui, is now in the capital. But before finding Ling Xiao, Ling Yun was the 4th young master of the Ling family, and he was worried whether he could hide it or had to hide it. Elder Cui remained calm. 4th young master, the matter you are worried about is not impossible. After all, the matter of your identity is crucial to the next family struggle in the capital. In the past 2 days, you have been busy rescuing the members of the Chao family. I haven't had time to tell you about some things. As Cui Lao said, he looked around and began to switch to voice transmission. Now, you are the adopted son of Qin Chiuyue of the Qin family. This matter is no longer a secret among the big families in the capital. This is the biggest reason why the Sun family has not dared to do anything to you so far. Today, the old man received the news that the Long family, the Yi family, and the Li family have sent important members of their families to the Qin family in the south of the Yangtze River. It goes without saying that they want to make friends with the Qin family. Ling Yun was dumbfounded, and subconsciously asked, because of me? Mr. Cui smiled lovingly, if it's not for you, who else could it be for? The strength you showed in Qingshui City has shocked every big family in the capital. Anyone with a little brain knows that the Qing family is dormant for 10 years. After 8 years, it will rise again. Ling Yun was stunned. Shit, when did I become so important? So far, apart from my mother, my aunt, and Aunt May, I haven't seen any other members of the Qing family, okay? Where did my grandfather receive these messages? Chui Lao laughed straight. Fourth young master, you are so generous, it is really, you don't think about it, there are some things you don't think about, your aunt in Qingshui City really doesn't care about anything? So that's the case. Then I understand. Ling Yin came to the capital to recognize his ancestors and return to his clan. Could Qin Dongxue not report such a big matter to the Qin family? The Qin family knew that Ling Yun was a descendant of the Ling family, so why didn't they communicate with their grandfather? This is the most normal thing. If there is no communication between the two sides, it is really abnormal. Seeing that Ling Yun understood, Mr. Cui patted Ling Yun's shoulder cordially, and said excitedly, Fourth young master, before you know it, you have now become the most important person affecting the 8 major families of China. In this world, there is no impenetrable wall. Therefore, even if you want to hide the fact that you are a descendant of the Ling family, it won't be long. Ling Yan scratched his head, worried instead of happy, and frowned deeply. I don't care, but in that case, what will my father do? To be continued. The vortex of yin and yang Zhenqi has been formed, coupled with the continuous life and death battle. Ling Yun has absorbed a considerable amount of innate Zhenqi in the battle and turned it into his own use. Point. As long as you have reached the critical point and stabilized a bit, you can enter the first level of Qi training at any time. Only Ling Yun himself knows what it means to him to reach the stage of Qi training. He can easily refine many kinds of elixirs, he can refine more advanced talismans, and he can even start trying to refine weapons. Own body. In other words, when it comes to the Qi training period, Ling Yun is considered a real Qi refiner, and he can practice cultivation in an all-round and three-dimensional way. Embark on the real path of comprehension. Because Ling Yun's physique is against the sky, and he is practicing again, so cultivation is not a problem for Ling Yun. The problem is the resources for cultivation. The Earth's aura is so scarce that it is outrageously rare. Therefore, pills, talismans, magic weapons, etc., which are used to assist cultivation, will become very important to Ling Yun. Although Ling Yun, who was at the first level of Qi training, could not say that he was invincible in the face of China's ancient martial arts world, but in terms of self-defense, Ling Yun was sure that no one could take his life. Therefore, Ling Yun was not worried about his own safety, he was thinking about other things. The safety of his family, the safety of his loved ones, and the mysterious and powerful existences on Earth that he knows. Ling Yun was worried about these things. Although Chao Shanshan was successfully rescued, Ling Yun couldn't relax at all, there were too many things waiting for him to do. The members of the Chao family need Ling Yun to heal them. Xiao Mimi's whereabouts are still unknown. Ling Yun needs to find the holy maiden of the demon sect, ask about Xiao Mimi's whereabouts, and bring her back, but unfortunately, with the disappearance of the demon sect in the rivers and lakes, the holy maiden of the demon sect has never been seen before. It's even missing. Zhuang Meifeng still has to wait for Ling Yun to kill her and go to Jingxi Nunnery to help her recover her memory and save her from suffering. The adoptive mother, Qin Qiuyue, has not heard any news since she went to the Heavenly Sword sect in the Tian Shan Mountains. Ling Yun has long been anxious. Although Ling Yun never mentioned it. But since recognizing the ancestors and returning to the clan, he desperately wanted to see his biological mother, the previous generation's demon sect saint. In order to keep Ling Yun's life, she sacrificed too much. And Aunt Qingniao, who desperately protected him from the demon sect and fell off the cliff with the powerful demon sect master, whose life and death are still unknown. There is no doubt that all of this must start with this generation of demon sect saintesses. If Ling Yan's prediction is correct, this generation of demon sect saintesses should be the direct disciples of his biological mother. Pity. Now Ling Yun doesn't even know the name of the holy maiden of the demon sect. The holy lady of the demon sect is haunted, and no one knows her whereabouts at all. However, before doing the above things, Ling Yan's top priority is to find his father Ling Xiao. So, what Ling Yan is most worried about now is Ling Xiao's safety. Fourth young master, the missing of the third master is very strange. Until now, even the old man can't figure out what happened to the third master, let alone clues. There is no clue at all. We can only do our best, take one step at a time. After Ling Xiao disappeared, Cui Lao was also very anxious, but at this time, he could only comfort Ling Yun in this way. In front of Mr. Cui, Ling Yun didn't need to hide, his face was serious. He let out a long breath and shook his head slowly. As long as you can press it, it counts. Ling Yun said in a muffled voice. Then, he suddenly thought of someone, frowned again and said, Old Cui, I'm not very worried about others in our Ling family, but I am very worried about Ling Hao. Oh? Elder Cui was taken aback, stared at Ling Yun, then smiled and said, Fourth young master, you must be worrying too much, the young master just wants to be the future head of the Ling family. The Lord still respects him very much, except for his usual dandyism, he is also devoted to the Ling family, so he shouldn't do anything that is detrimental to the Ling family, right? As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he knew that Mr. Cui must have misunderstood. He smiled lightly and said, Mr. Cui, that's not what I'm worried about. Don't you forget that I told you that Ling Hao didn't care about my coming to the capital? Sen said. As he spoke, Ling Yun patted the roof of the Land Rover again. Oh, this is what the fourth young master was talking about? Yesterday, when the young master came home, he explained it to the old man. He said that when he was looking for you, he used a lot of connections and asked Chen Sen to help him. Later, since I found you, I always have to say hello to him. The eldest young master also said that at that time he didn't know that the Chen family had arrested the second master, and even Chen Sen didn't know about it, and he specifically instructed Chen Sen not to tell anyone about it. After hearing this, Ling Yan's heart immediately trembled. Perfect. Ling Hao's explanation is really seamless. Finding someone in Huaxia is undoubtedly looking for a needle in a haystack. No matter how powerful the Ling family is, it is impossible not to use the social connections. At the very least, to find someone by the name of Ling Yun, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Public Security, and the Ministry of Education, these three departments cannot be avoided no matter what. The Ling family only controlled the Ministry of Water Resources and the Ministry of Commerce in Huaxia, and had nothing to do with these three departments. Mr. Ling Lai entrusted Ling Hao with the task of finding Ling Yun. Of course, Ling Hao had to use his friends for help. But when Ling Yun came to the capital, before the Chen family discovered the second uncle Ling Yun, the Ling family and the Chen family were not enemies, they were both dudes of big families in the capital. Ling Hao asked Chen Sen to help, and said hello afterward. This is nothing more than a normal thing. What's more, Ling Hao said it himself, he asked Chen Sen to keep it a secret for him. In this way, Ling Hao explained this matter thoroughly. Because whoever is going to do this thing has to do it this way, otherwise it will be unreasonable. With Ling Hao's explanation, Ling Hao is not reporting to Chen Sen, nor is he a ghost in the family. Everything he does has become a matter of course. Ling Yun frowned tightly, non-committal, but sneered in his heart. Ling Yun remembered clearly that when he visited Chen's house at night and heard that sentence from Chen Sen's mouth, Chen Sen's tone was not right at all, because he called Ling Yun a villain. Since Ling Hao and Chen Sen are friends, Ling Hao asked Chen Sen to help him find Ling Yun. How could Chen Sen have the nerve to call Ling Yun a villain? Of course, when Chen Sen was talking to himself, he didn't call Ling Hao nice, and directly called Ling Hao an idiot. If it was before today, Ling Yun would have been fooled by Ling Hao's explanation, but now it's different. He arrested Chen Sen and He San. Chen Sen was not just looking for Ling Yun, he also arranged for the Black Three to run into Ling Yun to death. At that time, Ling Yun was just a fat good-for-nothing. He had nothing to do with Chen Sen, the high-ranking dude in the capital. Ling Yun knew that things were far from what Ling Hao explained, but he didn't need to think about it anymore. Chen Sen was in the car, and he only needed to pry Chen Sen's mouth open, and he would know what was going on. Ling Yun lowered his head, and said casually, "Oh, so that's the case, how is Ling Hao doing now?" Elder Cui already knew Ling Yun's character and style very well. Seeing Ling Yun's unfriendly tone and never calling Ling Hao brother, he felt a little anxious. Mr. Cui was Ling Lai's loyal servant. Now that Ling Yun's status in the Ling family had been established, the identity of the future heir was a certainty. He didn't want the Ling family to have another misfortune. "Fourth young master, this old slave has something to say, I don't know if I should say it or not." Ling Yun smiled. He probably understood what Cui Lao wanted, so he said casually, "Cui Lao, you see that you are being polite again. Didn't you say that you don't need to be so polite to me? Just speak directly if you have something to say." Mr. Cui collected himself, pondered for a while, thought about his words, and said very earnestly, "Fourth young master, I understand your character as an old slave. I know that you can't rub any sand in your eyes, but your current status is different from before. After you recognized your ancestor and returned to the clan the night before yesterday, the morale of the Ling family has never been boosted. It can be said that the day of rising is just around the corner. The old man almost announced that you are now the future head of the Ling family. There is an old saying in Huaxia, which is called family and everything prosper. Now, our Ling family is waiting for prosperity, and it is time to employ people. As long as the whole family is twisted together, it can be said that in the current capital, except for the Long family and the Yi family, we no longer have to fear any family. Because the young master is the eldest son and grandson of the Ling family, and he is the son of the current patriarch, he was indeed trained by the old man as the successor of the family, so he has some behaviors and shortcomings of a playboy. However, this is a problem that the descendants of every big family will have, and it is a very normal thing. So, when Cui Lao said this, he looked up carefully at Ling Yun's face, and then said, "Therefore, there are some things that you don't need to be as knowledgeable as the young master. What Mr. Cui is most worried about now is that Ling Yun and Ling Hao will not get along well. The thing that a family is most afraid of is the rivalry between brothers. Once Ling Yun and Ling Hao meet, the Ling family is bound to be in trouble. The current head of the family, Ling Zhen, is Ling Hao's biological father. Ling Yun is a master who can completely trample people down if he is a little upset, but he can beat outsiders, so he can't beat Ling Hao half to death or even kill him because of a little contradiction, right? What will the old man feel in his heart?" Mrs. Cui thought very hard for the Ling family, thought very thoroughly, and looked for an opportunity to vaccinate Ling Yun in advance. In fact, he was thinking about Ling Lai, the Ling family, and the position of Ling Yun's future head. At this moment, the Ling family must not be in chaos. After consoling Ling Yun, Elder Cui continued, "Besides, because of what happened the night before yesterday, the old man was extremely disappointed in Ling Hao, and he will not let him idle anymore, and now he has been sent to the Shenying team to report." Ling Yun didn't pay much attention to the family strife at all, and he didn't try to figure out the deep meaning hidden in Cui's old words. He just frowned slightly and said, "Ling Hao is going to the Shenying team to report. To be continued. P.S. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this chapter to be so difficult to write today. It was written after a lot of previous plots. This is a chapter that connects the past and the future. It is very important. Please understand. Ben from Reading Net. The night before yesterday, the Ling family was almost wiped out by the Chen family. Everyone was fighting to the death, except Ling Hao was not there. Copy address access. Ling Lai's disappointment with Ling Hao was very complete. In Ling Lai's heart, Ling Hao had lost forever the qualification to compete for the head of the Ling family. Let alone Ling Yun. Even if Ling Yun is not willing to be the head of the Ling family, it is impossible for Ling Hao to be given this position. In the last sentence of Mr. Cui, what he really wants to tell Ling Yun is that Ling Hao has been completely marginalized in the Ling family. For the eldest son and grandson of a family, this is not much different from being expelled. Ling Yun didn't think so much, he just muttered for a moment, and then asked, "What did the uncle say?" Ling Yun's uncle is naturally Ling Zhen, the head of the Ling family. Elder Cui laughed and said, "Fourth young master, the idea of letting Ling Hao go to the Condor team was originally proposed by the patriarch himself to the old man." Ling Yun didn't speak any more, his thoughts changed, he pondered for a while, and said with a smile, "Mr. Cui is worried, I just asked casually, I didn't think too much." Having said that, Ling Yun thought of the excited and sinister look that flashed in Ling Zhen's eyes the moment he took out the dark blood demon saber in the Ling family. Ling Zhen once showed his feet. After these things were finished, Ling Yun began to ask about the immediate matter. "Old Cui, you said, Qin Jiangue is locked up here?" Cui Lao smiled and nodded, "Yes, for our Ling family, this humble weapons shop can still hide people." Last night, after Ling Yun captured Qin Jiangue alive, he asked Elder Cui and Edward Pierce to escort Qin Jiangue away. Naturally, Elder Cui would not bring Qin Jiangue back to the Ling family's ancestral house, so he locked him here. Ling Yun nodded, "Well, that's fine, then lock the two of them here too." Old Cui smiled and said, "This is easy, fourth young master, let's go in." The two drove their own cars and drove into the gate of the Ling family weaponry workshop. Then he went straight to the warehouse of the small factory, and drove both cars into the warehouse without any hindrance. The warehouse door slowly fell. Elder Cui got out of the car and opened the door of a warehouse. Ling Yun drove the car into the warehouse, and together with Elder Cui, they threw Chen Sen and Hei Sen out of the car. Nothing to be polite about, and nothing to question. The Chen family and the Ling family are now torn apart, and they are at odds. Cui Lao looked at the two people like dead dogs. Secretly excited in my heart, I secretly counted with my fingers. Chen Haiken, Chen Jianjia, Chen Jiangue, Chen Sen. 2 were killed and 2 were captured. The Chen family's old patriarch, Chen Jingtian, was the only one who could pose a threat to the Ling family. The head of the Chen family, Chen Haipeng, his eldest son, Chen Jianhao, and Chen Haishan. The strengths of these 4 people are the peak of the 7th level of the innate, the peak of the 6th level of the innate, the peak of the 8th level of the innate, and the peak of the 5th level of the innate, respectively. Of course, the Chen family also has a strong master. His name is Chen Jingxian, and he is a member of the Tianzu. His skills are unfathomable, at least at the initial stage of the 9th heavenly level, and he even possesses supernatural powers. Chen Jingxian is Chen Jingtian's younger brother. He is also the current number 1 member of the Chen family. Coming out of the warehouse, Cui Lao pointed to the rear of Ling Yun's Land Rover and asked Ling Yun, "Fourth young master, what is your license plate?" Ling Yun chuckled and said, "From now on, no license plate will be on any car I drive." "Ah? So that's how it is." Mr. Cui suddenly realized and laughed dumbfounded. On the highway of Huaxia. Now there are countless cameras, and they are all connected to each other, which can monitor a car to death. As long as you drive around and don't want to check you, as long as someone is watching you and checks, casually, you will have nothing to do. Concealment, Ling Yun has already learned the lesson thoroughly. It is enough for Ling Yun to learn a lesson once. Ling Yun then asked, "Mr. Cui, there is one more question." How can I avoid being tracked down by the ordinary departments of the country with my ID card? This is Ling Yun's biggest headache at the moment. His ID card cannot be destroyed temporarily, but he doesn't want to be locked in his whereabouts. He can only think of a way to see if he can avoid it. Mr. Cui is used to such things, he chuckled and said, "Fourth young master, it was the negligence of this old slave. I am to blame for this matter." In fact, the members of the 7 major families in the capital, especially the direct descendants, have special identities. His identity is not registered in the ordinary public security department. Ling Yun became energetic when he heard it, and he asked, excitedly, "Oh? Is there such a thing?" Old Cui laughed and said, "Since we are a big family in Huaxia, we certainly have some unknown privileges. Otherwise, why are there so many families fighting in the capital? For example, the core members of the Long family and the Yi family, or your grandfather and your uncle, even the Shenying group, can't find their heads." Ling Yun was shocked, and asked excitedly, "Then who can find out?" Dragon Group and Sky Group. The Sky Group protects the country, and the Dragon Group protects the dragon. For the safety of China's country and the safety of China's first person, the privileges in the hands of the Sky Group and the Dragon Group are naturally many times stronger than the Shenying Group. Speaking of this, Mr. Cui talked endlessly. In our Huaxia, every ordinary person has an ID card, and what is attached to this ID card is the person's file. The vast majority of ordinary people can find his files from the public security system as long as they know his name or an ID number, which is enough to thoroughly check all 18 generations of his ancestors. However, according to each person's status and job, their files are also divided. There are many people who perform secret missions for the country and engage in secret activities. In the ordinary public security system, no one can be found at all. File. If you want to query the files of these people, you need the corresponding permissions. Hearing this, Ling Yun raised his hand to interrupt Elder Cui, and immediately asked, "But I can't find their files, how do these people move around in the city? For example, apply for various bank cards, passes, driver's licenses, or what about flying or something?" Cui Lao smiled and explained, "These people generally have their own special certificates, or they take out ordinary ID cards. You can do anything with this ID card, but if you want to use the ID card to investigate this person, you just want to use it. Don't even think about." As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he understood it all. He slapped his forehead and said with tongue-tied words, "I said, that's really superior. A sense of superiority, definitely a sense of superiority." But Ling Yun was still not satisfied. He hurriedly asked, "Then is there any certificate that no one can check, but can pass unimpeded in the city?" Mr. Cui laughed. Even though he was sure that Ling Yun would ask this question, he replied with a smile, "There are plenty of unimpeded documents in the city, but there are very few documents that no one can check, such as our Huaxia, the first person. His files are there, and it is true, but they are all past files, and no one can check his whereabouts through his documents. Simply put, if the media doesn't report, who can find out the whereabouts of the first person in China?" Ling Yun was speechless, thinking that wouldn't that force me to be the number 1 person in China? He thought about it, and thought to himself, forget it, the work is too tiring, and he will not do it even if he is beaten to death. Is there such thing as idlers and wild cranes? Ling Yun had no choice but to settle for the next best thing, to see if he could be flexible. Old Cui laughed loudly. "Yes, you don't need to participate in any affairs of the country if you join the Huaxia Tianzu, but once the national level encounters a security threat, you must swear to protect the safety of our Huaxia." Ling Yun smacked his lips, feeling a little speechless. Of course, this is not what he wanted. The idle cloud and wild cranes that Ling Yun talked about are those in the big world of cultivation. They have no status restrictions, but they can come and go freely and freely. After all, I'm still not strong enough. If I were the supreme existence one day, who would dare to check me? In Ling Yan's mind, it doesn't need to be too high. As long as he reaches the 9th level of physical training, it is enough, flying around in the sky every day, and if he is unhappy, he will use the invisibility technique, you can't even see it. Ah? Old Chui looked at Ling Yan with a smile, and seemed to know what Ling Yan was planning. How about it, 4th young master, are you interested in joining Huaxia's Tianzu? Ling Yan quickly waved his hands again and again, no more, no more, no more, I'm not that interested. Mr. Chui stopped talking, and said in his heart that I would definitely not be able to persuade the 4th young master, but if the old man came forward in person, maybe he could try. Mr. Chui felt that the two of them had almost communicated, so he turned serious, and said to Ling Yan, 4th young master, I will report to the old man today what you said just now, and see if I can get you a special certificate as soon as possible, first use. However, before your true identity is announced to the world, this certificate must be handled by your aunt, starting from the Qin family. Ling Yan laughed and said, I understand that. Ling Yan was inexplicably excited when he thought that he would no longer have to be checked here and there, and could live freely in the city like his aunt, without having to worry about various inspections, checks, inquiries, and so on. For the sake of freedom, Ling Yan showed a childlike smile. Chui Lao watched secretly sighing in his heart. This was the first time Ling Yan showed such a look. 18-year-old boy, the most normal and purest appearance. 4th young master, don't worry, this matter, I promise to handle it well for you. After Elder Chui finished speaking, he asked Ling Yan again, 4th young master, I don't know what's next, you. Ling Yan smiled slightly and said, oh, you tell my grandfather, I asked Tang Meng to contact me with the plane, and I plan to charter a plane to fly back to Qingshui City tonight. Old Chui was surprised and said, go back to Qingshui? What are you doing back to Qingshui? Is it for the college entrance examination? You have only been in the capital for a few days, and you returned to Qingshui City just after you rescued Chao Shanshan? The old man must not be willing to part with it. Ling Yan chuckled and said, back to Qingshui, of course I want to enjoy the superiority of being a dude. Now Ling Yan is secretly a dandy of the Ling family, and clearly a dandy of the Qin family, no matter how you say it, he is a real son of a big family, and it's time for him to show off his superiority. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Qingshui City is now monolithic, and it is definitely Ling Yan's territory. Copy address access. Of course, except for some annoying flies, they need to be swat to death. When Ling Yan went back this time, he planned to swat these flies, not only the flies in Qingshui City, but also a few big flies in Jiangnan province. In addition, Ling Yan is also thinking about Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Ning Erlanggu, and of course his precious Bai Xianer. His current thoughts had already flown to Qingshui City, but he didn't notice that there was a look of embarrassment on Chui Lao's face. 4th young master, this old slave can't be the master, and absolutely dare not let you go back in private, otherwise, I can't do the job with the old man. Mr. Chui knew he couldn't keep Ling Yan, so he had to carry Ling Lai out. Chui Lao thinks much more deeply than Ling Yan. Now Ling Yan is clearly a member of the Qin family. Although he is only Qin Chuyue's adopted son, no one can cut off the 18-year nurturing grace. Chui Lao understood that this time, Qin Dongshua's willingness to let Ling Yan come to the capital to recognize his ancestors was definitely not because of the Ling family's face, but because Ling Yan was too strong, and Qin Dongxue knew that he couldn't stop him. Ling Yan has already sent envoys from the Long family and the Yi family to make friends with the Qin family, so in the eyes of the Qin family, Ling Yan is not a baby? Ling Yan must be close to the Ling family in the capital, but what if he returns to Qingshui City, Jiangnan province? He will definitely be pulled over by the Qin family. It was precisely because Chui Lao thought of these things that he didn't dare to let Ling Yan go without authorization. Ling Yan was dumbfounded after hearing this, and he couldn't help scratching his head. Then what should I do? I just provoked the Chen family, so now I can't just say goodbye to Grandpa? As soon as Mr. Chui heard this, he immediately knew that he would not be able to keep Ling Yun. He asked again for confirmation, "Fourth young master, do you really want to go back to Qingshui?" Ling Yun nodded and said, "Well, anyway, it takes only 2 hours to arrive by plane, so it's very convenient to go back and forth." Elder Chui sighed secretly, reluctantly took out a delicate communicator, and told Ling Yun how to use it. Then he said, "Then you should call the old man yourself." Ling Yun took the communicator. He asked casually, "Why don't you use mobile phones? How useful are mobile phones?" Chui Lao laughed. "This is the same as the license plate, ID card, file, etc. we just said. The kind of mobile phone you use, the public security system or the Sheniying group. As long as you want to monitor your calls and texts, they'll know all about it right away." Ling Yun was dumbfounded again. "This is also okay?" It suddenly occurred to him that the exquisite communicator used by the Heavenly Killing Organization and the communicator used by the Sheniying group were not the cell phones used by ordinary people. The communication system is different. For example, all leaders above the provincial and ministerial levels use red phones to communicate with each other. Even the best spies abroad should not try to monitor their conversations. Now Ling Yun can't wait to take out the mobile phone in his space ring and destroy it immediately, thinking that high technology is convenient. But it really kills people. ID card, mobile phone number, driver's license plate, network address. Once a person is targeted, it is tantamount to becoming a transparent person. Fortunately, I seldom use my mobile phone, and I seldom use it, hee. Foresight is definitely foresight. Ling Yun brags about himself, obviously because he is not used to it. He used to be a master of comprehension in the Transcendence Tribulation period. He is used to communicating with Yudi, spiritual communication, and so on. Of course he is on the mobile phone. I reject things like the internet from the bottom of my heart. Now I have no choice but to use them to adapt to this society. After muttering a few words, Ling Yun immediately picked up the special communicator and called the old man. "Grandpa, it's me. Ling Yun." "Hee, it's Yuner, why did you call from Elder Chui's phone?" The old man was obviously very happy when he received Ling Yun's call. "Grandpa, I have something urgent. I have to go back to Qingshui City tonight. I won't go to say goodbye to you. I'm here to tell you." Ling Lai became anxious as soon as he heard this, and he stood up from the chair all of a sudden. "What? Go back to Qingshui? What's the rush, and you still need to go back to Qingshui? Is it because of your college entrance examination results?" Ling Yun only knew from the old man's words that the old man must be paying attention to Ling Yun's affairs. He already knew about Ling Yun's 0 score in the college entrance examination. Moreover, Mr. Chui just heard that Ling Yun was going back to Qingshui, so he also asked him if it was because of the college entrance examination. Just as Ling Yun hummed, Ling Lai said eagerly, "This little thing is worth going to Qingshui yourself? With Grandpa here, which university in Huaxia is not up to you to choose. Tell me, which university do you want to go to? Grandpa will give it to you, manage." Ling Yun was happy. If it wasn't for Qin Chuyua's instructions and Ming Lingyu's expectation, Ling Yun would not have entered the university at all. He wanted to learn something, but where did he learn it? "Grandpa, the college entrance examination is nothing to worry about, and it doesn't matter if you don't get into college. I'm going back to Qingshui, and there are other things." Ling Lai became even more anxious when he heard this. "Then tell Grandpa, what else is there? Grandpa will take care of it for you." Ling Yun was speechless. He glanced resentfully at old Chui, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, then rolled his eyes, and said with a chuckle, "Grandpa, it's actually a little private matter. I want to bring your granddaughter-in-law here. Look at you." Well, this is the only reason why Brother Yun can come up with it, but there is no doubt that this reason is the most effective. Ha 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 ha. Ling Lai looked up to the sky and laughed for a long time. The laughter was loud, and he laughed heartily for a while. Ling Lai lowered his voice to tease his grandson and said, "Then can you promise to Grandpa that you will bring them all at once?" "We can agree. If you can't do it, Grandpa will never let you go." "Ah?" Ling Yan blushed a little, wondering if Grandpa's room could fit in it. "I'll what?" "Since I'm going back, I'll bring them all here to show Grandpa." "This Grandpa will never stop you." Ling Lai was overjoyed, looking forward to Ling Yun spreading the branches and leaves to the Ling family, looking forward to having a great-grandson. "That, Grandpa, I'll try my best." Helpless, Ling Yun had no choice but to agree, thinking that this time would be very lively, bringing them all. What a big lineup that is. Ling Lai laughed again, told Ling Yun a few more words, and then asked him to give the communicator to Mr. Cui, explaining to Mr. Cui that it took a long time this time, and Ling Lai made arrangements for everything, and then interrupted the call. "Fourth young master, should I go back with you?" Elder Cui asked Ling Yun. Ling Yun quickly waved his hands. No, it's just such a small matter, I can go back by myself. There are too many things in the capital, and the status of Grandpa is there, and he can't go out. Everything has to be handled by you." Elder Cui felt that what Ling Yun said was reasonable, so he stopped insisting and gave Ling Yun his communicator. "Then you take this with you. It will be convenient for you to contact me after you return to Qingshui." Ling Yun was not polite, and directly took it and put it into the space ring. Elder Cui raised his chin, pointed to the warehouse, and asked Ling Yun, "Fourth young master, what are you going to do with these 3 people?" Ling Yun said, "The 3 of them, I want to bring all of them back to Qingshui City. The plane was booked because of the 3 of them. Also, Chao Tianlong of the Chao family is currently operating secretly in the capital. During my absence in the capital, I asked Mr. Cui to send someone to protect his safety, mainly during the daytime." According to Ling Yan's estimate, Chao Juanxiong and Chao Xingchong may come out to do activities starting tonight. They have immortal bodies, so of course they will try their best to protect Chao Tianlong's safety at night. You can rest assured, the 4th young master. The Chen family is now in a state of panic, and they can't even take care of themselves. They definitely don't have the energy to deal with Chao Tianlong. Ling Yan chuckled, "I think it's the same. As long as I make a fuss in Qingshui City, the Chen family will send people to Qingshui City to trouble me, so I don't even have the heart to deal with Chao Tianlong." Elder Cui warned carefully, "Fourth young master, there is something you have to be careful of. Be careful that the Sun family and the Chen family join forces." Ling Yan's eyes turned cold, and his eyes flashed brightly. "Old Cui, don't worry, I know this well." What kind of person Ling Yan is, what Cui Lao can think of, naturally he has already thought of it. The last thing, the members of the Chao family are hiding in the courtyard where I live. You can send 2 blood clans there at will, and let the blood clans protect them. It's the most suitable. Mr. Cui only saw the other side of Ling Yan today, and he was secretly excited, saying that anyone who thinks that the 4th young master is a stunned young man who only knows how to fight will definitely die without a place to die. Judging by Ling Yan's random arrangements, they are all in every aspect, and they are impeccable. 4th young master, who will you send there? Just Pierce and Joyce. With their strength, they shouldn't have any problem dealing with experts below the 8th level. On this point, Ling Yan had no idea. He guessed it himself. Paul and Jester were 2 viscounts. Stronger than Paul and Jester. What about that Edward? Ling Yan smiled faintly. Let him stay in the Ling family honestly and obey my grandfather's orders. Edward is a marquis. After being embraced by Ling Yan, his level has not improved. Ling Yan doesn't know, but his strength must have skyrocketed a lot. Enough to deal with innate 8th level masters. Ling Yan is sure of this. In this case, the Ling family will have 2 innate 8th level masters sitting in command, and Edward is still immortal, so the safety of the Ling family is completely guaranteed. Elder Chui smiled gratifiedly and said, "Fourth young master, our Ling family can sit back and relax in this way." Ling Yin smiled lightly, and walked straight to the fortified passage of the warehouse. Chui Lao naturally followed closely. Just like last time, Ling Shiqi opened the door for them excitedly, and the two entered the Ling family's weapons workshop. "How is the bow and arrow making?" During the battle with the Blood Clan last night, the bows and arrows Ling Yin carried had already been exhausted, so he needed to bring some more. "Fourth young master, more than 200 kilograms of pure silver have all been made into bows and arrows." "Very good." Ling Yin came to the place where the arrows were placed, and put all the arrows into the space ring until the space ring couldn't fit any more. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. At 8 o'clock in the evening, a luxury business jet landed quietly at the Capital International Airport, waiting to take off. This is a Bombardier Challenger 850. The model is not very big, but the facilities in the cabin are very luxurious. Wahahaha. Brother Yun, how is it? Is the plane I rented good? After Tang Meng boarded the plane, he was very excited. In a short while, he had run around the cabin more than a dozen times, looking left and right, and shouting all the time. Although Tang Meng was a playboy in Qingshui City, it was the first time for a big girl to get on a sedan chair for chartering a plane. The cabin of Challenger 850 is very spacious. The interior cabin is nearly 15 meters long, 2.5 meters wide, and nearly 1.9 meters in height. The cabin is divided into 3 independent areas. Its cabin can be configured with up to 16 passenger seats. In order to save space in the cabin, this aircraft is only equipped with 8 seats. The extra space has been converted into a bar, bedroom suite, and office area. In addition, there is a bathroom in the cabin, as well as a galley equipped with a microwave, oven, and refrigerator. The entire cabin is resplendent with gold and jade, and when the lights are turned on, the golden color can catch people's eyes. Tang Meng told Ling Yun that this plane was worth 300 million Huaxia coins, more than 100 million more than the private jet owned by the most famous young actor in northeast China, Uncle Ben Shan. Everyone can imagine what a wonderful enjoyment it would be to take such a plane and have a flying experience. This plane was not chartered by Tang Meng at the airline, but he rented it. Ling Yun was ready to buy the plane, anyway, it was not short of the money. The crew is already in place, there are 2 in total, but they are not sent by the airline, but arranged by Ling Lai himself. The pilot and the co-pilot are both members of the Ling family. They used to be the best special forces, and they both flew fighter jets. Tang Meng kept yelling, and Ling Yun couldn't stop being disturbed. He couldn't help frowning and said, "Tang Meng, can you calm down a bit, kid? Look at your worthless appearance." At this time, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Kong Xiuru, and Liang Fingyi were of course already in the cabin, except for Chao Shanshan. The other 3 were also shocked, and finally knew the real rich man. What a luxurious life to live every day. This is completely different from the public business jet they took when they came here. They were also very excited in their hearts, but they were very reserved and tried not to let themselves show it. In fact, Ling Yun was also very shocked. It was the first time for a big girl to get on the sedan chair when flying by plane, but he acted very calmly because he has spiritual consciousness. Until now. Ling Yun still let go of his spiritual sense all the time, secretly looking at the luxurious layout in the cabin, and was shocked by it. There are tea tables, dining tables, bars, bedrooms, and even a small gym. There is also a mahjong table. This is so much fun, right? Everything is ready for the plane, but it has not taken off until now, because there are still a few people who have not arrived. Elder Chui didn't keep Ling Yun waiting for too long. 10 minutes later, his iconic black van stopped outside the plane. "Mr. Chui." Paul, Jester, 3 people, 1 for each, put Qin Jiangui, Qin Sen, and He San on the plane respectively. No need for the gym. Throw them all in the gym. Regardless of the stunned eyes of the beauties, Ling Yun spoke slowly and ordered. So, the 3 unlucky guys were all stuffed into the small gym. Liang Fingyi, Kan Shouru, Zheng Ling, the 3 beauties were not shocked by the pig-headed Qin Sen and the dying He San, they were shocked by Qin Jiangui and those 2 tall, handsome, and very gentlemanly foreigners. When did Ling Yun meet foreigners? Moreover, they are all so strong, holding a person with one hand is like carrying a toy. Let me introduce you. This one is Paul, and this one is Jester. They are all my foreign friends. When Paul and Jester left the 2 of them behind, Ling Yun pointed at them and introduced them to Tang Meng and others. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not qualified to be friends of the boss, we are just his loyal servants. Paul bowed politely, and with a gentlemanly smile, he corrected Ling Yun's statement very naturally. Ling Yun is speechless, the Americans are really him, really. Tang Meng was dumbfounded. He was shocked because Ling Yun had told him that Ling Yun had taken in 5 blood servants, and if nothing else happened, these should be 2 of them. Damn, are they really so handsome and courteous? Tang Meng exclaimed in his heart, he really helped Ling Yun check the information of the blood clan. Ling Yun stood up, pulled Elder Chui, and formally introduced to everyone present, this is Elder Chui, you have all seen him before. Elder Chui once appeared at the opening ceremony of Ling Yun's clinic. Of course, Liang Fingyi, Kan Shouru, Zheng Ling and others had all seen him. Ling Yun also introduced Liang Fingyi, Kan Shouru, and Zheng Ling to Mr. Chui, and Mr. Chui naturally greeted them kindly. After all the introductions, Mr. Chui told Ling Yun to be more careful when he went back, then said goodbye to everyone, got off the plane and left. At 8:30 in the evening, the plane officially took off, and quickly rushed to an altitude of several thousand meters in the night, and continued to climb. Boss, I think the red wine on this plane is not bad, would you like a glass? After the plane stabilized, Paul asked Ling Yun in a very respectful and gentlemanly manner. Give everyone a drink. Ling Yun said very comfortably that the only fly in the ointment he feels now is that Sime is sitting opposite him now. According to Ling Yun's original plan, at least Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling should sit on his lap. Originally, Chao Shanshan wanted to sit next to Ling Yun desperately after the plane took off, but when she saw Qin Jiangui who was escorted onto the plane, there was only deep-seated hatred in her beautiful eyes, and she simply forgot about it. After another 10 minutes, the plane finally flew up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, above the thick clouds, and stopped climbing. Through the bright wall window, Ling Yun looked at the sky full of stars outside, and occasionally looked at the bright lights of a certain city below, secretly moved. High technology does have its unique features. Kan Shouru slowly got used to it from the initial embarrassment. She took a sip of the red wine, stared at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes and asked, Ling Yun, what are you going to do when you return to Qingshui City? Kan Shouru's responsibility is what she cares about most. Naturally, it was Ling Yun's college entrance examination results. Ling Yun smiled brightly and said, well, let's go back and have a look before we talk about it. Don't worry, Teacher Kong, this matter is not difficult. Kan Shouru was stared at by Ling Yun, she blushed inexplicably, bit her lower lip and said, try to solve it through normal channels. Ling Yun was non-committal when he heard this, but secretly laughed in his heart, solve it through normal channels? If that's the case, the matter will have to wait until the year of the monkey, and besides, you won't be able to get your position as the head of the Qingshui City Education Bureau. Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded from the direction of the gym, startling the 4 beauties. Ling Yun could hear it clearly, it was Qin Jiangui's voice. Humph, can you finally take it no longer? Ling Yun sneered, stood up, and told Sime not to worry. Then go straight to the back cabin. The night is the night, and it is also the night above the height of 10,000 meters. Qin Jiangui has not sucked blood since last night, and his eyes are already red with hunger. What, want to suck blood? Ling Yan came to the entrance of the gym, raised his hand and sent out 2 finger winds, unlocking Qin Jiangui's 2 acupoints. Let him move, but don't let him talk. At this time, Qin Jiangui's eyes were blood red, and his 2 fangs had been elongated, becoming extremely ferocious and terrifying. This was a manifestation of the bloodthirsty of the blood race, to the limit. Qin Jiangui saw Ling Yan. The 2 blood-red eyes shot out fierce gazes. If gazes could kill, Ling Yan would have been killed countless times by him long ago. Qin Jiangui now knows that last night, the person who rescued Chao Shanshan and killed his second brother was the boy in front of him. It was completely consistent with his guess, it was the boyfriend Chao Shanshan was talking about, Ling Yan. Because he saw Paul and Jester, and when he was brought in just now, he saw Chao Shanshan again. If he had known that Ling Yan would be so powerful, of course he would not be so careless, but unfortunately, it is too late now, there is no medicine for regret in this world. You want to suck blood, don't you? Yes, look, Chen Sen's neck is right next to your mouth. Your teeth are so long, is it enough? Ling Yan wanted to dispense medicine to the members of the Chao family, and he had to prepare the formula himself. He needed to experiment repeatedly, but it was impossible for him to experiment with 10 members of the Chao family. Without experiments, Ling Yan will create experiments, and Chen Sen and He San are undoubtedly the best experiments. If Qin Jiangui could speak, he would definitely scold Ling Yan for being so ruthless now, but he was hit by the Duan acupoint and could not speak at all. You think I'm ruthless, don't you? Think about it carefully. How many innocent souls have you killed by frantically drinking the blood of virgins in order to raise your level? When I was in your cave, I swore to them that I would kill you to avenge them, and I promised to make you die. Ling Yan's voice was as cold as the ice and snow in Antarctica, and there was no mercy in his eyes. For a bastard like Qin Jiangui, he wished he could cut him to pieces. Ling Yan didn't mention the matter of the Chao family. The family's struggle for hegemony only pays attention to winning or losing, and doesn't care about means. Chao Shanshan will avenge the Chao family's revenge, so Ling Yan didn't mention it. Ah! There was another miserable howl, and Qin Jiangui couldn't bear it anymore. He turned his head instantly and stopped looking at Ling Yan. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Chen Sen's neck. Chen Sen was terrified. Although the acupuncture points were also tapped, the 2 big tendons on his neck protruded out of shock, and he let out low growls of death from his mouth. Chen Sen was trembling all over, his mouth was wide open, trembling and trying to make a sound. Judging by the shape of his mouth, he was saying no. Ling Yan smiled lightly. Chen Sen, don't you really want Qin Jiangui to give you a first hug? Now that the opportunity has come, why are you afraid? Then, Ling Yan said to Qin Jiangui, who was suppressing his bloodthirsty desire, in a voice full of temptation, suck it, I never hurt him, I just kept his blood for you to enjoy. Of course, you can also directly suck his blood and let him die. Anyway, I don't care. It's just that if he dies, you won't be able to suck blood again. At this moment, Ling Yan, in the hearts of the Qin family brothers, definitely surpassed the demons in hell. Stimulated by the 2 protruding tendons on Chen Sen's neck, Qin Jiangui's desire quickly overcame his reason. After a low growl, Qin Jiangui bit Chen Sen's neck tightly. Proudly recommend a book, I'm Crazy urban novel, extremely crazy younger, passionate writing, masterful work, credit guarantee. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. To deal with the devil, it is natural to use the devil's means. And Yuan. It's really hotter than ruthless, who can be more ruthless than Ling Yan? Heaven's evil is forgivable, self-inflicted evil cannot live. Looking at this brutal scene, Ling Yan thought of this sentence. I can tell you that this plane is flying to Qingshui City, Jiangnam Province. I will definitely not kill you before returning to the capital. If you think someone from the Chen family will come to rescue you. Ling Yan dropped these words coldly, turned his head and left. With these words, Ling Yan was sure that Chen Jiangui would never suck Chen Sen alive and kill him. This is how Chen Jiangui dealt with Chao Shanshan back then, to give Chao Shanshan a reason to live and prevent her from committing suicide. Now Ling Yun returned the favor to him in the way he did, and it was regarded as revenge for Chao Shanshan. Even if Chen Sen is really dead, Ling Yun doesn't care, there is still a black 3. When Ling Yun came back, he saw Chao Shanshan looking here frequently, with uncontrollable hatred in her beautiful eyes. Shanshan, the enemy is in our hands, don't worry, wait for me to develop a formula to save your family, you can take revenge, however you want. Ling Yan's sound transmission was secret, and he gently comforted Chao Shanshan. Feeling Ling Yan's tenderness, Chao Shanshan's heart was full, and she gradually calmed down. Ling Yan sent a voice transmission to Jester again, Jester, you go to the gym and watch over Qin Jiangui, lest anything happen. Qin Jiangui is the master who can smash the cabin with a single punch. If he breaks open his acupoints after sucking blood, he will be in big trouble. After all, this is at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Yes, boss. Jester took the order and left. Ling Yan sat back in his seat, crossed his hands, hugged the back of his head, and lay down comfortably on the leather sofa. The handsome eyes stared at Liang Fingyi boldly. Surprisingly, since Liang Fingyi got on the plane, she has been very quiet, and she didn't find fault with Ling Yun anymore. She didn't overly make a fuss about what she saw or heard, which made Ling Yun very puzzled. Hey! Just enough to see. Ling Yan's pair of thief eyes scanned Liang Fingyi up and down. Appreciate Liang Fingyi's perfect figure to the fullest. Among the 4 beauties present here, Liang Fingyi's figure is definitely the best. That kind of extreme enchantment, that kind of sexiness from twisting waist and swaying hands and feet can make women swallow their mouths. Seemingly feeling Ling Yun staring at her, Liang Fingyi, who was holding the wine glass in her right hand and drinking the red wine absent-mindedly, blushed inexplicably, and felt her heart beating faster. Kang Xiaoru and Liang Fingyi are about the same age. Sitting next to Liang Fingyi, she suddenly felt that her body was sour from inside to outside, as if soaked in vinegar for 3 days and 3 nights. Staring at Liang Fingyi's beautiful legs for a while, Ling Yun finally resisted the urge to use the yin and yang eyes. He yawned involuntarily, and said lazily, I've been busy all day today. I'm tired and my back hurts, I don't know how long does it take to fly, I have to lie down for a while, Zhang Ling, come over and give me a massage. Ling Yun left behind a sentence, and stood up slowly. Staggeringly, he went straight to the independent bedroom suite. With a ting, Zhang Ling's face turned red in an instant, and his 2 little hands were rubbed against each other vigorously on his legs. Looking at the posture, it seemed that he would not give up until he rubbed off a layer of skin. Smelly Ling Yun, dead Ling Yun. Forget about necrosis, it's obviously embarrassing for others. Zhang Ling was ashamed, wishing to rush up immediately and bite Ling Yun twice to relieve his hatred. Tang Mei was straightforward, he rolled his eyes at Ling Yun's back, and turned his head to look at the night sky outside the cabin, with a serious look, as if he was waiting for Chona from the Moon Palace to come out and kiss him. Does Ling Yun suffer from back pain? Even if Tang Mei was killed, he wouldn't believe it. Chao Shanshan's face was also flushed, but she couldn't help but sneered. She thought about it, glanced at her homeroom teacher to the left, and then gently poked Zhang Ling, who was about to die of embarrassment, with her right elbow. I'm calling you, why don't you go quickly? Zhang Lingqi stomped his feet, and his breathing became rapid, but he said stiffly, he's a liar, I'm not going, I'm going to you. With a smile on her lips, Chao Shanshan purposely turned to Zhang Ling, and said in a low voice, you said this? Don't regret it if you don't go. I told you that Ling Yin fought 2 life and death battles last night and this morning. And this afternoon, he beat so many people by himself. Chao Shanshan said so much, but there was only one meaning she wanted to express, that is, Ling Yin was really tired. If you don't go, I will. At the end of Chao Shanshan's speech, she was about to stand up. Zhang Ling blushed like blood, but she still rushed ahead of Chao Shanshan, gritted her teeth and stood up, shyly said, I'll go, I can't go. After finishing speaking, Zhang Ling lowered his head, blushed, and ran towards Ling Yun's bedroom as if fleeing. Zhang Ling did this, not because he wanted to compete with Chao Shanshan for Ling Yun, but because of 2 reasons. The first one, of course, was because she missed Ling Yun too much, and she really felt sorry for Ling Yun from the bottom of her heart. She heard that Ling Yun had gone through a series of life and death battles, and she knew that even if Ling Yun was made of iron, he must be tired. Second, after parting from Ling Yun this afternoon, Zhang Ling and Chao Shanshan have been together. The 2 best friends reunited after a long absence, and they both opened up their hearts, telling each other about their respective experiences with Ling Yun. After some exchanges, they already knew how far the other party and Ling Yun had developed. How far have Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling developed with Ling Yun? It can be said clearly in one sentence, only the last step, and Ling Yun was eaten by Ling Yun. Moreover, Zhang Ling also knew that last night, Ling Yun and Chao Shanshan lived in the same room in the presidential suite of the Century Jinyuan Hotel. Just didn't touch her. There are 4 beauties in total. Liang Fingyi is Zhang Ling's aunt, Kong Xiaoru is the class teacher of the 3, Chao Shanshan needs to recover her body, now Ling Yun asks for a massage, who else can she look for if not Zhang Ling? Well, in fact, Paul wanted to say, Boss, my massage technique is very clever, but even if he was beaten to death, he would not dare to say it. He knew that if he really said it, he would probably be thrown out of the plane by Ling Yun. Zhang Ling ran very fast, and almost entered the bedroom suite with Ling Yun. The distance was less than 10 meters, but she felt that this distance was more than 10 kilometers away. She was out of breath and her face was flushed. Close the door. Seeing Zhang Ling coming in, Ling Yun used sound transmission to enter the secret, and said softly to the panting Zhang Ling. Xiaoman twisted her waist, turned around and closed the bedroom door, and locked it from the inside. Only then did Zhang Ling feel a little more at ease in her heart, but in an instant, her heart was suspended again. Ling Yun, can't be, really want to follow me, that, right? Zhang Ling's heart was bumping like a deer, thinking wildly there, and forgot to turn around. Originally, Ling Yun didn't plan to go back to Qingshui tonight. He even said that Zhang Ling would wait for him in the room in vain. Zhang Ling thought that Ling Yun would take her first time tonight. She was anxiously and expectantly waiting for the night to come, waiting for Ling Yun to spend an unforgettable night with Ling Yun after returning to the hotel. But when he suddenly heard that Ling Yun was planning to charter a flight back to Qingshui City, Zhang Ling still secretly regretted it, but now, Ling Yun was so bold as to let him come here in front of his aunt, teacher, and best friend, give him a massage. What's the difference between this and Ling Yun asking Zhang Ling to come over to serve the bed? The most embarrassing thing is that this is on a plane at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In fact, Zhang Ling thought too much. With Ling Yun's current strength, he is only one step away from the Qi training period. As long as he is doing double cultivation with any virgin or female, he will definitely break through the Qi training period immediately. Ling Yun will definitely not hit the Qi training period during the dual cultivation, because he is afraid of the catastrophe coming. As Ling Yun expected, when he broke through the 7th level of physical training on Daogui Island, although he experienced a terrifying catastrophe, that catastrophe was not a normal 4 or 9 minor catastrophes. The catastrophe was inexplicable and terrifying. Ling Yun relied on 9 powerful magic weapons to resist the 9-colored catastrophe and survive the catastrophe. On the 8th level of physical training and the 9th level of physical training, Ling Yun never encountered a catastrophe again, but this time is different. This time it is a breakthrough in the Qi training period. This is not a small pass, nor is it an intermediate pass like breaking through the middle and late stages of physical training. This is a real big pass. In fact, Ling Yun knew that under normal circumstances, the real 4 or 9 little heavenly tribulations should come when he broke through the middle stage of Qi training, that is, when he broke through the 4th level of Qi training. However, with the experience of fishing on Turtle Island to cross the catastrophe, Ling Yun didn't dare to bet that his catastrophe came too strangely. So Ling Yun asked Zheng Ling to come over, although he didn't really want to have a massage, but he didn't want to eat Zheng Ling on the plane. Zheng Ling closed his eyes tightly, not daring to turn his head, and stood there with a blushing face, short of breath, trembling in his heart, and thinking wildly. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and Zheng Ling felt her delicate body tighten, and her body was embraced from behind by 2 powerful arms. To be honest, do you miss me? Ling Yun put his arms around Zheng Ling's small waist, pressed his chin on Zheng Ling's fragrant shoulder, and asked viciously. Zheng Ling still didn't dare to speak, but blushed and nodded quickly. Wow! With a tender cry, Zheng Ling felt his body fly up, and was thrown by Ling Yun onto the soft, comfortable and elastic bed. Bad guy, I know you have no good intentions, you don't really want to press, woo. Zheng Ling closed her beautiful eyes, and when she was halfway coquettish, she felt a fiery body pressing heavily on her, and Ling Yun blocked her small mouth with his mouth unceremoniously. Kiss. To be continued. The sky is full of stars, and the galaxy is bright. The plane was flying smoothly and had been in the air for over an hour. This year, there is smog everywhere in the country. Even Jiangnan province has been shot. It is estimated that only at an altitude of 10,000 meters can we see such a brilliant starry sky. Tang Meng sipped the red wine that Paul handed over, staring at the starry sky outside the cabin with a pair of bright eyes, thinking, quite bored. I just don't know what the weather in Qingshui City is like. The plane flies above the thick clouds, and the changes in the clouds and airflow below determine the local weather. Therefore, the weather on the ground has almost nothing to do with the altitude above 10,000 meters. As time passed by, Chao Shanshan's beautiful oval face began to turn redder and redder. She bit her lower lip and peeked in the direction of the bedroom suite from time to time, looking embarrassed. 15 minutes after Ling Yun and Zheng Ling entered the bedroom, Kong Shuru seemed to have gradually regained her composure. She took a magazine on the coffee table as if nothing had happened, and looked through it quietly with her head down, without speaking. Liang Fingyi seemed very happy. She drank a lot of red wine, and took the initiative to chat with Paul in English, talking about the customs of foreign countries, mainly Europe and the United States, and they had a very happy conversation. Paul is a vampire, but vampires don't transform into fights every day. On the contrary, as long as they have enough blood supply and are not threatened with life and death, they are more tolerant, low-key, and aloof from the world than ordinary people. What are you fighting for? Every blood race has a long life. According to their own interests, they can travel all over the world, go to any place they want, and have enough time to enjoy life. Power, money, will become meaningless in the face of eternal life. Their price is, I can only live in the dark, and have no desire for the delicacies in the world. After seeing enough of the prosperity of the world, my soul finally returns to silence, and then I hide in a dark basement or simply in a cold coffin, and grow old slowly. In a sense, every vampire. They are all similar to those who have reached the biggest stage, and their lives are extended. He has no desires, and has superhuman abilities. But compared to real cultivators, they are still the worst, because all their abilities grow with age, and they cannot continue to practice like real cultivators. Until daylight soars. This is where Ling Yun doesn't take the blood race seriously, and looks down on the blood race. You can't live in the sun, you can only be bloodthirsty, and you can't practice by yourself. For Ling Yun, whose cultivation realm is advancing rapidly, it cannot be compared at all. Paul is tall and handsome, with gentle speech and elegant manners. He has been to many places and has extraordinary knowledge, no matter what topic Liang Fingyi talks about. He can speak eloquently, and can say some things that are difficult for ordinary people to see, which shocked Liang Fingyi, who had studied in the UK. How could such a character be willing to be Ling Yun's servant? And a faithful servant? Ling Yun has only been in the capital for a few days. If you find a chance, you must ask that bastard alone, how many amazing secrets does he hide? Liang Fingyi thought to herself while talking with Paul. After another 20 minutes, Ling Yun was dressed neatly, and walked out of the bedroom suite refreshed, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. The feeling of comfort and satisfaction permeated everywhere, making everyone in the cabin want to step up to him. Meal. How long until the plane lands? Ling Yun returned to his seat, sat down on the sofa bravely, and asked Tang Meng. It has already started to land just now. It will take about 10 minutes. Finally, someone came out to talk with Tang Meng. Listening to Liang Fingyi and Paul chattering in English, Tang Meng was about to be tortured crazy. But Tang Meng is not honest, he has an ambiguous light in his thief eyes, and he keeps looking at Ling Yun. Brother Yun took the plane this time, it was really exciting. We stayed in the bedroom with Zhang Ling for more than an hour. What kind of troubles did those two have to make? After Ling Yun asked Tang Meng a question, he didn't bother to pay attention to this gossip guy anymore, and he looked at Chao Shanshan. Shanshan, Zhang Ling massaged me all the way, and I'm exhausted now. You go to see her. Don't delay getting off the plane later. Ling Yun deliberately didn't use sound transmission to enter the secret, and just spoke directly. Oh. Chao Shanshan didn't dare to look at Ling Yun, she responded, stood up with a blushing face, and walked towards the bedroom. What I was thinking in my heart was, Zhang Ling massaged you all the way. Go to hell. In the end, who massages whom is not sure. Chao Shanshan walked to the door of the suite, pushed the door lightly, and found that the door was ajar. She walked in immediately. After Chao Shanshan entered the door, she immediately looked at the sheet under Zhang Ling's body, but found that there was no blood on the sheet, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. As Zhang Ling's girlfriend, Chao Shanshan knew better than anyone that Zhang Ling was a virgin. Oh my God, what did Ling Yun do to you, to torment you like this? Chao Shanshan couldn't care about anything, turned around and locked the door, and came to Zhang Ling's side in a few steps. Shanshan, Ling Yun is so powerful, next time you help me. Zhang Ling turned sideways reluctantly, blushing, and said to Chao Shanshan that she was really exhausted. Go. You're talking nonsense. Who wants to serve him with you? Chao Shanshan was red-faced and coquettish, and kept moving her hands to help her pick up the scattered clothes on the floor. You really are, just let him bully you, forget about being stupid. Chao Shanshan scolded Zhang Ling while picking up her clothes. He likes him, he has demands, of course he has to serve him well, and that feeling is really exciting. Zhang Ling took a deep breath as much as possible to recover her strength, but she was speaking nice words for Ling Yun. Okay, don't be fussy. Look at you now. Fortunately, I came in. If Teacher Kong and your aunt came in, I might scold you. Hurry up and get dressed, the plane is about to land. Zhang Ling said weakly, I can't sit up, Shanshan, help me. After another flurry, Chao Shanshan managed to help Zhang Ling get dressed. Fortunately, it was summer and Zhang Ling didn't wear much. Otherwise, I don't know how much work it would have taken. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling sat side by side on the bed and whispered. Tell me honestly, how did you serve him? If you dare to lie, I'll let you get off the plane by yourself, and see if you can walk or not. Except there, he wants it all. Although Zhang Ling was bold, it was the first time that she had tossed with Ling Yun on such a large scale. Now that she was dressed, she started to feel shy. Chao Shanshan had a weird look on her face. Really, I won't touch you if I don't touch me. Could it be that Ling Yun is practicing some special skills again? Zhang Ling shyly said, he said that his cultivation has reached a critical point, so he can't be with us, that. Chao Shanshan gritted her teeth angrily, it's powerful enough, but I don't know what kind of broken kung fu he practiced. This doesn't work, that doesn't work. Zhang Ling sneered and said, why, Shanshan, are you in a hurry? Chao Shanshan rolled her eyes at Zhang Ling, I don't know which of us is in a hurry. When someone shouted, he immediately ran over and tired himself out. The plane continued to land with a sudden turbulence. After calming down, Zhang Ling asked Chao Shanshan, Shanshan, how is he doing now? Chao Shanshan snorted, and said angrily, He's so comfortable, he's alive and well. As soon as he goes out, arrange for me to come and see you as a big wife. I didn't expect to let someone come to dress you. Zhang Ling shyly said, don't talk about it, I'm so ashamed. What a big house, she's just a house girl at most. Why, are you jealous? Chao Shanshan suddenly laughed, with a bright face, yeah, I'm jealous, I snatched Ling Yun into your arms while I was away, what compensation do you plan to give me? Without waiting for Zhang Ling to speak, Chao Shanshan continued, okay, I'm just joking with you, let's talk about business, before the plane lands, you should wash it up first. 10 minutes later, the plane finally landed at Qingshui International Airport. When the plane came to a complete stop, Ling Yun got up and came to the gym in a blink of an eye. Very good. Of course Chen Sen didn't die. Chen Jiangui sucked Chen Sen's blood and gave him a first embrace. Chi. Ling Yun stretched out his fingers like the wind, and touched several acupuncture points of Chen Jiangui again, making him unable to move. Jester, take them off the plane. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The cabin door opened and the heat wave hit. Yuan. Outside the plane, 8 all-black cars lined up, and beside each car stood a burly man, who seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. These are all people from Qinglong Longtang and Fengtang. Before getting on the plane, Tang Meng had already called them and asked them to come pick them up. When Ling Yun returned to Qingshui this time, he didn't say hello to anyone here, but asked Tang Meng to arrange the pickup personnel so that they could leave the airport conveniently. The current Ling Yun, of course, cannot be like ordinary passengers. He needs to go through security checks to get on the plane, and he needs to go out of the station when he gets off the plane. He uses special passages. The special passage is the passage that the top figures of Huaxia take to enter and exit the airport when they take a plane. It is exempt from all inspections and is more convenient than the green passage at the airport. Ordinary people don't even know where the entrance and exit of this passage are, and they haven't even heard of it, but one thing is certain. Everyone has seen on TV where the top figures in Huaxia went by plane today, but who has seen how they got on the plane and how they left the airport? Now that Ling Yun is leaving Qingshui International Airport, he needs to use this special channel. Li Yifeng, the leader of Qingshui City, specially greeted the airport and arranged it for Ling Yun. Otherwise, it is impossible for these 8 cars to drive to the airport. Still those 2 words, privilege. Ling Yun was the first to walk out of the cabin, got off the plane, and came to the vast and flat airport, looking around. It's so late, and there are so many planes. The time is now 10:30 in the evening. There are large and medium-sized planes everywhere, from every airline, some are stationary, some are preparing to take off, and some have just landed, a busy scene. Quickly. Tang Meng, Liang Fingyi, Kong Shouru, and others got off the plane one by one, followed by Paul and Jester. Paul was holding the Black 3 in his hand, while Jester simply carried Chen Jiangui and Chen Sen. When everyone got down, Zhang Lingkai was supported by Chao Shanshan. Walked out of the cabin with vain footsteps. Tang Meng took advantage of the lights on the airport. Look at the way Zhang Ling walks. He opened his mouth wide in surprise, and thought that Brother Yun is too powerful. After an hour, Zhang Ling was tossed like this? After Ling Yun came out of the bedroom, Liang Fingyi didn't see Zhang Ling coming out. In fact, she was worried about Zhang Ling all the time. Seeing Zhang Ling like this, she couldn't help but feel her heart tremble. Could it be, they really? Annoyed, Liang Fingyi couldn't help turning her head and glaring at Ling Yun angrily. Angrily said in a low voice, "You bastard, I will never spare you." Ling Yun rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear. He was staring at a plane speeding up on the runway, secretly startled by the speed of that plane in a short period of time. Finally, the two crew members that Ling Lai arranged for Ling Yun. He also walked out of the plane cabin. Ling Yun greeted him with a smile. "It's been a hard journey for you." Those two people knew who Ling Yun was, and they didn't even dare to say it. They were joking. It was their honor that the servants of the Ling family flew the plane for the future head of the Ling family. Ling Yun briefly talked to them. "Then greet everyone to get in the car. Everyone get in the car, let's talk after leaving the airport." Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan, and Zhang Ling got into the first car, and the others also got into a car, and the 8 cars started quickly, leaving Qingshui International Airport in a mighty way. "Brother Yun, where are we going now?" Tang Meng asked Ling Yun from the passenger seat. "Where else can I go? Villa number 1. After returning to Qingshui City, Ling Yun was eager to see his yin-yang grass and ambergris grass, and wanted to see how they were growing. There was no words along the way. Half an hour later, 8 cars stopped outside the Qingxi Villa area. Tang Meng let the 2 brothers take the 2 crew members to stay. "Remember to arrange the best hotel." After speaking, Ling Yun got out of the car, swept away his consciousness, and came to Kong Xiuru's car. "Mr. Kong, where do you plan to live tonight?" Kong Xiuru sighed. "I wanted to discuss the college entrance examination with you, but unfortunately it's too late now. I'd better go back to school first and come to you tomorrow." Ling Yun frowned and said, "It's already 11 o'clock, the school must be closed, right? Why don't you stay with me? Anyway, there are so many rooms." Kong Xiuru's pretty face suddenly turned red. "No need, I'd better go back to school." Ling Yun saw that Kong Xiuru's attitude was very firm, so he stopped forcing and asked the little Qinglong who was driving the car to send Kong Xiuru back to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Liang Fingyi and Kong Xiuru were in the same car, and she, Kong Xiuru, was on a different road, so she got out of the car and looked at Ling Yun, still full of anger. Ling Yun had no choice but to say with a smile on his face, "What about you? You plan to?" Before Ling Yun could finish speaking, Liang Fingyi snorted coldly and said, "I don't care. Zhang Ling's house is very close to here. I have to take her home tonight." Zhang Ling's home is on Qingxi Road, Qingxi Tsuiyuan International Garden, not more than 3 kilometers away. Ling Yun thought about it. He was going to interrogate Chen Sen tonight. Zhang Ling was really not suitable to stay in Villa No. 1, so he didn't force it, and also arranged a car for Liang Fingyi to take Zhang Ling away. "Remember, brat, I won't finish with you today. When you're done with the college entrance examination, let's see how I deal with you." Liang Fingyi carefully helped Zhang Ling into the car, and said angrily to Ling Yun. In the end, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Chao Shanshan, Paul, Jester, 5 people, and of course the 3 unlucky Chen family, took 3 cars respectively, drove into the Qingxi Villa area, and went straight to Ling Yun's No. 1 villa. Arriving at the gate of Villa No. 1, Ling Yun found that although the lights were on in the yard, the gate was closed. He swept it with his spiritual sense, but there was no one there. "Where's Tai Xiaohu? This guy isn't here?" Ling Yun got off the car, floated into the hospital, and found that the aura that had been absorbed by him in the courtyard began to become dense again, filled with the aura of tianyang grass, earthine grass, and ambergris grass. Ling Yan turned his head, looked in the direction of the antique market in Qingshui City, and muttered with a smile, "It seems that Lord Yu bought a lot of good stones again," and spiritual energy began to float over again. Tang Meng followed closely and got out of the car. While taking the key to the courtyard door, he said, "Brother Yun, Tai Xiaohu goes to Qingshui River to torture himself every night at this time, and only comes back at 2 o'clock in the morning." Ling Yan also thought of it, and he nodded in satisfaction. This guy really listens to me. He keeps practicing. All 4 cars entered the courtyard of the villa, and everyone got out of the car one after another. "Just throw these 3 people in the yard for me. Jester is here to guard. Tang Meng, it's getting late, leave 2 cars behind, and let the brothers go back to rest." After giving 2 orders in succession, Ling Yin took Chao Shanshan into the villa and went straight to his room on the 2nd floor. When she reached the 2nd floor, Chao Shanshan finally spoke coquettishly, "Ling Yin, why did you toss Zhang Ling like that? When I went in, she didn't even have the strength to move." Ling Yin chuckled, and said in a sweet way, "You seduced me so much last night, and I can't torment you, I've already suffocated, so." Ling Yin is definitely lying, the real truth is. The Yao softness emanating from Liang Fingyi's whole body made his blood boil with desire. Chao Shanshan smiled shyly, and lightly punched Ling Yin. "Fuck you. It's not made of porcelain, so there's nothing you can't touch." Ling Yin smirked and teased, "Why, are you really jealous? How about we have a bridal chamber tonight?" Chao Shanshan responded boldly, "The bridal chamber is the bridal chamber, who is afraid of whom?" Ling Yan was sweating wildly. He quickly regained his seriousness. "Shanshan, you need to recover for at least a month, not only recovering your body, but also recovering your mentality. When everything is adjusted, we will. You can do double repairs." Chao Shanshan's heart was pounding when she heard this, and her delicate body had already softened. It fell on Ling Yan's body as if boneless. "This is my room, it's too late, you have a good night's rest tonight, I will do the rest." After entering the room, Ling Yan explained a few words to Chao Shanshan, then gave her a deep and passionate kiss, and then went out of the room and went downstairs. "Jester, bring Chen Sen and He San to me." When he came downstairs, Ling Yan's face immediately became ruthless, and he directly sent a voice transmission to Jester. "Brush." One in each hand, Jester carried Chen Sen and He San into the room like lightning. "Boss, for such rubbish, just kill them directly, it doesn't need to be so troublesome." Ling Yan ignored it, and said directly, "Go out, close the door, and guard the gate outside the courtyard. Without my order, no one is allowed to enter, including Tang Meng." "Yes, boss." Jester didn't flatter him well, so he hurried away. In the villa, only Ling Yun, Chen Sen and He San were left on the ground. With a thought, Ling Yun took out his laptop computer and the surveillance video copied from the speed bar from the space ring, and turned on the computer, casually. Waiting for the computer to turn on, Ling Yun glanced at He San on the ground, and nodded calmly. Ling Yun took many shots, and although He San was seriously injured, he couldn't die for a while. "You don't need to play dead there. I know you can hear it. You haven't been able to understand why I have to kill you too. Now, I will let you die to understand. I'll tell you the answer now, and you'll understand immediately after watching this video." As he said that, Ling Yun sent out a few wisps of finger wind, unlocking many acupuncture points on Chen Sen and He San, allowing them to move their upper bodies so that they can watch the video. After the computer was turned on, Ling Yun began to play the surveillance video. Ling Yun's expression was cold, his eyes were fixed on the video, and he spoke slowly, his tone as cold as ice. "Late at night on March 27th this year, I think both of you should be in Qingshui City, right? Black 3, look at the person in the video, is it you? Have you ever hired a driver named Wang Lei to kill the fat man in the video that night? After Ling Yan's 3 words, He San, who was sitting on the ground with his body propped up, suddenly lost any color on his face, and his body trembled like a pendulum. You, who are you? He San's eyes were filled with fear, as if he had thought of something terrible, he asked in a trembling voice. Ling Yan's gaze was like a sword, and his voice was cold. I am the fat man who was beaten to death by you, Ling Yan. To be continued. No. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Although Ling Hao told Chinsen the news that Ling Yun was not dead on the second night after Ling Yun was hit, Chinsen didn't tell He San about it. For these people, the people under them are only used to do things, and there is no need to know too much. He San's eyes showed endless horror, his teeth chattered, he felt chills from his chest to his back, he roared hoarsely, his expression was as if he saw a ghost. You are obviously dead. Ling Yan sneered lightly, paused word by word, and said slowly, yes, I am obviously dead, I was hit to death by Wang Lei. At this moment, He San was so frightened that he forgot about his serious injury. He didn't dare to look at Ling Yan again, and suddenly turned his head to look at Chen Sen. Young Master Chen, it's impossible. He's obviously dead. He was hit like that by a heavy stare, even a master at the peak of the 9th floor the day after tomorrow, can't stand it. Chen Sen's entire face began to turn pale gradually, but it was still swollen like a pig's head. He had just been embraced by Chen Jiangue, and now he was in a very strange state. His expression was a little dazed, but those eyes where it has become even more cloudy, and the eyeballs have begun to turn slightly red. Chen Sen's eyes turned in a daze, sometimes looking at the video on the computer, sometimes looking at Ling Yun, as if he was making a comparison. He didn't even bother to pay attention to the terrified Black Three. Now that he had no time to protect himself, how could he have time to deal with a trash bodyguard? Chen Sen didn't speak, but Ling Yun wasn't in a hurry. He slowly took out his iPhone, swiped it a few times, and started recording. This is very important to Ling Yun, it will be his most important evidence. It's no wonder I didn't kill you, I didn't expect you to be a hidden master. Chen Sen finally spoke, his voice was gloomy, and he didn't say a word of nonsense. After I heard that you were hit, I started to lose weight desperately. It turned out that it was just a cover-up, which made us all see it wrong. No wonder when you saw me, you said you must kill us. So you are Ling Yun. Ling Yun, the son of Ling Xiao, the 3rd young master of the Ling family, right? Ling Yun frowned secretly. Sure enough, all the dudes in the capital are not fuel-efficient lamps. Although there are high and low realms, none of them are really stupid. He smiled and nodded, yes, continue to talk. Chen Sen's eyelids twitched sharply. You were able to capture Chen Jiangue alive and save Chao Shanshan. If that's the case, then you must be the one who saved the Chao family, single-handedly picked our Chen family's mansion in the southern suburbs, and took my father away? Ling Yan smiled. My heart said that this Chen Sen has a good IQ. He nodded again, and said with a smile, yes, I did it indeed. Chen Sen's dark red pupils shrank suddenly, his brows frowned, and he questioned, there is only one thing I still can't figure out. Ling Yan lay down on the sofa, with contempt in his eyes. He said lightly, you can ask. Chen Sen had already guessed that Chen Haiken was captured by him, but he didn't even mention it. This shows that he doesn't care about his father's life or death at all. Such a person is worse than a beast. Chen Sen seemed to think for a while, and then asked, since you possess peerless martial arts, then why are you willing to pretend to be a useless fat man, let others follow you, and get hit by that stare? Don't tell me that your martial arts was developed in these 3 months. Ling Yan secretly smiled in his heart, saying that Lao Tzu's martial arts was really practiced during this period, but of course he would not tell Chen Senator. Then he said, nonsense, I am willing to be hit by a car, can you control it? Anyway, you can't kill me, so I might as well play a scene with you, just to amuse you. He 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 he. Qin Jiangue suddenly opened his mouth halfway, and laughed he he he. His laughter was like a night owl and a ghost crying. Ling Yan frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, Chen, you don't have to be afraid of death, but if you want to pretend to be aggressive in front of me, then I can guarantee that you will have no good fruit. Qin Jiangue shut his mouth abruptly, staring at Ling Yan with dark eyes and said, I thought you were a humble existence like an ant, but I didn't expect you to have such great strength. No wonder someone wants to take your life. Brush. After Ling Yan heard the last sentence, he immediately stood up, his aura spread out, his eyes were terrified, and a powerful coercion centered on him suddenly spread out. After all the talking, we finally got to the point. Ling Yan took a step forward, and said in a deep voice, Chen Sen, don't think that I can't kill you if you are embraced by Qin Jiangue. I have killed hundreds of blood clans stronger than you. I kept you alive until now, just to ask you, who ordered you, tell me. Chen Sen was so overwhelmed by Ling Yan's aura, he twisted his body, struggled a bit, and then said, I said it all, that idiot, just give me $2 million, $1 million made me like this, and I still can't afford to die for him. Ling Yan's eyes became colder, and he asked in a deep voice, stop dawdling, tell me quickly, who is it? Chen Sen chuckled, and uttered two words very clearly, Ling Hao. Ling Yan let out a muffled grunt, and the tiger's body shook. Ling Hao? It turned out to be him? It really was him. Huh. After being shocked, Ling Yan let out a long breath, quickly calmed himself down, and then said, it's not as easy as you think for the surname Chen to try to provoke the relationship between our brothers. You have to explain all the ins and outs of the matter clearly, and you have to produce evidence. After Ling Yan heard that it was Ling Hao who was going to kill him, his thoughts turned and he thought through many things in an instant. He had already confirmed in his heart that it was Ling Hao, but these were not enough. Since Ling Hao wanted to kill him time and time again, he naturally wanted to return Sherbis Hen, but now that he had recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, if he wanted to kill Ling Hao for revenge, he had to give his grandfather and the entire Ling family a good reason. Just relying on Chen Sen's words, of course, is not enough. Chen Sen spread his hands, I don't have any evidence. However, I can explain the ins and outs of the matter to you clearly, but I have one condition. Ling Yan frowned slightly, his murderous intentions already set in. Did you see that phone? I have recorded everything you said just now. You are not qualified to negotiate terms with me now. Also, I will tell you one thing. Rubbish like you is not even an ant in my eyes. I don't need a reason to kill you. Think about it, today I said that I will keep you, come so many people saved you, and you want a reason from me, did I give them a reason? Chen Sen could understand Ling Yan's words. Although he was talking about Chen Sen, he was actually referring to Ling Hao. Although Ling Hao had a half-step innate cultivation, in Ling Yan's eyes, he was just a slightly bigger ant. If you really want to kill Ling Hao, no one can stop him. Chen Sen regrets it now, his intestines are all knotted, he never dreamed that Ling Yan, who was not even an ant in his eyes, now points to his nose and scolds him for being an ant. No. Although Chen Sen knew what Ling Yan meant, he still looked at Ling Yan with pleading eyes, and begged for mercy, since I didn't kill you, you have hit me now, arrested me, and killed me. Turned into a half-human, half-ghost monster, can you spare my dog's life? Ling Yan smiled, and smiled disdainfully, don't worry, I will definitely not kill you in a short time, but whether you die or not, the decision is not in my hands, but in your Qin family's hands. If your Qin family can send experts to rescue you two brothers before I bring you back to the capital, then you will never die, but if they don't care about your life, then I have no choice but to feel sorry. Ling Yan wants to use Chen Sen to develop a formula to get rid of blood poison, of course he won't kill the pair of unlucky brothers. Chen Sen's face changed again. He hesitated for a while, knowing that this was Ling Yun's bottom line, and then he stopped asking, but began to tell the whole story. Everyone in the capital knows that I'd better gamble. 3 months ago, I just lost 20 million bets, and I urgently need money to pay off my gambling debt. At this moment, Ling Hao, your cousin from the Ling family, suddenly came to me and said that he needed my help with something. As long as the matter is completed, he will give me 20 million yuan. But it was agreed at the time, this matter can only be known by heaven and earth, he knows and I know. I was in urgent need of money at the time, so I agreed without hesitation. Then I found out that Ling Hao wanted me to come to Qingshui City, to take your life. The next thing, I think you should know all about it. I brought He San and one of my drivers to Qingshui City, and so on. The truth finally came out. After listening to Chen Sen's narration, Ling Yun didn't speak for a long time. Although he had already guessed the reason, he still asked casually, why did Ling Hao insist on putting me to death? Chen Sen let out a strange smile. It's very simple, in order to keep his position as the future patriarch. Although your Ling family has fallen into disrepair, the emaciated camel is bigger than a horse, and he is the eldest son and grandson of the Ling family. One radish has one hole, and one less radish means one more hole. I think you should understand this truth better than me, right? So I thought he wouldn't, and wouldn't want to compete with you as a wimp, but now I know that Ling Hao's idiot is definitely not stupid. Chen Sen said regretfully and angrily again. Murderous intent filled Ling Yun's body. He turned off the phone's video recording calmly, and continued to ask, then what happened later? Why didn't you kill me later? Chen Sen said, because I don't think it's right. I'm an expert even if I'm neither big nor small. I think my eyesight is not bad, but that night, I used an infrared telescope to see with my own eyes that you are bleeding from all 7 orifices, and are not breathing. You are already dead. Die again, but who knows, you will appear on the playground alive and well the next day. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. As soon as Ling Yun heard it, he knew that Chen Sen must be afraid. He interrupted Chen Sen with a wave of his hand, and said with a sneer, idiot, that's why I'm taking this opportunity to practice the turtle's breath dafa. Ling Yun was talking nonsense, but Chen Sen and He San believed it and were dumbfounded at the same time. After a pause, Ling Yun asked Chen Sen again, if you think about it carefully, there is really no evidence? Chen Sen lowered his head and thought for a while, rolled his eyes and said, if you want to talk about evidence, you can't say that there is no evidence at all. Knowing that you're not dead, that idiot Ling Hao took back the 20 million, saying it was for other purposes, but he gave me a check for 2 million as hard work expenses. 2 million, but only 2. I came out to coax celebrities and young models to sleep with me, and it was more than that, so I have never used this check, and I put it away. Ling Yun secretly rejoiced, very well, where did you put the check? Chen Sen sold Ling Hao completely. He snorted and said, where else could it be? I just left it in the room. As for whether it is in the bedside table or in the drawer, I have long forgotten. Ling Yun was very satisfied with Chen Sen's performance. Very good. Now, do you have anything else to say? Chen Sen's Adam's apple couldn't stop shaking. He stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, looked at Ling Yun beggingly, and said, I need to drink blood. Chi. Ling Yun sent out a few fingers and hit some of Chen Sen's acupoints. He snorted coldly and said, you want to drink blood just after being embraced for the first time, you are really greedy. Unwilling, Chen Sen wanted to talk, but found that his dumb acupoint had been hit, and he could no longer speak. At this time a large portion of Ling Yun's computer video had already been played, and another person appeared in the video, and this person was the one who gave Ling Yun a faint sense of danger. Ling Yun pointed at this person, and asked He San, you have been staring at me for so long. Have you noticed this person? He San collected his mind, focused his eyes, and had a look of reminiscence on his face. Pay attention, this person is a master of the acquired third-level peak. I saw such a character in a bar. I paid special attention to him at the beginning, but later found that he was only there every day. If there is no unusual behavior, I will never pay attention to him again. Acquired 3-level peak master? No wonder it gave me a sense of danger in the first place. According to my strength at the time, if he made a move himself, I would definitely die. After thinking about it, Ling Yun felt that this person should be sent by Ling Hao to monitor him, and most likely he was from the Ling family. Perhaps, the 2 crew members that Grandpa sent to fly the plane for me might know him. Ling Yun decided to find a chance for those 2 people to identify each other. If they don't know each other, then they can only ask Chui Lao when they go back. If the other party is really from the Ling family, Elder Chui will definitely know him. At that time, the video of Chen Sen's confession, the 2 million check, plus the Black 3, and the person sent by Ling Hao, will be all the witnesses and evidences. Thinking of this, Ling Yun let Jester in. He brought Chen Sen and He Sen out. Ling Hao. I thought you had a problem a long time ago, but I didn't expect you to have a problem. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unrighteous. In the living room, Ling Yun sat alone on the sofa, his face sinking like water, recalling the past in his heart. Now, Ling Yun finally understood why so many killers came to Qingshui City to kill him at the end of March and the beginning of April. The first wave is of course Chen Sen, the second wave is the yellow-level killers Li Yi and Jiao Fei of the Heavenly Killing Organization, the third wave is Xian Qi Xianjiao and 4 snipers, the fourth wave is the earth-level killer Di Ba, the 5 waves are Tianjiao, Tian 12 and Tian 13 who came from other provinces on the night of Qingming Festival. Finally, until the night of Qingming Festival, Human Emperor's pen came out, and the immortal spirit flowed back. After Ling Yun killed the 3 heavenly masters in an instant, the assassination against Ling Yun came to an end. It turned out that I was afraid that I would rob him of the position of future patriarch. Ling Yun sneered in disdain. In order to reduce one competitor, Ling Hao disregarded his brotherhood and wanted to put Ling Yun to death before he was quick. As a result, Ling Yun became stronger and stronger as he fought, and his progress was rapid. No matter how many killers he invited, they were all trampled by Ling Yun. Flip or behead. Now, Ling Yun has also figured out why Ling Hao sent 4 waves of killers to assassinate him one after another. Ling Hao regards Ling Yun as a competitor. The stronger Ling Yun is, the more uneasy Ling Hao feels. Only when Ling Yun dies, he can sit back and relax. I really have to thank the killers you invited. Without their threat, I wouldn't be able to cultivate so fast. However, since you can't kill me after killing me 5 times, it's my turn to kill you now. Knowing who was going to assassinate him, Ling Yun relieved the biggest knot in his heart. The enemy is not scary, the scary thing is that you don't know who your enemy is. After thinking everything through in an instant, Ling Yun got up and walked out of the living room. He flickered, and when he landed again, he was already on the lawn in the back garden. Here, there are Tianyang grass, groundine grass, and ambergris grass, transplanted by Ling Yun. Ling Yun was overjoyed after only a glance. Hey, it seems that Xianer and Miao Xiaomiao have taken good care of me. Their growth is very gratifying. In the entire villa courtyard, the pure yang and purine energy here is particularly strong, and of course the ambergris aura released by the ambergris grass. However, Ling Yun didn't absorb the aura, his dantian is too strong now, so a little aura doesn't help him much. What's more, in Ling Yun's current dantian, the vortex of yin and yang true energy has been formed, which can continuously generate yin and yang true energy, which is stored in the body's meridians and major acupoints, by using the yin-yang formula of 1 qi. Forget it, let me help you, let you grow faster. Ling Yun circulated a qi yin-yang art, injected the pure yang qi and pure yin qi in his body into the tianyang grass and the earthine grass respectively, and poured some ambergris saliva on the ambergris grass. Ling Yan stood up straight, staring at the Yinyang grass and ambergris grass in the lawn, thinking secretly, wondering if he should use the Supreme Qing Emperor art. Now, Ling Yan has cultivated the most powerful wood-type exercise, Supreme Qingdi Ju, to the 5th and 3rd small realm, and has made some progress, and will soon enter the 4th small realm. In the end, Ling Yan shook his head, and did not use the Supreme Qing Emperor art. He has not yet reached the 1st level of Qi training, so it does not make much sense to use the Supreme Qing Emperor art to ripen these 3 kinds of spiritual herbs. Ordinarily, xuanhuan zhenqi should also have a great auxiliary effect on the growth of these 3 kinds of spiritual grass. Try. Thinking of this, Ling Yan immediately began to run the xuanhuan mantra, and the strong xuanhuan zhenqi in his body immediately surged out of his dantian. He let the xuanhuan zhenqi leave his body, centered on him, and quickly permeated the courtyard. The xuanhuan zhenqi enveloped the 3 kinds of spirit grass first. Ling Yan let go of his consciousness, and found that this xuanhuan zhenqi was being absorbed by the 3 kinds of spirit grasses, and the absorption was getting faster and faster. The feeling was like a long-time rain meets rain. Ling Yan lost his composure immediately. The xuanhuan scripture is the ancestral exercise of the Ling family, and only those with the blood of the Ling family can practice it. For the Ling family, the xuanhuan scripture is nothing more than a martial arts mentality. Now, when it comes to the realm of cultivating the xuanhuan scripture, Ling Yan is definitely the most well-deserved number 1 in the entire Ling family, and most importantly, he is still a cultivator. A cultivator who is about to reach the stage of Qi training. How knowledgeable is Ling Yan? This is definitely not a martial arts method, it should be called the Xuanhuan Immortal Sutra. Ling Yan exclaimed in his heart. Xuanhuan, these 2 words are very sensitive words for all cultivators in the big world of comprehension. It often means fairy fate and treasure. Moreover, practicing the xuanhuan scripture, under certain circumstances, can open the Emperor of Earth. Ling Yan once opened it unintentionally. Although he can't look inside now, he has really felt it, and there will never be a fake. Could it be the legendary, fairy fate? Ling Yan was ecstatic. From this moment on, Ling Yan directly raised the xuanhuan scripture to the same level as Ichi Yinyang Ju. What? 2 painful muffled groans came from the front yard. Ling Yan immediately stopped his cultivation, performed apparatus, and returned to the front yard like lightning. The painful muffled sounds came from Chen Jiangui and Chen Senator. From the looks of the 2, they seemed to be enduring the torture of thousands of ants. Although the acupuncture points were tapped, their bodies were still struggling violently. What's wrong? Ling Yan was very surprised. Chen Sen had just been hugged and couldn't drink blood. It was understandable that he was hungry and thirsty, but didn't Chen Jiangui just have his fill? Laugh. Ling Yan sent out a fingering wind, unlocked Chen Jiangui's dumb acupoint, and locked him firmly with his spiritual sense, wanting to see what happened to him. So comfortable. Wow, it's really comfortable. Contrary to Chen Jiangui and Chen Sen, Paul and Jester seemed to be bathing in the most comfortable hot spring, and their handsome faces were filled with extremely refreshing and intoxicated expressions. What's wrong with you 2? Are you in spring? Ling Yan was speechless. He stared at Chen Jiangui, but asked Paul and Jester, 2 viscounts. Boss, we feel a wonderful breath penetrate into our body. That feeling is simply wonderful. Jester was so comfortable that he didn't even open his eyes. He squinted his eyes and said lazily. Ah. What kind of breath is this? It's so uncomfortable. Chen Jiangui roared loudly as soon as he released his dumb acupoint. Ling Yan's heart moved. Could it be xuanhuan zhenqi? Just now, whenever Ling Yunqing arrived, he ran the xuanhuan scripture, and as a result, these 4 blood races became like this. Without hesitation, Ling Yin absorbed all the xuanhuan qi around here into his body, and then observed the reactions of the 4 blood races. Sure enough, Qin Jiangui stopped howling miserably, Qin Sen stopped struggling, while Paul and Jester woke up from the intoxication with regret and reluctance. It really is xuanhuan qi. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Xuanhuan qi can actually have a special effect on the body of the blood race? It was as if a bolt of lightning flashed across Ling Yin's mind, and a thunder exploded. He couldn't believe it, and immediately started to run the xuanhuan mantra again, allowing the xuanhuan true energy to permeate his body again. This time, the xuanhuan qi was several times stronger than before. As soon as Ling Yin used it, Qin Jiangui immediately howled crazily and twitched all over, as if he had been poisoned. However, the performance of Paul and Jester was as if they had sucked white powder, and also seemed to have eaten ginseng fruit. But at this time, Ling Yin's eyes were fixed on Qin Sen, because Qin Sen was undergoing amazing changes. The most obvious thing is Qin Sen's eyes, which had already started to turn dark red, gradually turned back to black. Could this be, the characteristics of the blood race in Qin Sen's body are deteriorating? Ling Yin was overjoyed. After this experiment, Ling Yin finally confirmed that it was indeed xuanhuan qi that had a special effect on the blood race's body. However, since they are both blood races, how could the reactions of Paul and Jester be completely opposite to those of Qin Jiangui and Qin Sen? Ling Yin instantly withdrew his xuanhuan qi, and his thoughts turned. That's right, both Paul and Jester were embraced by me for the first time. They have a drop of blood from their own body in their bodies, and within that drop of blood is the spirit of Ling Yin. Ling Yin first embraced Paul and Jester only after he cultivated the xuanhuan qi. Therefore, his xuanhuan qi certainly had a positive effect on Paul and Jester. That's why they behaved incomparably intoxicated, ecstatic. As for Qin Jiangui and Qin Sen, Ling Yin couldn't figure it out for a while, but he was not in a hurry, since he was here anyway, he had plenty of time to study slowly. Judging from Qin Sen's performance, my xuanhuan qi may be the key to turning Chao family members from blood clans into humans again. Ling Yin is not stupid. He thought of this in an instant, and he was determined. Paul. Jester, you throw these 3 people into the warehouse in the backyard, don't let them be scary here. Yes, my dear boss. After what happened just now, Paul and Jester worshipped Ling Yin even more. They grabbed the 3 people on the ground and went straight to the warehouse in the backyard. Brother Yun. What happened just now, the 4 of them? Tang Meng leaned over and asked, blankly. Ling Yin chuckled, it's nothing, it's a good thing anyway, come in with me, let's discuss things for tomorrow. Tang Meng followed Ling Yin into the room, but said in his mouth, Brother Yun, do you want to call that lunatic Tai Xiaohu back? Ling Yin shook his head with a smile, no need. He will come back naturally after finishing his cultivation, we will wait for him slowly. Then, what about Ah Bing? He called me just now, and he wanted to come over when he heard that we were back. A Bing? How did A Bing do? When Tang Meng mentioned A Bing, Ling Yin asked, casually. Tang Meng scratched his head, and grinned with a blushing face, hey, Brother Yun. A Bing is born to be a gangster, and the Qinglong he manages is flourishing. Ling Yin chuckled and said, hee hee, that's not bad. It seems that he is much better than you in this aspect. Tang Meng hurriedly argued, Brother Yun, that's different. His father is the regiment commander. This kid was forced by his father to memorize the art of war and learn modern army management since he was a child. Now let him manage Qinglong. It's use. Ling Yin was speechless, thinking that the underworld actually uses militarized management, which is really fucking interesting. So funny. After pondering for a while, Ling Yin said slowly, it's too late today, so don't let him come over, we'll talk about everything tomorrow. Tang Meng nodded and said, then I'll call him back. After Tang Meng finished making the phone call, Ling Yan straightened his face and said with a smile, ever since you went to the capital, we two brothers haven't had time to have a proper chat. Now tell me, what's going on here in Qingshui City? Tang Meng knew that Ling Yan wanted to know about the situation in Qingshui City, so he got up to brew a pot of Longjing, then came back and sat down, poured Ling Yan a cup of tea, and then talked about the situation in Qingshui City. The two chatted for a full 2 hours, and Tang Meng didn't finish talking about the matter here until 2 o'clock in the morning. In a word, everything is going well and thriving. Brother Yun, look, we need people and money now. Is it time for my Chandi group to be established? What Tang Meng couldn't let go of course, was his Chandi group. Ling Yan nodded and smiled and said, it is indeed time to establish it. After it is established, Qingshui will have a separate account, which is also convenient for you to manage. However, if you establish your Chandi group, don't think that I will come forward. Tang Meng was anxious when he heard this. Brother Yun, your Chandi group, but you didn't show up, so what's the matter? No, this is absolutely not allowed. Ling Yan couldn't resist Tang Meng, so in the end he had no choice but to agree. Well, let me see the time, as long as I have time, I will show up. With the improvement of his realm, Ling Yan now dislikes showing up on such occasions less and less. A real big shot should be planning a strategy and winning a decisive victory thousands of miles away. Seeing that Ling Yan finally agreed, Tang Meng smiled. Hey, Brother Yun, no matter if you have time or not, you have to come forward. I can't handle such a big scene by myself. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and was about to mention the matter of the metal smelter to Tang Meng. At this moment, the sound of footsteps from a distance suddenly broke the silence of the night. Tai Xiaohu is back. This guy is improving so fast. Ling Yan's face was overjoyed, and he stood up. Go out and have a look. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan's figure flashed out of the living room, and then slightly swayed, leaving a real afterimage on the spot, and the person had disappeared. No one left so soon? Tang Meng, who rushed out following Ling Yan, just arrived in the yard, when he lost Ling Yan's figure in front of his eyes, and he was dumbfounded. After a few dodges, a tall and mighty figure appeared in front of Ling Yan's eyes, rushing towards Ling Yan's direction rapidly, using Ling Yan's phantom ichthyosaur step. The current Tai Xiaohu is also practicing the Dian Gathering Stars Ju and Raging Waves internal strength at the same time. The Tian Gang Fumo Fist, the Phantom Fish Dragon Step, and the Feng Lei King Kong legs that Ling Yan taught him before he left, have reached the peak of the 6th level acquired heaven after practicing day and night like a madman. It is only one step away from the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. The corner of Ling Yan's mouth twitched into a gratified smile, his eyes filled with admiration. He nodded secretly. He could see that Tai Xiaohu's foundation was very solid. Although he is at the peak of the 6th floor, his real strength can definitely compete with the masters in the mid-8th floor of the day after tomorrow. Moreover, Tai Xiaohu will surely gain the upper hand. Because what Ling Yan passed on to Tai Xiaohu was all in a domineering and fierce way, combined with the defense and power of the Dian Gathering Stars treasure, if it was placed in the game, it would be a typical barbarian berserker. Hey, this kid's Dian Gathering Star treasure. He is actually cultivated to the 6th small realm of the 1st big realm. How clever. Tai Xiaohu is a strength-type player. He advocates the strength of his body without loss, and with Ling Yan Zhiyu in front, he understands how the defense and strength of the body can bring him great benefits in battle, so even though he knows that Dian Juxing treasures are the most difficult to practice. But he worked the hardest. Of course, it was not accidental that Tai Xiaohu cultivated so fast. First of all, he was very talented, and Ling Yan washed his tendons and marrow twice successively, and there were several immortal spirit energy injected by Ling Yan in his body. He is also cultivating in Ling Yan's well-arranged spirit gathering formation. With so many excellent cultivation conditions, if he cultivates slowly, he will be sorry for Ling Yun's cultivation. Of course, although Tai Xiaohu's cultivation level has increased terribly, it cannot be compared with Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu has only practiced for less than 2 months. Now it is the peak of the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. This is the gap between a genius and a monster. Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, and there are many kinds of spiritual energy in her body. Except Ling Yun's cultivation speed can be faster than her, others can only stand aside, including Lin Menghan and Ling Yun who have done double cultivation with Ling Yun. Neither can Yao Rou. Seeing Tai Xiaohu running over, Ling Yun didn't come out of the darkness, but with a thought, he took out the mask and covered his face. Spiritual consciousness enveloped Tai Xiaohu, and Ling Yun felt the real energy in Tai Xiaohu's body flowing rapidly, like the tide of the Qingshui River, one wave after another, and there was a roaring sound. Good boy, I didn't teach you in vain, Mu Tao's inner strength is close to completion. Ling Yun praised secretly, and when Tai Xiaohu rushed past him, he rushed out, silently, and came behind Tai Xiaohu like lightning. Woo! The fist broke through the wind. Ling Yun used 20% of his usual strength, and punched Tai Xiaohu in the back with a flat punch. Tai Xiaohu was vigilant that there was an enemy ambushing him, his heart shook wildly, but he did not panic, he gritted his teeth and used the phantom fish dragon step to the limit. Brush! Tai Xiaohu's body that was moving forward suddenly rushed forward like lightning, leaving a faint afterimage in the original place. Ling Yun punched nothing, and he turned into an old voice. He smiled. Good boy, react fast enough, give me another punch. As he spoke, he tapped his toes to the ground, accelerated instantly, followed his body like a shadow, and punched out with another flat punch, the wind howling. Tai Xiaohu was terrified. He didn't expect his opponent's speed to be so fast. He gritted his teeth again in shock, and in the rush, kicked his legs on the ground, his tall figure spun into the sky. He was attacked from behind. If he couldn't even turn around, then all these days of practice would be wasted. Court death. Tai Xiaohu was furious, but he didn't say much. His body was in the air, head and feet up, and while flying downwards, he punched Ling Yun with both fists. Ling Yun's second punch was empty again, so Tai Xiaohu's reaction and lightness skills were no longer tested. He stopped, stood on the spot, faced Tai Xiaohu's punches, and raised his hand to punch the third punch. Boom! 2 fists met one punch. Tai Xiaohu was sent flying, and his tall figure did 6 somersaults in the air, before he managed to land. Tai Xiaohu snorted, his body swayed for a while, and he raised his head again. A pair of eagle-like tiger eyes suddenly shot out a light of surprise. Brother Yun? Ling Yun was taken aback for a moment, and slowly withdrew his slightly numb right fist, pretending to be stunned, and said, Damn it, did you see this? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. That's right, the Dying Gathering Stars treasure is not practiced in vain. It's only reached the 6th small realm, and it made my hands numb. Ling Yun was very satisfied with Tai Xiaohu's performance and praised him sincerely. Tai Xiaohu didn't speak, his eyes were excited, his expression was uplifted, and he rushed towards Ling Yun as soon as he stepped his legs like a big iron pillar. Ling Yun pulled off the mask with his left hand, revealing his handsome face. The dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. Under the dim street lights, 2 tall figures collided fiercely. Brother Yun, you miss me so much. Go, let's talk when we go home. The 2 stretched their bodies and quickly returned to Villa number 1. Hey, the leveling madman is back? How is it? How many levels have you upgraded today? I haven't brought you food for the past few days, and you haven't starved to death. It's really not easy. Tang Meng rushed out heartlessly, and the 3 brothers reunited. Get lost. Believe it or not, I'll throw you into the pool. Tai Xiaohu glared at Tang Meng. Brother Yun, take a look, this is how Tai Xiaohu talks to me now. Tang Meng almost choked to death, he complained to Ling Yun aggrievedly. If you have the ability, you can solve it yourself. I don't care about the two of you. Ling Yun smiled and pretended not to see it. When Tang Meng heard this, he immediately limped like a deflated ball. After a pause, Tang Meng asked unwillingly, Brother Yun, do you have any kind of kung fu that can be awesome without training? Ling Yun smiled as he walked, there is indeed one. Tang Meng was excited, his eyes lit up and he asked, what kind of exercise? Ling Yun pretended to be inscrutable and said, sleeping dream magic. Tang Meng took it seriously, sleeping dream art? It sounds very powerful, did you cultivate it through sleep? Ling Yun chuckled, yes. Sleeping, dreaming, it is best to practice during the day, the effect is the best, absolutely invincible in the dream. Tang Meng was taken aback for a moment, realizing that he was being tricked, he yelled, daydream? Boss, you are tricking me. Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu laughed loudly. My stomach hurts from laughing. After the three brothers laughed and quarreled for a while, Ling Yun withdrew his smile and asked Tai Xiaohu, how did you recognize me? Tai Xiaohu scratched his head in embarrassment, Brother Yun, I just saw your eyes, and recognized it right away. Ling Yun was dumbfounded, so powerful? Tai Xiaohu nodded very seriously, well, Brother Yun. No one can imitate your eyes. Really? Ling Yun's eyes are domineering, looking down on the world. There is no desire in the eyes, the expression is calm, but it also gives people a feeling of domineering. Tai Xiaohu had been by Ling Yun's side for so long, so he recognized him instantly. Ling Yun stretched out his right index finger and thumb, opened his tiger's mouth, and made a horoscope. Putting it on the chin, he asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, isn't he super handsome? Tang Meng Tai Xiaohu nodded in unison, like chickens pecking at rice, flattering wildly in their mouths, absolutely super handsome. Before they could finish speaking, Ling Yun burst into laughter again, leaning back and forth, this time even tears came out of his eyes. 10 minutes later. Tai Xiaohu said to Ling Yun, Brother Yun, why didn't you call me when you came back? Tang Meng looked contemptuous, TCH, iron lunatic, check your phone yourself, is it still charged? Tai Xiaohu was stunned for a moment, then said in astonishment, I forgot where I lost my phone. Tang Meng smiled and said to Ling Yun, Brother Yun, you can see, is he crazy about practicing martial arts? Ling Yun nodded secretly in his heart, Tai Xiaohu was obsessed with martial arts, devoted himself to practicing martial arts, and every second counted, this already showed his future achievements in martial arts. He earnestly told Tai Xiaohu, you still have to fight steadily. Don't rush for success, take your time, the stronger the foundation is, the more you will get twice the result with half the effort when you practice in the future. Tai Xiaohu nodded honestly, understood, Brother Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said, I think you will be able to break through the Hotian 7th level realm in a few days. This is the last and most important hurdle of the Hotian realm. I will help you when the time comes. This made Tai Xiaohu so excited, he even forgot to say thank you, just kept giggling. Tang Meng felt so sore. Tai Xiaohu asked in surprise, Brother Yun, I remember that you just went to the capital, and Tang Meng just sent you enough medicinal materials. Why are you back again? Are you done with the business in the capital? Or Qingshui City? What happened here? Tang Meng went into a rage straight away, you lunatic, you know how to practice and practice all day long, and you know what a fart. The results of the college entrance examination came out, and Brother Yun scored 0 in the test. After we checked, we found out that Brother Yun's score was rejected. Someone else topped it. As soon as Tai Xiaohu heard it, he stood up from the sofa, murderous, and said angrily, what happened? Ling Yun waved his hand and signaled Tai Xiaohu to sit down. He laughed and said, it's just a small matter, and it will be dealt with in a few minutes. The matter in the capital has just begun. I came back this time mainly to clean up the things here. Everything, and then take you to the capital. Tai Xiaohu's buttocks hadn't settled yet. When he heard that Ling Yun was going to take him to the capital, he stood up excitedly again. Tang Meng knew that he would not be able to leave Qingshui City for a while, and could not go to the capital with Ling Yun, so he couldn't help being jealous and said, "Cut, it's just going to the capital, why are you so excited?" Tai Xiaohu stared, "I'm too lazy to talk to you, I can't eat grapes and say grapes are sour, money string." Tang Meng was furious, "Crazy Wu, who do you think is Qian Chuanzi?" Tai Xiaohu rolled his eyes, "Talking about you, I know money and money all day long, and I didn't see how much money you made." The two brothers stared angrily. Ling Yun watched them bickering with a smile, and then said, it's fine, you two don't talk about each other, you should go to bed early, isn't tomorrow the weekend?" Tang Meng is very sensitive to time, he said directly, "Tomorrow is not the weekend, what's wrong, Brother Yun?" The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched, and he said lightly, "It's not just a weekend, we will start here at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the destination is Qingshui City Education Bureau." Then, Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to go back to his room to rest, he and Tai Xiaohu. Then he came to the courtyard, and pointed out to Tai Xiaohu how to use his kung fu and qi, as well as the difficulties and doubts in cultivation, and of course some fighting skills. 9 in the morning the next day. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu finished washing. After breakfast, I drove a car casually. Go straight to the Qingshui City Education Bureau. Qingshui City Education Bureau is located in Qingshui District, north of the east section of Qingxi Road in Qingshui City. It is only 4 kilometers away from Ling Yun's villa. It only took them more than 10 minutes to get there. Stop. What are you doing? An iron railing was across the gate of the Education Bureau, and 2 guards stopped Ling Yun's car with some vigilance. Yesterday morning, Qinglong arranged a lot of people to make trouble at the gate of the Education Bureau, making the people in the Education Bureau miserable. They have stepped up their guard today. Tai Xiaohu poked his head out of the car window and grinned, "We want to see Lu Guanwang, director of the Education Bureau, please let us in." The 2 guards looked at each other, saw Lu Guanwang? That's the head of the Education Bureau, how dare they call him by his first name? What is the background of the other party? One of the guards turned his head, took a closer look at Tai Xiaohu, and frowned, "Do you have an appointment? What can you do with our chief?" "I need to make a phone call to check." Ling Yun lowered the rear window. Glancing at the guard, he said calmly, "There is no appointment. We are here to find your director to solve the problem. No appointment is required." The guard saw Ling Yun's expressionless face, very indifferent, he was not happy. He glared and said, "There is no appointment, you little kids, what can we do with our chief? He is also the one you can see whenever you want?" Ling Yun said indifferently, "I said there is something to do, it is something to do, I can see him if I want to. You let me go." Seeing Ling Yun speaking so domineeringly, the guard immediately became even more upset. He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Our chief is in a meeting, and we don't have time now. If you have something to do, let's talk about it another day." Ling Yun asked, "Will you let me go?" The guard sneered disdainfully, and didn't even bother to look at Ling Yun anymore. "Very good." Ling Yun smiled lightly, raised the car window, and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Drive, rush over." Without further ado, Tai Xiaohu kicked the accelerator, and the black car smashed open the railing and drove straight in. "Hey, hey, hey!" The 2 guards, as well as the people passing by, were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The car broke into the Education Bureau and drove all the way outside the main entrance of the Education Bureau's office building before stopping. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu opened the door and got out of the car together. They didn't even lock the car. They lined up and went straight to the lobby on the first floor. Ling Yan swept his consciousness and saw from the map of the administrative office of the Education Bureau that the office of the Director of Education is on the 7th floor. He said something to the two of them, and the three of them went straight to the elevator. Two guards rushed in yelling, running out of breath, but they could only see three people in the elevator, smiling and waving at them. The two guards were so frightened that they hurriedly took out the walkie-talkie and yelled into the walkie-talkie. Three boys forced their way into the Education Bureau. Now they are going to the 7th floor. Ling Yan heard it very clearly in the elevator. He smiled coldly, and said lightly, "Isn't it about serving the people? If you want to see the leader, you are stopped at the door." "How can you serve the people?" Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu looked at each other and then smiled. The elevator quickly came to the 7th floor. When the three of them got out of the elevator, Ling Yan scanned it again with his divine sense, and said flatly, "The director's office is on the east side." The three of them strode straight towards the director's office. At this time, a middle-aged man ran towards him, with a hint of anger on his fair face, and said as he ran, "Who dared to break into the Education Bureau?" This was Lu Guanwang's secret. When he heard the news, he rushed out. Ling Yan greeted him with a sneer, and when he passed by him, he said lightly, "It's me." "What?" The mysterious one was stunned, and Ling Yan and the three had already crossed him and walked past him. He came to his senses, and when he turned his head again, Ling Yan had already pushed open the door of the director's office. Looking at the oval director of education, who had just stood up from the sofa, Ling Yan twitched his lips and smiled wickedly. "Lu Guanwang, right? Hi, I'm here to ask you to resign." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. What? Please me? Someone dared to break in without knocking. Lu Guanwang, who was like a meatball, was completely stunned. His body just stood up and froze in place, motionless. His mouth was wide enough to stuff an egg in. The expression on the face is a wonderful one. Copy address access. Lu Guanwang has been in a trance for the past 2 days. Since the night before yesterday, he felt as if he had had a wonderful dream. Two beautiful beauties like angels appeared in his dream, and they seemed to say no to him. Talk less. In that wonderful dream, he was so excited that he seemed to say a lot of things he shouldn't have said. The more serious problem was that after being woken up by the phone call yesterday morning, Lu Guanwang actually felt that he was not dreaming, as if the two fairies that appeared at night were real. But no matter how he checked, everything in the house was intact, and there was no trace of theft at all. However, Lu Guanwang couldn't allow Lu Guanwang to think too much about all this, because the call that woke him up from his dream was made by his secretary, saying that the entrance of the Education Bureau was blocked by many people, and the staff of the Education Bureau couldn't do it at all. In and out. So he had no choice but to rush to the Education Bureau to solve these troublesome headaches himself. Last night, Lu Guanwang almost stayed up all night. He felt his heart beating with fear, as if something bad was about to happen to him. When he came to work in the Education Bureau today, Lu Guanwang looked haggard. Although he tried to keep calm, anyone could tell how dull and stiff his expression was. People's sixth sense is very good, and now everything has really come true. Ling Yan was smiling, calmly, brightly. "Didn't you hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again. I'm here to ask you to resign, Chief Lu." Without turning his head, Ling Yan said to Tai Xiaohu, "Keep the door, no one will let him in." After speaking, he strode straight to the sofa in the office. Unceremoniously, he sat down on his buttocks, lay down comfortably, put his right leg on his left leg very leisurely, and raised his legs. The direction pointed by the tip of his toe was Lu Guanwang, who was stunned. Ling Yan really didn't treat himself as a guest, no matter where he went. Where is his territory? Resign? Lu Guanwang was even more dumbfounded. He even forgot to put on the airs of official authority. He has been an official for more than 20 years, and this is the first time he has seen such a thing. A dignified director of the Education Bureau, working in his own Education Bureau, suddenly broke in and asked him to resign? It's not like that in the movies, is it? Presumptuous. After Lu Guanwang was stunned, he finally remembered that he was still a senior cadre, and suddenly burst into thunderous anger. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. Who are you? How dare you barge into my office? How dare you break into my office? Speak wild words to me? Come on. Lu Guanwang had a ghost in his heart. He knew something was wrong, so he could only use this method to cover up the panic in his heart. Ling Yun sat on the sofa leisurely, smiling at Lu Guanwang, who looked like a clown, and even sneered in his heart. Director, Chief. Are you all right? At this time, Lu Guanwang's secretary also rushed to the door of the director's office, sweating profusely, but Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng blocked the door tightly like two iron towers. He couldn't get in at all. Originally, Tai Xiaohu alone would be enough to block the door, but Tang Meng didn't even bother to enter Lu Guanwang's office. He thought it would be more interesting and exciting to block the door here. Tang Meng leaned against the door frame, crossed his hands, and embraced his chest. He looked at the elegant secretary with a smile, jumping up and down there. His eyes seemed to be watching a monkey show. Just so you know, my name is Ling Yun. Ling Yun said calmly to Lu Guanwang, whose face turned pale. What? Ling Yun? Lu Guanwang was really stupid this time. He was wronged and owed a debt, and Lu Guanwang knew in his heart that what he was most worried about finally happened. Now, in the official circles of Qingshui City, if anyone doesn't know that Ling Yun brought down Luo Zheng, the director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, within an hour, then he should not be fooled. Ling Yun nodded, reconfirmed, and said at the same time, yes, Ling Yun, the Ling Yun who scored 0 in the college entrance examination. Now, you should understand why I came here? Do I need to say more? Ling Yun didn't bother to talk nonsense at all. He didn't come here to make a living with Lu Guan. Lu Guanwang's heart trembled. He was so horrified that he began to tremble all over. The 2 circles of fat on his jaw were trembling non-stop, and the cold sweat on his forehead came out immediately. Ling Yun sneered, stood up directly, came to Lu Guanwang's side in a few steps, and patted him on the shoulder lightly. Don't be stupid, let's go, my car is downstairs, let's do what you should do, work. Lu Guanwang was so frightened that he didn't understand for a while. He was stunned and said, what kind of work do you do? Ling Yun said lightly, don't worry, it's a very simple job for you, just find out my college entrance examination paper and take a look at it. When Lu Guan heard it, his legs began to tremble. His teeth chattered and he said, But now the college entrance examination marking work is over, and the results have been counted. The college entrance examination papers have long been sealed. Moreover, since Huaxia resumed the college entrance examination, there has never been a precedent for candidates to find their own test papers again. This does not comply with the regulations of the Ministry of Education. Lu Guanwang was reluctant to leave, and it was impossible for him to leave. After leaving this house, he was afraid that he would never come back, and he was even more afraid of being beaten. But what he said is the truth, at least for ordinary college entrance examination students. After the college entrance examination, no matter whether you think your grades meet your own predicted scores, you want to check your test papers to determine whether your grades are problematic. That is absolutely wishful thinking. Of course, there is a re-examination procedure for the college entrance examination, but it is impossible for students and parents to participate in the entire re-examination process. They can only wait for the result obediently. The college entrance examination is a meal for the overlord, and even more so, the overlord insists on it. If you want to find a bad debt, there is no way. This is the main reason why Lu Guanwang, Li Tian, and Li Jiujiang dared to attack Ling Yun after passing the college entrance examination. But the problem is, the current Ling Yun is no ordinary college entrance examination student. He went to the capital once and turned the Chen family upside down, overwhelming Ling Yun, who made the Chen family breathless. Ling Yun chuckled. With a light sweep of his arms, without any explanation, he drove Lu Guanwang to the door of the office. The college entrance examination paper is sealed, right? It's okay, as long as it's not destroyed. As for no candidate who has ever found his own college entrance examination paper, let me be the first one. Let's go. Being an official is not making decisions for the people. It's better to go home and sell sweet potatoes. This is your last job as the director of education, you must strive to do it well. 3 sentences are not finished. Ling Yun had already brought Lu Guanwang to the door of the office. At this time, the Qingshui City Education Bureau had become a mess. People from the entire 7th floor came out, and some rushed up from below, all wanting to see what happened. The corridor at the entrance of Lu Guanwang's office was already full of water, and everyone was discussing and making a fuss. Don't pay attention to these people. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng opened the way to get my college entrance examination paper. Ling Yun's dominance and strength were truly manifested. He had the final say on everything. Of course, no one could resist Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu's 2 iron arms were slightly stretched outwards, and he turned his back on his back. Several people who looked like guards rushed over. Being patted lightly by Tai Xiaohu, he immediately fell to the ground and couldn't get up again. In this way, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the 3 Lingyun brothers left the office building of the Education Bureau with Lu Guanwang, who was covered in dust. Students taking the college entrance examination in Qingshui City. Where are the college entrance examination papers kept? After leaving the office dragon and coming into the sunlight, Ling Yun asked Lu Guanwang. This, I don't know yet, I need to ask my secret. Ling Yun's eyes showed contempt. I don't know anything. How did you become the director of the Education Bureau, if this is the case? Why don't you let your position be secret to you? Ling Yun really doesn't know that all work matters are handled by his secretaries. If there is something to do, it is secret, and if there is nothing to do, this is the characteristic of Huaxia officialdom. Hurry up and call and ask. Forget it, I don't think you will know even if you go, so let's just let your secret come out and follow along together. 5 minutes later, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu, together with Lu Guanwang and his secret, drove straight to the place where the college entrance examination papers were sealed. Ling Yun came back very timely, so even though the July 1st grade review period has passed, their exam papers have not had time to be centralized and sealed, and they are still sealed at the marking site. There was a director of education beside him, and everything went very smoothly. At around 10:30 in the morning, Ling Yun successfully got his college entrance examination paper. All the papers, answer sheets, a lot, are all in Ling Yun's hands now, and there is no problem with marking the papers. It seems that everything is normal. Except for one thing. Every test paper, every answer sheet, Ling Yun's name, and his admission ticket number were all replaced by someone else's, and that person was Li Tian. Lu Guanwang's secretary read Ling Yun's test paper and was stunned, finally knowing why this scene happened. Cut. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu each sneered and looked at each other after reading the test paper in their hands. Then, Ling Yun looked at Lu Guanwang, who was almost paralyzed by fright, with playful and disdainful eyes. Director Lu, how do you plan to explain it? With Ling Yun's evidence in hand, of course he doesn't have to worry, he asked Lu Guanwang with a smile. Lu Guanwang was sweating profusely, as if he was being continuously shocked by high-voltage electricity. He was speechless for a long time. When the matter is exposed, he is not just facing resignation. He cannot shirk his responsibility and will be severely punished by the law. he will be severely sentenced. But Ling Yan's vision is not so short-sighted. He came back with great fanfare this time, not just to impress Lu Guan, a director of the Education Bureau. He wants to bring down a group of people through this matter. Tang Meng put away his mobile phone, smiled, and said to Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, it's all recorded, the evidence is as solid as a mountain." Ling Yun nodded and smiled. "Bring all the evidence, and we'll go back to the Education Bureau." "That. Comrade Me, you've seen everything just now. I believe you will testify for me, right?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. If you want to say that in this world, the profession that is the most able to read people's eyes and is the most able to adapt to the wind, no matter how you talk about it, the profession of secretarial will definitely be ranked in the top 3. Lu Qingping is naturally one of the best. Lu Qingping originally thought that what happened today was too unbelievable and unimaginable, but when he saw that Ling Yun's college entrance examination paper had indeed been replaced by someone, he immediately understood why Ling Yun and the others did this. In addition to 1 point being deducted for the comprehensive essay, Chinese, English and mathematics were full marks in all 3 subjects. With such a result, they were replaced by an imposter. However, Lu Qingping never expected that Ling Yun's solution to the problem would be so simple, so powerful, and so straightforward. Until now, he still felt as if he was in a dream, and felt that everything that happened was too unreal. But now, he knew that this handsome and messed-up young man in front of him was the well-deserved champion of the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province this year. The moment Ling Yun got the college entrance examination paper, Lu Guanwang's halo as the director was completely dusted, and what awaited him was most likely a prison sentence. How important is the college entrance examination in the eyes of all the common people in China? It is a single plank bridge that can determine the future destiny of countless students, and it condenses the painstaking efforts and expectations of countless families. The person with a 0 score turned out to be the real number 1 in the college entrance examination. Although Lu Qingping has been in the officialdom for so many years, this incident also made him feel extremely shocked. "Student Ling Yun, don't worry, no matter how you handle this incident, I, Lu Qingping, will definitely testify for you to the end." When Lu Qingping uttered these words, he didn't know that it was this categorical sentence that would allow him to rise to the top and achieve a brilliant official career in the next few decades. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, 1 left and 1 right. Lu Guanwang, who could no longer walk, returned to the car. Ling Yun sat in the co-pilot, the other 3 were in the back seat, and Tai Xiaohu drove all the way back to the Qingshui City Education Bureau. It's okay. Everyone, go to your place and go about your work." Lu Qingping returned to the Education Bureau. "So I started to appease people's hearts and deal with things in an orderly manner without leaking. The chief's office, the door is ajar." Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu were all sitting on the sofa, smiling as they entered the office. Lu Guanwang was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the tiled floor. The air conditioner was blowing cold wind, and the tiled floor was cold, but Lu Guanwang felt as if he was sitting on a stove, burning his ass. He knew that he was completely finished, He never dreamed that his official career would end so quickly and so suddenly. After Lu Qingping finished soothing, he came to the office and knocked on the door. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Director Lu, I think, if you are smart enough, it's time to explain the whole story clearly, right?" Although he was still in his own office, Lu Guanwang no longer had any airs of officialdom. He used to comb his hair shiny and meticulous, but now there were a few strands of knotted hair hanging down his forehead, highlighting his embarrassment. He put his hands on the ground and nodded like a pounding garlic. I say it all." Tai Xiaohu shouted violently, "Stop dawdling there, speak quickly, remember, speak to the camera." There are 2 lenses, one is a digital camera brought by Secretary Lu Qingping, and the other is Tang Meng's iPhone 5. Lu Guanwang was sweating profusely. The thing is like this, it was Li Jiuzheng, the director of the education department of Jiangnan province, who asked me to help. Under the huge stimulation, Lu Guanwang told the whole thing without any concealment, which was exactly the same as what Ling Yun and others had guessed. The mastermind behind the whole thing was Li Jiuzheng. Lu Qingping's hands holding the digital camera were trembling, his fair face turned pale, and he felt numbness in his back. He thought to himself, oh my God, what an education scandal he has witnessed. The top leader of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education has now joined in. That's a deputy provincial cadre. Moreover, as the secretary of the Education Bureau, Lu Qingping often went to the Education Department to hold meetings or report on the work of the Bureau. He naturally knew Li Jiuzheng, and he knew Li Jiuzheng's background clearly. One Li Jiuzheng is enough. His older brother, Li Sanjiang, Li Tian's father, is the deputy mayor of Jiangdong province. It is no exaggeration to say that it is powerful. Lu Qingping was afraid in his heart, and at the same time, he was even more afraid in the back, because this morning, his original job was to help Lu Guanwang make arrangements for tonight to congratulate Li Jiuzheng's nephew Li Tian. The nephew of the director of education, Li Tian from Qingshui No. 9 Middle School, won the top prize in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. Of course, he had to throw a big banquet, publicize it well, have a lot of fun, and at the same time receive congratulatory gifts and red envelopes. Lu Guanwang sold Li Jiuzheng completely, and when he finished his trembling confession, Ling Yun asked Lu Qingping and Tang Meng to put away the video equipment, and let Lu Qingping leave the director's office. He smiled and nodded to Lu Guanwang, yes, very good, everything that needs to be said has been said, I am very satisfied. Lu Guanwang couldn't hold back any longer, so he leaned over on the spot, put his hands on the ground, kowtowed to Ling Yun repeatedly, and kept begging, Ling Yun, please forgive me, what happened this time is really not in my heart. Yes, I know this is a felony. It was Li Jiuzheng who found me. He is my immediate boss, I really have no way to refuse. Ling Yun frowned slightly, and said coldly, don't be so hasty to beg for mercy, now that we're done talking about business, let's talk about some private matters. Now, tell me honestly, where's your son Lu Qingtian now? Ling Yun is going to settle accounts after Qiu Ho. At the beginning, before Ling Yun went down to the Tianqing, when he was betting against Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa for 100 million, he had done a calculation with Lu Qingtian once, including all the medical expenses, injury medicine, mental damage, etc., which made Lu Qingtian 100,000, and later he gave all the 200,000 to Lu Li's family. In Ling Yun's mind, it would be a lot to defraud Lu Qingtian of 200,000 yuan for such a trivial matter between classmates. He wanted the 200,000 yuan not for money, but just to teach Lu Qingtian a lesson so that he would not bully others casually in the future. However, Lu Qingtian held a grudge against Ling Yun, and waited until Ling Yun went down the Tianqing and disappeared in Qingshui City. He showed his true colors, and together with Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan, he made things difficult for Ning Lingyu in school, and together they beat Tang Meng to a disability. Later, when Ling Yun returned to Qingshui, he turned around within a day, Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. Lu Qingtian, the three dudes, saw that the situation was not good. She was so frightened that she fled Qingshui City and never showed up again. Because Ling Yun has too many things at hand, he has been too lazy to pay attention to these little shrimps, but being too lazy to pay attention does not mean that Ling Yun has forgotten this matter. Now that Lu Guanwang made such a move for him again, Ling Yun felt as if he had eaten a fly, and he wanted to settle the score together. Ah? My son? Lu Guanwang was dumbfounded, his face ashen. Tang Meng sneered and said, yes, Uncle Lu. In April, your precious son, together with Go Junfa and Xie Zhenyan, beat me to pieces. We should also pay for this, never mind. Speaking of Lu Qingtian, the hatred in Tang Meng's heart. Naturally, needless to say, but Lu Qingtian was at most just an accomplice, and the person who really hurt Tang Meng was Xie Zhenyan. I beg you, please spare my son, I'm just such a son. Lu Guanwang was frightened. Kneeling on the ground and banging his head violently, the tiles on his forehead were loud and swollen. Ling Yun was unmoved, and he said lightly, if I knew this before, why bother? In the 3 years of high school, your son bullied me for countless times. Afterwards, I asked him to take 200,000 yuan, which was regarded as a lesson for him. I made it very clear to him that this matter is over. However, while I'm not here, something happened at home, and your son followed Xie Zhenyan to beat my brother up like that for a while. Tell me, should I settle the debt? Run? Can you run? If you can run, monks can't run away from the temple. However, you don't have to worry. Your son is not the main criminal for beating my brother, and we won't make things difficult for him. However, this matter must be settled. Director Liu, what do you think? Lu Guanwang was terrified, and said incoherently, yes, there should be a break. Tang Meng, look at this, can I pay you? As long as you don't send my son in, I will give you as much as you want. Tang Meng heard this, and turned his head to look at Ling Yun. Ling Yun snorted coldly. As soon as he heard this, he knew that Lu Guanwang must have gained a lot of benefits after being an official for so many years. Just think about what Lu Qingtian did in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. If it weren't for such an old man behind him, how dare he be so arrogant in school? Ling Yun didn't speak, he just gave Tang Meng a wink. The meaning of that look was very clear, Tang Meng will handle everything. Tang Meng pondered for a while, and said slowly, during the first year of high school, your son raped a girl in the same class, causing the girl to have a miscarriage, and finally forced her to transfer to another school. During the second year of high school, Lu Qingtian and Go Junfa teamed up to drug 2 girls and turn them around, causing one of the girls to attempt suicide. You settled this matter. In the first half of the 3rd year of high school, Lu Qingtian broke the legs of a male classmate in his class, and made him lie in the hospital for more than half a year. That student was forced to drop out. When Ling Yan heard this, his eyes narrowed instantly, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Tang Meng paused every word, and said in a deep voice, your son has done so many immoral things, how much money do you think you can settle? You can take as much money as you have, anyway, we don't lack that. However, as for whether you want to move your son, it will depend on his performance. Tang Meng hasn't called Tang Tianhao yet. As long as Tang Tianhao comes over, this matter will be handed over to the Public Security Bureau. When the time comes to investigate the problem of Lu Guanwang, he must first investigate the issue of corruption. At that time, Lu Guanwang will be confiscated. Ling Yun couldn't get a penny of his wealth. In that case, Ling Yun's tossing would be in vain. Tang Meng knew that this was not in line with Ling Yun's style. Ling Yun has always been a master who eats meat but does not spit out bones. Therefore, you have to ask for money first, and then report to the official. Hearing Tang Meng's words, Lu Guanwang was already gradually despairing, but hearing Tang Meng said that he needed more money, he seemed to have grasped the last straw and held on tightly. I'll give it to you. All my property will be handed over to you. I just ask you to spare my son's life. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Lu Guanwang had no choice but to say this, because the moment he looked up, he saw the fierce murderous intent in Ling Yan's eyes. Lu Guanwang was afraid of death, and even more afraid of the death of his son. He only had one son, Lu Qingtian. If Lu Qingtian died too, the incense in their family would be cut off. Tang Meng said calmly, tell me how much property you have. Lu Guanwang lowered his head, rolled his eyes, and blurted out, 6 million. Snapped. Tang Meng slapped the coffee table in front of him with his left hand and shouted violently, you fart. Ling Yun frowned slightly, turned his head and glared at Tang Meng, and said, "Just ask questions, why are you making such a fuss?" Lu Guanwang was so frightened that he trembled all over, raised his head cautiously, and said with a pale face, 9 million. Tang Meng became impatient. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, lazily lay down on the sofa, and said with a sneer, "Humph, you were quite cooperative just now, but now you are playing with this unexpectedly. Since you don't want your son's life, then I don't bother to ask. Anyway, you got all the money greedily. When you go in and get checked by the police, Discipline Inspection Committee, and Anti-Corruption Bureau, how much do you think you can keep?" Lu Guanwang was completely dumbfounded, knowing that he could no longer hide it. He repeatedly kowtowed and said, "I'm telling the truth, I'm telling the truth, I have 60 million. Ling Yun was amused when he heard it, and said with a smile, "You really want money, so say 60 million to 6 million. Tang Meng was not satisfied, and said in a deep voice, "Well, 60 million, I will take this number as real, but this 60 million should be just your cash, right?" Tang Meng slapped the table for a good time. He slapped the table again and yelled, "How much are your real estate, equity stocks, and investments? Tell me." Lu Guanwang finally despaired completely. He knew that he could not hide the truth from Tang Meng. Tang Meng's father was Tang Tianhao, the director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. He investigated and dealt with several important corruption cases every year. Know how much money he can make every year at this level. That's the truth. Tang Meng not only knew how much he could earn at this level, but also knew the ways and methods they used to earn money. In front of Tang Tianhao, an extremely shrewd son, it was impossible for him to hide anything. There are 8 properties in total. Among them, there are 5 in Qingshui City, 1 in Beijing, and 2 in Hadong. In the real estate company in Golianqing, I have dry shares worth 20 million. In the name of my relatives, I also opened 3 big hotels, 1 chain store, 1 chain supermarket, and 4 school cafeterias in Qingshui City. Listen to Lu Guanwang's explanation. A clear smile appeared on Tang Meng's face. This time Lu Guanwang definitely did not lie. Everything is easy to understand. Lu Guanwang is the director of the Qingshui City Education Bureau, and all the universities, high schools, and junior high schools in Qingshui City are under his jurisdiction. Qingshui City is a first-tier city with a population of 7 million. How much commercial interest is there? Under the current social situation. When it comes to money, real estate is inseparable, and the largest local real estate developer in Qingshui City is Golianqing. A director of education colluded with the largest real estate developer to form a power-money relationship. Those schools that belong to his management, once they want to build new teaching buildings, office buildings, staff dormitories, student dormitories, etc., who will Lu Guanwang choose? There is no doubt that it is Golian City. For example, the 2 new teaching buildings currently under construction in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. It was developed by the real estate company in Golian City. In order to get this bid, Golianqing naturally went up and down. Among them, he gave Lu Guanwang several million in cash, plus a villa in the Qingxi Villa area. As the 2 of them became more and more knowledgeable and their relationship became closer, Golianqing simply gave Lu Guanwang the dry stock of his real estate company, and let him earn money every year and get dividends for nothing. As for Lu Guanwang's 3 big hotels, it is easier to understand. He is the head of the Education Bureau, and he has the final say on everything in the Education Bureau, especially the conference reception work. After the meeting, where do you go to eat? Naturally, the fat and water will not flow into the fields of outsiders, and it is also convenient to issue invoices. Because every school has a store in front of it, and every school has a supermarket, Lu Guanwang has used his power to the extreme. He simply opened chain stores and chain supermarkets, earning students money with joy, and the speed of making money, definitely faster than picking up money. Don't say that Tang Meng knows these things best, even if he doesn't. He has stayed in the same high school as Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian for 3 years. Tang Meng's ears felt calloused after hearing so much bullshit. If Lu Qingtian could hide Tang Meng like this, then it would be hell. This is in line with the old saying, it's not that we don't report, it's not time yet. When Lu Guanwang finished speaking, Tang Meng smiled in satisfaction. Okay, you don't need to go into such details, just say, how much do you add up, how much is the total? Lu Guanwang's clothes were soaked in cold sweat, he kept wiping the sweat off his face, and tremblingly reported a number. 90 million. The corner of Tang Meng's mouth curled up, and he said with a playful smile, including cash, it's a total of 150 million, which is almost the same. No wonder your son is so arrogant in school, you are really not in vain as the director of education. Cover the sky with your hands. After finishing speaking, Tang Meng patted his thigh lightly. Okay, now, you can tell where you hid your son. Lu Guanwang looked astonished, and suddenly raised his head, looked at Ling Yun and the other 3 in dismay, and said dumbfounded, I can give all of my property to you, how can you return it? Tang Meng stared, and snorted coldly, why are you still looking for him? I tell you, what I told you just now is very clear. It's no problem if you buy his life with money, but we still need to see his performance. Also, we are not looking for him mainly because of him, but because we want to pass. He found the whereabouts of Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa. When Tang Meng said this, Ling Yun had already stood up, he was too lazy to talk nonsense, and said coldly, tell me, where did you hide your son? Up to now, Ling Yun has not tortured Lu Guanwang, which is already extraordinarily soft-hearted. Of course, this has a lot to do with Lu Guanwang's cooperation all the time. Seeing Ling Yun standing up to speak, Lu Guanwang knew that it was useless to say anything else, and he replied honestly, I went to his aunt's house in Hudong all day long, and stayed in Hudong City for more than 2 months. It seems to be somewhere else. Ling Yun frowned, why is it still like that? Lu Guanwang hurriedly explained, from last month's college entrance examination to now, I have been busy with the college entrance examination. I am very busy every day, so I didn't take care of him. Until half a month ago, his aunt called me, said that I couldn't find him all of a sudden, that's when I realized he was no longer in Hudong. Ling Yan's face darkened, then you haven't called him? Lu Guanwang was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head, I called, but I still can't get through. He called me a few days ago, and said he was with Go Junfa, so I don't have to worry about him. Ling Yin sneered, saying to himself that Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian were indeed together, and a dude is a dude, and even when they run, they have to be together in style. Tang Meng then asked, that is to say, you don't know where your son is now? Yes. Yes. Lu Guanwang nodded while wiping his cold sweat. Ling Yin stood there with a stern expression, his thoughts turned, he thought about it secretly, and then said with a smile, okay, I understand, let's go. Guanlu looked at it, and immediately sifted through the chaff in fright again, and asked hastily, what are you going to do? Ling Yin said coldly, confiscate the house. Since Lu Guanwang has so much property, of course Ling Yin wants to raid his home. As soon as Ling Yin walked out of the office door, Lu Qingping greeted him. With a humble and kind smile on his face, he lowered his voice and said to Ling Yun, tonight, Li Jiujiang, the director of the education department, is going to hold a big banquet. Congratulations to his nephew Li Tian, who won the first prize in the college entrance examination in Jiangnam province, do you see? Ling Yin smiled slightly, oh? And this thing? Thank you. I know, you can go as you want, and I will go to celebrate Li Tian properly at that time. When Lu Qingping heard this, he instantly understood, and he handed Ling Yun the digital camera that recorded Lu Guanwang's criminal evidence. This, I'd better keep it for you, it will definitely come in handy when the time comes. Ling Yun nodded, took the digital camera over, and then said to Lu Qingping with a smile, Secret Lu, congratulations, I believe you will be on your way to the top in a short time. Lu Qingping's expression froze, he only felt the blood rushing to his brain, he was dumbfounded and said, this. Ling Yan smiled, mysteriously, and patted Lu Qingping on the shoulder, just wait for the good news. The three Ling Yan brothers quickly left the Qingshui City Education Bureau with Lu Guanwang. In the car, Ling Yan said to Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu and I will not participate in the next thing, you let Ah Bing accompany you. You, take Qinglong's brother to deal with it, and when you're done, give me a call. To copy Lu Guanwang's home and take over his property, he needs to go through various procedures. Just dragging Lu Guanwang around to sign, he would have to waste an afternoon. Ling Yan is not in the mood to waste time on this. Fortunately, Qinglong has plenty of people, and he can just find some brothers in the hall to deal with it. Ling Yan is not worried. Tang Mei responded, immediately took out his mobile phone, called A Bing, told A Bing a place, and asked A Bing to arrange 2 cars to wait there. 10 minutes later, the two sides met, Tai Xiaohu stopped the car, Tang Mei got out of the car, directed Qinglong's younger brother, and put Lu Guanwang on another big black Benz. Before leaving, Ling Yan told Tang Mei, 2 things, first, don't miss anything, and make it neat and tidy, second, make sure it's before dinner, so as not to delay the evening's good show. Tang Mei chuckled, and gave Ling Yan a knowing look, Brother Yun, don't worry, I promise nothing will go wrong. I'll go back to the villa first, Shanshan is still waiting for me in the villa. Ling Yan left a sentence, waved Tai Xiaohu to get in the car started, and went straight to Villa number 1. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. After some tossing, it was already 12 o'clock at noon. Ling Yan was worried that Chao Shanshan in Villa number 1 would be hungry, so he asked Tai Xiaohu to hurry up, and the two returned to the villa soon. DODTW. I am Ling Yan's girlfriend, this room is mine. TCH, what is a girlfriend, I'm still Ling Yan's fiancé, this room has long been mine. As soon as the black car drove into the villa, a fierce quarrel reached Ling Yan's ears, and he immediately frowned. Long Wu came, and had already quarreled with Chao Shanshan. Judging by the voice, the two were still arguing fiercely. Tai Xiaohu's state has also improved now, he also heard the quarrel between Chao Shanshan and Long Wu clearly, his heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help turning his head to look at Ling Yan. Brother Yun, what should we do? Ling Yan looked at Tai Xiaohu helplessly, and said with a wry smile, what else can I do? Let's fight. Get out of the car. Before the car came to a complete stop, Ling Yan opened the door and got out of the car, rushed into the villa, and went straight to the 2nd floor. While galloping, Ling Yan habitually scanned with his divine sense, and this look was true. Chao Shanshan leaned against the door frame, blocking the door of the bedroom opposite Ling Yan, and glared at Long Wu standing opposite her, her beautiful eyes covered with frost. Don't budge. Dragon Dance is a signature tight-fitting t-shirt, denim hot pants, 2 long white and round legs exposed to the air, pinching his waist with his right hand, glaring at Chao Shanshan angrily, his towering breasts heaving violently, that angry, the expression is simply eating people. It was the room opposite Ling Yan's bedroom that caused the two beauties to compete. It was for this room that Long Wu and Lin Menghan fought all afternoon, but in the end no one was able to live in it. Ling Yan brought Chao Shanshan back this time, and arranged for Chao Shanshan to rest last night. Of course, she would not put her in Bai Xianer or Shui Mining's bedroom, so it was natural for Chao Shanshan to live in the bedroom opposite him. Upstairs, Chao Shanshan was blocked. Dragon Dance was originally a jealous jar. At the beginning, I competed with Lin Menghan for this room and failed to win it. Now that a strange beautiful girl lives here, it's no wonder she doesn't explode. When Ling Yan hurried back, the two beauties were already at war with each other, and they had been arguing for more than an hour at this door. What? You said you are Ling Yan's fiancé? It's ridiculous. If you were his fiancé. Then who am I? When Chao Shanshan heard that Long Wu actually said that she was Ling Yan's fiancée, her jealousy immediately came up. Immediately retorted. Throughout the morning, after Ling Yun, Tang Meng and others left Villa Number 1, Chao Shanshan walked around the entire villa by herself. As the saying goes, what you hear is not as good as what you see with your own eyes. Chao Shanshan walked around from room to room, and felt more and more unhappy. The tears kept flowing down her face, and she couldn't wipe them away. To the east of Ling Yun's bedroom is Bai Xianer's bedroom. To the west of his bedroom are Xuanhuan's and Xiaomiao's, respectively. The 3 rooms are all clean and tidy, and they are filled with the atmosphere of their life here. As for downstairs, there are special rooms for Qing Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, after Chao Shanshan scanned around. Needless to mention the sadness in my heart, I always feel that she and Ling Yun have missed a lot during the 3 months since the accident. Chao Shanshan naturally knew Xuanhuan, but she and Miao Xiaomiao had only met a few times, and she had never met Bai Xianer at all, so. When Chao Shanshan thought of so many excellent and beautiful girls living with Ling Yun, her worries and anxiety became inexplicably chaotic. When he was troubled, the hot, sexy and beautiful Long Wu happened to come to Villa Number 1. There was no outsider present, and the two met. Directly point the tip of the needle at the wheat on and pinch it. It seemed that the two were fighting over this room, but what they were really fighting for was Ling Yun. Long Wu's lips looked slightly thick, but they were full of sex appeal. When she heard Chao Shanshan's sarcasm, she immediately pursed her lips and said with a sneer, "I don't care who you are, but everyone who lives in this villa knows that I am Ling Yun. A legitimate fiancé, moreover, this room already belongs to me, you have no right to live in it." Chao Shanshan was furious, and said coquettishly, "You let go. Stop, stop." Just when Chao Shanshan was about to swear the last word, Ling Yun arrived in time, and with a phantom, he flew directly between the two of them, separating them. "Stop. Both of you, stop arguing. The sound has spread to the street, shame is not shame." When Ling Yun saw this posture, he immediately knew in his heart that if these two people were not stopped, they might fight immediately, so they had to fight 50 big boards each first. Long Wu and Chao Shanshan felt blurred at the same time, and when they looked again, they saw Ling Yun was already blocking them. They were stunned for a moment, and then immediately screamed coquettishly, and threw themselves on Ling Yun's body. Seeing this, Ling Yun turned sideways, cleverly. As a result, the delicate bodies of Chao Shanshan and Long Wu collided with Ling Yun's arms, and the bumps caused waves to rise and fall on the two's tall breasts. The scene was very spectacular. Long Wu thought about Ling Yun day and night, and she didn't care about arguing with Chao Shanshan at this time, so she hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly, and said coquettishly, "Smelly Ling Yun, dead Ling Yun, how dare you leave me behind? I secretly ran to the capital alone, but I missed him to death." As Long Wu said this, she slanted her delicate body and slipped into Ling Yun's embrace. She leaned her head against Ling Yun's chest, and her long black hair poured down, covering Ling Yun's embrace. Humph. Seeing Long Wu acting like a baby to Ling Yun, Chao Shanshan was so jealous, her delicate body trembled with anger, and she snorted coldly at Long Wu. Chao Shanshan had been separated from Ling Yun all morning, and she knew what he was doing, so of course there was nothing worth talking about. Ling Yun knew that the two beauties were jealous because of him, and felt that it was not good to comfort either one first, and he didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only choose to pretend to be stupid for the time being. "Let's go down first, get ready for lunch. There are a lot of things to do in the afternoon." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun grabbed Chao Shanshan's fragrant shoulders and walked downstairs, without any explanation. Tai Xiaohu would definitely not go upstairs. There were only the 3 of them upstairs. If Long Wu and Chao Shanshan really continued to quarrel, then Ling Yun would really be in trouble. Just go downstairs, at least Tai Xiaohu is there. No matter how tough Long Wu and Chao Shanshan are, they can't continue to fight in front of Tai Xiaohu, so Ling Yan saves a lot of tongue. Coming downstairs, Tai Xiaohu had indeed arrived in the living room, standing there obediently, not even daring to take a breath. Ahem. Ling Yan coughed lightly, winked at Tai Xiaohu, and said to him, Xiaohu, call Qingshui's family and ask for a table of good food, and ask them to deliver it as soon as possible. Tai Xiaohu nodded, and immediately started calling Qingshui's family, while Ling Yan pushed Chao Shanshan and Long Wu into the sofa one by one, walked across from them, and sat down firmly. Ling Yan raised his eyebrows, glanced left and right at the two beauties, frowned slightly and said, Tell me, this is the first time you two have met, what's the fuss? Chao Shanshan was furious, her eyes were red, she gave Ling Yan an aggrieved look, bit her red lips, and said, She said she is your fiancé, and she still won't let me live in the room opposite you. Chao Shanshan, who is a daughter of gold, has never been wronged like this. Of course, there are countless beauties around Ling Yan, and Chao Shanshan has already prepared in her heart, but when she is actually there, she still can't suppress the instinct of a woman's jealousy. Long Wu was even more impolite, she pouted her sexy lips, and said coquettishly with a full face of grievance, These days, I worry about you every day in my heart, but you are lucky. I went to the capital and brought another one with me. The woman came back and let her live in that bedroom. Seeing Ling Yan suddenly, Long Wu was very happy in her heart, but now in front of Chao Shanshan, she couldn't get into Ling Yan's arms and act coquettishly and affectionately, so she naturally spread all her grievances on Chao Shanshan. Even Sister Lin and I can't live in that room, why let her live in it, who is she? Ling Yan tilted his head, and listened to the complaints of the two, quietly. He put on a pensive gesture, brushed his long hair on his forehead again, and then said slowly, You two have been working together until now, and you still don't know who the other party is. Woolen cloth? Then let me introduce you. Ling Yan raised his hand, pointed at the two of them and said, This is Chao Shanshan, this is Dragon Dance. Of course, the two beauties each let out a cold snort. Ling Yan didn't take it seriously, and continued to introduce, Chao Shanshan is my high school classmate and the monitor of our 3rd and 6th class. Long Wu, after you came to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, the seat you sat in the classroom belongs to Chao Shanshan. When Chao Shanshan heard it, her pretty face immediately revealed that it was you, her beautiful eyes glanced at Long Wu, and said with a cold snort, The dove occupies the magpie's nest, so it's you. Ling Yan, Chao Shanshan, and Zhang Ling are all in the same class. After Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling met in the capital, they chatted the most. Except for Ling Yan, of course it was about the class. Long Wu took Chao Shanshan's seat, which of course was one of the big events. 1. Zhang Ling had already told Chao Shanshan about Ling Yan and Long Wu. Long Wu did not show any weakness, she snorted coldly from her nostrils and said, Why, I am not in the classroom anymore, and others are not allowed to sit in the empty seats. Ling Yan saw that the two of them were not showing weakness to each other. This was an endless rhythm, so he simply didn't persuade him anymore. He lay down lazily on the back of the sofa, and said calmly, This morning, I got my college entrance examination paper. Yes, it's all here. At this time, the most suitable method is to divert the attention of both parties. Ling Yan changed the topic calmly, and with a thought, he directly took out all his college entrance examination papers and answer sheets. There are all the witnesses and material evidence, and it's almost a perfect score. Ling Yan's trick really worked. As soon as these words came out, Long Wu and Chao Shanshan really didn't care about their fighting spirit. Their faces showed joy at the same time, and the 4 catkins stretched forward together, facing the college entrance examination paper on the coffee table caught it. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. After grabbing Ling Yan's college entrance examination paper, and only glanced at it twice, Long Wu's 2 long willow eyebrows immediately stood on end. Long Wu suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, and she said in a hateful voice, it turned out to be an imposter? Chao Shanshan's delicate body trembled with anger, her breathing became heavy, and her pair of towering chests rose and fell in a magnificent way. Seeing this, Ling Yin was secretly happy, and at the same time let go of a big stone in his heart. For Ling Yin, now, dealing with the rivalry and jealousy among these beauties is much more difficult than solving the trouble of the college entrance examination. What else do you want to eat? Let's go to the Education Bureau to ask for an explanation. Longwu was furious, and was about to go out with Ling Yin's college entrance examination paper, and didn't want to delay for a moment. At this time, Tai Xiaohu came back from the phone call. He stopped the furious Longwu and said, "Longwu, no need. This morning, Brother Yun and we have gone to the Education Bureau to finish everything. These test papers are to force the Education Director Lu Guanwang found it." Longwu stopped in astonishment, turned his head, and looked at Ling Yin with incredible eyes. "Really?" Ling Yin giggled, nodded, and said, "Didn't you say that? There are all witnesses and evidence." Longwu opened his mouth wide in shock. "So fast?" Ling Yin smiled again, and said lightly, "Now, Tang Meng and a Bing have taken people to copy Lu Guanwang's house. Well, a real estate, 150 million property, is really fat." Longwu came over first. Of course Ling Yin knew the reason. A Bing knew that Ling Yin had returned to Qingshui. There was no reason for Longwu not to know. Chao Shanshan first turned her anger into joy, and asked coquettishly, "Ling Yin, how do you plan to deal with this matter?" Ling Yin was about to speak, but he heard an extremely beautiful voice from outside, "Brother Ling Yin." Then, a white shadow flashed past, like a fleeting shadow, faster than lightning, rushed into the living room with a swipe, and plunged into Ling Yin's arms. The nephrite jade is warm and fragrant, and the arms are full. Ling Yin caressed that soft and smooth beautiful back, and couldn't help laughing in relief. "Xianer, you miss me so much." "No doubt." The person who just rushed in was of course the nine-tailed sky fox, Bai Xianer. Regardless of everything else, Bai Xianer plunged into Ling Yin's arms, followed by a shrug of her shoulders. Weeping and crying, "Brother Ling Yun, why have you been away for so long? I miss Xianer." Ling Yun gently patted Bai Xianer's beautiful back, sniffed the fragrance of Bai Xianer's virginity, puffed up his chest a little, tried his best to feel the soft and upright plumpness on Bai Xianer's chest, and said softly, okay, it hasn't been long, isn't this back?" Seeing Ling Yin hugging Bai Xianer as if no one was around, Longwu felt jealous, but she and Bai Xianer had a good relationship. Naturally, it wouldn't show on his face, and he could only look at the two with a slight resentment. Chao Shanshan on the side was shocked, extremely shocked. Bai Xianer rushed in so fast that she couldn't see clearly with Chao Shanshan's eyesight. Now that Bai Xianer got into Ling Yin's arms again, Chao Shanshan couldn't see Bai Xianer's face. However, look at Bai Xianer. There is no need to see her face at all, just a back view is enough to shock Chao Shanshan for a long time. So beautiful. Is this Bai Xianer? That white fox, Xiao Bai? Chao Shanshan was dumbfounded, and said to herself inwardly, "Brother Ling Yun." At this moment, there was another pleasant cry from outside the courtyard door. At the same time, a tall and moving figure flew over. Ling Yin smiled gratifiedly, stood up holding Bai Xianer's tender body, turned his head to look outside the door, nodded and smiled and said, "Ninger is here too?" This time it was the little demon girl Xuanhuan who came here with her lightness kung fu, and she used the lightness kung fu of the acquired 4th level to the extreme. The speed was extremely fast, and soon there was a fragrant breeze in the living room. Xuanhuan's delicate body kept stopping, and she plunged into Ling Yin's arms. Ling Yin had no choice but to free one hand, and then pulled Xuanhuan into his arms. "Brother Ling Yin, if you don't come back, I will go to the capital to find you." Xuanhuan's eyes were red, she didn't say anything, her heart was full of Ling Yin, her tender body kept squeezing into Ling Yin's arms. "Ninger, look at you, I heard that the big villain came back and ran so fast that he didn't even want his shoes. Another extremely beautiful voice appeared at the door. She was wearing an emerald green floor-length dress, with long fluttering hair, sexy and beautiful, with a delicate and exquisite body, a sweet smile, and a pair of eyes like crescent moons in the sky. Needless to say, this one is Miao Xiaomiao. Her waist is slender, her fragrance is floating, and she is smiling, but she is carrying a pair of high-heeled shoes in her right hand, which xuanhuan threw off on the road. Miao Xiaomiao walked in slowly. As soon as she came in, she bent down very gracefully, put xuanhuan's high-heeled shoes on the ground, then stood up straight, her beautiful eyes glanced lightly, and she glanced at Lingyan lukewarmly. There is a sweet smile on the corner of his mouth, which has a lot of meaning. Miao Xiaomiao's gaze didn't stay on Lingyan for long, she quickly moved away, and said lightly, "You're back?" Lingyan's heart moved, he nodded slightly, and said with a faint smile, "I'm back." Miao Xiaomiao swept her beautiful eyes again and looked at Chao Shanshan, who had just stood up. She immediately walked towards Chao Shanshan with light steps and a sweet smile. "Hi Chao Shanshan, we finally meet again." Miao Xiaomiao stretched out her right hand as she spoke. Miao Xiaomiao was so polite and enthusiastic to Chao Shanshan. Chao Shanshan was naturally very happy. She also took 2 steps forward, and stretched out her hand to Miao Xiaomiao, 2 equally beautiful catkins gently held together. "Ah! Sister Shanshan." Xuanhuan noticed Chao Shanshan only now. Although Xuanhuan and Chao Shanshan fought for Lingyan in secret, the sisterhood between the two was very sincere. When she saw Chao Shanshan, she immediately exclaimed. Chao Shanshan was full of smiles. She glanced at Long Wu deliberately as a demonstration, then turned around and hugged Xuanhuan. "Sister Ninger, you are more beautiful now than before." The little demon girl's delicate body trembled slightly. She hugged Chao Shanshan lightly, and they fell apart instantly. Then she fixed her eyes on Chao Shanshan for a while, bit her lower lip lightly, and said with some hesitation, "Sister Shanshan, why are you so thin?" "How many?" Before Lingyan's rise, the relationship between Chao Shanshan and Xuanhuan was that of sisters. Chao Shanshan took care of Xuanhuan a lot on weekdays. Although both of them like Lingyan now, this matter did not really affect the friendship between the two of them. Chao Shanshan smiled sweetly, raised her hand to caress the little demon girl's long black hair, and said calmly, "Since my sister returned to the capital, something happened at home, and now it's all right." Xuanhuan's eyes were red, and she nodded heavily. She knew it well. Chao Shanshan said that something happened at home. It must be a big deal, otherwise, Chao Shanshan would not have become like this. Next, the little demon girl took the initiative to sit with Chao Shanshan, and Miao Xiaomiao naturally stood by their side, while Bai Xianer was always in Lingyan's arms and was reluctant to leave. With Lingyan here, Bai Xianer didn't care about anything at all. People. In this case, Longwu was completely isolated invisibly. Her pretty face was flushed, her eyes were full of hatred. She hesitated to speak a few times, but finally endured it. Lingyan noticed this subtle layer, and he was secretly startled, thinking that they are going to start forming cliques. However, the matter was not over yet. The news of Lingyan's return to Qingshui spread, and many people flocked to it. Lin Menghan and Yao Rou came together, one in a white dress and the other in a red dress, wrapped in red makeup, gorgeous and enchanting in a mess. Every frown and smile was full of strong femininity, which made Lingyan's mouth water. Neither of the two peers threw themselves into Lingyan's arms in front of other people. They just talked to Lingyan out of concern, but everyone present could see that Lin Menghan and Yao Rou looked at Lingyan's eyes. In the eyes, there is that kind of strong tenderness that cannot be melted away. Kang Shiru knew that Lingyan had gone to the education bureau in the morning, and she was eager to know the outcome of the matter, so she rushed over, but as soon as she entered the villa, she was shocked by the beauty pageant scene in the living room of the villa. When Morong Feishui heard that Lingyan had returned to Qingshui City, she naturally put down everything she was doing and rushed to Villa Number 1. Even Su Bingyan, the proprietress of the speed bar, couldn't help rushing over. She misses Ling Yun more than any other woman in the room. Since Ling Yun went to the capital, Villa Number 1 has become more and more deserted, and now with Ling Yun's return, it has become very lively again. At first glance, Tai Xiaohu saw so many Yingyanjianyans, all of them are graceful and beautiful, like wearing flowers. Butterflies came in and out. He was extremely uncomfortable, he felt fever on his face, he dared not stay in the house, so scared that he ran to the gate of the courtyard by himself, and went out to pick up someone. This time Ling Yun was left alone in the room. Brother Yun was looked around by all the beauties. Not only did he not feel embarrassed in the slightest, but he also enjoyed it, and he liked this feeling very much with a smile. There is no way, Bai Xianer and Yao Ro's massage skills have made great progress. The two stood behind him, rubbing his shoulders and back for him on the left and right. It's not a person who has really experienced the comfort, absolutely unimaginable. Xianer pushes harder, and Rower's hand goes a little further to the left. That's right, it's right here, use a little more strength. Ling Yun was as happy as a fairy, shaking his head and enjoying the ecstasy there, as if he didn't see the murderous gaze bursting with jealousy among the many beautiful eyes around him. One Chao Shanshan and one Lan Wu are okay, but there are so many here at once, Ling Yun can't take care of them even if he wants to, so he simply doesn't care about anything, just enjoy the tenderness to the fullest, and wait until he is alone with each beauty, just coax each other. But this exaggerated bliss did not last long, and was soon interrupted by a strong and beautiful voice. Okay, Ling Yun, you brat, are you getting more and more courageous? You sneaked back to Qingshui without even saying hello to my aunt. Back to Qingshui, that's all. I didn't even know about the phone call. Call home? Qin Dongxue is here. Hearing the sound, Ling Yun stood up abruptly, and at the same time let go of his powerful spiritual sense. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, two extremely beautiful women who looked like celestial beings, came into Ling Yun's mind at the same time. Spiritual reign. Seeing Ning Lingyu again, Ling Yun couldn't help but hold his breath. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The entire Number 1 villa is a large gathering of spirits. There are two heavens outside the door and inside the door. All kinds of spiritual energy in the courtyard are dense and elegant, but they can't flow outside the courtyard at all. The flowers, plants, and trees growing in the courtyard are glowing far more than those outside the courtyard. Vitality. In the courtyard of Villa Number 1, not to mention living things, even a rock, a drop of clear water, they are all extraordinarily ethereal and beautiful, and they are extraordinarily different. The more time passed, the more obvious this feeling became. Now, even ordinary people can't help but take a few deep breaths when they come to Ling Yun's Villa Number 1, to enjoy the refreshing feeling. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu are so important to Ling Yun. As soon as they appeared, Ling Yun immediately locked them with his powerful spiritual sense, and he could see their current realm strength at a glance. Qin Dongxue is in the mid-stage of the 5th and 8th level, and Ning Lingyu is at the peak of the 8th level of acquired heaven. As for the real fighting power of the two, Ling Yun also observed that it was almost the same. Qin Dongxue would never suffer a loss against a master of the 6th level of Xiantian, while Ning Lingyu's strength was even stronger, already comparable to a master of the 1st level of Xiantian. The moment Ning Lingyu stepped into the gate of Villa Number 1, all the spiritual energy in the courtyard gathered towards Ning Lingyu's body as if he had been summoned by some kind. The lush green leaves began to tremble slightly at the same time, and water patterns appeared in the rippling pool water, appearing in circles, like a breeze blowing across the water, and the water aura seemed to recognize the Lord, almost happily rushing towards Ning Lingyu. For this scene, Ling Yun knew the reason. Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth can be absorbed automatically, but the water spiritual energy and wood spiritual energy are most suitable for her physique. Amazing! Ling Yan's heart trembled wildly, and at the same time he was overjoyed. His sister's cultivation foundation has been completely solidified, as stable as a rock. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu came by car. After they got off the car, they didn't perform any light kung fu, just like ordinary people. With slow but light steps, he walked into Villa number 1. Qin Dongxue was wearing a snow-white dress, with long fluttering hair, slender eyebrows flying upwards, her phoenix eyes were angry, the corners of her lips were slightly pursed, and her breathing was a little heavy. It caused her towering twin peaks to tremble slightly, and lotuses grew every step of the way. Walking naturally is accompanied by a slight twist of the waist, and the faint fragrance floats. The breathtaking aura that radiates at will is enough to make anyone's heart tremble. Ning Lingyu was wearing a snow-white shirt, the hem of which was tucked into slim jeans, and she was wearing white sneakers that were convenient for practicing. Her breasts were tall and straight, her waist could not be grasped, and her face was like a dream. A pair of big eyes are smart and ethereal, and there is confidence and indifference in the eyes, but there is also a hint of stubbornness, with a slight ray of unnatural shyness and anticipation, making people feel that no matter how much they pity her, they will not be too much. Qin Dongxue was shining brightly, Ning Lingyu was peerlessly beautiful, and the scorching sun was scorching the earth outside. The ground temperature was at least 38 degrees, but when they appeared, they seemed to bring a spring-like atmosphere to the yard, but completely dimmed the blooming summer flowers in the yard. Auntie! Lingyu! Ling Yun didn't mind if he didn't see the two of them, but when he saw them, he couldn't maintain his calm state of mind anymore. His mind was agitated, he shouted excitedly, and immediately flew away. Everyone in the room only felt that Ling Yun's figure was gone in a blink of an eye. When she looked again, she saw that Ling Yun had landed in front of Fairy Qin and Ning Lingyu. "Stinky boy, you still dare to come out to see me? I think you dare to go to the house to expose the tiles after 3 days of not playing, don't you? You don't even pay attention to my aunt." Fairy Qin was not polite to Ling Yun, she lightly raised her right arm, and as soon as the snow-white catkins were sent forward, the familiar man twisted Ling Yun's ear, happy and angry. "Hey, auntie, I know I was wrong, please be merciful." Ling Yun sneered, but didn't break free from Qin Dongshue's hand pinching his ear, and bent down actively, begging for mercy. "Brother!" Ning Lingyu's voice was heavenly, melodious, a seductive blush appeared on her exquisitely beautiful face, she bit her red lips lightly, and called Ling Yun brother. This elder brother's voice made Ling Yun's bones crumble. He nodded repeatedly, but couldn't help but praise, "Lingyu is so powerful, it will soon reach the peak of the 8th floor of the day after tomorrow, and the foundation is firmly established. Hey, this is all thanks to my aunt." After Ling Yun finished praising Ning Lingyu, he didn't forget to flatter Qin Dongxue, but he had no choice but to hold his ear in Fairy Qin's hands. Qin Xianzi was finally reluctant to really hurt Ling Yun, her heart softened, and the strength in her hand suddenly became extremely gentle, and she smiled like a spring flower in full bloom, and said coquettishly, "Stinky boy, stop flattering, Lingyu enters the realm very quickly, it's because of her good aptitude, high comprehension, hard work, and your elixirs, it has nothing to do with me." Ning Lingyu's dreamy and beautiful eyes stared at Ling Yun without blinking, carefully and conscientiously sizing up Ling Yun, as if to see if he was injured anywhere. Hearing Ling Yun and Qin Dongshue's praise, Ning Lingyu's beautiful little face was as red as the sunset glow in the sky, and said embarrassedly, "My aunt gave me the best advice." Ling Yun also tilted his head, nodded frequently, "Yes, yes, yes, it was my aunt who gave me some pointers. My aunt is tired." "Oh, auntie, can you use less force? My ears are about to be twisted off by you." Qin Dongxue sneered coquettishly. For some reason, her face turned red, her strength in her hands increased slightly, she rolled her eyes at Ling Yun and said, pretend again?" Auntie still has a lot of debts to settle with you, how dare you? Bargain with me? Ling Yin stopped talking, and could only cast wild glances at Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu felt distressed, she couldn't bear Ling Yin to be wronged, so she hurriedly helped Ling Yin and begged for mercy. Auntie, brother definitely didn't do it on purpose, just let him go. Many people are watching. Hey. Fairy Qin deliberately pretended to sigh when she heard the words, looked at Ling Yin's back with deep eyes, and then said to Ning Lingyu, you just love him, so you can just spoil him like this, be careful that one day he bullies you, Auntie can't control it. Even though she said that, Fairy Qin had already let go of her right hand. Ning Lingyu bowed her head and didn't answer. Ling Yin hurriedly waved her hands. Hey, how could I be willing to bully Lingyu? Qin Dongxue gave Ling Yin a hard look, and said coquettishly, humph, you just know what to do, let's go in quickly, if you don't go in, they will all come out of the house. Everyone entered the living room of the villa. As soon as Qin Dongxue came, the atmosphere in the living room changed immediately. Her aura was unusually strong, and she was Ling Yin's elder. In a short period of time, the living room became completely silent. What's more interesting is that all the stunning beauties in the living room, except for Bai Xianer, all turned red to varying degrees. After Ning Lingyu saw the people in the room clearly, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale, and suddenly she was a little dazed at a loss. There were too many people in the living room, and all of them were stunning. For Ning Lingyu, who loved Ling Yin wholeheartedly, it was definitely not something to be thankful for. Chao Shanshan, Xue Mining, Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Bai Xianer, Morong Feishue, Kong Xiuru, and even Su Bingyan. At that moment, Ning Lingyu was dumbfounded, her brain was buzzing, and her slender body couldn't help shaking. Since Ning Lingyu practiced, her calm state of mind was instantly shattered, and she was hit so hard all of a sudden, she felt her blood rushing up, and her throat suddenly felt a little sweet. Brother, The next thing was to lose her soul. Ning Lingyu seemed to lose her soul in an instant, she couldn't bear it. Spiritual rain. The first one to rush over was of course Chao Shanshan, reunited after a long absence. When Chao Shanshan saw Ning Lingyu, she was shocked by the ethereal and dreamy beauty that Ning Lingyu radiated invisible. The first impression Ning Lingyu gave her was, it turned out that the two of them felt that they were not in the same world. In Chao Shanshan's eyes, Ning Lingyu is no longer a beauty in the world, but a fairy who came down from the palace in the sky. There are so many people in the living room, and only Bai Xianer's beauty can match Ning Lingyu's beauty. Shoulder to shoulder, and the two are not in the same style at all. Ning Lingyu is extremely beautiful, like an orchid in an empty valley, and her whole body exudes an ethereal and dreamlike atmosphere. Bai Xianer is unparalleled in her charm is like a blooming peony, and like a mature poppy, her whole body is full of a sinister charm. As far as beauty is concerned, compared to these two people, the others are inferior to varying degrees, and even Qin Dongxue is no match for their beauty. Chao Shanshan. You're really back. It's great to see you, so I feel relieved. Ning Lingyu was stubborn by nature. Even though she was a little lost, she didn't want to show it at this time. She immediately tried her best to gather her mind and began to say hello to Chao Shanshan. Ning Lingyu knew that Chao Shanshan returned to the capital because of Ling Yan's affairs, and then something happened, so of course she wanted to express her worries. Miao Xiaomiao and Xue Mining have lived here for a long time. They are considered as the half-masters of Villa Number 1. The little demon girl did not mess around. She took the initiative to help Miao Xiaomiao to greet everyone, serve tea and water, and was busy go round and round. In this scene, no woman was stupid enough to raise a personal matter with Ling Yun. Everyone was chatting with each other, smiling and communicating, but they seemed to be deliberately avoiding Ling Yun. Of course, Bai Xianer is an exception. She treats Ling Yun well and doesn't look at anyone's face at all. Tell me, how do you plan to deal with the matter of the college entrance examination? Qin Dongxue sat down and took the initiative to care about Ling Yan's affairs. Although Ling Yan's zero score in the college entrance examination was not a big deal in Qin Dongshue's opinion, Ling Yan came back for this after all, so of course she had to ask. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and said lightly, "Auntie, the matter has been dealt with almost, and everything can be resolved tonight." Qin Dongxue was surprised, smiled, and said coquettishly, "So fast? It seems that your efficiency in handling things is not bad. It has improved compared to before." Ling Yan chuckled and said triumphantly, "That's right, this kind of thing is a piece of cake at all." While talking, Ling Yan stood up straight, looked around, glanced at all the beauties in the living room, and said leisurely, "You don't have to worry about my college entrance examination. Lunch is coming soon. After lunch, you can have a good time this afternoon. Get ready, let's go to a grand banquet tonight." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. 15 minutes before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qingshui's family delivered the prepared meals. Because the meal was ordered by Villa Number 1, Qingshui's family attached great importance to it, and they almost regarded this meal as the top priority in the restaurant. Therefore, although Ling Yun ordered enough dishes for 20 people, Qingshui's family still only took half an hour to deliver them. Too close distance is only one of the reasons. There are two other important reasons. One is Ling Yun's reputation in Qingshui family, and the other reason is that Ling Yun is now the supreme VIP customer of Qingshui family. In Ling Yun's hand, there is a supreme VIP card from the Qingshui family, which has a balance of 1 million yuan, and this supreme card is also the director of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau. Lu Jinlai personally issued it for him. All the consumption of Qingshui family is 50% off. The Qingshui family sent a total of 9 people to deliver the food this time. In addition to a driver and 4 delivery personnel, they also sent 4 waiters to take care of the whole process. Coincidentally, Ling Yun knew that the leader of the 4 beautiful waitresses was Zheng Xian, the beautiful waiter who Ling Yun gave her a tip of 50,000. Now, Ling Yan's reputation is well known in the Qingshui family. The fact that he casually rewarded Zheng Xian with 50,000 yuan was passed on as a good story by the staff of the Qingshui family. Everyone talked about it and complained about it. How could good things never happen to me? It is for this reason that no matter whether Ling Yun is present or not, the job of delivering meals to Villa Number 1 is naturally handed over to Zheng Xian. Although it is not the first time to deliver meals to Villa Number 1, and I have also seen the shocking scene of beautiful women in Villa Number 1, but this time Zheng Xian came to Villa No. A stunning goddess of the genre, she was still stunned into a daze. Zheng Xian is tall, fair-skinned, long hair shawl, sweet smile, elegant demeanor. Wearing the professional attire of a hotel waiter in Qingshui, the exquisite and embossed fiery red cheongsam that can wrap her figure, with high slits, and 2 beautiful white legs wearing silk stockings. Human eyeball. A beauty like Zheng Xian. No matter where it is placed, it can be regarded as outstanding. But standing in the living room of Villa Number 1, she was dimmed by the many stunning goddesses in the room, making her feel ashamed. When Meimo glanced at Ling Yun intentionally or unintentionally, she happened to meet Ling Yun's gaze. With just one glance, Zheng Xian felt her heart beating wildly for no reason, her pretty face was on fire, and her breathing accelerated. A pair of towering crisp breasts, unstoppable, violent ups and downs. Fortunately, Ling Yun only glanced at her with a smile, and then looked back in time. Otherwise, Zheng Xian would definitely make a fool of herself on the spot today. At that moment, she forgot where she was. Ling Yun's villa is big enough. Naturally, the restaurant is also very big, and the circular revolving dining table is even more luxurious. There are 12 people sitting around it, and no one feels crowded. Under Zheng Xian's somewhat nervous command, 4 food delivery personnel, plus 4 beautiful waitresses, served 8 people together. It took 3 full rounds before all the exquisite meals were put on the table. For a while, the house was full of fragrance. Ling Yun had long been surrounded by many beauties, and sat on the main seat, facing south, smiling faintly all the time. Watching Zheng chattering and looking for her seat. "The food is ready, please use it slowly." Zheng Xian put her belly in her chest and stood not far from Ling Yun's left. With a flushed face and a shy smile, she said to Ling Yun. This smile is not a professional smile, she is really unnaturally shy in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled and said to the little demon girl xuanhuan, "Ninger, pay the bill." Xuanhuan gave Ling Yun a white look, and said coquettishly, "You still need to say, really." The checkout is naturally done by swiping the card, and Ling Yun's VIP card has been kept with xuanhuan. After Xuanmei settled the bill, Zheng Xian called the food delivery person and left. She and the other 3 beautiful waitresses took the initiative to stay to serve Ling Yun and others. Intentionally or unintentionally, Zheng Xian quietly stood beside Ling Yun. Although she was so frightened by the vigilant gazes of all the beauties, she was still reluctant to leave half a step away. She liked to stand here. If I can't get Ling Yun's phone number, it's good to have a chance to get closer to this boy. On the left side of Ling Yun's position, Ning Lingyu is naturally next to him, and of course Fairy Qin Dongxue is on the right side. With these 2 people present, no one dares to sit in these 2 positions. Before moving the chopsticks, Qin Dongxue was full of laughter, and she shot a meaningful look in her beautiful eyes, and swept all the beauties who were seated like lightning, and all the beauties blushed and bowed their heads. Finally, Qin Dongxue turned her head to the left, and asked Ling Yun with a coquettish smile, "Boy, it's rare that so many beauties accompany you to eat, do you want to say a few words?" Ling Yun's heart immediately twitched, but his face remained calm and he said, "Auntie, it's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm almost starving to death, so let's eat quickly, I have a lot of things to do this afternoon." Qin Dongxue didn't make things difficult for Ling Yun anymore. She nodded with a light smile, raised her pretty yuan shan eyebrows slightly, and said, "Then eat." Although there were so many stunning beauties gathered together, the scene was super hot and shocking, but because Qin Dongxue was present, no one dared to talk too much, so the meal was a bit dull. Apart from Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, surprisingly, no other woman dared to serve Ling Yun with food. For Ling Yun's return, every beauty has their own different feelings, but they can't express it, and they can't express it, because the occasion does not allow it. However, not speaking does not mean that there is no emotional expression. Between the cups and cups, Ling Yun's chopsticks and eyes, every time he comes into contact with a beautiful woman, he can feel their true love and deep meaning from their beautiful talking eyes. For example, Ling Yun could feel Lin Menghan and Yao Rou saying to him, "Come and live with me tonight, I will definitely take good care of you, and you can do whatever you want." Ling Yun could also feel Su Bingyan saying, "Knowing that you went to the capital, my sister was so worried about you, she was worried about you all day long, and almost couldn't resist going to the capital to find you." Kong Shiru still maintains the image of her strict teacher, unsmiling and solemn, but because she doesn't know why Ling Yun said that she is going to attend a grand banquet at night, she looks restless and worried. Bai Xianer simply sent a voice transmission to Ling Yun, and before he had a few mouthfuls of food, he couldn't help reminding Ling Yun, "Brother Ling Yun, you are not allowed to leave Xianer alone in the future." The focus of every woman's attention, of course, is Ling Yun, which makes Ling Yun extremely beneficial. She just feels light all over her body, and all pores are comfortable. On such a day, the gods will not change. This is Ling Yun's cry in his heart at this moment. It's a pity that Fairy Qin was present and killed all of this in silence. This is the only fly in the ointment. Zheng Xian and other 4 beautiful waiters served very attentively. The lunch was over in less than 40 minutes. After everyone was satiated, they left the table one by one and returned to the living room, allowing Zheng Xian and others to clean up the leftovers and various tableware on the table. Ling Yun went back to the living room, sat down on the sofa with great determination, and casually dug his ear with his right index finger, listening to the whispers of the surrounding beauty, but his thoughts had already drifted into the evening. After finishing work tonight, who should I go to? What a headache. Ling Yun watched every move of every beauties with his divine sense, but he was hesitant and complained in his heart. Without a doubt, this is definitely the happiest trouble in the world. When Zheng Xian was packing up the tableware, she had already called Qingshui's family, and when they finished packing, the car sent by Qingshui's family to pick them up had already arrived, so she bid farewell, reluctantly went out, got in the car and left. Such a boy is really unforgettable. Only a boy like him can make so many outstanding women willingly gather by his side. The van slowly drove out of the courtyard gate of Villa number 1. Zheng Xian couldn't help feeling sad, but suddenly, her delicate body shook violently, and an unbelievable look of surprise shot out from her eyes. An extremely clear voice came into her ears, with a hint of provocative evil. "Beauty, if you have time, you can call me, my phone number is." That phone number, ending in 6 nines, was easy to remember. Zheng Xian only listened to it once, and remembered it firmly in her heart. Her heart was beating wildly, and she felt her mind was blank. Until the van returned to Qingshui's house, and the colleague in the car stabbed her on the shoulder and told her to get out of the car, Zheng Xian's heart tossed and turned. It was still that phone number, only that phone number. That was Ling Yun's voice, Ling Yun's phone number. He's so bad. Zheng Xian got out of the car stiffly, her face was red, her heart was beating like a drum, and she couldn't help muttering. "What did you say?" A colleague beside him asked Zheng Xian in surprise. "Oh, no. It's nothing." Zheng Xian hid it in a panic. Villa 1. Morong Feishue, Kong Shouru, and Su Bingyan stayed for a while after the meal, then bid farewell and left together. Ling Yun was like a mirror in his heart. These 3 people were all over 26 years old, about the same age as his aunt Qin Dongxue. The 3 of them stayed here, facing Qin Dongxue, and the embarrassment in their hearts could be imagined. So Ling Yun didn't hold them back, and personally sent them out, and watched them go, so he was extremely proud, and turned back with a smile. Because all 3 of them left with blushing faces, the scene was like fleeing in despair. "Stinky boy, you are quite capable, don't you think you have gone too far?" As soon as Ling Yun entered the room, a domineering and angry voice came to his ears. Qin Dongxue finally started to attack. Ling Yun knew what Qin Dongxue was talking about, but of course he didn't dare to answer, let alone discuss such a sensitive topic at this time. He managed to change the subject with just one sentence, and he said it openly for everyone to hear. "Auntie, I brought back 4 vampires, that is, the legendary vampires, would you like to take a look?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ah? Vampire? What? Blood race? Is this true? There are really vampires? How is this possible? Ling Yun, are you trying to scare us on purpose? When they heard that Ling Yun had brought back the vampire, all the beauties present exclaimed to varying degrees, especially Long Wu, Shui Mining, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou. After Kong Shouru, Morong Feishue, and Su Bingyan left, there were still 9 stunning beauties left in the villa. Among the 9 stunning beauties, Chao Shanshan had dealt with blood clans before, so of course she didn't make any fuss. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu already knew through Tai Xiaohu that when Lingyun went to the capital, he focused on dealing with the blood clan. Because Qin Dongxue was a descendant of the Qin family, he knew some special secrets, including the fact that there were blood clans in the world. And because Ning Lingyu was worried about Ling Yun and to satisfy her own curiosity, during this period of time, apart from practicing kung fu, she also had a comprehensive understanding of the blood race through various channels, and found a lot of blood race information for Ling Yun. Tang Meng needs to understand more in detail and concretely. As for Bai Xianer and Miao Xiaomiao, these two stunning beauties were even more calm as usual. After hearing about the blood race, their behavior was almost the same as hearing Ling Yun say that the weather was good today, and they were completely indifferent. This has something to do with the origins of the two of them. Needless to say, Baixianer is a nine-tailed sky fox. She was transformed into a human after she had 3 tails. Frankly speaking, she is a vixen. And Miao Xiaomiao is the only successor of the Miaojiang saint after the Miaojiang witch clan. Strange and unimaginable things have long been commonplace. Therefore, these 5 people were not so surprised when they heard that the blood race appeared. And the dragon dance. Shui Mining, Lin Menghan, and Yao Rou, it was the first time for the 4 of them to hear about the blood race, and it was needless to say the shock on their faces when they heard that the legendary blood race actually existed. Of course, Baixianer was there after all. They had all been in contact with Baixianer for a long time, and they were so shocked by Ling Yun's various miraculous performances that they were almost numb. Already have a deep understanding of the world. So it's just a shock, but they can quickly digest the shocking news. Qin Dongxue frowned slightly, stood up with her tender body, and said to Ling Yun, "Stinky boy, did you really bring back the blood race? Where did you hide them? Show me quickly." Ling Yun, however, sat there without moving, spread his hands out, and said with a grin, "Auntie, it doesn't need to be so troublesome at all, I just let them come over now." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun used sound transmission to enter the secret, and called Paul and Jester, who were hiding in the warehouse in the backyard. In order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Ling Yun kept Paul and Jester hiding in the warehouse in the backyard, and at the same time let them watch over the 2 brothers of the Chen family. By now, the 2 of them had long been impatient. After hearing Ling Yun's voice transmission, they both came to the living room as quickly as possible. "Discount Paul, I have met the honorable boss." "Discount Jest, I have met the honorable boss." Paul and Jester. The first thing to do after meeting Ling Yun was naturally to greet Ling Yun with the most standard gentleman's etiquette in the West. "Wow, there are so many beauties here." After seeing Ling Yun, Jester immediately yelled exaggeratedly before standing up straight. The corner of Ling Yun's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a dark smile. It is not an easy task to shock a well-informed vampire. As soon as the 2 vampires appeared in the living room, except for Qin Dongxue, Baixianer, and Chao Shanshan, the other 6 beauties all took a step back. There was no way, the name of vampire was too bluffing. Even Qin Dongxue looked solemn, and her delicate body trembled imperceptibly. Her phoenix eyes contained a trace of vigilance, and she carefully looked at Paul and Jester. Chao Shanshan remained calm. Baixianer didn't take a step back, her narrow eyes looked arrogantly at the 2 vampires, and there was an obvious trace of disdain in her eyes, and she even took a step forward on purpose. Although the 3 of them are all in human form, none of them belong to the human race. Baixianer belongs to the demon race, Paul and Jester belong to the blood race, so naturally they will not give in to each other when they meet. If it wasn't for Ling Yun's presence and seeing him in Villa No. 1, it is estimated that if they disagreed, they might start a war directly. Ling Yun finally got up, calmly pulled Baixianer to his side, and said with a smile, "Xianer don't care, both of them are my servants now." Then, despite everyone's shock, Ling Yun introduced to both parties, "This is Paul, this is Jester, and both of them are from the United States. Paul, Jester, this is my aunt, this is my sister Ning Lingyu, this is Shui Mining, Long Wu." Ling Yun introduced the beauties to the 2 of them one by one, and then his face turned serious, and he said seriously, "You 2 remember, they are my most important people, and when I am not around in the future, their orders will be the same. As for my order, everything of you must obey their command, do you understand?" Paul and Jester nodded in unison, and said in unison, "We remember, Honorable Master." The little demon girl Shui Mining suddenly took a step forward, and said with a surprised expression, "Brother Ling Yun, no, It seems that the blood races are all green-faced and long-toothed, but they, not only are not ugly, but also, very handsome. Naturally, the same puzzled expression appeared in the eyes of the other beauties. Ling Yan turned his head, glanced at xuanhuan, shrugged his shoulders, and said with a smile, "Oh? So Ninger wants to see the blood clan with blue face and fangs? That's easy." Ling Yan told the secret of the blood clan today, originally to give a dose of vaccination to the people around him, seeing what xuanhuan said, so he simply gave the medicine directly. He turned his head to look at Paul and Jester, said with a slight smile, "Transform, little by little." Then he turned his head to look at Zheng, and said with a smile, "You are all optimistic, don't be afraid. Oh, boss, I am willing to serve you." Paul and Jester respectfully said something to Ling Yan, and then started their blood transformation under the watchful eyes of everyone. The first thing to change was naturally their teeth. The two canine teeth slowly elongated at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the mouth opened and gradually became larger, and the lips became extremely bright red. What? As soon as Paul and Jester started to change, there were 7 or 8 exclamations in the living room. Long Wu and xuanhuan were so frightened that they threw themselves into Ling Yan's arms. Chi-chi. The sound of the clothes being torn quickly sounded, and the figures of the two vampires quickly became taller and larger, thick and powerful, and turned blue all over, becoming real vampires with green faces and fangs. Ah! It turned out to be purple eyes. Ning Lingyu saw the difference, and she couldn't help but exclaimed. Flicking. Paul and Jester suddenly grew black wings with full texture. The wingspan of both of them has exceeded 3 meters. In the living room, they blocked the sunlight that came in, as if a demon god descended. Ah, their faces are turning red again. What big wings! There are purple feathers on the wings, so beautiful. All the beauties exclaimed again, and Ling Yan was also secretly surprised. Since Paul and Jester were embraced by him for the first time, the two of them have been changing almost every day. Ling Yan has no idea what they will become in the end. Shape. Paul and Jester completed a complete transformation. The two looked at each other, their wings shook, and a strong wind was set off in the living room. They suddenly floated from the ground and flew into the air with flapping wings. Wow, it feels really cool to transform into a flight, all beauties, didn't it scare you? The vampires themselves are extremely proud in front of ordinary humans. Therefore, although Ling Yan asked them to obey the orders of these beauties, in their hearts, they didn't take the beauties in front of them too seriously. This can be seen only from their eyes. Naturally, Ling Yan could see it, but he didn't say anything. Every race has its own pride. Orders belong to orders, and mentality belongs to mentality. These are two different things. Humph. 2 screams sounded, followed by 2 white figures flashing. Qin Dongxue and Bai Xianer, twisting their delicate bodies, flew up into the air, with incomparably graceful figures, each standing on the body of a vampire, floating be ecstatic. Ling Yan looked a little dumbfounded, and thought that Auntie and Xianer were too aggressive. But these two are fierce, and they have their own reasons. Bai Xianer is innately at the 5th level, but has the strength of the innate 6th level, and she has practiced the Great Expansion Gathering Star's secret art. If she really wants to compete with the current Paul and Jester, if they match up, Qin Dongxue has a great chance of winning. Of course, this is just talking about the situation on the ground. If the blood race transforms into a flight, then it can't be said. Bai Xianer is really fierce. She doesn't pay attention to Paul and Jester at all now. Even the Marquis Edward may not be able to see the Firefox's flame art and the scarlet flame burning palm. A thought flashed across Ling Yan. It seemed that Bai Xianer could really connect with him. Bai Xianer stood on Jester's back, her beautiful delicate body upright, with 1 arm, and 2 beautiful white hands. A ball of crimson flames the size of a basketball appeared out of thin air, beating like life, and the temperature in the living room suddenly soared. "What?" everyone exclaimed again. In just a few seconds, Long Wu, Chao Shanshan, and Shui Mining couldn't stand the heat immediately, and the three of them were sweating profusely, wiping their sweat frequently. Ling Yin smiled, and was just about to make a move when he felt a gust of cold air sweeping out of nowhere, barely resisting the heat of the two flames, making the living room extremely cool. He immediately smiled and looked at the instigator of the chill, Lin Minghan, who happened to meet Lin Minghan's complacent and playful eyes. The two looked at each other and smiled. Everything was kept silent. "Everyone is really extraordinary. It seems that from now on, they can all help me with a lot of things." Ling Yin was secretly happy, and quickly waved his hands, calling Qin Dongxue and Bai Xianer to come down, and at the same time said to the two blood races, "It's almost done, hurry up and complete the final transformation." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Qin Dongxue and Bai Xianer both flew down from the backs of Paul and Jester, and each fell back to the ground. Yuan. Paul and Jester glanced at each other in the air, and both could see the horror in each other's eyes. Because both of them felt Bai Xianer's terrifying coercion just now, in the face of absolute strength, they also had to restrain their pride a lot. Bloodlines are the race that pays most attention to bloodlines. Bai Xianer only showed her hand just now, and Paul and Jester immediately knew that Bai Xianer's bloodlines were much stronger than their current ones. The boss is the boss, so there is such a powerful blood beside you. Jester was in the air, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but express his shock. Ling Yin just smiled lightly, signaling them to hurry out after their transformations. Two clumps of tattered clothes fell from the air, and Paul and Jester turned into small bats at the same time. In the huge living room, they flew from slow to fast, flapping their wings and spinning around a dozen times rapidly. In the end, Ling Yin waved his hand lightly, and they quickly walked out through the window and left the living room directly. You have all seen it, this is the blood race. After Paul and Jester left, the living room was silent for more than 10 seconds. Finally, Ling Yin broke the silence first and said directly, "They have a long life." After the initial transformation, their strength, defense, and speed, it will be many times larger than the human form, and the general sword damage can be recovered quickly, so it can be said that it has an immortal body. The most powerful time for the blood race is when they change into wings and fly in the air with green-faced fangs, because this can prevent ordinary people from attacking them, and the speed can be several times faster. As for the final incarnation of bats, only barons and blood races above barons can do it. Of course, this is their ultimate transformation. It is basically used for dodging and escaping. Incarnation of bats will greatly reduce their combat effectiveness. Of course, they also have things to fear. They are afraid of sunlight, flames, and pure silver. These are all fatal to ordinary blood races, so they can't be avoided. Ling Yin talked eloquently. He is basically a vampire expert now, and he told all the beauties around him almost everything he knew about the vampires, and he didn't hide anything. Qin Dongxue interrupted suddenly, puzzled and asked, "But, I see those two blood races, it seems that they came here in broad daylight, and just flew out under the scorching sun just now. So, what's going on?" Ling Yin laughed when he heard this. "Well, it's all thanks to this handsome guy, it's a long story." Now that the blood race is shown, Ling Yin naturally wants Zhongmei to have a thorough understanding of the blood race, so that one day in the future, when they face the blood race by themselves, they will not suffer a big loss because of fear and panic. It took a full 2 hours. Ling Yin's mouth was dry and his saliva flowed all over the place, and he finally explained to Zhongmei clearly about getting out of Qingshui and going to the capital. Certainly. Ling Yin said what he should say, what he shouldn't say, he didn't say a word. Hey, now, under my command, there is a marquis named Edward, 2 earls named Pierce and Joyce, and these 2 viscounts, Paul and Jester, a total of 5 blood races. Nong, this is the great sword that can be used for first embrace, it's called Dark Storm. As he spoke, Ling Yin stood up, and with a thought, he took the Dark Storm out of the space ring, held the hilt of the sword in his hand, and pointed the tip of the sword to the sky. Seeing this scene, Yao's tender body trembled wildly, and she became a nympho in an instant, and was immediately fascinated by Ling Yin. The hearts of the other beauties are also trembling secretly, their hearts are beating again and again, their beautiful eyes are full of spirits, focusing on Ling Yin, each of them can't help themselves. Giggle. Qin Dongshua's beautiful eyes twinkled, she covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly, and said coquettishly, "Stinky boy, it seems like that, it seems that you have gained a lot from this trip?" Qin Dongshua meant something, but Ling Yin couldn't understand. He put away the Dark Storm, and secretly said to Qin Dongshua, "Hey, auntie, now that I have this Dark Storm, I don't need the dragon sword for the time being, turn around, I will give you the dragon sword, you can keep it for self-defense." Qin Dongshua has already reached the 5th level of the innate realm, with the background of the Qin family, and the protection of the Diyan Ju Xingbao Ju. It is said that there is no need to worry about self-protection in China, but Ling Yin is still worried. Qin Chuyue went to the Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan, never came back, and never heard from her again. In Ling Yin's heart, Qin Dongshua's status was not much worse than Qin Chuyue's. He didn't want Qin Dongshua to make any mistakes. Ling Yin knew that Qin Dongshua only liked to use swords all his life, and the dragon pattern sword blows hair, cuts iron like mud, and is a soft sword, which can be wrapped around his waist, so it is most suitable for Qin Dongshua to use for self-defense. When Qin Dongshua heard this, her smile froze on her face, her delicate body visibly trembled slightly, and after a few seconds of pause, she finally said in a gratified voice transmission, "At least my aunt didn't hurt you for nothing, but your own baby, you can keep it, auntie will never want it." Qin Dongshua is really pleased, what a treasure the dragon pattern soft sword is, and how stingy Ling Yin is, what a person who can't take advantage of it. To Ling Yin, having the dragon pattern sword is no less than an extra life, but he casually said to transfer it to himself, which imperceptibly explained his position in Ling Yin's heart. However, Qin Dongshua was happy, and she really liked the dragon pattern sword, but she would never accept Ling Yin's gift. Qin Dongshua understood in her heart that Ling Yin simply wanted to report good news, but not bad news. His current situation was actually extremely dangerous, and there were too many powerful enemies he would face next. One more weapon to save his life would be one more guarantee. I can rest assured. Seeing that Qin Dongshua refused on the spot, Ling Yin didn't insist anymore. There are too many people here, so it's not the time to be entangled in this matter. Ling Yin glanced at the time, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. He pondered for a moment, and said to everyone, "Auntie, it's almost time now, I think, let's leave first, I still have very important things to do, to deal with it, you all go to prepare, we will all go to the banquet tonight." While speaking, Ling Yin winked at Qin Dongshua. Qin Dongshua understands, she knows that Ling Yin said that there is something important, and it must be something that is inconvenient for others to know. She naturally supported, without hesitation. Qin Dongshua got up immediately and said, "Ling Yin has just returned to Qingshui, and there are still many things to deal with, so let's not waste his time here, everyone go back." All the beauties were naturally reluctant to part with Ling Yin, but Qin Dongshua spoke, but no one dared to express any objection, so they all gave Ling Yin a glance. Reluctantly leaving, each went back and prepared to go. Brother Ling Yin. Bai Xianer is tired of acting coquettishly on Ling Yin. Life and death refused to leave. Ling Yin waited for all the beauties to leave. He suddenly hugged Bai Xianer in his arms, climbed up Bai Xianer's towering breast with one hand, and gently grabbed it, and then gently kissed Bai Xianer on the forehead, then smiled softly at Bai Xianer. "Xianer, brother Ling Yin misses you very much too, you don't have to go." After Bai Xianer took shape. "I have lived in this secular world for more than a month, and with the previous immersion, I have already understood the difference between men and women. Now that Ling Yan has caught him like this, I only feel my heart tremble, and my face instantly becomes dizzy, and it is very pretty. Let out a cry. Shyness is shyness, but she still didn't dodge, but her graceful and delicate body trembled and shrank slightly in Ling Yan's arms. Let me make a call first. Ling Yan sat down with Bai Xianer in his arms, took out the communicator Cui Lao gave him, and directly called the 2 crew members of the Ling family. Let them come over as soon as possible, saying that there is something important to discuss. 20 minutes later, when Ling Yan hugged Bai Xianer's beautiful delicate body, he used his hands up and down to take advantage of it, making Bai Xianer's hair messy and panting. The 2 crew members of the Ling family came to Villa No. 1 in Qingxi district. The 2 crew members came by taxi following the address, Ling Yan said. As soon as they arrived at the door, Ling Yan's spiritual sense detected them. Bai Xianer hurriedly got up and straightened her clothes, and with a flick of her figure, she took the initiative to stand behind Ling Yan. When the 2 crew members entered the room, Ling Yan had already stood up to greet them. With a smile on his face, he asked with concern, "You 2 were tired yesterday, did you rest well last night?" The 2 crew members looked terrified, stood upright and bowed their heads and said, "Thank you, 4th young master, for your concern. Chang Jun, Su Rui is ashamed to do things for Ling. For 4th young master, it doesn't matter where we live." Ling Yan smiled calmly, and without being polite, he stretched out his hand to greet the 2 of them. "They are all from my own family, let's sit down and talk." Chang Jun and Su Rui both fly planes for the old man. Since the old man trusted them and sent them over, Ling Yan naturally trusted them too and was very polite to them. The old man Ling Lai emphasized to these 2 people that he should treat Ling Yan the same as he treated him, so how could the 2 of them dare to sit down in front of Ling Yan? When they came to stand opposite Ling Yan, Chang Jun said, "Don't be polite to us, if you have any orders, just tell the 2 of us." Seeing that the 2 of them were determined not to sit down, Ling Yan stopped demanding, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "Actually, it's not a big deal to invite you to come here. There is only one thing I want you to confirm." "What's the matter?" Chang Jun and Su Rui asked at the same time. Ling Yan took out his mobile phone, retrieved the photo of the person taken from the surveillance video of the computer, then pointed to the photo that appeared on the mobile phone screen, and showed the 2 of them a look. Asked, "I don't know you 2, who has seen this person?" Chang Jun and Su Rui took 2 steps forward at the same time, and each looked at Ling Yan's phone screen to identify them carefully. After seeing it, Su Rui shook his head repeatedly, saying that he hadn't seen it. Ling Yan was slightly disappointed, and turned to look at Chang Jun, behind him. Chang Jun stared at Ling Yan's phone screen, with a thoughtful look in his eyes, and murmured, "This person looks familiar, I must have seen it before, but I can't remember it all at once." Ling Yan was overjoyed, and said in his heart that he had something to say. "Then think about it carefully, think about where you saw him." Chang Jun frowned and tried his best to think. After a long time, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said loudly, "4th young master, I remembered. This person belongs to the eldest young master." To be continued. Yes. That's right. Last winter, the young master said that he wanted to use the plane of the old master to go out for business. The old master agreed, but he was worried, so he sent me to fly the plane for the young master. On the plane, I met this person once. A flash of light flashed in Chang Jun's mind, and he said everything that came to mind at once. Huh. Hearing this, Ling Yan let out a long breath immediately, and said with a sneer in his heart, "This is all right, Ling Hao, you are really good." Immediately afterwards, Ling Yan asked worriedly, "Chang Jun, this matter is a big one, you must see it correctly, are you sure you are not mistaken?" Ling Yan was really worried, because that person's appearance was too ordinary. He belonged to the kind of person who would be difficult to be recognized if thrown into the crowd, and would be easily overlooked. Unexpectedly, Chongjun was very confident, and he patted his chest and assured, "Please rest assured, fourth young master, I have been a special soldier for 6 years and have received a lot of special training. Nothing will go wrong." Ling Yan nodded, but wondered, then since you are all members of the Ling family, why do you only meet him once? After finishing speaking, Ling Yan looked at Su Rui again, and the question in his eyes became more obvious, because Su Rui had never seen that person face to face. Chongjun and Su Rui laughed at the same time, and they looked at each other. Chongjun still smiled and explained to Ling Yan, "Fourth young master, you just returned to the family, and there are some things that you don't know. The Ling family is in the capital. It is one of the 7 major families. It is a real big family. They are not counted as relatives, but only as members of their own family. There are hundreds of people inside and out. And everyone has their own responsibilities and tasks. They go about their own way on weekdays, and most of them are engaged in very secret jobs, so they cannot reveal their identities. For example, the 2 of us. We specialize in flying planes for the old patriarch, and basically don't care about other things. Of course, we are not qualified to ask, so naturally, we have very little contact with other people." Ling Yan understood it a long time ago. Since they have very little contact, they should be with each other. There are few opportunities to meet each other, and some people don't even see each other for many years. In other words, even though they were all under the care of the Ling family, they had never met each other, which couldn't be more normal. Chongjun saw the stunned look in Ling Yan's eyes, smiled slightly, and continued, "Fourth young master, this is just one of them. Another important reason is that in recent years, the young master has been secretly recruiting soldiers. Cultivate your own power secretly. The person on your phone should be the person he cultivated in private." The more Ling Yan listened, the more he understood. He smiled and murmured, "Ling Hao recruited soldiers secretly? Cultivated his power secretly? Doesn't my grandfather care?" Chongjun smiled wryly, "Fourth young master, have you forgotten that the old patriarch has not been directly involved in the family affairs for more than 10 years, the big and small matters of the Ling family? Basically, the current patriarch has the final say, and the eldest young master is the current patriarch. The eldest son of the Ling family is a key person to be cultivated by the Ling family. If he wants to help the current head of the family, he really needs to cultivate his own power. This kind of thing is the most normal phenomenon in a big family. As long as the young master greets the current patriarch, the old patriarch will just turn a blind eye and let him develop. So that's how it is." Ling Yan curled his lips and gave a disdainful smile. Then his expression returned to calm and natural, and he said lightly, "I called you here just to confirm whether this person is from our Ling family. Now that I have confirmed it, then there is nothing else to do, and this matter will end here." Ling Yan naturally had something in his words. He said that this matter is over. In fact, he wanted the 2 of them to rot this matter in their stomachs, and they were not allowed to spread it any further. Both Chongjun and Su Rui understood the subtext in Ling Yan's words. They stood in a military posture and said solemnly, "Yes." Ling Yan was very satisfied with the performance of the 2 of them. He said with a smile, "I have some important matters to deal with when I return to Qingshui City this time, so there will be a delay for a while. During this period, you can treat it as a tourist. Good luck in Qingshui City. It's fun. When I finish my work, I will return to the capital immediately." Ling Yan got up, with a bright smile on his face, raised his hands and patted the shoulders of the 2 of them lightly, and said cheerfully, "Tomorrow, I will have someone send 1 million to each of you, and you can spend it as much as you want. If it is not enough, come and find it at any time." Chongjun and Su Rui were taken aback at the same time. They couldn't help but look at each other. They couldn't believe their ears. 1 million per person? If not enough, come and get it any time? This fourth young master is too generous. After being dazed, the two shook their heads like rattles at the same time, waved their hands again and again, and refused in a panic, saying that the money was not acceptable. Ling Yan said with a smile, "It's hard for you to come out, and you always have to buy something for your family and my grandfather. Money is a trivial matter, so don't take it too seriously." Chang Jun showed gratitude, and said with a little embarrassment, "Fourth young master, thanks to the favor of the old patriarch, our life is actually 100 times better than that of most ordinary people. We really can't ask for this money. The Ling family doesn't have this rule." Seeing that the two were still refusing, Ling Yan frowned slightly and said, "I know the Ling family doesn't have this rule, but this is my own rule. Do you two still want to fly me a plane in the future?" Upon hearing this, Chang Jun and Su Rui, of course, nodded desperately at the same time. Ling Yan laughed and said, "That's it, since you want to fly a plane for me, then follow my rules. Go, have fun in Qingshui City." Not allowing the two to say no more words of rejection, Ling Yan sent them away directly. After they left Villa Number 1, Ling Yan put everything away and slowly paced up and down the living room. Bai Xianer had a trace of suspicion on her pretty, foxy face. Seeing the flickering expression on Ling Yan's face, she finally couldn't help asking, "Brother Ling Yan, I just heard them call you fourth young master?" Ling Yan stopped thinking, stopped abruptly, and turned to face Bai Xianer. "Xianer, I went to the capital this time not only to deal with the Chen family and the blood race, but I also did a more important thing. I've also found out my origin, and I've recognized my ancestors. Now, your brother Ling Yun is the fourth young master of the Ling family in the capital." What? Compared to what Ling Yun said before, this news was a real bolt from the blue. When Bai Xianer heard it, she was stunned on the spot. Ling Yan smiled, "My grandfather is Ling Lai, the patriarch of the Ling family. My father is Ling Xiao, the third young master of the Ling family, and my mother is the previous generation's demon sect saint." "Really, really?" Bai Xianer's beautiful little face showed a shocked, bewildered, and extremely happy expression, and suddenly twisted her delicate body, and threw herself into Ling Yan's arms. Xianer congratulates the master for finding out his life experience. Recognize the ancestors and return to the clan, and find the biological parents. On Ling Yan's chest, he could feel the upright and soft lumps on Bai Xianer's chest. Holding Bai Xianer's graceful willow waist with his left hand, and stroking her smooth and beautiful back with his right hand, there was an unspeakable bitter smile on his face. "Xianer, brother Ling Yun has found out that his background is true, and he has indeed recognized his ancestors. It's a pity that I haven't seen any of my biological parents." Bai Xianer's delicate body froze, and she suddenly raised her head. Looking at Ling Yan's handsome face, he said in shock, "Ah? Then, what's going on?" Ling Yan shook his head slowly, pulled Bai Xianer back to the sofa, hugged her soft and delicate body, and said in a deep voice, "This matter is a long story, I will tell you everything after I am done with today's affairs." "You." Bai Xianer hardly touches the worldly fireworks. Not to mention those intricate social relationships, Ling Yun has now recognized his ancestors, and the secrets of his life experience can already be shared with him by Bai Xianer in advance. Another point is that Bai Xianer's strength is unfathomable, even the current Ling Yun can't see her limit. She will be a great help to Ling Yun. "Xianer, after finishing the work in Qingshui City, I will take you to the capital this trip. There will be a series of hard battles, so the most important thing for you now is to improve your strength as soon as possible. Do you understand?" Bai Xianer pursed her lips tightly, and nodded obediently. Ling Yan smiled faintly, patted Bai Xianer's beautiful back again, and said, "Okay, it's past 5 o'clock, hurry up and change clothes, I'll go to the backyard first, and then we'll set off." Bai Xianer flew to the second floor. Ling Yan left the living room, and called Tai Xiaohu to the warehouse in the backyard. At this time, Paul and Jester, the two of them had returned to their handsome gentleman appearance, changed their clothes, and were waiting at the door of the warehouse, waiting for Ling Yan's arrival. "Boss. Boss." Seeing Ling Yan approaching, Paul and Jester hurriedly stood up to greet him with a very respectful attitude. "Last night, after you absorbed those breaths, did you feel any changes in your body?" The aura Ling Yan mentioned was naturally the xuanhuan qi released by him. Jester immediately let out a strange cry, and shouted excitedly, "Dear boss, Paul and I have been talking about this since last night." "What kind of aura is that?" "After both of us inhaled it, we both felt our strength grow rapidly. The drop of blood that you dripped into our bodies seems to have been fused by us a lot." When Paul and Jester were first embraced by Ling Yan, Jester was so greedy that he wanted to ask for 2 drops of blood from Ling Yan, but Paul stopped him on the spot because he said that they only fused with 1 drop of Ling Yan's blood during the first embrace. 1% of the power, now through the effect of xuanhuan qi, has been fused by them a lot, greatly increasing their strength, and the 2 of them are naturally ecstatic. "Oh? This is really good news. In this way, the 2 of you will soon become earls?" Ling Yan had expected it a long time ago, and he said with a smile while walking into the warehouse. Paul pondered, "Dear boss, although our strength has increased a lot, it seems that it is not so easy to advance to the earl." Ling Yan turned his head in surprise and asked, "Why?" Paul frowned slightly. "Master, after accepting your first embrace, our strength has grown rapidly every day, but our level has grown very slowly. We have discussed this issue with Joyce and Earl Pierce, and the final conclusion: yes, our bloodline is too strong now, and now we are the lord of the blood clan, so the level is increasing extremely slowly." Ling Yan asked, "But when you first received your first embrace, didn't you instantly become viscounts?" Jester said depressedly, "Dear boss, that's because the bloodline was changed instantly." Ling Yan smiled, "It's enough to increase your strength. Fighting depends on strength, not level." For this point, Ling Yan has the most profound and thorough understanding. "I'll talk about this later, first go and look at those 2 garbage." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The Western blood race, apart from eating blood on a daily basis and relying on the growth of age, does not have any cultivation methods to improve their strength and level. DODTW. Therefore, the vast majority of blood races can only rely on blood to maintain their lives, and slowly improve their level and strength over the long years. But now, Ling Yan has undoubtedly found the best way to improve the strength of the blood race, that is xuanhuan qi. Of course, the blood race here refers to those blood races who received Ling Yan's first embrace and became Ling Yan's loyal servants. Originally, Ling Yan felt that the strength of Paul Jester and the others had already been finalized in a short period of time. Unless their level was raised, otherwise, it was impossible for them to make any achievements in terms of strength improvement in a short period of time. If this is the case, the 5 blood races including Paul and Jester may seem useful for the time being, but as Ling Yan's strength improves rapidly, they will gradually become dispensable chicken ribs. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. But now, Ling Yan felt relieved all of a sudden. It may be because of the blood of the Ling family, coupled with Ling Yan's unusually strong physique and comprehension, which allowed him to practice the xuanhuan mantra, and his progress was so fast that it can be described as 1,000 miles a day, which is terrifying. Moreover, Ling Yan also has a super powerful helper in practicing the xuanhuan scripture, the Emperor of Earth. Since he got the Emperor, including the time at the bottom of the Tianqing, Ling Yan has received the help of the Emperor 4 times. Every time the Emperor helps Ling Yan, he will release an extremely powerful yellow fairy aura. Ling Yan didn't know it before, but now he has confirmed that the yellow fairy spirit energy released by the Emperor is the mysterious yellow energy. The xuanhuan qi released by the Earth Emperor is not the xuanhuan qi obtained by the Ling family's son through practicing the xuanhuan mantra, nor the xuanhuan qi cultivated by Ling Yan, but the purest and purest xuanhuan immortal spiritual qi in the world. It is at the same level as the pure yang fairy aura released by the Renhuang pen. definitely the baby of the baby. Ling Yin knew it well. Compared with the Renhuang pen, the Emperor of the Earth is definitely more generous to Ling Yun. It is hidden in Ling Yan's dantian, guarding Ling Yan's dantian, and when Ling Yan is in danger, every juncture, it will protect Ling Yan's safety without hesitation. In this way, there is no shortage of xuanhuan in Ling Yan's body. The xuanhuan that he cultivated on a daily basis has accumulated over time, and he hides it in his body's dantian, meridians, and major acupoints. Another point is that he has never used the xuanhuan cultivated by Ling Yun to fight. All his battles so far have been completed almost by relying on yin-yang qi. It can't be used up. Don't talk about xuanhuang's true qi. When Ling Yun fought against the more than 200 blood clans brought by Edward Marquis at Yunming Mountain in the capital, he didn't use the Shenwu Chunyang immortal art. These are all Ling Yan's real trump cards, and he will only use them against the enemy when life and death are really at stake. Shenwu Chunyang immortal art. It can definitely defeat the blood clan to death. Now I have more xuanhuan qi. If I fight against the blood clan in the future, see if I don't kill you all. Thinking of this, Ling Yan almost laughed out loud with pride, and within a few steps entered the warehouse where Qin Jiangue and Qin Sen were imprisoned. Chi. As soon as Ling Yun entered the warehouse, immediately, he sent out a few fingers to untie the dumb acupoints of the two brothers of the Qin family, and carefully observed the state of the suffering brothers and sisters. There is only one word to describe the current state of Qin Jiangue and Qin Sen: miserable. Miserable. After being affected by Ling Yan's xuanhuan true qi, Qin Jiangue and Qin Sen have now entered a state where neither humans nor ghosts. Qin Jiangue has been embraced for a long time, and his condition is slightly better. But as if he could no longer control his body, he transformed completely, with dark red eyes, blue-faced fangs, and a pair of black wings shrunk by half, lying on the ground, as if he had entered a semi-dormant state. It was really miserable for Qin Senator. He was hugged by Qin Jiangue just last night, and he was transforming from a human to a blood race, and then he absorbed Ling Yan's mysterious and yellow true energy. Under the action of two completely opposing forces, the blood alliance of Chuyong and Ling Yan's xuanhuan true qi, Qin Sen suffered a lot. He was so sad that he wanted to die immediately, but unfortunately he was hit by acupuncture points and couldn't move, so he could only endure thousands of the pain of cutting into pieces. What? As soon as Qin Sen's dumb acupoint was released, he immediately uttered a shrill scream, his bloody mouth opened, and a pair of fangs 4 or 5 centimeters long were on the face of the human figure, looking ferocious and terrifying, which made people dare not look straight at. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Ling Yun, you either kill me or give me a mouthful of blood, please, this feeling is too painful. 2 lines of blood and tears came out of Qin Sen's dark eyes, his wide scarlet lips trembling violently, begging Ling Yun there. If it weren't for his physical restraint, Qin Sen would only do 2 things now, either kneel down and beg Ling Yun with his head begging, or try his best to commit suicide. The pain of being blocked by the Blood Alliance is obviously not something he can bear, and it is definitely far better than that. The top 10 tortures in the Qing dynasty. Ling Yan stood inside the warehouse door, staring coldly at the Qin brothers on the ground. His eyes were indifferent, unmoved at all, but he was thinking hard in his heart. A master at the peak of the 6th level the day after tomorrow, was tormented like this by that bit of black and yellow true energy last night? Ling Yun frowned slightly. If this was the case, it would be impossible to directly use xuanhuan qi to make the 10 members of the Chao family return to humans from the Blood Clan. Ling Yun doesn't like to torture and kill. No matter how big the enemy is, he will be done with one blow. He used these methods to deal with Qin Jiangue and Qin Sen, of course, for the purpose of experimenting, in order to be safe when saving the Chao family. Qin Sen's 2 shrill screams woke up Qin Jiangue, who was in a semi-dormant state. He opened his eyes suddenly, and stared at Ling Yun with two extremely vicious eyes. Last night, what was that breath? How could it degrade the characteristics of my blood race? Chen Jiangui didn't scream. He looked calmer, but his voice was also extremely shrill. It's not sunlight, it's not flames, it's not pure silver, but while Chen Jiangui is experiencing pain, he clearly feels that not only his strength has declined, but he also has the characteristics of a vampire. It is also changing quietly. It's xuanhuan zhenqi. Ling Yan stared at Chen Jiangui and finally spoke. The other party was a mortal person, so he didn't need to hide it. Chen Jiangui was horrified, and said in shock, "What? Is it xuanhuan zhenqi? The Ling family's xuanhuan zhenqi?" Ling Yun nodded lightly, as a tacit consent. For the Qin family, willing to travel across the ocean. Let the Western blood race give him a first hug, and let his strength increase greatly. When he came back to help the Qin family climb to the top of China, Chen Jiangui could be regarded as a hero. If Ling Yun hadn't made a move, at least the current plan of the Qin family would have succeeded for the most part. It's a pity that the Chen family has provoked Ling Yun again and again, and they deserve to be unlucky. Chen Jiangui's eyes showed doubts, and he asked blankly, "But, as far as I know, the Xianhuang scriptures of the Ling family can't restrain the blood race?" Ling Yun just smiled faintly, but did not answer this question. "By the way, you are now the #1 master of the Ling family, maybe you have already cultivated the Xianhuang scripture to the level of Desheng." Chen Jiangui was doing self-brain supplementation there, muttering for a long time. Staring at Ling Yun again for a long while, he suddenly said, "You can still give a first hug to the blood race, you are very evil." As Chen Jiangui spoke, he glanced at Paul and Jester, both of whom used to belong to him. Ling Yun stood there quietly, whatever Chen Jiangui said. He still didn't speak, and remained calm. Ling Yun knew that Chen Jiangui already had a real sense of awe towards him, otherwise he wouldn't have said such a thing. "I am willing to be your servant, and you can also give me a first hug." Ling Yun sneered, with red lips and white teeth, and said lightly, "Don't even think about such a good thing. It can't be done. Even if I don't kill you, there are still many people who want to kill you." Chen Jiangui's ferocious face froze suddenly, his eyes were no longer as sharp as before, and he said dejectedly, "Then why don't you just kill me with one knife? 18 years later, I will be a good man again." There was a look of pity in Ling Yun's eyes, and he said slowly, "I said before, if I could kill you with one knife, I wouldn't let you live another second, but there are still 10 people in the Chow family waiting for me to rescue them. I have to develop a formula on you to treat everyone in the Chow family, so I have to let you live a few more days. Heaven's evil, you can still avoid it, self-inflicted evil, you can't live." After Ling Yun finished speaking, he turned to Tai Xiaohu and said, "Xiaohu, go out and get a bucket of animal blood, I want the freshest." Tai Xiaohu complied and took the order to leave. As soon as Chen Sun heard that Ling Yun had finally given him fresh blood, his mouth felt parched, his hunger and thirst doubled, and he struggled and restless again. Chen Jiangui raised his eyelids, squinted at Ling Yun and said, "You have been so hard in the capital and killed so many members of my Qin family. Are you really not afraid that my Qin family will come to you? Now that things have happened, I might as well tell you that my second grandfather, Qin Jingxian, is a congenital 9th-level expert with supernatural powers. He is currently working in the Huaxia team. If he makes a move, you will definitely die." Facing Chen Jiangui's intimidation, Ling Yun smiled brightly. "Innate 9 levels? Possess supernatural powers? Huaxia group? It sounds amazing." Ling Yun raised his hand, touched his nose with his index finger, 2 bright lights shot out of his eyes, and said proudly, "Since this is the case, I might as well tell you that I will destroy the Chen family. The Chen family must be destroyed." Ling Yun once said this sentence to Chao Tianlong. At that time, he was filled with righteous indignation, and what he said made Chao Tianlong's blood boil, and he was fascinated. Now, he said it in front of his prisoners, Qin Jiangui and Qin Sen, and he said it categorically and murderously. Qin Jiangui and Qin Sen were terrified at the same time seeing Ling Yun's contemptuous aura exuding at that moment, and couldn't help shivering. Ling Yun doesn't need to put on airs at all, let alone put on a show. This is a real superior, a character with absolute strength and confidence, who shows off his aura casually by raising his hands and feet. Tai Xiaohu quickly bought a bucket of blood and came back. Ling Yun told Paul and Jester to take good care of Qin Jiangui and Qin Sen, and finally said, "I'm waiting for your Qin family to rescue you," and then left the backyard warehouse. Bai Xianer, with black sunglasses and a long snow-white dress, had already been waiting in the courtyard. When she saw Ling Yun approaching, she immediately smiled at Ling Yun. "Brother Ling Yun, when are we going to leave?" Ling Yun gently embraced Bai Xianer's willow waist, and said with a faint smile, "Let's go now." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Boom, boom. Just as Ling Yun walked out of the gate of Villa Number 1 with Bai Xianer in his arms, he heard a muffled thunder in the distant sky. He looked up at the sky in the southwest direction, and said lightly, "It's going to rain." Tai Xiao, who followed from the yard in that black car, came to the side of Ling Yun and the two stopped the car, poked his head out of the car, and said to Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, get in the car." Ling Yun smiled and shook his head. "I have to go to Grandpa Shui first. You don't have to see me off, you go and meet Tang Meng now, and let him get ready for what he needs to do." Since Ling Yun returned to Qingshui City last night, he hasn't had time to visit Miracle Dr. Shui. Now that the overall situation has been settled, he finally has time. Of course he has to go there. This is due courtesy. "Okay, Brother Yun, then, when you are leaving, call me and tell me, I'll come pick you up." Tai Xiaohu didn't hesitate, left a word, drove away, turned a corner quickly, and disappeared from the sight of the two of them. Brother Ling Yun, Xiaohu practiced really hard. After Tai Xiaohu left, Bai Xianer snuggled into Ling Yun's arms, and said in an incomparably charming manner, with a hint of sincere admiration in her tone. Ling Yun smiled slightly. "Yeah, Tai Xiaohu should have been stimulated by us. In fact, Xianer, your progress is really astonishing. I can't even see what level your cultivation has reached now." When Bai Xianer heard Ling Yun's praise, she smiled shyly. "Hee, I don't even know." Bai Xianer does not have any reference for cultivation, she can only rely on the memory in her mind to explore on her own, and her realm is higher than Ling Yun, so Ling Yun can't see it, and she herself doesn't know what realm she has reached. The two of them talked, walked outside slowly, and soon came to the edge of Qingshui Lake, walked along the Qingshe Road on the bank of Qingshui Lake, and walked towards the first area of Qingxi Villa area, the home of Miracle Dr. Shui. It is rare for Ling Yun to be free. With the mentality of traveling in the mountains and rivers, he walked all the way admiring the scenery of Qingshui Lake, but their footsteps were at least twice as fast as ordinary people, and they soon arrived at the gate of Miracle Dr. Shui's villa. A golden light as thick as a thumb swooped down from the sky above the villa, descending on the heads of Ling Yun and Bai Xianer like lightning, and quickly circled around them. It was Miao Xiaomiao's extreme golden silkworm goo. Little gold. Ha, chirp. Xiaojin. The flying speed is at least twice as fast as before. It seems that I didn't steal my precious 7 obsidian grass for nothing. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and by the way, told about Xiaojin eating his 7 obsidian grass, which he still broods on until now. Cut. What a cheapskate. Didn't you also take my corpse powder? Besides, as far as the broken 7 obsidian grass you mentioned, we have a lot of seedlings. You can get as much as you want when you go, it's not, sorry. Before the person arrived, the sound came first, and Miao Xiaomiao's charming voice did not finish. Seeing a flash of green shadow, she had already flew out of the villa and stood in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun likes bickering with Miao Xiaomiao the most. He chuckled and said, what do you know? My heptapods are different from ordinary heptahedrons. One plant can be worth 100 of you. Miao Xiaomiao smiled, raised her chin, and said contemptuously, you can really blow. Why don't you say that you can support 1,000 or 10,000 plants? Bai Xian'er didn't speak all the time. She watched Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao bickering. As soon as they met, she giggled happily, and the flowers and branches trembled wildly. Just as Ling Yun was about to open his mouth to fight back, he heard hearty laughter from the courtyard. Full of energy, Miracle Dr. Xue walked out in stride. Grandpa Xue is good. Seeing Miracle Dr. Xue come out, Ling Yun immediately stopped bickering with Miao Xiaomiao, and greeted Miracle Dr. Xue respectfully. Okay. Xue Jingqi's face was flushed, his complexion was very good, and his face was filled with relief, obviously because Ling Yun came to see him specially. He is very happy. Good boy, don't stand at the gate, let's talk inside. Dr. Xue was talking, and grabbed Ling Yun's hand, as if meeting his own grandson. He dragged Ling Yun into the courtyard. At this time, no matter how tired Bai Xian'er was of Ling Yun, she was too embarrassed to stick to him. She left Ling Yun's embrace long ago, and went into the yard chatting and laughing with Miao Xiaomiao. Ninger, quickly bring out the best Longjing tea from Grandpa. As soon as Miracle Dr. Xue entered the courtyard, he immediately asked Xue Mining to make tea and entertain Ling Yun. Oh, Grandpa, let my sister make tea for brother Ling Yun, he is changing clothes now. Xue Mining's slightly flustered voice came from the second floor of the villa. She was worrying about choosing a dress for the grand banquet in the evening. She tried several times, but she was not satisfied. This time, Miao Xiaomiao from behind took the opportunity. She laughed and said, make tea for him? It's a good idea, let him drink boiled water, it's cheap for him. Miracle Dr. Xue and Ling Yun could only look at each other. Then Miracle Dr. Xue made a helpless expression, and said with a wry smile, well, it seems that I should make tea for you. Of course Ling Yun didn't come here for tea. He smiled and shook his head at Miracle Dr. Xue. Grandpa Xue, I'm just here to see you. I'll leave after chatting for a while, don't bother. Although Miao Xiaomiao said that she would not serve Ling Yun, but as soon as she entered the room, she quickly brought a tea tray, and made a pot of good tea with ease, and the villa was soon filled with fragrance, which was the dragon well that Dr. Xue said. After making tea for the two of them, Miao Xiaomiao got up, gave Ling Yun a hard look, and said coquettishly, if you want to drink, pour it yourself. Sister Xian'er, let's go upstairs. After finishing speaking, Miao Xiaomiao pulled up Bai Xian'er beside her and went to the second floor of the villa. Only Miracle Dr. Xue and Ling Yun were left in the living room. The two sat opposite each other across the coffee table, and the room suddenly fell silent. Dr. Xue smiled and watched Miao Xiaomiao go upstairs with kind eyes, until her back disappeared on the stairs. Then she looked away, smiled wryly, and said to Ling Yun, hey, this precious granddaughter is being spoiled by me again. Already, Ling Yun, don't you mind? Ling Yun bowed slightly, and said calmly, Grandpa Xue is worrying too much, of course not. Just kidding, Miao Xiaomiao is already living in Ling Yun's number 1 villa, and she helps Ling Yun take care of the ordinary clinic with her medical skills. How could Ling Yun mind such a trivial matter as bickering? On the contrary, Miao Xiaomiao has a very important position in Ling Yun's heart, because she once fought side by side with Ling Yun, fought against powerful enemies, and vowed to protect Ling Yun's life to the death. Ling Yun always remembered this. Moreover, among the many beauties around Ling Yun, Miao Xiaomiao was the only one other than Qin Dongxue who dared to confront Ling Yun coldly. This point, even the current Long Wu and the little demon girl, Xue Mining, couldn't do it. Bickering is bickering. Ling Yun is actually secretly happy, and he knows this best in his heart. Only the family can quarrel. If others dared to quarrel with Ling Yun would have slapped him with a big mouth. Divine Doctor, Xue chuckled, and soon stopped talking about it. He pouted towards the upstairs, lowered his voice, and said to Ling Yun, "That girl Shanshan is also upstairs, and she is picking out clothes with Ninger." Ling Yun has a strong spiritual sense, so he knew it a long time ago. He nodded and said, "Shanshan said, you have taken care of her a lot in Qingshui City these past few years, so when Ninger came back in the afternoon, she came with her." Divine Dr. Shue's expression became serious, and he said in a deep voice, "Well, Shanshan has been missing for 3 whole months, and I have been sweating for the Chow family in my heart. I saw that she lost so much weight when we met this time. What happened to the Chow family this time is really not small." Ling Yun frowned and nodded, with the same low tone. "What happened to the Chow family is indeed not small. It is related to the Chen family and the Blood clan. Grandpa Shui, I brought a few Blood clans back this time. I think you already know about it?" Ling Yun had already shown the blood race to all the beauties around him, including Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao. The first thing they would do when they got home was to tell Miracle Dr. Shui, so Ling Yun didn't hide anything and just said it outright. Divine Dr. Shui was not surprised, he just looked dignified, pondered for a while, and then asked Ling Yun, "What's going on in the capital now?" Dr. Shui was clearly concerned about Ling Yun's safety, both inside and out. Ling Yun stretched out his hand, picked up the teapot, first poured a cup of tea for Miracle Shui, then poured it for himself, picked up the teacup and drank it down in one gulp, praised the good tea, and then said 8 words. "Murderous intentions are everywhere, and there are many crises." Of course, this is what Ling Yun said from his own point of view. These 8 words can completely summarize the situation he is facing now. It's not just the capital, Grandpa Shui. I came back to Qingshui this time, but I didn't come back just for the college entrance examination. Those are trivial matters. I came back this time mainly to attract the attention of all parties in the capital. Ling Yun finally told Miracle Dr. Shui his real purpose. Under Ling Yun's broad daylight, he fought a battle with the Chen family. After Chen Sun was captured, his identity was completely exposed, which was equivalent to a formal declaration of war with the Chen family. But the water in the capital city is too deep, the situation is complicated and unclear, and the hidden power of the Chen family is too great. He doesn't want to be the target of public criticism, and he just takes the opportunity to return to Qingshui, which can solve the troubles of Qingshui City. Get rid of the worries of the future, and attract the attention of the capital to Qingshui City, which can be said to be multiple in one fell swoop. When Divine Dr. Shui heard Ling Yun say that murderous intentions were everywhere, his face became more serious. He pondered for a while, and then said again, "Shanshan has already told me about the things you went to the capital this time before you came. Yes, I can see that she has something to say, and it's not convenient for her to tell me directly. However, Ninger's father has been in the capital all the time, and he has told me a lot of news over there, so I have a little understanding of the situation in the capital, knowing that the situation in the capital is on the verge of breaking out to the point of. Grandpa Shui knows your ability and believes in your wisdom, but Grandpa wants to tell you here, you must be careful in everything." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Miracle Dr. Shui told Ling Yun to be careful in everything. When he said this, his face was more solemn than ever, and there was a deep worry in his brows. Obviously he cared about Ling Yun the most. For Miracle Dr. Shui's concern, Ling Yun naturally felt extremely deeply. The corners of his lips curled up in a graceful arc, and the charming dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, revealing a smile that made Miracle Dr. Shui completely relieved. "Grandpa Shui, don't worry, I will be careful." Ling Yun knew in his heart that the reason why Miracle Dr. Shui said this must be because he had guessed something, but he felt that the time had not come and he did not explain it to Ling Yun. Master Shui didn't say anything, Ling Yun didn't mention it, not because he wanted to hide it deliberately, but because, indeed, the time had not come, and it was still too early to tell some of his secrets. While the father and father were sitting and chatting, a large black cloud floated from the southwest direction of the sky, as black as ink, covering the sun that was about to set, making the sky outside quickly darken. The dark clouds rolled over quickly, piling up layer by layer, and soon covered the entire sky of Qingshui City, and they were getting lower and lower, making people who were exposed to the sky feel oppressed and felt like they couldn't breathe. Due to the weather, in Qingshui City today, it got dark at least an hour earlier than usual. Just after 6:30, the sky was completely dark, and every house turned on their lights. There was no wind, the sultry air seemed to freeze, it was extremely dull, and the torrential rain seemed to fall at any time. This situation reminded the people of Qingshui City that they couldn't help but think of the torrential rain at the end of March, which was rare in 100 years and flooded the entire Qingshui City. Although it had been 3 months, people still remembered it vividly. Crack! Accompanied by a thunderbolt, a dazzling lightning tore through the sky above Qingshui City, followed by deafening thunder. Boom, boom. Like 100 drums beating together, thousands of horses galloped over Qingshui City. It made people jump with fear. When the lightning flashed and the thunder rumbled, a golden light as thick as a thumb flashed from outside the villa, rushed into the living room in a hurry, was so frightened that he didn't know where to go, and got into Ling Yun's arms all at once. Ling Yun didn't move at all, he just lowered his head slightly and looked at the person lying on top of him. Ha screamed, trembling. Xiao Jin, who was frightened by the thunder and lightning, glanced at him. The extremely golden silkworm Gu Xiao Jin is a rare spiritual creature in the world. It has been psychic in the first place, especially after eating Ling Yun's Kayakeo. It has grown extremely fast and has a higher spirituality, with instinctive fear. Ling Yun smiled and gently stroked Xiao Jin. Comfortingly said, "Don't be afraid, you will have to face this thunder and lightning sooner or later." Ling Yun's movements and tone seemed to carry a strange force, and Xiao Jin immediately became much quieter, but found that he seemed to have found the wrong person to take refuge in. After the lightning passed, it immediately flapped its wings and rose. With a swipe, he flew to the 2nd floor. Dr. Shui looked at this scene, his tall body trembled slightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, but he turned his head to look at the sky outside, and said lightly as if to cover up, "It's another rare rainstorm." Ling Yun also turned his head slightly. Glancing at the sky outside, he said very firmly, "It's raining, but it's just a torrential rain. It can't be compared with the torrential rain at the end of March." In Ling Yun's view, the rain was really heavy, and it was also a heavy rainstorm, but it was the real amount of rainfall. Not even a third of the torrential rain at the end of March. Divine Dr. Shui was slightly moved. "Ling Yun, do you still watch the weather?" Ling Yun laughed happily, turned around and said, "Hey, that's right." Miracle Dr. Shui was extremely surprised, and blurted out, "Why do you know everything?" The voice of Miao Xiaomiao coaxing Xiao Jin came from the 2nd floor, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." Strange, Xiao Jin was not afraid of lightning before, but now he is afraid of thunder. Ling Yun heard it clearly, and he laughed secretly in his heart. This golden silkworm needs to survive 9 thunder calamities to complete the 9 transformations of the divine silkworm. Of course it will be afraid of thunder. After chatting with Miracle Dr. Shui for more than 10 minutes, Shui Mining finally put on her evening gown, and walked down from the 2nd floor side by side with Chao Shanshan. Behind them, Bai Xianer and Miao Xiaomiao naturally followed closely. Shui Mining was wearing a gorgeous red evening gown, her snow-white delicate shoulders were exposed, she was wearing a pair of red shiny high-heeled sandals, and she was carefully holding the corner of her skirt with her right hand. Walking downstairs, noble and elegant. "Brother Ling Yun, does it look good?" There was a trace of tension and anticipation in the little demon girl's voice. Ling Yun had already stood up, looking at Shui Mining, who was slowly coming down the stairs. He felt that this scene seemed familiar. This is the red evening dress that Shui Mining wore on her birthday. Unexpectedly she chose this one after choosing it. The only change was that the little demon girl changed into a pair of red high-heeled sandals, which made her look more mature and coquettish beyond her age. It looks good. Of course Ling Yun would not be stingy with compliments. It's just that he added another sentence in his heart, they are all beautiful. Chao Shanshan is the jewel in the palm of the Chao family, with a glamorous appearance, and has cultivated a compelling noble atmosphere since she was a child. Miao Xiaomiao is a stunning Miao girl who came out of the 100,000 mountains. She has a beautiful face and a hot and sexy figure. She is wearing a long emerald green dress, with bright eyes and a sweet smile. Needless to say, Bai Xianer is just a simple and elegant white long dress, which gives her an otherworldly aura, all kinds of temptations, all kinds of amorous feelings, so beautiful that people can't look directly at her. Forgot to breathe. Four stunning beauties came down the stairs talking and laughing, their willow waists were swaying, their scents were floating, their eyes were rolling. Ling Yun couldn't help but see that his blood flow quickened, and the beast's blood boiled. When Xue Mining got downstairs, she immediately quickened her pace and ran to Ling Yun's side. Her two pink arms immediately hugged Ling Yun's arm, and asked with a coquettish smile, "Brother Ling Yun, when are we going to the banquet?" However, Chao Shanshan came gently to Ling Yun's side, greeted Miracle Dr. Xue respectfully, then smiled and stopped talking. As soon as a few young people came over, Miracle Dr. Xue stopped talking, his eyelids drooped, and he drank tea by himself, leisurely and extremely comfortable. Ling Yun's right arm was hugged tightly by Xue Mining. He felt the two plump mountains on the little demon girl's chest. A strange feeling inevitably appeared in his body, but he didn't dare to act recklessly. He could only say with a smile, "I called Tai Xiaohu, they should be here soon." After hearing this, the little demon girl couldn't help but frowned and said, "Brother Ling Yun, it's not like we don't have a car, so why let them pick it up?" In Miracle Dr. Xue's garage, there are at least 3 luxury cars, 2 of which belong to Xue Mining. One is a Ferrari, and the other is a more luxurious Maybach. Ling Yun naturally knew this, but he smiled and said, "Ninger, you are wearing a dress now, how can you drive?" After hearing this, Xue Mining stuck out her lovely tongue and stopped talking. When it was almost 7 o'clock, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, 2 cars in front of each other, came to the gate of Miracle Dr. Xue's villa. When Ling Yun heard the sound of the car, he swept his consciousness and knew that the 2 had arrived, so he immediately stood up and bid farewell to Divine Dr. Xue. "Grandpa Xue, shall we go first?" Divine Dr. Xue stood up with a smile. "Well, then you can go and do your business, I won't send you out." However, the director of the education department has something to do with the Sun family in the capital. When you deal with him, remember to be careful and consider the official face. By now, Divine Dr. Xue naturally knew that Ling Yun was going to deal with someone tonight with such a big fanfare. "When this matter is over, you come to my place, and our father and I will talk about it in detail." When Divine Dr. Xue sent Ling Yun out of the living room, he said something lightly. Ling Yun knew that the last sentence was the key point. Divine Dr. Xue knew that he had something important to do today, so he obviously suppressed a lot of words and didn't say anything. "I see, Grandpa Xue, please stay." Ling Yun agreed straightforwardly, then took Xue Mining's hand, and walked out of the villa compound of Master Xue. "Brother Yun! Brother Yun!" As soon as Ling Yun walked out of the door, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu immediately came over and asked Ling Yun to get in the car. "Get in the car first, talk while walking." Ling Yun, Xue Mining, and Bai Xianer got into Tang Meng's car, Miao Xiaomiao and Chao Shanshan got into Tai Xiaohu's car, and the 2 cars quickly turned around and drove away. The sky was extremely gloomy, the thunder was rumbling, and the torrential rain was still brewing. There were no pedestrians on the road, and there were few vehicles. Both cars had their lights on and sped fast. "Do you know which hotel it is?" Ling Yun sat in the co-pilot and turned to ask Tang Meng who was driving. "Hey, as Lu Guanwang said, it's the Triumph Hotel." Li Jiuzheng arranged for a whole floor to be booked. It's the banquet hall on the 5th floor, and the banquet starts at 8 o'clock on time. Ever since Tang Meng saw Ling Yun, he had been grinning from ear to ear, and said with a grin, which was very detailed. Ling Yun frowned. Okay, don't laugh, your chin will drop if you laugh again, and speak seriously. Throughout the afternoon, Tang Meng led people to copy Lu Guanwang's home, taking over all of Lu Guanwang's family property. He must have had a blast copying his home, and he couldn't stop being so happy. He just kept saying, "Hey, brother Yun, Lu Guanwang is completely over. This time we made at least 150 million yuan, this money, it's so cool to earn it." Tang Meng couldn't get enough of it, and he also took over so many real properties from him. It's all a lucrative deal. Ling Yun felt secretly refreshed when he heard this, but he was not as exaggerated as Tang Meng showed. He just smiled and asked, "Where is Lu Guanwang now? Have you handed it over to the police?" A strange sneer suddenly appeared on Tang Meng's face. Of course he can't be handed over to the police now. To clean up Li Jiujiang tonight, we have to rely on him to testify in person. Right now, Qinglong's brother is holding Lu Guanwang. Just wait for my phone call, and they will be delivered to the Kaishan Hotel immediately. My father is also ready. When the time comes, as long as you say a word, they will go directly to the hotel to arrest people. Tonight, no one can escape. Ling Yun nodded secretly when he heard this. Tang Meng is getting more and more prudent and sophisticated in his work. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. 7:30 in the evening, Kaishan Hotel. Triumph Hotel is a super 5-star luxury hotel and one of the landmark buildings of Qingshui City. It is located in the most prosperous area of the city center, across a street from Qingshui City Pedestrian Street. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the sky over Qingshui City was covered with dark clouds, and the clouds were densely covered. Lightning flashed one after another, wantonly tearing apart the pitch-black night sky. Rumble. The air in Qingshui City is no longer stuffy and hot, but has a trace of humidity and coolness. When the wind blows, it will pour down like a torrential rain. On the 5th floor of Triumph Hotel, there is a magnificent banquet hall. Compared with the dreary weather outside, which was about to rain, the banquet hall on the 5th floor of the Triumph Hotel was filled with a joyous atmosphere that surpassed the festival at the moment. The luxurious banquet hall is brightly lit, illuminating the entire living room as bright as day, and the 36 round dining tables are already filled with guests. Under the illumination of the lights, the golden tableware on the dining tables reflects the yellow light. Let the whole banquet hall be filled with a luxurious and extravagant atmosphere. There were no empty seats, and there was a lot of voices. The nephew of the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education, Li Tian's celebration banquet for the top scorer in the college entrance examination, cannot be described as high-end atmosphere and high grade. Now, more than 300 people have come to the banquet hall, but the guests who come to congratulate are still in an endless stream. As long as the elevator on the 5th floor is opened, more than a dozen people will get out of the elevator and be guarded. The 6 beauties at the entrance of the elevator greeted the guests and went to the entrance of the banquet hall to congratulate the number 1 scholar of the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination, and presented their red envelopes with both hands. Of course, most of the guests who came here didn't even know who Li Tian was. Congratulations were actually a matter of one sentence, and the main thing was to give red envelopes. At the entrance of the banquet hall, there were 4 tables, and 2 people sat behind each table, and one was responsible for opening the red envelopes and counting the money. One is in charge of bookkeeping. It has been more than 2 hours since 5:30 in the afternoon, and the 8 of them hardly have any chance to rest. They are unsmiling and solemn, and they are more serious than the tellers and accountants working in the bank. They have been repeating one thing, opening red envelopes. Count money. Many prestigious guests came and did not take any red envelopes at all. It was directly bundles of bright red 100 yuan bills, 1 bundle, 2 bundles, or even 10 bundles or 8 bundles. If there is not a cash counter on every table. These 8 people must be too busy. Only God knows how much money Li Jiuzheng can collect for this college entrance examination #1 scholar celebration banquet. The nephew of the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education won the first place in the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination with only 1 point short of a perfect score. Has been rendered into a good story. College entrance examination champion Li Tian, accompanied by Shi Debiao, the headmaster of Qingshui No. 9 Middle School, sat at the door of the banquet hall to welcome waves of guests. That's right, Li Tian was sitting there to greet the guests. He was wearing a white designer shirt and a fancy tie. Straight trouser line, a pair of polished black leather shoes, leaning on the back of a comfortable chair, with legs crossed, smoking a 9.5 Supreme cigarette that has not been seen on the market for a long time. Squinting his eyes, he glanced disdainfully at the people who came to congratulate him and give him red envelopes, full of dandy, rich and handsome images. If ordinary people came in front of him, he wouldn't even look at them. At most, he would curl his lips and grunt twice. With a half-smile, he waved his hand to dismiss the matter. Principal Shi Debiao already knew what his champion scholar student was. The living ancestor beside him was angry with him. On the right back of Li Tian's seat, there is still a person standing there quietly at this time. He looks only 17 or 18 years old, but he is beautiful, and he is a disaster-like beauty. If Ling Yun was present, he would be able to recognize this stunning girl at a glance. It was Qi Shaoqing, the impoverished female student he had saved from Li Tian when he went to Qingshui No. 5 Middle School to take the exam before the college entrance examination. Qi Shaoqing's face is absolutely beautiful, her figure is slim and exquisite, she is wearing a gorgeous purple dress, she is beautiful, but she just stands there quietly, her face is expressionless, her pair of beautiful eyes are dim and empty. Staring at everything in front of him, he seemed to lose his soul. Standing there, Qi Shaoqing was the most beautiful scenery in itself, but all the prosperity in front of her eyes could not arouse the slightest disturbance in her heart, as if she had nothing to do with what happened in front of her, and she was in another world. This is numbness, complete numbness, a kind of numbness that has been fought hard, but finally lost to reality and fate. Principal Shi, congratulations. Your school has the #1 student in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, who happens to be Director Li's nephew. This is really a double blessing. Just wait for the promotion. Yes, this time the college entrance examination, Principal Shi really stole the limelight. Hey, why didn't such a good thing happen to us? 2 guests who were at the same level as Shi Debiao were praising Shi Debiao enviously. Where is it, even though I am the principal of Li Tian got such good grades in the exam, all because of the good teaching of Mayor Li and our director Li. Li Tian is also talented, hardworking, and studious. Hey, it's me who has been favored by the students. Shi Debiao was modest and polite, but his radiant face and proud expression betrayed him deeply. Please come in, both of you, the banquet is about to begin. Shi Debiao greeted those 2 people a few words, and invited them into the banquet hall. Another wave of guests passed by. Li Tian curled his lips, looked at the time impatiently, and suddenly frowned and said, "What time is it? Isn't the host already in place? Why hasn't the banquet started yet?" When Shi Debiao heard Li Tian's impatient words, he immediately apologized, bowed his waist and walked over with a smile on his face, with a sneer on his face. Li Tian, don't worry, it's 8 o'clock in 10 minutes. The party is about to begin. Are you hungry? Do you want me to ask the waiter to get you something to eat first, to fill your stomach first? If you don't know this situation, look at it. Certainly not thinking that Shi Debiao is Li Tian's principal, but Li Tian is Shi Debiao's biological father. Even if Shi Debiao served his own father, he would not be so considerate and careful. Under the instruction of Li Jiuzheng, Shi Debiao used his small treasury in Qingshui No. 9 Middle School to organize this celebration banquet, which was to celebrate Li Tian's achievements. It's showing credit for myself again. Of course, flatter the leader. Sure Dubiao has benefited enormously from this level of filming. Li Jiuzheng has already arranged for him the position of Deputy Director of the Qingshui City Education Bureau is none other than him. Seeing Sure Dubiao sticking up, with a flattering face, Master Li Tian didn't appreciate it. He glanced at Sure Dubiao like a fool, and then turned his head to look at Qi Shaoqing behind him. Eyes full of greed and domination. You're stupid, you, I'm so hungry, I just want to finish this cutscene quickly, and I'm going to bridal with her tonight. For Qi Shaoqing, Li Tian had already been beaten up by Ling Yun, Tang Meng and others, and now he finally succeeded, but he hadn't eaten it yet. Already impatient, can't wait. Li Tian's father is the deputy mayor of Hudong City, with a high position, and his uncle is also the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. He has experienced countless things like today's banquet to receive red envelopes. I'm back. The family has a lot of money, so they don't take it seriously at all, it's very annoying. Tonight's red envelopes are at least tens of millions, but in Li Tian's eyes, the tens of millions are far less enjoyable than spending the spring night with Qi Shaoqing and breaking her virginity. Young Master Li Tian was furious and cursed. The people around were alarmed, and they looked over one after another. This made Sure Dubiao feel awkward, and the smile on his face became awkward. He cursed viciously in his heart, but he still grinned flatteringly and said, yes, wedding candles, it's night, when the gold list is named. Both of you are my students, one is the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and the other is the second place in the college entrance examination. Our school won the first and second places in Jiangnan province. You two are absolutely talented and beautiful when you are together. For a person like Sure Dubiao, his conscience has long been fed to the dog. He is full of flattery, but he still doesn't forget to brag about his contributions. After hearing Sure Dubiao's words, Qi Shaoqing finally had a reaction. She gave Sure Dubiao a slight look with indifferent and empty eyes, and there was strong contempt in her eyes. She was already so disgusted that she was about to vomit. Li Tian noticed Qi Shaoqing's expression, he sneered, and said to himself, Qi Shaoqing, aren't you a fierce horse? No matter how fierce you are, hasn't Lao Tzu surrendered you? If it wasn't for Lai Ma, I still don't want it. See if I can't kill you tonight. Qi Shaoqing, let me tell you, tonight is our bridal chamber, can you stop poking here like a zombie? Do you still want to save your mother? Do you still want to treat your sister? Do you still want to fill out the application form? After asking 3 times in a row, he revealed the whole card in Li Tian's hand. Qi Shaoqing's tender body shook, and tears of humiliation and grief overflowed from her beautiful eyes, but she clenched her teeth tightly and didn't cry out. The lives of her relatives and her own future are all in Li Tian's hands. She complains every day should not be done, and the earth is not working. She has no choice but to endure humiliation. Li Tian looked at the painful Qi Shaoqing coldly, and said with a sneer, for you, I got beaten up. I haven't settled the debt with you yet, but now you're crying first? Last time you were lucky, this time I'll see who can save you. Crying is the same thing, smiling is the same time, it's up to you, I don't care. Li Tian spoke recklessly, the voice was not low, everyone around heard it, but everyone was silent, no one dared to say a word. 5 minutes before 8 o'clock, there were no more people coming to the elevator entrance. It was obvious that almost all the guests who had received the invitation had come. Naturally, the people below would not be late for Director Li's banquet. Li Tian, all the guests should have arrived, and the host has already come on stage, look. Seeing that it was almost time, Sure Dubiao respectfully invited Li Tian into the banquet hall. I'm tired of waiting, go in. Li Tian got up muttering, and raised his hand to grab Qi Shaoqing's chest, causing Qi Shaoqing to instinctively dodge back in fright. Just then, the elevator doors opened. "I wipe, a peerless beauty." Li Tian turned his head when he heard the sound, and was immediately stunned by the scene in front of him, and exclaimed. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Although Li Tian is only 19 years old, he is lustful by nature and pretends to be romantic. He has harmed many girls since he was in junior high school. Escaped his clutches. There are too many women to play with, and Li Tian doesn't look down on those slightly attractive women at all, not to mention that now, beside him is a beautiful girl who is a disaster, Qi Xiaoqing. But even so, the beauty who came out of the elevator hit Master Li Tian's heart in an instant. He only took one look, and he couldn't bear to look away. Li Tian couldn't help shaking his body, the blood flow in his body accelerated, he swallowed saliva, his eyes were so big that a bull's eye almost popped out of their sockets. Li Tian's voice made the people who were busy clearing the tables at the door and preparing to enter the banquet hall stop their work one after another, and looked towards the elevator entrance in surprise. This look doesn't matter, all the people, no matter men, women, young or old, couldn't help but be stunned at the same time, each mouth opened enough to stuff an egg, all dumbfounded. My God, why, how come there are such beautiful guests? Li Tian is right, she is indeed a peerless beauty, and not one, but a group. The first one to come out of the elevator was Lin Menghan. Lin Menghan has the face of an angel, the figure of a devil, long black hair curled up high, a slender neck, and snow-white skin, shining crystal luster under the bright light. She is wearing a tight-fitting pink and white cheongsam with embroidered wearing colorful peonies, with high slits, two beautiful round legs looming in the shadow of the skirt. As she walks gracefully, the whole person releases a thrilling enchanting sex appeal. The most eye-catching thing, of course, is her billowy breasts and her willow waist, which is wrapped in a tight-fitting cheongsam that is well-tailored, making her look even more exquisite and embossed. Such a hot body. Even an old monk who has been practicing Buddhism for many years casually takes a look at him, and he will inevitably move his heart, let alone a lecherous dude like Li Tian. After Lin Menghan took the lead, Yao Rou followed closely behind, and Yao Rou showed another kind of breathtaking beauty. She wore a light yellow evening dress today, with a fishtail skirt, and her two slender legs were tightly wrapped in it. With every step, people can see her perfect curve. Yao Rou put on light makeup. With a sweet and attractive appearance, the first time he appeared under the light, he was not much inferior to Lin Menghan, and instantly attracted a lot of attention. Behind the two of them, Bai Xianer, Miao Xiaomiao, Long Wu, Chao Shanshan, came out of the elevator one by one. One can imagine. Such 6 beauties walking out of the elevator all at once will shock Li Tian and the people around him. As soon as they appeared, they completely compared the 6 beauties who were guarding the elevator door, making the 6 beauties pale. The expressions on their faces were nothing but shock, they were all stunned and ashamed. On the entire 5th floor, in terms of appearance and figure, the only person who could compete with Lin Menghan and others was Qi Xiaoqing, who was wearing a purple evening dress. Welcome. Good evening, ladies. Who are you? After the shock, the foreman-like beauty Ying Bin finally came to her senses. After she took the lead and bowed, she asked Lin Menghan very politely why they came. Lin Menghan was also very polite, she smiled sweetly, and explained her intentions lightly, we are here to congratulate Xuanhuan Lang. Lin Menghan only said that he came to congratulate Xuanhuan Lang, but deliberately did not point out which Xuanhuan Lang it was. 6 ladies, please go this way. The foreman really came to congratulate him. She immediately bent down respectfully, raised her hand as an invitation gesture, and led Lin Menghan and others straight to the entrance of the banquet hall. People compare themselves to others, and goods compare to others. Once Lin Menghan and the other 6 appeared, the 6 beauties who thought they were good-looking and tall did not even dare to raise their heads. Disappeared from his sight. The 6 people like Lin Menghan are not only beautiful and beautiful, they are even more powerful in their personal aura. When the 6 of them are combined, the glamorous aura can overwhelm people. I was so angry that I didn't dare to look at them more. After all, Shi Debiao is well informed. He saw so many stunning beauties coming at once, but none of them he knew, and none of them were even familiar to him. After the initial shock, he panicked for no reason. He quickly touched Li Tian, who was drooling with his elbow, and asked, quietly, Li Tian. Li Tian, wake up, who are these 6 people, what? What? What did you say? God is pitiful, young Master Li Tian has seen so many beautiful beauties for the first time since he was a child, he has been dumbfounded for a long time, and he was thinking about how to get all these 6 beauties, but he didn't hear it at all. What is Shi Debiao talking about? Seeing that Lin Menghan and others were about to come, Shi Debiao was extremely anxious. He tugged the dazed Li Tian again, and asked in a low voice, I said, the 6 people who came here, I heard they said they came to congratulate you. Yes, do you know them? Look at their clothes, they don't look like ordinary people. Shi Debiao added one more sentence, which was a cautious reminder. Li Tian was stunned, thought about it carefully, and said in a daze, I don't know anyone, I don't know any of them, it should be my uncle's friend? Or, the female teacher in the school below? After thinking about it like this, a shadow suddenly flashed in Li Tian's heart, and he said that it's bad, these beauties are all my uncle's mistresses, right? Then what else can I do? No, I've met at least 10 of my uncle's dozen or so mistresses, and none of them are. How about saying that Li Tian is a bastard? He thought so, and muttered in his mouth, saying this sentence. Humph. With a scream, a white shadow flashed by. Snapped. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and before they understood what happened, they heard an extremely crisp sound. It was the sound of a slap on the face. Ah! A miserable howl sounded. When everyone looked again, they saw the number 1 man, Li Tian, who had been proud all night, covering his left face with his left hand, turning in circles on the spot, at least 4 or 5 times before stopping. What's wrong? What happened? Li Tian. Many people exclaimed, because none of them saw what happened, just a blink of an eye. I saw Li Tian covering his face, and circling wildly on the spot. Bai Xianer made a move, a slap was enough. The moment Bai Xianer's figure moved, Song Jingyang, Morong Wenshi, Yuxingjin and Han Laosan were accompanying Song Jingyang, Morong Wenshi, Yuxingjin and Han Laosan in a luxurious private room directly below the banquet hall on the 4th floor of the Triumph Hotel. Ling Yun, who was talking to Principal Zheng of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, frowned helplessly. Hey! Sure enough, Xianer shouldn't be allowed to go up first. After thousands of reminders, he still made a move. Li Tian, why are you so stupid? Ling Yun's current consciousness can completely cover a radius of 100 meters. As soon as he arrived at the Triumph Hotel, he had already locked the entire 5th floor with his consciousness. It is not an exaggeration to say that even a fly on the 5th floor flew by. He can see clearly. Ling Yun, what's wrong with you? Ling Yun frowned suddenly. Morong Feishua, who was beside him, immediately noticed it, and hurriedly asked. There are quite a lot of people in this luxurious private room, besides the few characters mentioned above, there are also Morong Feishua and Kong Xiuru. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu had already arrived at the hotel. Shui Mining was chatting with them in the private room next to Ling Yun. Ling Yun glanced at Morong Feishua, and blushed when Morong Feishua looked at her pretty face. Then he smiled and said to everyone, it's okay, the show has already begun. Tang Meng's side has almost made arrangements, and we will now go up. Bai Xianer has already made a move. Ling Yun is afraid that he will not go up again. Bai Xianer will be a little heavier, and then burn Li Tian alive. While talking, Ling Yun stood up, smiled at Morong Wencher and the others. Grandpa Morong, Uncle Song, are you going up with us, or are you going to sit here for a while? Song Jingyang also stood up, laughed loudly and said, Ling Yun, after you go up, there will definitely be a commotion, too many people, and the scene is too chaotic, so we won't go up. We'll drink tea here, and wait for you to settle things. After finishing, we will go up to congratulate you. Undoubtedly, after Morong Feishue returned to the antique market in the afternoon, Song Jingyang and the others would definitely come over to congratulate Ling Yun once she told about Ling Yun's return. This is the real congratulations. That's fine, then I'll go up first, and I'll finish the matter soon, so I promise we won't delay our drinking. Ling Yun laughed, said goodbye and left the house, and went directly to the private room next door. Of course he would bring Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining up together. At this time, the entrance of the banquet hall on the 5th floor has become a mess. What? Li Tian covered his cheeks and howled miserably. A mouthful of blood gushed from his mouth and flowed down the cracks between his fingers. Who hit me? Li Tian covered his face, squatted on the ground, bared his teeth and roared. By Xianer Xing Luo Jiushan's movement technique, not to mention ordinary people, even Lin Menghan and Yao Rou, who both reached the peak of the acquired 9th level, did not see her shadow clearly. Only Miao Xiaomiao, who was more familiar with Bai Xianer, reluctantly she saw it, but she didn't have time to stop it. Of course, even if Miao Xiaomiao could stop it, she wouldn't care. After hearing Li Tian's nonsense, she wanted to give Li Tian a go. Li Tian, what's wrong with you? This. Li Tian was slapped inexplicably, and Shi Debiao was dumbfounded at this moment. He panicked instantly and didn't know what to do. Shi Debiao knew in his heart that Li Tian's slap must have something to do with the 6 women who just came up, but those 6 women have stood there without moving since they came to the entrance of the banquet hall. This is really evil. Shi Debiao pulled Li Tian 3 times, but failed to lift him up, so he finally had to give up. He walked up to Lin Menghan and the others, and said with a vigilant smile, ladies, come to the banquet, is there an invitation? The 5 beauties all smiled, looking at Li Tian, who was howling on the ground. They didn't even bother to pay attention to Shi Debiao. Only Long Wu stepped forward with a smile and took out a check from his handbag. We forgot to bring the invitation card, but we prepared a red envelope for Zhuang Yuan Lang. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Long Wu held the check between the fingertips of his slender and beautiful middle fingers, shook it slightly in his hand, and then handed it to Shi Debiao with a sneer. In Long Wu's eyes, Shi Debiao can't even compare to a beggar. This. Shi Debiao was almost a head shorter than Long Wu. Long Wu raised his hand, and the check in his hand was just in front of his face, almost sticking to his face. This was already a humiliation, and Shi Debiao felt embarrassed instantly. Incomparably, neither is it accepted, nor is it not accepted. Here you go, take it. The dragon dance powder mask was covered with frost, his eyes were cold, and there was a disdainful smile on the corner of his mouth. With a light wave of his hand, he threw the check on Shi Debiao's face. At this moment, there was a crack in the sky outside, a thick lightning pierced the dark night sky, and the thunder exploded, shaking the windows of the Triumph Hotel to tremble. The wind suddenly picked up, and the rain poured down. Shi Debiao was hesitating there in embarrassment. Hearing the thunderbolt, he instinctively trembled with fright. He could only watch the check fall from his face to the ground. This is a red envelope for young Master Li Tian. Shi Debiao had no choice but to be embarrassed, and obediently bent down to pick up the check on the ground. The one picking up money on the ground looks like a dog. Ah? 20 million? When Shi Debiao straightened up, he happened to see the amount on the check, and he exclaimed in shock. This. It is impossible for Shi Debiao not to be shocked. Li Tian's celebration banquet tonight, he received a total of how much money in red envelopes? About 10,000. But Long Wu casually took out a check, which was 20 million. He had never seen such a generous handout. And it was a young girl who gave him the check. Long Wu's beautiful eyes stared. What? What about this and that? Too little? Do you still think this check is fake? If you don't believe it, don't you have professional finance here? Just let them check it. Shi Debiao heard that Long Wu's words were wrong. I feel more and more in my heart that the other party's visitors are not kind, but they are obviously just beautiful women from 6 countries. No matter in terms of appearance, clothing, or temperament, they are indeed here to participate in the banquet, and they can't find any faults at all. The key is. Li Tian was slapped severely by someone just now, but no one saw who did it. Shi Debiao already knew that this matter was extremely difficult. He had never encountered such a weird scene in his life, and even with his exquisite and cunning, he couldn't handle it at all. It is inevitable for people to panic at this time. Shi Debiao could already feel his heart beating violently. Holding the check in both hands, he turned his head stiffly and looked at Li Tian, who was squatting on the ground and howling. But Li Tian was still howling in pain. How could it be possible to ignore him? Isolated, helpless, Shi Debiao could only shake his heart. A smile uglier than crying appeared on his fat face, and he said to Long Wu, girls, the gifts you gave are really amazing. It's too heavy, I'm just Li Tian's principal. I can't make the decision, so, this matter, I have to report to our leader. The leader Shi Debiao spoke of was naturally the person behind the scenes arranging tonight's banquet, Li Tian's uncle Li Jiujiang. Long Wu smiled, and said calmly, whatever you want. Finished. She turned her head slightly, and glanced behind the table next to her intentionally or unintentionally. What she saw was a safe. There are 4 such safes, one behind each desk, and of course they are used to store money. Now those 4 safes are indeed filled with the cash collected tonight. As long as the banquet here starts, the 8 financial staff will take away the 4 safes together with the ledger and send them directly to Li Jiujiang's home. They are not at the banquet tonight. However, Long Wu already knew that no one could take away the money here tonight. As soon as Shi Debiao heard that Long Wu had agreed, he quickly raised his arms, wiped the sweat off his face, and carefully handed the check to a financial officer, and gave him a sneaky wink. The financial officer was a professional accountant, but he was unequivocal. The moment he took the check and read it several times to verify the authenticity of the check. After reading it, he didn't find any problems, and the accountant quickly nodded at Shi Debiao. The check is of course real, more real than real money. Shi Debiao and the financial officer had a tacit understanding for a long time. After he saw that the other party confirmed the authenticity of the check, he put down more than half of the big stone in his heart at once, and the corners of his mouth twitched uncontrollably, his expression extremely excited. Since the check was genuine, it was up to Li Jiujiang to accept it or not. Regardless of whether he accepted it or not, Shi Debiao made a great contribution. Li Jiujiang would definitely be satisfied with a celebration banquet that raised more than 30 million yuan. He might even be promoted to the 3rd level after being overjoyed. Shi Debiao doesn't know now that the more than 30 million yuan is the ironclad evidence of Li Jiujiang's corruption and bribery, and it is a murderous knife. No one can take it away. Maybe I was worrying too much. They really came to the banquet, but Li Tian was beaten just now, so what happened? Shi Debiao's mind was settled, and his mind immediately came alive. His thoughts flashed. Suddenly, there are 3 mysterious figures from the capital, beside Director Li, and he told me to take good care of them. Could it be that these 6 beauties, Director Li came to serve those 3 people? However, these 6 beauties are also very mysterious, and they are not something I can offend. Forget it, I'd better do my own thing well and wait for promotion to get rich. Thinking of this, Shi Debiao waved his hand, called the foreman over, and said, take these 6 ladies to the banquet hall, and find a table for them to sit alone. Regardless of whether there is an invitation or not, the dragon dance has brought out 20 million yuan, so they are naturally eligible to enter the banquet hall, and they are also guests of honor. 6 ladies, please go this way. After Lin Menghan and others followed the welcoming guest into the banquet hall, Shi Debiao suddenly felt his whole body relax, and his tense nerves relaxed. He hurried over and first pulled Li Tian up from the ground. Li Tian, are you okay? What happened just now? Shi Debiao supported young Master Li Tian with both hands, stared at the left side of Li Tian's swollen old gal's face, looked at the 5 shocking finger marks, and asked with a look of concern. Puff. Li Tian spat out a mouthful of bloody foam, hissed his mouth in pain and cursed, "You're blind, I'm so hurt that I dare not speak, do you think it's important?" He was slapped inexplicably, and he didn't know what was going on. Li Tian was too dumb to be dumb. Quick, rinse your mouth first. Although Shi Debiao was scolded, he still had to wait on him honestly, brought his water glass over to let Li Tian rinse his mouth, and said at the same time, "Li Tian, those 6 women just gave you a 20 million check, I can't decide this matter, I have to report to Director Li." Bai Xian'er shot very well, using the strength of an ordinary person to hit, Li Tian was not seriously injured. Hiss, ha, you go, by the way, don't forget to call my new bodyguards, you tell my uncle, I won't go on stage and go through that shit. I'll go directly to the presidential suite, it's time to sleep, don't bother me. Li Tian grinned and said something, at the same time turned his head and gave Qi Shaoqing a fierce look. Humph, the beating I received tonight will be recovered 1,000 times and 100 times from you. Qi Shaoqing has been standing there quietly, motionless, indifferent as ice, no one can see what she is thinking in her heart. Inside the banquet hall. This banquet hall has a large area and is full of luxury. It is specially used for large-scale business meetings, rich and powerful in the upper class, and all kinds of festive banquets. 36 large dining tables are placed in it, and no one will feel it. Crowded. Going through the hall, there is a wide and quiet passage. The passage is not very long in the east-west direction. On both sides of the passage, there are 2 luxurious large private rooms. This is specially prepared for leaders and VIPs, because it is impossible for these guests to sit and dine in a noisy hall. At the end of the passage, the north room. This is a luxurious suite with an area of at least 100 square meters. The most conspicuous thing is an oversized automatic rotating dining table. This table can accommodate at least 24 people sitting together. At this time, Comrade Li Jiuzheng, the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education, was sitting here as the host and companion. Other than him, those who are qualified to sit in this room are naturally rich or expensive, and they are all famous and respected figures in Qingshui City. Among them, there are 7 or 8 senior cadres in the provincial department, and 5 or 6 director-level leaders of the Qingshui City Education Bureau. There are also Li Jiuzheng's secrets, there are 2 in total, 1 male and 1 female. It is worth mentioning that Xia Zhenting, the executive deputy mayor of Qingshui City, and Go Juntha's father, Go Lianqing, who was kicked into a eunuch by Ling Yun, were also present. In addition, there were 3 other men with indifferent expressions and serious expressions, wearing ordinary gray t-shirts and cloth shoes, but they all sat on the left and right sides of Li Jiuzheng, in the position of VIPs. Although they were all dressed in civilian style and looked nondescript, Li Jiuzheng, a vice-provincial cadre, treated them respectfully and politely. One reason is enough, because the 3 of them were all sent by the Sun family in the capital. Old Xia, you don't need to say more, let alone worry, Ling Yun is only 18 years old, he is still young, and he doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Li Jiuzheng narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the only empty seat on the right side of the round table, and said casually. That seat was reserved for Lu Guanwang, director of Qingshui City Education Bureau. Don't say that he went to the capital to go to college. It's unknown whether he can leave Qingshui City alive after this trip. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Xie is in his 40s, fair-skinned, handsome, and looks like the hero in a hero movie in the 1960s and 1970s. He looks upright, but he is pampered and his body is very fat. Copy address access. Different from Li Jiuzheng's carelessness, Xie face was completely anxious and haggard, his brows were tightly knit together, and he looked worried. After listening to Li Jiuzheng's words, Xie still frowned. He coughed lightly and said worriedly, "Director Li, I still have some different opinions about Ling Yun." Xie was very polite to Li Jiuzheng. Although he was refuting Li Jiuzheng's point of view, he did not show any trace and said it very tactfully. Seriously speaking, the identity composition of the personnel in this luxury suite is very incongruous, even very weird. Normally, these people should not be sitting together at the same time. These people include the leaders of the provincial department and the cadres of the municipal bureau. They are basically educated. For Li Tian, the top student in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, sitting together will naturally not have any problems, which is very normal. But apart from them, there is also Xie Zhenting, the executive deputy mayor of Qingshui City, Go Lianqing, a business tycoon in Qingshui City, and 3 unknown mysterious figures. This kind of mix and match is too abnormal, it can be said to be very chaotic and weird. China's officialdom is strictly hierarchical, and there are naturally countless things that need to be avoided in the officialdom. It is difficult for leaders of different levels or jurisdictions or departments to have the opportunity to sit on the same table. Xie Zhenting is a member of the Standing Committee of the Qingshui Municipal Party Committee, and Li Jiuzheng is the director of the Provincial Department of Education. They have different levels, different jurisdictions, and different management departments. There is no deep friendship. Take Xie Zhenting as an example. He is the executive deputy mayor of Qingshui City, in charge of economy and industrial and commercial enterprises. One of the standing committee members of the municipal party committee in a provincial capital city definitely has real power in his hands. If he really wants to make money, he is definitely better than Li Jiuzheng. After all, Xie Zhenting focuses on the economy and manages industrial and commercial enterprises. In one sentence, one signature. An official seal, with a swipe of a pen. It's money rolling into the house. But Li Jiuzheng focuses on education. Although he is a deputy provincial cadre, when it comes to the means and ways to make money, he is far behind Xie Zhenting. There is no comparison between heaven and earth. In other words, if it really compares to the real power in his hands, Xie Zhenting doesn't have to buy Li Jiuzheng's account at all. The two each manage a share. It's not a circle. Nor is he a person on the official road. Xie Zhenting doesn't need to be so humble in front of Li Jiuzheng, nor does he need to be so tactful and cowardly. But what people in the officialdom really value is not money, but background, power, and opportunities to climb up. Compared with these things, money really is like dung. Li Jiuzheng has a background from the Sun family, and his rank is one level higher than Xie Zhenting's. He came to Qingshui City to be the director of the education department, just to add a resume for future promotion, as long as there are no major problems during his term of office. He must be able to enter the capital. At least he is also a deputy minister of the Ministry of Education. Even if he doesn't get a promotion, if he is evenly promoted, there must be a big job waiting for him. What's more, Li Jiuzheng's elder brother, Li Sanjiang, is the executive deputy mayor of Hedong City, but he is 2 levels higher than Xie Zhenting. Everyone knows that Hedong City is the most economically developed municipality in China. It is the economic center and financial center of the country, and the power level of a municipality is the same as that of a province. Although they are both executive deputy mayors, those in Qingshui City and those in Hedong City are not the same concept at all. It is precisely because of this that the dandy young masterly Tian can be so arrogant, so unscrupulous, and dare to be so arrogant. Therefore, Xiaojinting is more respectful to Li Jiujiang, who has a much deeper background than himself, than when he meets his immediate leadership, and dare not directly refute his views. But this is just an official factor, not the main reason. The real reason is because of the Sun family in the capital, and even more because of what they are talking about now, their common opponent, Ling Yun. Why is Xiaojinting worried and haggard? Of course it's because their family provoked an existence against the sky that shouldn't be provoked, Ling Yun. There is no need to mention those things in Qingshui No. 1 middle school. If it was just those conflicts, Xiaojinting would put on a face for his son and come forward in person to apologize to Ling Yun and admit that he was incapable of teaching his son. In the final analysis, the things in the school are just some petty conflicts of jealousy, and they have nothing to do with wealth and life. Xiaojinting is a dignified member of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee. His responsibilities, daily work, meetings, and dinners are too much to arrange, and he has to rack his brains to fight for power and profit. How can he have the time and energy to ask about his son's school affairs? Besides, he knew his son's abilities. In Qingshui No. 1 middle school, Xie Zhenyan could only bully others, and it was absolutely impossible for anyone to bully his son. The first thing that caused Xiaojinting to be alarmed was the gamble that Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa had with Ling Yun. He asked about that matter, and knowing that his son was not the main character, and that the 100 million betting money was paid by Go Lianqing in the end, he didn't care about it. But through this incident, Xiaojinting knew that there was Ling Yun in Qingshui No. 1 middle school, who was the only one who could bully his son in the third year of high school. The real big event was after the Qingming festival and after Ling Yun disappeared, Sun Tianbiao led hundreds of people to Qingshui. The reason is that Sun Tianbiao's wife and son, as well as several important members of the Sun family, disappeared completely on the night of the Qingming festival. No one was alive or dead. Because of Ling Yun's relationship, led by Sun Tianbiao, the power struggle between the two major factions in Qingshui City's official circles turned from the dark to the open for the first time, and the two sides launched a life-and-death fight. Because of the participation of the Sun family in the capital, this official struggle naturally ended with the victory of Xiaojinting and Luo Zheng, the original police chief. Li Yifeng was investigated by the Discipline Inspection Committee, and Tang Tianhao was directly suspended. Xiaojinting and Luo Zheng, with the help of the Sun family's influence, defeated their official opponents in one fell swoop, covering the sky with one hand in Qingshui City, and they were in the limelight for a while. The old man was prosperous, and the son naturally gained power. This time, Xie Zhenyan made a move in the school, and together with Go Junfa and Lu Qingtian, broke all Tang Meng's limbs. Xiaojinting abolished Tang Tianhao. Xie Zhenyan deposed Tang Meng. In this way, the two sides have formed a death feud, which is a blood feud that will never die and never share the sky. After Xiaojinting knew the reason of the matter, although he felt that his son had gone too far, but he was gaining power at that time and wanted to have the wind. If it rains, it will rain, and it will draw on the Sun family's relationship. With the Sun's family behind him, he didn't have any worries, he just scolded Xie Zhenyan and settled the matter. But what everyone never expected was that Ling Yun came back suddenly, and within a day, he turned over the plate. Luo Zheng fell during the day and Sun Tianbiao was killed at night. The hundreds of people he brought to Qingshui City were almost wiped out. No one can leave Qingshui City normally. The situation turned around. Xiaojinting knew that the situation was over, so he hurriedly met with Lu Guanwang and Go Lianqing to discuss, and each arranged for their sons to escape from Qingshui. Under Ling Yun's outburst of anger, his life was almost gone, so what the hell is he going to learn? Fortunately, the three villains escaped from Qingshui City without any danger. Ling Yun also did not seek and chase them down. However, Xiaojinting knew it well. He knew that the monk could not escape the temple. he was the executive deputy mayor of Qingshui City. He could not escape from Qingshui City, if that was the case. The fun was too much. After the Qingming festival, the forces sent by the Sun family to Qingshui City were completely wiped out by Ling Yun. Li Yifeng was reinstated as official. Tang Tianhao took Luo Zheng to replace him, and the two of them finally completely controlled everything in Qingshui City. All of this was caused by Ling Yun alone. Luo collapsed, leaving only Xia Zhenting himself. In the team of the Standing Committee of the Municipal Party Committee, he could no longer get anyone's support, and became isolated and helpless. Even some old subordinates he carefully cultivated saw the situation clearly, and in order to protect themselves, they defected one after another. There. Xia Zhenting was soon emptied, and he could even feel that an invisible wall had completely enveloped him, and it was getting tighter and tighter. Although Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao didn't make any explicit moves, they definitely wouldn't be idle for the past 3 months. Xia Zhenting is well versed in the way of officialdom. He understands better than anyone else that he didn't kill him. Now that he is in power, how can he be allowed to be happy in this position? Moreover, as an old opponent for many years, Xia Zhenting understands Li Yifeng's methods better than anyone else. If Li Yifeng doesn't make a move, it's fine. At that time, even Xia Zhenting's elder brother, Xia Zhentong, who holds a high position in the capital, may not be able to protect him. He has become a turtle in the urn, but he is not willing to let go of his hands. In the past 3 months, he has been working carefully. Except for work, he just stays behind closed doors. Mistake, caught by the opponent. While strictly guarding against death, Xia Zhenting is also trying his best to deal with it, doing everything possible to secretly operate, so that his brother will transfer him away from Qingshui no matter what, and leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. In addition, Xia Zhenting also wanted to seek refuge with the Sun family and regain the support of the Sun family, so that he would have an extra amulet and feel more at ease. These are just pressures from the officialdom after Xia Zhenting lost power. It was Ling Yun's pressure that really made Xia Zhenting unable to eat, sleepless, and anxious all day long. Xia Zhenting spent every moment in anxiety and panic, fearing that Ling Yun would come to his door at any time. Not to mention anything else, even for Tang Meng, Ling Yun would not let him go, at least he would not let his son Xia Zhenyan go. However, after that storm, Ling Yun never troubled Xia Zhenting, as if there was no enemy like Xia Zhenting in the world. Regarding this point, Xia Zhenting was also very surprised, and kept wondering why Ling Yun didn't deal with him like he did with Luo Chong. The more surprised you are, the more worried you become. Of course Xia Zhenting will be anxious and haggard. Xia Zhenting's relative, Wang Weiqing, the vice principal of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, was caught in bed by Ling Yun for adultery. It was still related to his family. Zhang Dinka, the captain of the urban management team in Qingxi district, was thrown into Qingshui Lake by Ling Yun, and he fought to the end and paid millions of dollars in compensation. Xia Zhenting was trembling again. When will Ling Yun come to deal with him? Xia Zhenting, who had completely lost power, spent 3 months under such tremendous pressure. Until a few days ago, Lu Guanhuan came to his door with great excitement and said something to him, which finally made his life possible again. Look forward to. That's why Xia Zhenting appeared in this luxurious suite tonight. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Oh? I don't know what else you think about Ling Yun, old Xia? Tell everyone. Li Jiujiang finally took his eyes back from Lu Guanhuan's empty seat, raised his eyelids slightly at Xia Zhenting, and smiled. Xia Zhenting felt the flash of contempt in Li Jiujiang's eyes, but he pretended not to see it, pondered for a while, and then said what he had thought in his heart long ago. Director Li, you are usually busy with work, and you don't have time to inspect the middle school below, so you may not know much about Ling Yun's situation. However, Director Lu's son, Bosco's son, and my useless son all go to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and they all belong to the same school as Ling Yun. They have also dealt with each other many times. Already know it all. Hearing this, Li Jiuzheng nodded slightly first, then snorted impatiently, and said lightly, well, Chief Lu did tell me about these things, so you can just talk about the main points. Li Jiuzheng spoke to Xiaozhenting in a bossy tone, just like treating his own subordinates. Xiaozhenting also seemed to feel that he was being long-winded. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, and at the same time glanced at the people around the table. Li Jiuzheng noticed this keenly, and knew that Xiaozhenting was worried about the other people in the room, so he relaxed and said with an official air, Old Xia, I think you take that Ling Yun too seriously, don't you? Just a student who has just graduated from high school, how can you, a member of the standing committee of the municipal party committee, be scared like this? At our level, being able to talk about him here is already giving him a lot of face. What else needs to be concealed? Don't worry, everyone in this room is your own, you can say what you want, don't have any worries. As long as Ling Yun is mentioned, Li Jiuzheng's eyes are full of disdain and complete impatience. It has been more than half a month. For Li Tian's matter, hearing the name Ling Yun made his ears almost calloused. Xiaozhenting also knew that if he was not one of his own people, he would not be able to enter Li Jiuzheng's room tonight. With Li Jiuzheng's confirmation, he finally spoke with confidence. Director Li. It's not that I take Ling Yun seriously, but this Ling Yun. It's too mysterious, too domineering, and too terrifying. Mystery. Overbearing. Fear. This is Xiaozhenting's inquiring in many ways. After listening to various news, the true opinion of Ling Yun. Besides, this Ling Yun, he does everything according to his mood, and never talks about any rules, as if there is nothing in the world that can restrain him. Have to say, the power of an executive deputy mayor is indeed great. If he wants to thoroughly investigate a person, he can definitely get all the public information about that person. The secret that Ling Yun really wants to hide deliberately, other than the relatives and friends who have experienced and faced with him together, of course it is impossible for others to know. Especially his most important secrets. Apart from Ling Yun himself, no one would know, including Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. But in the past few months, Ling Yun has grown up step by step in Qingshui City. He has indeed stepped on many enemies in many public places, and he has also been in the limelight countless times. For example, in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Tai Xiaohu was thrown around the playground like a basketball. For example, one person knocked down more than 30 people in Qinglong, for example, demolished Tian Buetao's 2 villas in public, and yelled at Luo Chong as a bastard. More clinics opened later. Resuscitating 22 dying patients on the spot, and cutting out the Emperor Greenstone King in the antique market. Wait, there are too many, these things, even if you want to hide them deliberately. If Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao have not jointly issued a death order, no videos and pictures of Ling Yun are allowed to appear on the internet and the media. Ling Yun now it has already been in the limelight in the whole of China. As long as one of those things, the video or pictures of Ling Yun's scene can be uploaded, it will definitely set off a huge wave in China. It is true that he can steal the limelight, but Ling Yun will definitely be treated as a monster. Rely on the blockade of government forces. Therefore, except for those who were lucky enough to be there at the time, it was impossible for outsiders to know about these heaven-defying, shocking and show-stopping events that Ling Yun had done. As for the small group of people who saw it, of course they will tell the outside world, but the only channel is word of mouth. But it is hard for those who hear it to believe it is true, and it eventually becomes a legend. But Xiaozhenting was different. Ever since Luo Zheng was completely defeated by Ling Yun and sent to prison, he regarded Ling Yun as his biggest enemy, and the name Ling Yun became a sharp sword hanging over his head. Of course he wanted to investigate Ling Yun thoroughly, and try to get a comprehensive understanding. With Xiaozhenting's energy, since he wanted to investigate, he must be able to find out everything at his fingertips. What's more, Ling Yun didn't shy away from anyone when he did these things, and he didn't need to shy away from them at all. It was not needed before, and of course it is even more unnecessary now. Xiaojinting did his best to investigate Ling Yun meticulously and comprehensively, so the conclusions he drew were of course very accurate. Mysterious, domineering, terrifying, and scrupulous, unconstrained, doesn't follow any rules, doesn't look at anyone's face, this is indeed Ling Yun's behavior style. Ha 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 ha. Xiaojinting expressed his point of view so solemnly and seriously, but unexpectedly, Li Jiuzhang laughed wildly. Hee hee, old Xia, look at what you said, is it still mysterious and terrifying? You don't follow any rules in doing things? Are you talking too mysteriously? It's just an 18-year-old kid. Does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? Sun Wukong is so powerful, didn't he still not escape the Wuji mountain of Tathagata Buddha in the end? TSK. Since you said that he is so powerful, we have nothing to do tonight anyway, then you can talk about how powerful he is, and let the 3 teachers here listen. They just want to know about Ling Yun. Woolen cloth. While disdainful, Li Jiuzhang was also aroused by Xiaojinting's serious appearance, and he wanted to hear how amazing Ling Yun was. When Xiaojinting was speaking, he was always watching his words and expressions. Seeing that Li Jiuzhang had listened to Ling Yun's matter as a joke and didn't take it seriously at all, his heart tightened and he sighed helplessly. However, Xiaojinting saw Li Jiuzhang around inadvertently. After the 3 mysterious figures dressed as ordinary civilians, he found that the corners of the mouths of these 3 people also had a sneer, and there was a look of disdain between their brows, and he suddenly felt more at ease. Xiaojinting knew that these 3 people should be the legendary ancient martial arts masters who were sent by the Sun family to protect Li Jiuzhang. Those who deal with Ling Yun. Hey, there is no way, Li Jiuzhang's backstage is the Sun family in the capital. Since the Sun family has sent people here, maybe they can really deal with Ling Yun. Xiaojinting's self-cultivation skills are excellent, and all the thoughts in his heart are not expressed on his face. This is the calmness that has been tempered in the officialdom for many years. Now, as long as he can get on Li Jiuzhang's boat and climb up the big tree of the Sun family, Li Yifeng will not dare to touch him in the officialdom. And Ling Yun has the Sun family to deal with him, and he even has the chance to be promoted, which can be said to kill multiple birds with one stone. For these reasons, what is the point of being wronged now? Thinking of this, Xiaojinting smiled and said to everyone, since Director Li is interested, let me tell you a few things that Ling Yun has done. I think everyone will have a new understanding of Ling Yun after listening. Then, Xiaojinting drank a cup of tea to moisturize his throat, and was about to start talking. But at this moment, Li Jiuzhang's male secretary's cell phone rang, as if a text message had been sent. The polite male secretary immediately took out his mobile phone. Seeing the text message sent, his face suddenly changed. He stood up quickly, walked to Li Jiuzhang's side, and whispered a few words in his ear. Director Li, Shi Debiao has come to the door of the room, and he said that he has something very important to report to you. Shi Debiao is just the principal of a high school. He is not qualified to directly knock on the door and enter the room where Li Jiuzhang eats. His status is too far away. Even texting and calling Li Jiuzhang directly is not acceptable, so I can only contact Li Jiuzhang's secretary first. Hearing this, Li Jiuzhang frowned slightly, and cursed from his heart, this Shi Debiao is really serious, he doesn't care about when he flatters, how dare he disturb my interest at this time. Although he thought so, Li Jiuzhang didn't say anything, he just nodded slightly. The secret understood instantly, straightened up and apologized to everyone, and then walked out of the room. As soon as he came out of the room, he saw Shi Debiao standing hunched over and waiting at the door. He immediately stepped forward and said to Shi Debiao, with some displeasure, Principal Shi, didn't you tell you to watch at the door? Why are you here at this time? Here? The leader is chatting happily, it's not good to disturb his interest. Upon hearing this, Biao hurriedly expressed his embarrassment flatteringly, and then said to the secretary, Secret Wang, I know that I shouldn't bother directly at this time, but I really have something important to report, so I can't stop here. That's what happened. Biao pulled Wang Mi aside, he had already thought about what to say on the way here, and finished the whole thing in a few words. Wang Mi was shocked when he heard this. What did you say? Someone sent a 20 million check as a congratulatory gift? Xiao Tian was beaten? Don't know who did it? What you said is true. Wang Mi's delicate brows were suddenly twisted into a big pimple, and Biao asked again in a deep voice. Biao smiled bitterly, Secretary Wang, do I dare to joke about this kind of thing? Now that check is in our hands, it has been verified to be true, and it can be withdrawn directly. Master Li Tian's face is swollen and disfigured. It's... Wang Mi's face became as ugly as possible, he stood there for more than 10 seconds, and then he said, Okay, I see, you go to the entrance of the banquet hall and continue to stare. Go and report to Director Li. Remember, we must send someone to keep an eye on the 6 girls. I will go there immediately after I report to the leader. Wang Mi was worried, and gave Biao another important sentence, and immediately hurried into the luxury suite with a solemn face, and went straight to Li Jiujiang. He whispered to Li Jiujiang again, Director Li, something serious has happened. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Hee, I made everyone laugh. It's the principal of the high school, Xiao Tian, studied in. Xiao Tian won the first prize in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province, and even let him show off. I don't know what his last name is for a while. Sometimes I still want to come and get close to me. When Wang Mi went out, Li Jiujiang was talking big and shameless, pretending to be superior there, and putting gold on his face all the time. His subordinates, although they all knew what was going on with Li Tian, the #1 student in the college entrance examination, they all did what they liked, and they flattered Li Jiujiang one by one, flattering Li Jiujiang frantically. Unexpectedly, after Wang Mi came in with a serious face, everything changed suddenly. When Li Jiujiang heard Wang Mi's words, his heart skipped a beat. Because Wang Mi is Li Jiujiang's imperial secret, the two have worked together for nearly 10 years, and the level of tacit understanding between them has already surpassed the level of understanding. It can be said that everything about Li Jiujiang, no matter how much cash or deposits he has, how many mistresses he has kept outside, Wang Mi knows all about it. For so many years, Wang Mi has become his shadow. Since Wang Mi told him something big happened, it must be something big happened. Li Jiujiang had a bad feeling in his heart, and he thought that someone would dare to make trouble. But this isn't a super 5-star luxury hotel, and they booked the entire 5th floor tonight. Who is so reckless and dares to make trouble here? In the flash of Li Jiujiang's thoughts, his eyes changed several times in an instant. He suddenly got up and stood up, and said to everyone, I'm really sorry, I have something to deal with temporarily, you can talk first. After finishing speaking, he got out of his seat, raised his feet and walked into another room, and Wang Mi naturally followed closely. This is another separate room in the luxury suite. It is only for guests to rest and chat. The room is equally large and scary, and the sound insulation effect is very good. When the door is closed, people outside can't hear the conversation inside. Wang Mi followed Li Jiujiang into the separate room, and closed the door behind him. Li Jiujiang suddenly stopped and did not sit down. Turn around and keep your voice as low as possible. Xinxing asked, Little Wang. What is it that is so serious? Just say it. At this time, Wang Mi didn't care about beating around the bush, he directly said the key point, Leader, 2 things. First, there are 6 special guests, they didn't have an invitation card, but they came uninvited, and even sent us a gift card. A check for 20 million. What? 20 million? Li Jiujiang was shocked when he heard this. I just feel my head buzzing all of a sudden. It's not that he's excited. It's not that Li Jiujiang confiscated the 20 million gift, nor can he afford it, but he shouldn't have appeared on this occasion. Such a big gift, unless it is a power-for-money transaction, the two sides hit it off. There is no third person present, from my hand to yours, without anyone noticing. How can you send it so blatantly? This is for fear that others will not know. And according to what Wang Mi said, the other party still came 6 at once. Special guest? What kind of special law? What about the other matter? Li Jiujiang's face suddenly sank. Instead of asking again, he asked another question directly. The corner of Wang Mi's mouth twitched, and he dared not say, Xiao Tian was slapped, just now, at the entrance of the banquet hall. What? When Li Jiujiang heard it, he almost jumped up from the spot like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and his voice raised an octave unconsciously. What did you say? Did I hear you right? Xiao Tian was beaten again? Right at the entrance of the banquet hall? Who dares to beat my nephew? Now Li Jiujiang's face could no longer see the slightest bit of joy, his face suddenly pulled down. This is not slapping his nephew in the face, this is simply holding the sole of his shoe and slapping him, the director of the education department, in the face. Moreover, this is not the first time, this is the second time Li Tian has been violently beaten in less than a month. Why did Li Jiujiang deal with Ling Yun? Naturally, it was because before the college entrance examination, Ling Yun beat his nephew Li Tian all over the place, so scared that he didn't even dare to take the college entrance examination. Li Sanjiang and Li Jiujiang are two brothers, both of them are high-ranking officials and wealthy, but Li Tian is the only seedling in the family, and Li Sanjiang is an old man. He married a singer in his 40s, to have such a precious son. From childhood to adulthood, Li Tian was pampered, held in the palm of his hand for fear of falling, and held in his mouth for fear of melting. The baby pimple is the master who wants the stars, not to pick the moon. Who would dare to touch him? Finger? But Ling Yun and others dared to break ground on Tai Sui's head, beating Li Tian for more than half a month without daring to go out. Li Sanjiang was in Hudong, and when he found out about this incident, he was furious and scolded his younger brother on the phone for nearly an hour. However, the reprimand was reprimanded, but he never asked why Li Tian was beaten. He only asked Li Jiujiang to find out the person who beat his son no matter what, and just deal with it to death. It can be seen how outrageously Li Sanjiang pampered and protected his son. That's why Li Jiujiang used such despicable and vicious methods to deal with Ling Yun. But now, everything was perfect, and I was enjoying my nephew's celebration banquet tonight, but before the banquet started, Li Tian was beaten again under Li Jiujiang's nose, and it was a slap in the face. Isn't this the opposite of the sky? Who beat Xiao Tian? It couldn't be the family of the girl he had a crush on. Did he find someone to make trouble? Li Jiujiang gritted his teeth angrily, feeling his scalp explode, so he asked right away. Li Jiujiang knew about Li Tian forcibly occupying Qi Shaoqing, so he asked this question. Wang Mi hurriedly shook his head. Leader, I don't know the specific situation now. I sent Shi Debiao back to the entrance of the banquet hall, before I had time to ask more questions. However, there is a strange problem. Shi Debiao said that no one saw Xiao Tian being beaten, but they all heard a slap. This. Li Jiujiang was stunned. Did anyone see that? Isn't that the hell? Well, don't say anything about this matter for now. After you go out for a while, take a few people over to see if there is anything you can't handle, then call me. After all, Li Jiujiang is a person who has seen big scenes. He calmed down after thinking for a while, and gave orders to Wang Mi. I see, leader. Wang Mi agreed very skillfully. But he asked in a low voice, Leader, what about 20 million? Accept. Since someone dares to give it away, why don't we dare to accept it? Just accept it, take it with your own hands, and don't let the finances enter the account. Yes. Wang Mi took the order, and the two left the room one after the other. Li Jiujiang sat down again and watched Wang Mi leave, but he couldn't laugh anymore. It's really weird. More than 20 people present saw Director Li's complexion change drastically, and no one dared to talk too much at this moment. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became extremely oppressive and dull. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing, both of them are masters at observing words and expressions. How could they not know that something happened at this time? They looked at each other, and their hearts sank at the same time. An ominous premonition appeared in their hearts at the same time. 3 teachers, there is something. After Li Jiujiang thought about it. I feel that Li Tian should be told about the beating of these 3 mysterious figures sent by the Sun family. You don't need to say it, we already know it, it's not a big deal, he just suffered a little flesh and blood. As soon as Li Jiujiang opened his mouth, among the 3 mysterious figures, the person sitting on Li Jiujiang's right suddenly said lightly, "Ah? You?" Li Jiujiang was stunned again. The mysterious man smiled faintly, raised his finger and pointed to his ear. "We can hear what you said, and what happened on the 5th floor." It's no wonder that these 3 mysterious figures didn't pay attention to the leaders in this room at all, and they just focused on this hearing. The realm of these 3 ancient martial arts masters will not be lower than the 3rd level of innate. Don't worry, as long as the 3 of us are here, no matter what happens tonight, we can definitely solve it for you. Among the 3 people, the man who looked like a leader said calmly. Bai Xianer's reckless slap made Ling Yin go upstairs in a hurry, and also made Li Jiujiang in the luxurious suite feel like he was on pins and needles. But now, the messiest thing is not the luxurious suite, but the entire banquet hall. In the banquet hall, men, women, children, and celebrities from all walks of life sat more than 300 people. With so many people gathered together, one can imagine the excitement and noise. But as Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Bai Xianer and others were invited in, as soon as their figures appeared in the banquet hall, the entire banquet hall fell silent instantly. The quiet needle drop could be heard, which made the sound of the pouring rain extraordinarily clear, and also the sound of the man in the banquet hall breathing more and more heavily. This silence lasted for more than 20 seconds, and then it was broken by several exclamations. "Oh my God, am I delusional? It's Lin Menghan, the policewoman of our Jiangnan Provincial Public Security System. Why did she appear here? It must be from the Public Security Bureau. That is, it is the female boss of Pingfan Clinic. I took my child to see the doctor, and I have seen her. Yes, I recognized it too. Isn't that the goddess doctor? It seems that the surname is Miao. It's wonderful. These 2 must have gone to ordinary clinic to see a doctor. God, look at that one, the tallest one, that looks like the eldest lady of Qinglong. Yes, it's her, Longwu, she's here too. This is dealing with Qinglong. These are not all the beauties who appeared in the ordinary clinic on the opening day of the ordinary clinic? Why did they all appear here? This world is too crazy. This is the honor to witness the opening of the ordinary clinic, and to squeeze into the house desperately. As soon as the 6 beauties appeared in the banquet hall, they immediately became the focus of everyone's attention, and the entire banquet hall was blown up. Amid the din of people, outside the banquet hall, the door of an elevator opened without a sound. Ling Yin has a handsome figure, the corners of his lips are slightly pursed, and there is a mysterious smile on Jun's face, and he steps out of the elevator in 1 step. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Hi sir, welcome light. What? 6 well-trained beauties greeted the guests, and when they saw another guest coming out of the elevator, they immediately bent down habitually to welcome Ling Yun. But before the last word Lin was spoken, the 6 beauties couldn't help but exclaimed at the same time. There's no way, Brother Yun is so handsome, he just stared at the 6 beauties welcoming guests. Ling Yun is now at the pinnacle of the 9th level of physical training, which is already a culmination of the physical training period. Only one layer of window paper is left, and he can break through the Qi training period at any time. From top to bottom, there is not a single flaw in his body, and he can exude a unique and strange charm by standing there casually, possessing a shocking attraction. Among other things, just the special and charming fragrance emanating from his body can make any woman dazzled and her heart beat faster. In addition, he has a slender and handsome figure, flowing long hair, a sharp and handsome face, often with a vague and mysterious smile, trembling charming dimples, vast and deep eyes, calm self-confidence expression. With Ling Yun like this, even any woman could not help but tremble when seeing him. He's so handsome. Sure enough, after a few exclamations, a hot beauty greeted the guests. She simply became a nympho naked, and directly spoke out what she was thinking. The funniest thing is that not only did no one refute her words, but the other beauties nodded involuntarily. Thank you, you are beautiful too. With a smile on his face, Ling Yun's handsome eyes sparkled, and he glanced at the girl who praised him lightly. The beautiful woman Yingbin who saw him trembled, her face was flushed, and she lowered her head, never daring to lift it up again. The shock that Ling Yun brought to these 6 beauties was far greater than the scene where Lin Menghan and others appeared just now. Xuanhuan dressed up. Seeing this situation, Ning Lingyu and Ning Lingyu, who had also been carefully crafted, couldn't help laughing at the same time. Xuanhuan followed Ling Yun and came out of the elevator, and immediately held Ling Yun's left arm tightly. Her beautiful eyes swept left and right, and she said softly, "He is mine, you are not allowed to play tricks on him." Brother Ling Yun. Shall we go there? After the little demon girl deliberately declared her sovereignty over Ling Yun, she proposed to go to the banquet hall. Sir. Are you also here to attend the banquet tonight? The beautiful foreman finally regained consciousness, her face was flushed, she didn't dare to look directly at Ling Yun's face, and asked a little stutteringly. Yes. Ling Yun replied with a smile. At this time, Ning Lingyu also came out of the elevator. She stepped forward gently, took the initiative to hold Ling Yun's right arm, and smiled sweetly on her fairy-like face. With a dreamy happy smile. "Oh, please come with me." As the beautiful foreman said, he was about to lead the 3 of Ling Yun towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Ling Yun smiled and refused. "Thank you, no need, we can go there by ourselves. There is no elevator in any 5-star hotel. It is directly opposite to the entrance of the banquet hall on the floor. Get out of the elevator. You have to turn at least 2 turns to reach the entrance of the banquet hall. Guests who come for the first time often don't know which way to go." Although it was Ling Yun's first time here, he possessed divine sense, and he had already understood the situation on the 5th floor of the hotel. Understand clearly. He's really handsome, I've never seen such a handsome guy. Yeah, it would be great if I was by his side, even if it's just for a while, I'm satisfied. Forget it, don't be an idiot, haven't you seen the 2 beauties beside him? Especially, the one on his right, who is more beautiful than the 6 beauties who came in just now. Hey! 6 beauties welcome guests. Looking at the backs of Ling Yun and the 3 of them going away, endless loss and melancholy filled their hearts. The entrance of the banquet hall. Him. Hide? How dare you hide from me? Do you think you can hide tonight? Li Tian covered his cheek with his left hand, and grabbed Qi Xiaoqing's snow-skinned wrist very roughly with his right hand. After Shi Debiao reported to Wang Mi, after he came out of the banquet hall, Li Tian couldn't wait to propose that he should take Qi Xiaoqing directly to the presidential suite on the top floor of the Triumph Hotel. He grabbed Qi Xiaoqing 3 times in a row, but Qi Xiaoqing dodged them all lightly, and couldn't help yelling there angrily. When I saw those 6 beauties just now, the evil fire in my heart suddenly came up, and now I'm feeling uncomfortable down here, hurry up. Li Tian yelled and cursed, and had already forced Qi Shaoqing into a corner. Qi Shaoqing had no way to hide, and 2 lines of humiliating tears fell silently on his beautiful face. You let me go, I really can't. This was Qi Shaoqing's last plea for mercy. Li Tian grinned grimly, with a cruel and greedy look in his eyes. He said, let me let you go now? It's too late. Shi Debiao, who came with Li Tian and helped him push Qi Shaoqing into a corner, was also playing the red face to help him. Qi Shaoqing, I think you should hurry up and go upstairs with Li Tian, if you can follow Li Tian, that is. The black-bone chicken turned into a phoenix, reaching the sky in 1 step. This is your blessing. Li Tianxia smiled, took a step forward, and said in a strange tone, let's go. Do you still have to wait for my bodyguards to come and carry you upstairs? Qi Shaoqing, let me tell you that I have a special hobby, which is to do that. I especially like to let others appreciate it. When the time comes, I will let those bodyguards watch by the bedside as I break your virginity. If you think that's more exciting, let's wait for them to come over. After Li Tian finished speaking, he smiled unscrupulously lewdly. It was a kind of unscrupulous madness. Please, no. Don't do that. Qi Shaoqing fell into a desperate situation, and begged with her eyes tightly closed. She knew that she was doomed tonight. At this moment, a clear cold snort suddenly resounded. The sound was like the roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon, which made everyone's eardrums buzz. Let go of that girl. The people from Lingyun arrived before they arrived, shouting angrily. Young Master Li Tian, who was about to catch Qi Shaoqing, was startled by Lingyun's sound, and turned around quickly. At the same time, he cursed wildly. Who is he? You are yelling nonsense over there, dare to destroy Lao Tzu's good deeds? Li Tian looked back, but didn't see anyone. After he finished scolding, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, wondering if I had hallucinations after I was beaten last time? Of course not hallucinations. Within 10 seconds. 3 figures appeared in Li Tian's field of vision, 2 of them. Li Tian just glanced at it, and immediately felt dizzy. Ling Yun and Shui Mining. Again, and, you again? Li Tian's complexion suddenly turned purple-black. When he saw Ling Yun, he even forgot the burning pain on his left cheek. His heart was shaking wildly with fright, his teeth chattered, and he couldn't speak smoothly. Yeah, it's me again. I'm so sorry, we met again. Ling Yun gently got rid of the surroundings of Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining, and strode towards the entrance of the banquet hall with big strides. He had a piercing smile on his face, but his eyes were like knives. Why did you appear here? When Li Tian saw Ling Yun, he had long forgotten about Qi Shaoqing behind him. He kept shrinking behind Shi Debiao with a look of horror. Li Tian was bitten by a snake once, and was afraid of well ropes for 10 years. He has seen Ling Yun's power, and now seeing Ling Yun is like a mouse meeting a cat. Ling Yun looked at the terrified Li Tian with playful eyes. The scene was indeed like a cat playing with a mouse, and said with a sneer, "Oh? Why did I appear here? I think you should know better than anyone else, right?" After Ling Yun finished speaking, the last trace of smile on Jun's face disappeared. When Shi Debiao saw Ling Yun appearing, he frightened Li Tian into such a state, he was suddenly confused. After being stunned for a while, he finally managed to gather his composure. Shi Debiao asked in surprise, "This little brother, may I ask who you are?" In exchange for a cold and disgusted sentence, "Get out of here." Ling Yun already knew everything that happened on the 5th floor just now. He knew that Shi Debiao was not a good bird, he could be regarded as the best of the scum. In order to get promoted and get rich, being able to flatter the leaders like this, and being able to help the wicked young girls to forcibly occupy their own school female students, isn't this the ultimate scumbag? Of course, what Ling Yun doesn't know is that there are even more extreme scumbags these days. Some school leaders simply go to the battle in person and directly lead their students to open rooms in hotels. Hey, let me say, why are you so rude? Why do you curse in public as soon as you come up? When Sir de Biao saw that he was scolded suddenly after only saying a word, he couldn't hold back his face anymore, and immediately took on the aura of the principal and questioned Ling Yun. Hey. Ling Yun didn't say anything, just stood there, and suddenly sighed, slightly. Then he waved his palm lightly. Snapped. A slap of true energy hit Sir de Biao's face solidly. This slap was no less severe than Baixianer's slap just now. He would not slap Sir de Biao with his hands so as not to stain his palms. Ah! Sir de Biao immediately screamed loudly and covered his face with his hands in pain. Ling Yun said indifferently, not only did I scold you, but I also beat you. Sure, you are such a stinky piece of shit, I don't have time to talk to you now, so get the hell out of here. How hard was Ling Yun's slap? Half of the teeth in Sir de Biao's mouth fell out directly, and he couldn't do it now if he didn't roll away. Li Tian, you are having too much fun, let's reflect on it here first. After slapping Sir de Biao, Ling Yun sent out several more finger winds. Chi hit several big acupuncture points of Li Tian, immobilizing him there. Ah! Li Tian didn't even utter half of his exclamation before he realized that he had lost any ability to move. Boom! Ling Yunfei kicked up, like kicking a dead dog, and directly kicked Li Tian aside. Li Tian's body slammed into another corner of the wall and fell down. He didn't know whether he was alive or dead. There is no obstacle between Ling Yun and Qi Shaoqing. Ling Yun looked at Qi Shaoqing, who was stunned. His soft eyes were full of pity and doubt, and asked softly, Qi Shaoqing, didn't I ask Tang Meng to leave a call for you? Since you have difficulties, why? Don't you want to call Tang Meng and the others? To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Seeing Ling Yun suddenly appearing in front of her like a god descending from heaven, kicking the evil young Li Tian away with 3 punches and 2 kicks, and then ruthlessly giving that scoundrel Sher de Biao a lesson, Qi Shaoqing was completely stunned. Don't ask, don't explain, don't talk nonsense, just kill the other party directly, it's definitely good to bite the radish, crunchy. Qi Shaoqing's heart was beating wildly, and she couldn't believe that everything that happened in front of her eyes was real, as if she was in a dream. How can that be? I was doomed twice, and I was alone and helpless. When I was in danger, I would be ravaged by the evil young Li Tian at any time, but I was saved miraculously. What's even more miraculous is that every time I rescued her from the clutches, it's all the same boy, Ling Yun. Qi Shaoqing's math is very good, and she has a perfect score in the college entrance examination, but even with such a good math score, she can't calculate how small the probability of this kind of thing happening is. If you really want to estimate it, at most it's about the same as buying a Mark 6 lottery on the side of the road and winning the first prize. Could it be that he is a messenger specially sent by God to protect him? Qi Shaoqing had mixed feelings, his thoughts flashed, and he felt his eyes were a little dazed for a while, and at the same time, his eyes when looking at Ling Yun began to blur. But Qi Shaoqing grew up in a poor family after all, and the children of the poor have long been in charge of the family. She has an independent personality and is strong from the bottom of her heart, so she didn't lose her mind for a long time. Raising her pink arm to wipe her tears, Qi Shaoqing looked at Ling Yun again, her eyes began to focus again, her beautiful eyes didn't even blink. There was more hope in his eyes, but it quickly dimmed again, and instead became distraught, and his clear voice began to hoarse, Ling Yun, thank you for saving me again, but... Qi Shaoqing paused, but continued bravely, but, you can save me once, you can save me twice, you can't save me the 3rd time. The 4th time. Having said that, Qi Shaoqing turned her head slightly, and cast a disgusted glance at Li Tian, who was paralyzed in the corner and couldn't move. When Qi Shaoqing looked at Li Tian, there was indescribable extreme disgust in his eyes, but he also had the same degree of jealousy and fear. The law is still there. It is impossible for Ling Yun to kill Li Tian, as long as Li Tian does not die. Qi Shaoqing will never escape from his clutches. At this point, Qi Shaoqing understood better than anyone else. But Ling Yun finished listening. But he just smiled lightly. Qi Shaoqing, don't worry, from now on, your disaster has passed, and there will never be a third or fourth time. What Qi Shaoqing is worried about, Ling Yun understands better than her. Ling Yun just didn't understand one thing, that is, when Qi Shaoqing was in danger, why didn't she ask Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, and why didn't she ask Qinglong's people to rescue her? Because Qi Shaoqing is not such a stupid person. Ah? Qi Shaoqing was finally completely stunned. Don't you want to? Ling Yun knew what Qi Shaoqing wanted to say. He smiled and shook his head slowly. It's not what you think, tell me, what's going on? Ling Yun had a charming smile and firm eyes. Standing there, he naturally exuded a strange charm and a power to stabilize people's hearts. In Qi Shaoqing's view, at least at this moment, Ling Yun is really her patron saint. Facing your patron saint, what else can you not say? Qi Shaoqing's eyes changed again, and she finally said, they didn't give me a chance, when Li Tian suddenly appeared at my house with a few people. My mobile phone was given to me on the spot. Broken. Qi Shaoqing only said the first sentence, and Ling Yun immediately understood. How could Qi Shaoqing, a weak girl, deal with the opponent's several wolf-like slave bodyguards? Ling Yun asked, how did he find your home? Qi Shaoqing looked down at Shi Debiao, who was covering his face and crying in pain, and said bitterly, the school has my detailed home address. Ling Yun waved his hand lightly, not letting Qi Shaoqing continue. Not to mention the deliberate help of Principal Shi Debiao, who is good at sycophancy and who likes what he likes. Even without him, if Li Tian wanted to know something about Qi Shaoqing, it would be within his reach. Ling Yun's eyes were cold, like a knife like a sword, and he glanced coldly at Li Tian and Shi Debiao, and snorted coldly from his nostrils. Then, he didn't do anything to you, did he? Ling Yun didn't pay attention to those two trash anymore. He turned his gaze away and asked Qi Shaoqing with concern. Qi Shaoqing's pretty face blushed inexplicably. She lowered her head slightly to avoid Ling Yun's gaze, and said shyly, not yet, not yet. If he dares, I'll castrate him right now. Ling Yun was angry in his heart, and went crazy casually, but forgot that there were Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, and Qi Shaoqing, three peerless beauties in front of him and behind him. Spit. Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining blushed at the same time, spat softly shyly. Shui Mining couldn't help giving Ling Yun a blank look. Qi Shaoqing's face turned even redder, and she hurriedly lowered her head in a panic. But my mother is still in their hands, and, besides, my sister also got seriously ill for no reason. Li Tian used these two things to threaten Qi Shaoqing, otherwise, based on Qi Shaoqing's character, she would have committed suicide by biting her tongue. Qi Shaoqing was always worried about her relatives. At this time, there was no need to mention such things as filling in the application form. Ling Yun already knew about this. He took a step forward and patted Qi Shaoqing's fragrant shoulder lightly. Don't worry, I guarantee that your mother will be fine. As for your sister's illness, I will treat her. Bao Ji Bao good. Ah? This? Qi Shaoqing was stunned again, her beautiful eyes shed tears again, but this time they were all tears of incomparable excitement. The hero saves the beauty, Ling Yun has saved his home. From now on, you don't have to worry about anything. This is Ninger, you met last time. This one is my sister Ning Lingyu. You also met during the college entrance examination. Tonight, just let the two of them stay with you. Look at how I clean them up. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun flashed away and appeared directly in front of Shi Debiao, looking down at the howling Shi Debiao. If you don't want to be kicked, obediently roll into the corner and guard your rich young master. Some people say dare to be angry but dare not speak up. Now Shi Debiao knows what it means to dare not be angry, but dare not speak out. People who are good at bullying and flattering have a special intuition. They can sensitively smell who is the most powerful person on the scene. Shi Debiao's intuition is. Ling Yun is extremely powerful, even stronger than Director Li and those three mysterious figures in the luxury suite. Ling Yun didn't bother to talk nonsense to him at all. Shi Debiao was too scared to raise his head under the pressure of Ling Yun. He was so frightened that he didn't even dare to howl. He squatted obediently on the ground, clutching his bloody cheeks, and moved into the corner of the wall little by little. Shi Debiao trembled. Trembling all over, I was so scared that I didn't even dare to fart. Don't try to run. I promise you won't be able to get out of the 5th floor, just squat here and wait for it to be dealt with. Ling Yun casually dropped a sentence, turned around and smiled at Qi Shaoqing, who was already standing with Ning Lingyu and Xue Mining. Confident and powerful, with a smile that has everything under control. Beat someone, run away. It's about to kill someone, quickly call the security guard to come up. The 8 people at the door who were responsible for collecting the red envelopes and counting the money never imagined that young Master Li Tian, who was arrogant and domineering just now, was kicked half to death in the blink of an eye. Have they ever seen such a scene? After being stunned, there were 2 active-minded people who suddenly screamed and grabbed a safe and the account books on the table, and rushed into the banquet hall in the lead. Not only to call the police, but also to run away in fright. If they were allowed to rush in, Ling Yun wouldn't be Ling Yun anymore, he snorted coldly. He sent out 2 fingers in succession, directly hitting the acupoints of the 2 people, making them unable to move immediately. When I said don't try to run away, I was also reminding you, you all just stay here obediently and stay here for me, guarding the cash box and account books in your hands, especially the 20 million check. This is for Li, great gift from the director. 2 more people couldn't move, and the other 6 people were completely stunned, their faces pale with fright, and their eyes were no less than seeing a living ghost during the day. Each of them felt their backs whizzing and numb, but no one dared to move again. Ling Yun completely controlled the situation at the entrance of the banquet hall. But just now, the screams of Li Tian and Shi Debiao, and the exclamation of the 2 accountants have already alarmed the 7 or 8 tables of guests in the banquet hall who are relatively close to the door. What happened outside? How did I hear someone yelling for death? Yes, I also heard someone screaming, and someone said to call security. Some guests looked back at the 6 beauties, turned their heads to look at the entrance of the banquet hall, and stood up, looking outside in surprise. At the same time, for this banquet, the 2 hosts, a male and a female, specially hired by Shi Debiao at a large price, have also enthusiastically stepped onto the host stage. Everyone please be quiet, be quiet. The hostess smiled and pressed her hands. Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone, today, I am very excited, and I am here to welcome everyone to come to Li Tian's, the celebration party of the top scorer in the college entrance examination. The male host immediately spoke up, his voice was loud and melodious, and his voice was full of emotion, urging people to pee. The male and female hosts came to the stage to speak, and the noise in the room suddenly weakened by more than half. Everyone turned their heads and looked at the 2 professional hosts of the provincial TV station on the podium. It was a very new thing to be able to see the famous host who appeared on TV every day, so the huge banquet hall quickly fell silent. The 2 hosts seemed very satisfied with the effect of their appearance. They smiled at each other, then turned their heads at the same time, looked at the more than 300 people in the banquet hall, and read out the prepared lines at the same time. My dear guests and friends, good evening. Tonight is a day worth commemorating and celebrating. Next, the male host gave a speech. First. Stop. Suddenly, a discordant sound came from the entrance of the banquet hall. The sound was like a dragon's chant, and everyone who heard it couldn't help being shocked at the same time. All the guests turned their heads at the same time, and they all saw a tall, handsome, suffocating boy walking calmly and smiling into the banquet hall. Like a dragon and a tiger, act like no one else is around. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. A very important thing for an excellent host is whether he has a strong dominance from the beginning to the end of the event or meeting. Originally, the two hosts of the provincial TV station came here to make extra money. They are absolutely confident. They don't know how many times they have successfully hosted the large-scale evening parties of the provincial TV station. Now they are hosting a banquet at this level. At the scene, it was simply killing a chicken with a bull's knife. When they came on stage just now, the performance of all the guests in the banquet hall really proved this point. They took control of the scene in an instant and captured the attention of all the guests. But what they never expected was that their opening remarks were interrupted mercilessly just after they started, and they encountered the embarrassment of calling a stop. In particular, Ling Yun's loud and pleasant voice, piercing through gold and cracking stones, was even louder and sweeter than their voices into the microphone, which shocked the two hosts even more. Hearing the stop, the faces of the two hosts showed a trace of undisguised anger. This is a family banquet held by Li Jiuzheng, director of the Jiangnan Provincial Department of Education. They are also famous hosts of the provincial TV station. Who is so presumptuous and dares to disturb this banquet? The hostess was very angry. She picked up the microphone and was about to retort, but before she could speak, she saw Ling Yun walking in from the door of the banquet hall as if no one else was there. When the hostess saw Ling Yun for the first time, she felt her delicate body tremble, her right hand unknowingly loosened, and the microphone in her hand almost slipped to the ground. Then, there is no more. The two hosts stopped talking, and the scene suddenly became completely silent. It was even quieter than when Lin Menghan and others came in just now, and a needle could be heard. Amidst the sound of light or heavy breathing, Ling Yun moved forward boldly, along the central axis of the banquet hall, under the gaze of more than 300 people, and went straight to the front where the two hosts were standing. There is a distance of at least 40 meters from the entrance of the banquet hall to the front podium. Ling Yun didn't walk fast, and when he had walked half the distance, a splintering sound began to sound, gradually breaking the silence in the banquet hall. This is the sound of people pushing away the tables and chairs one after another, standing up from their seats unconsciously, accompanied by their high and low exclamations. My God! It's Ling Yun. It's really Ling Yun, I've seen him. When the ordinary clinic opened, I saw him perform peerless medical skills. Ling Yun. Bring down Luo Zheng, director of the Qingshui City Public Security Bureau. Ling Yun, who was sent to prison, why did he come here? Honey, did you see that it's him who cut out the largest and most expensive stone king in Qingshui City, the Emperor Green from Dragonstone? He really demolished 2 villas by himself? He really saved more than 20 dying patients? He's even more handsome than the one in the legend. As the saying goes, the shadow of a famous tree, although Ling Yun was low-key enough in Qingshui City before. But the deeds he has done have already made him famous in Qingshui. Although the government's blockade can make Ling Yun's videos and pictures disappear from all media and the internet, they cannot block the public's word of mouth. Not to mention anything else, just the coquettish performance in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Linjiang Garden, defeated Luo Zheng. The ordinary clinic opened, and the Stone King was cut out in the antique market. Especially Ling Yun's performance in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, which was witnessed by thousands of students. Which high school student does not have a few former junior high school classmates in other schools? Which high school student does not have hundreds or thousands of QQ friends? Behind every student is a family, which is passed on from generation to generation. 10 pass 100. There are not many people in Qingshui City who have seen Ling Yun, no more than 10,000 people, but in the past few months, those who have not heard of Ling Yun are really rare, very few. And those who can come here to participate in the celebration banquet held by Li Jiuzheng for his nephew are also eligible to stay and drink. They are all famous people in Qingshui City. How many famous people in a city add up? At the beginning, when Ling Yan's ordinary clinic opened, Qingshui City had prominent officials, and for the sake of Dr. Shui, Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, and others, at least a quarter of those who had sent congratulatory gifts to Ling Yan were seated here. Meeting each other is already unforgettable for a lifetime. If they see Ling Yan, they can stand up without being excited, and cannot exclaim in excitement, that would be hell. It's really lucky. I saw Ling Yan again. I never expected that Ling Yan would also come to Li Tian's celebration banquet. It seems that our trip is really the right one. Yeah, I'll go over to toast later, no matter what. His astonishing medical skills are really unbelievable. You must toast. Knowing him is equivalent to gaining an extra life. Whoever misses such a good thing is a fool. More and more people stood up, and there was a sound of exclamation. People stared intently at Ling Yan's walking figure, but they didn't forget to rush to say that they had seen Ling Yan, really seen Ling Yan. In an instant, Ling Yan became the only protagonist in the entire banquet hall. Brother Ling Yan is amazing. On the right side near the entrance of the banquet hall, on the last table, the 6 beauties who came in earlier sat together alone. Bai Xianer's beautiful eyes hidden behind the sunglasses, stared at Ling Yan tightly, and said foolishly. Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, and other beauties smiled like spring flowers, and they also stared at Ling Yan's back, but there was a trace of calmness in their beautiful eyes. They have seen this kind of scene too much, and they know that this is just the beginning, and the big drama has just been staged. Longwu couldn't help rolling her eyes, and said coquettishly, really, just arrest Li Jiuzheng and his nephew, clean up and send them to the Disciplinary Inspection Commission, and it's over. I have to waste time here. Chao Shanshan glanced at Long Wu, and said calmly, the ignorant are really fearless. Long Wu was furious and said, what did you say? Chao Shanshan raised her head, giggled intentionally and said, you can say whatever you want, you haven't settled the account for occupying my seat yet. The conflict between the 2 beauties who co-authored the fight for a room during the day has not been resolved, and it is still going on. Miao Xiaomiao hurriedly broke the siege. Okay, if you 2 want to quarrel, go back and quarrel, Ling Yan is on the podium. This sentence is more effective than anything else. Chao Shanshan and Long Wu immediately gave up the quarrel, and they looked at the podium at the same time. Ling Yan was already standing on the podium, right in the middle of the 2 hosts. He turned around slowly, faced all the guests, and first smiled. I'm sorry, some shocking things will happen here next, and it will take a little time for everyone. However, these things have nothing to do with you, so you don't have to worry. I just hope that everyone can be a witness for me. Ling Yan had a half smile and talked eloquently. While talking, he turned his head slightly, and glanced lightly at the aisle on the side of the banquet hall. There, Wang Mi is rushing to the banquet hall with 6 first-class bodyguards. Will something shocking happen? All the guests were dumbfounded when they heard it. Judging by the way Ling Yan spoke, he didn't come to congratulate Xuanhuan and Lang, but more like to disturb. Ling Yan smiled lightly, and pressed his hands against the void. Please sit back where you were, I believe it won't delay your meal time. Then, Ling Yan looked at the 2 hosts, and he raised his hand to point to the other side of the banquet hall. Sorry, I interrupted the 2 hosts, and please hide there for a while, so as not to accidentally hurt the 2 hosts, bit. The 2 hosts were dumbfounded. Accidentally hurt? Will there still be violent incidents of fighting? This is the banquet hall of a super 5-star hotel. How is this possible? However, they thought so, but they were intimidated by Ling Yan's aura. They all didn't say a word, walked to the other side with the microphones in hand, and quickly left the host stage. At the same time, Wang Mi had already brought 6 bodyguards out of the long and narrow passage, and came to the banquet hall. He immediately saw Ling Yun on the host stage. Wang Mi was stunned at that moment. Since Li Jiujiang wanted to deal with Ling Yun, he naturally had to understand Ling Yun first. Wang Mi undoubtedly knew Ling Yun better and more comprehensively. Although Wang Mi had never seen Ling Yun, he had seen Ling Yun's photo, so he recognized Ling Yun at a glance. What kind of person is Wang Mi? While he was stunned for a moment, his mind flashed, countless thoughts flashed through his head, and he immediately connected the two major events that Shi Debiao reported just now, and he understood in an instant. Nothing else, the enemy came to the door. Wang Mi was very astonished. So it was you. Ling Yun looked at him indifferently, and said calmly, yes, it's me. Wang Mi raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun, and said angrily, you come down quickly, you dare to come here to make trouble, what have you done to Li Tian? Ling Yun chuckled, shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and said, I'm just standing here, and I didn't cause any trouble. As for Li Tian, you'd better go and see for yourself, his condition is really not good. What? Wang Mi suddenly became anxious, his expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly greeted the 6 bodyguards on the left and right, you, hurry to the door and see how Li Tian is doing first. And you, go inside and report to the leader, just say that Ling Yun is here. You 4, hurry up and pull Ling Yun down. Wang Mi seemed to be facing a big enemy, but he didn't mess up at all. He made the most correct arrangement in the shortest time. For ordinary people, this is indeed the most correct arrangement, but for Ling Yun, this arrangement is pediatrics, and it is the most wrong arrangement. The 4 bodyguards want to pull Ling Yun down? This is simply an international joke. After receiving Wang Mi's order, one bodyguard rushed directly towards the entrance of the banquet hall, the other turned back and went straight to the luxury suite, and the remaining 4 bodyguards, like wolves and tigers, rushed straight at Ling Yun on the host stage. To the 2 bodyguards who left, Ling Yun turned a deaf ear to them, and didn't even pay any attention to them. He just smiled. Wang Mi is a talent, but it's a pity that he followed the wrong person, so I can only be rude. While speaking, Ling Yun gently waved his palm. Bang 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 bang. Ling Yun just sent out 4 gusts of true energy, and the 4 vicious bodyguards with big arms and round waists were all blown away, without even touching Ling Yun's clothes. The 4 turned into rolling gourds, screaming again and again. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Seeing this scene, except for the people brought by Ling Yun, everyone present in the banquet hall counted as one, and they were all stunned. Some shocking events will happen here? Everyone was still wondering just now, but now everyone is no longer confused, and all doubts have turned into shock. What a fight. I'm dizzy, what the hell is going on? Why did the 2 sides fight as soon as they met? I'm not dazzled, right? It seems that Ling Yun didn't touch those 4 people, why did they fly out? You know what? There are so many magical places in Ling Yun, what is this? Wang Mi was completely dumbfounded. His face turned pale, and his brain was short-circuited. Because he was the closest and could see the most clearly, the 4 bodyguards rushed forward, and they were only 1 meter away from Ling Yun, and they were all thrown backwards by the shock. Immortal? Monster? Is the world crazy? Or am I crazy? Ling Yun easily dealt with the 4 bodyguards, but he didn't move any more. He just looked at the bodyguard who rushed out of the banquet hall with a smile on his face. That bodyguard was very competent and fast, but his fate was not much better than the 4 bodyguards just now. Come out? Then you can rest here and stay with your master. You will have to carry him in later. Ning Lingyu, who was talking with Qi Shaoqing outside the door, saw the bodyguard rushing out. She said something lightly, then twisted her slim and graceful body, and came to the bodyguard with a swipe. The slender and beautiful fingers touched the bodyguard's back like lightning. The bodyguard felt a sudden numbness all over his body, and his legs could no longer move. He maintained a forward posture, and with a thud, he fell a piece of shit. This is Ning Lingyu's first attack against an enemy since he practiced martial arts. Ning Lingyu didn't hide anything, and her speed wasn't very fast, so Qi Shaoqing saw it clearly this time. Her mouth opened into an O shape all of a sudden. Who are these people? Qi Shaoqing suddenly felt this world, and she couldn't understand it anymore. Qi Shaoqing not only studies well, she also loves physical exercise. Her 100-meter speed once broke the school record of Qingshui No. 9 Middle School, but even so, she can tell it. The speed that Ning Lingyu erupted at that moment just now has already surpassed the limit of ordinary people. And, with just one finger, Ning Lingyu knocked down a bodyguard who was rushing wildly. Isn't that amazing? Haha, Lingyu, you are amazing. It seems that I am still late and missed a lot of good things. A rough voice sounded, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu. The three of a being appeared from around the corner and walked over in a swaggering manner. Needless to say, that rough voice must have come from Tang Meng. Tang Meng, your skin is itchy, right? After waiting for you for so long, our legs are numb. The little demon girl saw that Tang Meng was late. She was furious on the spot, because Shui Mining was dressed in a splendid attire, and she originally planned to accompany Ling Yun to go in, but it was a pity that because Tang Meng came a step late, she lost a great opportunity. Hey, Ninger, don't be angry. I had some urgent business just now, so I came up late. Tang Meng didn't dare to provoke Shui Mining, so he could only explain with a smile, and at the same time waved his hand, asking Cousin Lan behind him to guard the passages at the entrance of the banquet hall, and the other two. Then he took the initiative to step forward, like carrying a dead dog, and lifted the bodyguard who rushed out to the corner of the wall, and threw it beside Li Tian. Shui Mining said angrily, Say, why did you go? Tang Meng chuckled and said, Temporarily keep it secret, you will find out later. Shui Mining raised her hand and said fiercely, Dare to challenge me, believe it or not, I will slap you to death. Tang Meng was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Tai Xiaohu, and exclaimed, Grandma, please forgive me, I really had something important just now. If you don't believe me, you can ask Tai Xiaohu. They are playing around here now, as if they are at home, and they don't take any super 5-star hotel seriously. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and a being came out with the 12 disciples of the Dragon Hall. The sturdy aura was absolutely shocking, overwhelming everyone at the door, not to mention daring to say a word talk. Shui Mining treated Tai Xiaohu differently from Tang Meng. She withdrew her raised palm and looked at Tai Xiaohu questioningly. This is because Tai Xiaohu has truly won the respect of the little demon girl by virtue of his sleepless nights and day and night training during this period of time. Tai Xiaohu was like a solid black iron tower. He didn't avoid Shui Mining's gaze, but scratched his head embarrassedly and said with a smile, It's true that something happened just now, you will know soon. Shui Mining was suspicious, but could only nod her head. Tang Meng looked at it, and could only cry to his heart, and silently swore once again that he must let Ling Yun teach him a set of exercises, and practice hard, otherwise he would have no human rights. What? Ling Yun is here? Alone? He is so brave. At the same moment, the bodyguard who ran towards the luxury suite knocked on the door in panic, and rushed in to report the situation to Li Jiujiang. After Li Jiujiang heard this, thunder and fury erupted immediately, and he directly attacked the case. Where is Xiao Tian? What Li Jiujiang cares most about is of course his nephew, Li Tian. The bodyguard was dumbfounded, and after a moment of astonishment, he scratched his head and said, It is said that the situation is not good. He didn't know what happened to Li Tian, so he could only tell Ling Yun's original words. What? Li Jiujiang knew in his heart that Li Tian was in danger, and he was no longer calm and arrogant just now. A look of panic and anxiety flashed on his face, and he turned to look at the three mysterious figures beside him. Three teachers, look, what should we do now? Li Jiujiang tried his best to pretend to be superior just now, because he guaranteed that Ling Yun would not dare to come to him at this time. After all, he is the director of the education department, and this is a 5-star hotel with tight security. Of course, the most important point is that there are more than 300 prominent people in Qingshui City here, and they are all his people. If the two sides disagree with each other and confront each other, Ling Yun can't take action in public, and he can use his power to suppress others. No matter how powerful you are, you must follow the rules of the officialdom in matters in the officialdom. This is the unwritten rule of China. As Qi Shaoqing thought, if you use force to solve official affairs and deal with high-ranking cadres of the country, no matter what the reason is, you will be ruthlessly suppressed by the top officials in China. Therefore, Li Jiujiang deduced. Even if he lent Ling Yun 100 guts, he would not dare to make a move against him. Use force against yourself. He is a deputy provincial cadre of the Huaxia government, and this is his greatest reliance. However, Ling Yun will not use force against him, but it does not mean that Ling Yun will not use force against other people, including his nephew Li Tian. No matter how strong Li Tian's background is, no matter how special his status is, in the end he is just a student who has just graduated from high school. A fight is a fight, except for revenge afterwards. Li Jiujiang can only stare blankly. I heard that Ling Yun is coming. The ones who were more shocked and dumbfounded than Li Jiujiang were the other two. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing. The two jumped up from their seats in shock, looked at each other, and both could see the fear in each other's eyes, and the cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Bloody bad. 5-star hotel? All right. Not to mention now, just 3 months ago, Ling Yun kicked Go Lianqing and a dozen others into eunuchs one by one in the private room of the 5-star hotel. Ling Yun didn't dare to confront the senior cadres? Bullshit. When Ling Yun pointed at the muzzles of more than 100 armed police criminals in broad daylight and pointed at the nose of the former police chief Luo Zheng and yelled at "You bastard," Xie Zhenting knew it all the more. How to do? Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing were like frightened birds. They couldn't keep their composure at all, their lips moved. He didn't make a sound, but he could see what the other party wanted to say. Nothing else, just ask the other party what to do now. Around Li Jiujiang, among the 3 mysterious figures, the leader sat still, with a smile on his face. This Ling Yun is indeed very unruly, but Director Li, don't worry, let's go out now and take a look. He took it. After speaking, the leader stood up with a smile, and pretended to flick his clothes lightly, as if there was dust that had accidentally fallen there. Let's go with the 3 teachers. I want to see if this Ling Yun has 3 heads and 6 arms, and dares to make trouble at my banquet. When Li Jiujiang saw that the 3 mysterious figures were really willing to help, he immediately felt relieved, and instantly remembered his identity, took the lead to leave his seat, and walked to the door. Seeing that something really happened, the other officials in the luxury suite stood up tacitly, with heavy faces, and walked out with their own thoughts. Seeing this, Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing felt their lips were dry, but they had no choice but to bite the bullet and followed the crowd out. Outside the banquet hall, on the host stage, Ling Yun stood there quietly, looking at the more than 300 guests in the audience, listening to their exclamation, remained silent, with a smile on his face, waiting for Li Jiujiang and others to come out. He just wants to force Li Jiujiang out. It is impossible to hide what happened today. He wants to have a spoonful of stew, and let the more than 300 guests below testify at the same time. Ling Yan's calm gaze swept across the audience. When he saw Lu Qingping sitting there in an inconspicuous corner wiping his sweat, he couldn't help but wink at him, signaling him not to nervous. Of course Lu Qingping came, only a little earlier than Lu Mei. Only he knew that there would be a wonderful drama where sparks hit the earth tonight, but he didn't know who would win and who would win. Xiao Wang, who dares to make trouble here? Where's the security guard? Hurry up and call someone to find me the owner of the Triumph Hotel. Li Jiujiang stepped out first, and when he saw the 4 bodyguards lying on the ground whimpering, his heart trembled, and then he put on an official air, giving orders sternly. Then he felt that 2 sharp sword-like gazes shot at him, which made him shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiujiang looked back, and immediately saw Ling Yun on the host stage. "Director Li, don't bother me so much, the owner of the Triumph Hotel is me. My game, my turf, my rules." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. What? The owner of the Triumph Hotel is Ling Yun? How can that be? Li Jiujiang's face, which was full of official authority just now, suddenly became extremely ugly. At the same time, he turned his head slightly and shifted his gaze away. Ling Yun stood on the host stage, although he turned his head sideways and glanced at Li Jiujiang, but Ling Yun's 2 eyes were like electricity and swords, and they were condescending. Li Jiujiang didn't dare to look at him at all. "This is absolutely impossible. The owner of the Triumph Hotel is obviously Qian Hongyi. Do you think I don't know?" Li Jiujiang tried his best to conceal his guilty conscience, saying that he knew the owner of the Kaishan Hotel, which is indeed the case. Otherwise, he would not have arranged such an important banquet in Qingshui City with so many 5-star hotels. Held here. Li Jiujiang raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun. "The business of Triumph Hotel is so good, with a net profit of over 100 million a year, how could Boss Qian sell it to you?" Ling Yun sneered disdainfully. "Oh? If that's the case, why don't you ask Director Li to arrange someone now to invite Boss Qian over and ask him personally?" Ling Yun knew that Qian Hongyi had just signed the hotel transfer contract with Tang Meng, and was busy with the subsequent handover matters. Of course, it was impossible to leave the hotel now. Before 8 o'clock, the Kaishan Hotel really belonged to Qian Hongyi, but now, it belongs to Ling Yun to the letter. The hotel land is 300 million yuan, the building and decoration of the hotel cost 70 million yuan, plus the hotel's net profit of 120 million yuan in the next year, and Tang Meng paid a premium of 10 million yuan, a total of 500 million yuan, which was directly given to Qian Hongyi for 100 million yuan. A check of 500 million yuan that can be cashed at any time bought the Triumph Hotel for Ling Yun. Since you want to fight, you have to fight on your own territory. No one will care how you fight. I'll give you 20 minutes to buy me the Triumph Hotel, no matter what the price is. This is what Ling Yun said to Tang Meng on the phone half an hour ago. At that time, Tang Meng was so shocked that the phone almost fell to the ground. Awesome. Sturdy. Except for those 2 words. Tang Meng couldn't find a more exciting word to describe Ling Yun at that time. Even now, the more than 300 guests in the banquet hall. Hearing that Ling Yun is now the owner of the Triumph Hotel, everyone was dumbfounded, their mouths became O-shaped, and the expressions on their faces were brilliant. God. It turns out that he bought this super 5-star hotel, no wonder he is so unscrupulous. Cut. What is this? I have personally seen King Ling Yun cutting stones. At that time, he was much stronger than he is now, and now he is so far away. Okay, that's all right now, the hotel belongs to Ling Yun, and all the employees in the hotel must be on Ling Yun's side. Aren't you talking nonsense? There's no need to ask? It's useless to call security now, they are all Ling Yun's people. This is too amazing. I can't think of it, I really can't think of it. The banquet hall was only silent for a moment, and then people talked about it in shock. Everyone was shocked by Ling Yun's move. Listening to all kinds of noisy discussions, Li Jiujiang felt that his brain was buzzing, and his blood rushed up all at once. Really bought the hotel? Just to deal with yourself? This. Ling Yun's handwriting is really too big. Li Jiujiang absolutely can't afford it. Xiao Wang, you should quickly call Boss Qian and ask him to come over and see what's going on. Li Jiujiang only felt pain in his heart, but he didn't cry when he saw the coffin, and he still didn't believe Ling Yun's snap of his fingers. Just the fact that Triumph Hotel was acquired. Because he knew in his heart that who owns this hotel, the relationship inside is really too big, and it involves the issue of whether he can leave this hotel safely. If the hotel still belonged to Qian Hongyi, then no matter what trouble Ling Yun made, the hotel's security guards would come to stop it, even if it couldn't be stopped. They will also call the police, whether it is 110 or 120, the hotel definitely does not want to let the situation escalate and find someone to deal with it. At that time, the power in his hands is still good. But if this hotel really belongs to Ling Yun, then all the possibilities above will become impossible, and everything will be decided by Ling Yun alone. At that time, it really became his territory, and he called the shots. Of course, there is another way, that is, the 3 people sent by the Sun family to protect Li Jiujiang are really strong enough to protect him from leaving safely. At the entrance of the banquet hall, the little demon girl xuanhuan also opened her small mouth to the widest, her beautiful eyes widened, she pointed at Tang Meng with her index finger and asked in surprise, "Tang Meng, so you just. Tang Meng chuckled, and nodded with great joy, "That's right, Triumph Hotel, now it belongs to Brother Yun, and it's a wholly owned acquisition." As he said that, he shook the black document bag that he had been holding firmly in his hand, shook it at xuanhuan, and said with a smile, "The transfer contract is contained in it." Seeing this, Ning Lingyu smiled and sighed helplessly while her beautiful eyes flashed. Qi Shaoqing had already covered her beautiful little mouth in shock. You. She really didn't know what to say. Tang Meng smiled and nodded at Qi Shaoqing, and said, flatly, "It's just a small idea." After Ling Yun cut out the Emperor Greenstone King in Yidingxuan on Antique Street, he had collected 15 billion yuan at that time, and he hasn't spent much until now. It is really trivial to spend 500 million yuan to buy a hotel now. Just after a while, a white and clean middle-aged fat man hurried out from the corner, his eyes flustered, he wiped the sweat off his face with his arms, and came straight to the banquet hall. Boss Qian. This person was of course Qian Hongyi. As soon as Tang Meng saw him, he immediately raised his hand with a smile and stopped him at the entrance of the banquet hall. "Oh, it's young Master Tang, why are you here?" Qian Hongyi had just signed the contract with Tang Meng, so he knew Tang Meng, so he immediately stopped and greeted Tang Meng very politely. Tang Meng swept his eyes and saw the anxiety and embarrassment on Qian Hongyi's face. He didn't bother to go around and said immediately, "Boss Qian, I know why you came here, but before you go in, I have to remind you, the person standing on the table inside is my eldest brother. He bought this hotel, and if you talk later, it's best." Tang Meng's words were very subtle. He was indeed not threatening Qian Hongyi, but a kind reminder, it's best to pay more attention, don't make good things turn bad, so as not to cause trouble to the upper body. In order to acquire the Triumph Hotel in an instant, Tang Meng directly gave Qian Hongyi the net profit of the entire hotel for the next year, based on this. Another 10 million premium, he does have the qualifications to say that. There is no way, these days, the rich are the masters, not to mention that Tang Meng is not only rich, but also powerful. "Thank you Tang Xiao for reminding me, I understand, I will go in and explain the situation clearly before leaving." Qian Hongyi is an extremely shrewd person, he can recognize that Tang Meng's people are Qinglong's people. After stopping, he also saw the entrance of the banquet hall, the 2 lying on the corner of the wall and the 1 squatting there humming. How could it be impossible to see that something serious happened to the hotel? Fortunately, this hotel is no longer mine. If anything happens now, it has nothing to do with me. Qian Hongyi secretly rejoiced in his heart, and kept wiping the sweat oozing from his face. "That's good," Tang Meng said lightly. Smiling and dodging, he walked out of the way and let Qian Hongyi into the banquet hall. This is called closing the door and beating the dog. Looking at the back of Xuanhuan running, Tang Meng said with a smile, he is not under any pressure now, and he is purely watching the excitement. Blocked at the door to watch a play. Xuanhuan ignored the pointing of the people around him, and ran all the way, and quickly rushed to the host stage, and turned his head to see Li Jiuzheng and his group. He didn't care about wiping his sweat at this time, and made 3 steps in 2 he ran over and said with a wry smile, Director Li, Secretary Wang, leaders, I don't know if you called me over, it's… Ling Yin may not care about Li Jiuzheng, but it is only limited to himself and the people on his side. No one else dares not to take Li Jiuzheng seriously, so talk to them politely. Mr. Qian, may I ask what is going on with this hotel? Who owns it now? As soon as Wang Mi saw Xuanhuan, he immediately asked furiously. He naturally thought of the question that Li Jiuzheng thought of, so he was also very anxious. Wang Mi, my hotel has been fully bought by someone, and it was sold to a man named Ling Yun, Mr. Ling. After finishing speaking, Xuanhuan turned his head subconsciously, and glanced at Ling Yun who was on the host stage, and Ling Yun was also looking at him with a smile. In desperation, Xuanhuan's voice was so loud that the people in front of the banquet hall heard it all at once, and they couldn't help but exclaimed at the same time. You! When Li Jiuzheng heard this, he wanted to cry without tears. He gritted his teeth and raised his hand, pointing at Xuanhuan, but he couldn't say a word anymore. When Xuanhuan saw that the leader blamed him, his calves trembled in fright. He knew that this place is not suitable for staying for a long time, so he quickly put on a smiling face, several leaders, I didn't want to sell this hotel at first, but the price they gave is really disappointing. I can't refuse, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today, I'm having a stomachache, ouch, I can't, I have to go to the bathroom first. Before he could finish speaking, Xuanhuan immediately clutched his stomach, bent over and returned the same way, coming and leaving even more urgently, and quickly ran out of the banquet hall. Ling Yun smiled secretly, but did not answer from the beginning to the end. When Xuanhuan ran out of the banquet hall, he sneered and said to Li Jiuzheng, Director Li, look, I am standing on the host stage in my own hotel now. Those little bastards actually wanted to attack me. I just taught them a little lesson. Isn't that reasonable and legal? On Li Jiuzheng's side, with him as the head, more than 20 officials, big and small, were all speechless after hearing Ling Yun's words, and they were so dumbfounded that they couldn't say a word anymore. With the acquisition of Triumph, Ling Yun now has the best possible location, and this place has become his home field. Dissatisfied? If you don't accept it, you take out 500 million yuan and buy a super 5-star hotel in an instant. Young man, no matter who owns this hotel now, in short, you hit people in public and used force that shouldn't be used. You have violated the law and broken certain rules of the world. At this time, the leader of the 3 mysterious figures finally stepped forward and spoke calmly. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Breaking the law? Breaking the rules? Hey! Ling Yun looked at the ancient martial arts master sent by the Sun family, with a kind of indifferent mockery in his eyes, shook his head slightly, and sighed deeply. Do you know that your pretentious appearance has always made me very unhappy? Of course, Ling Yun knew exactly what this person meant by the rules of the rivers and lakes. In the ancient Chinese martial arts world, no matter whether it is righteous or evil, it is not allowed to use ancient martial arts in front of ordinary citizens in the city, let alone use ancient martial arts to deal with them. Ordinary people. Otherwise, that person will become the enemy of the entire ancient martial arts world, and will be jointly hunted down by the entire ancient martial arts world. Chao Shanshan, Master Shui, Dugu Mo, Cui Lao, and Qin Dongxue have repeatedly emphasized this truth to Ling Yun, and his ears are already calloused. In the past, Ling Yun took this rule very seriously, but after he went to the capital once, he just put this rule and put it behind him. The most important reason that caused Ling Yin to abolish this rule on his own was the battle he had with 18 innate masters sent by the Qin family outside the door of the Sun family's imperial dining room. What matters is not the battle, which is nothing, but where it happened. Sun's imperial dining room is located in an alley on the Second Ring Road, only 2 kilometers away from the Red Wall of the Chinese capital. At that time, the incident was so big that the legendary Tian group did not come forward, nor did the Dragon group, but a group leader of the Shenying group rushed over to deal with the aftermath. In the past 2 days, Ling Yin also paid attention to the internet and the media. As a result, he didn't even reveal any information related to that battle, and it was tightly covered and sealed. Ling Yin figured it out with his ass. Obviously, a gag order was issued at the national level. Ling Yin's battle has been completely wiped out, as if it never happened. Of course, the state will not let him spread such a shocking thing, otherwise, the common people will learn from it if they farm the land. Who goes to work? I have already gone to find a place to learn martial arts. In that case, the country is bound to be in chaos. The same reason. Everything that happened in Qingshui City is of course the same. Ling Yin believes in the strength of the government, and someone will definitely wipe his ass. And it will be wiped clean. It is precisely because of this that Ling Yin said to more than 300 guests just now that some shocking things will happen here. The mysterious leader, obviously not very good at nourishing qi, heard Ling Yin scolding him. Immediately exploded. He was furious, pointed at Ling Yin and shouted violently, "What? How dare you call me pretending?" Ling Yin smiled faintly, "That's right, I'm calling you for being coercive. This is a matter between me and Li Jiujiang, but you come here to make irresponsible remarks. Aren't you just pretending to be coercive?" The leader's lips and fingers were trembling at the same time, his face was red with anger, and his neck was thick. And he said angrily, You are looking for death." Ling Yin shrugged indifferently. Spreading his hands to everyone, he said, "Look, you are going to kill someone just because you said a few words to pretend to be coercive. Who is ignoring the law? Who is breaking the rules of the world? Saying that a person wants to die is completely different from wanting to kill someone." Ling Yin was exquisite, grasped his words, and secretly changed the concept for him on the spot, but did not leak anything. The leader was about to go mad with anger, but he was still holding his breath, and he still didn't attack Ling Yin, but he came with him. The other 2 ancient martial arts masters walked forward calmly. The 2 stared at Ling Yin, their faces were gloomy and terrifying, and one of them said in a deep voice, "What a sharp-tongued kid, it seems that you really want to kill yourself. Then you can't blame us." Another person immediately said, "Boy, since you can talk so much, I wonder if you can also fight. Do you dare to go out with us, find a place where no one is around, and do 2 tricks?" Ling Yin was taken aback when he heard that, then he raised his head and laughed. He raised his hand and pointed out the window, "You 2 are so stupid, can't you see the heavy rain outside?" At this time, the thunder and lightning outside had stopped for a while, and only the sound of rain was left in the sky and the earth. Ling Yin stopped to smile suddenly, and said coldly, "You're from the Sun family, aren't you? Cleaning up you good-for-nothings, you still need to go out and find a place where no one is around?" With playful eyes, he scanned everyone on Li Jiujiang's side, and finally locked on to Li Jiujiang, and said with a playful look, "Do you know why I paid for the Triumph Hotel? Do you understand by closing the door and beating the dog?" Then he looked at the 3 ancient martial arts masters, and continued, "Since you 3 are here, don't leave. I'm going to visit Sun's house, and you just happen to lead me the way." Ling Yin stood alone on a high place, and his tone was also high. It was not a discussion, but an order. "It's too arrogant, it pissed me off." The leader finally couldn't hold back any more, and all his anger was finally detonated by Ling Yin's words. He released his dantian, and the true energy flowed, and the clothes on his body were automatically buzzing without wind. Infuriating out of body. Sun Tianbiao was killed, and the people sent by the Sun family this time were of course stronger experts. I'm going to abolish you here today, let's see if you dare to be so arrogant. The leader yelled violently, stepped into the palace, and quickly moved forward. Everyone felt that he had appeared on the stage and punched Ling Yun. Woo! All the people in the room heard a whoosh at the same time. The power of this punch is no small matter. Humph, the pearl of rice grains also emits brilliance? Ling Yun looked at this swift and violent punch. He didn't dodge, he didn't move, he stood still, and he also punched out. If it weren't for their powerful fist style, the fight between these two people would actually be very dull in the eyes of ordinary people. It was no different from two men fighting on the street, they were just fisting each other. But the true energy of that leader was quite strong, and when he struck out in anger, the blowing wind of his fist actually hit the person who was close, his hair fluttering, and his face ached. In contrast, Ling Yun's punch was much understated, as if he stretched there. Boom. Fist. Next, a shocking scene appeared. The first thing everyone heard was the sound of dry branches being snapped. Crack. Then there was an incomparably miserable cry. Amidst the screams, the tall figure of the leader flew backwards violently, and directly hit the bodies of his two companions. The huge inertia made the two of them retreat 2 steps before they finally stopped. Brother! The other two mysterious masters never imagined in their dreams that their boss was punched like this by Ling Yun. They exclaimed in pain. The man's arm is broken, it looks terrible. It's so miserable. Near the host stage, there were a few courageous men who had stood up a long time ago, and when they saw what happened, they couldn't help but let out a loud exclamation. Just kidding, how many of them can keep their arms when they fight Ling Yun? Your strength is not even half of that of the Chen family, yet you dare to shake your fist in front of me? Ling Yun crippled the leader's arm with one punch, and said disdainfully. The person from the Chen family he was talking about was naturally outside the door of the Sun family's imperial dining room, that congenital 6-level peak hard kung fu master. The leader fell down and sat on the ground, his body was supported by 2 subordinates. Under the severe pain, he trembled all over, his face turned purple, and suddenly he opened his mouth suddenly, and spewed out a big mouthful of blood with a wow. After the blood was spit out, the face of that person was like gold paper. He suddenly raised his head, stared at Ling Yun and said, "Little boy, I didn't expect you. Your strength has developed to this level." Ling Yun was condescending. "Oh? Didn't you expect it? The Sun family should have received news about my stay in the capital, right? Didn't they tell you?" Ling Yun fought repeatedly in the capital, but only on the last day, after defeating the 2 masters of the Chen family, did he reveal his whereabouts. The Chen family and the Shenying team must know Ling Yun's true strength. If the Sun family really doesn't know, then the Sun family's intelligence system is rubbish enough. The leader smiled bleakly. He was about to speak, but at this moment, his 2 subordinates looked at each other, suddenly, and one of them said, "Kill him and avenge the elder brother." During the conversation, the 2 of them let go of the leader at the same time, and in an instant, a cold and dazzling dagger was added to their hands, and they rushed towards Ling Yun. The leader saw it, and hurriedly stopped him. "Don't, you are not his opponent." However, it was too late. "Humph. A sneak attack with a knife? Don't you know that I am the ancestor of the sneak attack?" A strong murderous intent flashed in Ling Yun's eyes, and he finally moved, the phantom fish dragon step, one body turned into 2, and 2 feet flew out like lightning. Crack! These 2 kicks hit the wrists of the 2 men holding knives with great precision, causing their wrists to be shattered and fractured, and the 2 daggers flew out of their hands. Doo-dah! With 2 beeps, the 2 daggers flew high into the sky and plunged into the reinforced concrete ceiling. "If you seek death, you will pay at your own cost." Ling Yun yelled violently, and then shook his fist at the 2 of them. This time it was not as understatement as before. Bang bang! After two loud bangs, the two of them were all thrown into the air by the huge punch. Like sandbags, they flew out horizontally with the wind. Boom! Such a thrilling fight, who would not be afraid of ordinary people watching it? The people on Li Jiuzheng's side had long been afraid of hurting themselves and hid far away, so the two of them didn't bump into anyone, and their bodies directly hit the wall of the banquet hall. How strong was Ling Yan's attack? On such a hard wall, two human-shaped deep pits were smashed out. Seeing those two people slid to the ground like dead dogs, Ling Yan smiled disdainfully, and in front of the leader, brushed the non-existing dust on the clothes. This action was given to the leader by Ling Yan. After sweeping the three of them, Ling Yan ignored them and turned to look at Li Jiuzheng, who was covered in chaff. Slowly said, "Director Li, I'm not as powerful as Sun Wukong, but now we can talk about the law." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. These three mysterious figures sent by the Sun family have always been regarded as gods by Li Jiuzheng. This is the biggest reliance on whether he dares to take Ling Yan seriously. But what Li Jiuzheng never imagined was that after these three people confronted Ling Yan, they were like a mantis holding a chariot, without even the slightest strength to parry, and they were directly attacked by Ling Yan in seconds. How do you say that sentence? It's ridiculous to shake a big tree. Li Jiuzheng used to be the same as Li Tian now, a dandy young master, who came here like a rich man, never knew what is fear, but at this moment, his face was pale with fright, his whole body was sifted, and his legs couldn't help it. I was trembling, and my calf was convulsing. If Ling Yan also punches me like that, will I be killed by his punch? Until this moment, Li Jiuzheng finally remembered what Xia Zhenting had said to him. Ling Yan was extremely mysterious, domineering, and terrifying. In order to deal with him, Ling Yan bought the Triumph Hotel without hesitation. What kind of boldness and arrogance is this? In front of more than 300 respectable people in Qingshui City, one punch maimed one person, and two punches sent the other two people flying across the sky. As for the mystery, 3 heads and 6 arms, Sun Wukong. These are what I said in the luxury suite. At that time, the door was closed, and there were many bodyguards guarding the door. Why did Ling Yan seem to hear it at the scene? Li Jiuzheng thought about it. Yes, since the leader can hear what happened on the 5th floor, and Ling Yan is better than him, then he can naturally hear what he said in the luxury suite. But after thinking about it, Li Jiuzheng felt completely desperate because of Ling Yan's strength. Now, most of the people on Li Jiuzheng's side had already shrunk into the passage in fright from the terrifying scene in front of them, and Li Jiuzheng was paralyzed by fright. Supported by Wang Mi, he shrank his body and stood at the exit of the passage, caught in a dilemma. Afraid of being beaten when he came out, he retreated. If he retreated, without the support of more than 300 guests, Ling Yan would chase after him. They are afraid that it will be even worse. Li Jiuzheng would have been unable to stand up for a long time, if he hadn't relied on his status as the director of the education department. He was so scared that he peed his pants now. By the way, identity. He is a senior cadre of the country anyway. Does Ling Yan really dare to take action against him? If Ling Yan dared to make a move. He came over to beat me a long time ago, and he definitely won't wait until now. Thinking of this, Li Jiuzheng finally regained some confidence. He gritted his teeth reluctantly, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and felt that his mouth was dry. Tongue is not working. You are a high school student who just graduated. What qualifications do you have to talk to me, the director of the Department of Education? He is tough on the inside and soft on the outside, strong on the outside but hard on the inside. If he can delay for a moment, it counts as a moment. At the same time, he hid one hand behind his back, showing his thumb and little finger. To the female secretary behind him, he gestured frantically. There is no doubt that this is to tell the female secretary to call for help. Ling Yan saw this scene with his spiritual sense. He almost burst out laughing. Li Jiuzheng was still thinking of sending reinforcements at this moment. Don't say no one will come. Even if someone really came at this time, they would not be able to enter the gate of the Kaishan Hotel within 2 hours. Tang Tianhao personally took the command. The captain of the criminal police brigade, Kong Ruiyong, led 100 policemen, and surrounded the Triumph Hotel. Going further to the periphery, the people of Qinglong Longtang almost came out in full force. Vehicles of all sizes have already blocked the entire street outside, and vehicles cannot enter this street at all. Otherwise, how can we call the turtle in the urn, close the door and beat the dog? The door is closed, it is absolutely perfect. Oh? Tell me about your qualifications? Ling Yin smiled, and the smile was so disdainful. Are you putting on an official airs? Then you stand here and watch carefully. Why did I fuck your official? Now Ling Yin is too lazy to refute Li Jiuzheng with those false words about serving the people. He directly resorted to the big killer. Hearing Ling Yin's words, although Li Jiuzheng was afraid of him, he was so angry that his forehead was about to smoke. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yin. I am a senior national cadre, just rely on you. In other words, you want to fuck me too? It's just a dream. Hey. Ling Yin shook his head and sighed, casually walked off the host stage, moved a chair from a stunned guest back to the host stage, and sat on it comfortably. Tang Meng, what are you doing standing outside? Bring me all the people who should be brought in. Hey, Brother Yun, don't worry, it's coming. Tang Meng leaned against the door, seeing Ling Yin alone on the presiding stage. He couldn't wait a long time ago. When he heard Ling Yin's greeting, he immediately responded with the loudest voice. All the guests in the banquet hall couldn't help turning their heads at the same time, and happened to see Tang Meng, sneering and waving his hands. Bring them all in. With an order, at the entrance of the banquet hall, all the people from Qinglong brought by Tang Meng moved. Oh my god, it's Li Tian. How did Li Tian become like this? You don't have to ask, he must have been beaten. I heard it just now. He was the one who was howling outside. Isn't this Shi Debiao? Why was he beaten like this? Those 8 people who were in charge of collecting red envelopes were brought in. What are they going to do today? Look, Isn't that the director of our Qingshui City Education Bureau, Lu Guanwang? Why is he paralyzed? Tonight is really going to happen. Under the stunned stares of all the guests and the shocking shouts, Li Tian, Shi Debiao, 8 financial staff who received congratulatory gifts and red envelopes, and Lu Guanwang, director of the Education Bureau of Qingshui City, were all detained by Qinglong's people and brought into the ballroom. Of course, Li Jiuzheng was the most shocked in the entire banquet hall. He saw familiar faces, with bruised noses and swollen faces, or dejected, being led onto the host stage. He was so shocked that he forgot his fear, and unknowingly took 4 or 5 steps forward. When the last person, Lu Guanwang, appeared in his field of vision, Li Jiuzheng felt a bang in his brain, and his face turned ashen. Plop. It's over. Li Jiuzheng knelt on the ground unconsciously, completely defeated. Wang Mi opened his mouth wide open, his eyes popped out, and he couldn't help Li Jiuzheng for a long time. Everyone on Li Jiuzheng's side saw these people being put on the host stage and stood there with their heads down. Or just lay there dead. They all realized something. Li Jiuzheng is going to collapse. Ling Yin was very relaxed at the moment. He sat casually on the chair, listening to the discussion of the people below, with a leisurely smile on his face, looking at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. The 3 of them, walked in side by side last. I leave the rest to you. Wait for Tang Meng to come closer. Ling Yin smiled and said something to Tang Meng. Tang Meng nodded seriously, turned around and stood behind the stand microphone, facing all the guests in the audience, cleared his throat, and finally spoke. I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's banquet today. I, Tang Meng, am here. First, I would like to say sorry for Brother Yun. However, there is really nothing we can do about today's matter. We have to deal with some things. Please wait a moment, waiter. After Tang Meng finished his opening remarks, he raised his hand and called a waiter in front of him. After the waiter came over, Tang Meng pointed to the big screen on the wall behind him and asked, "Slides and projectors. Do you know how to use them?" The waiter was in charge of this banquet hall, so she would naturally use it, so she nodded immediately. Tang Meng was very satisfied. He beckoned again, and a young Qinglong boy nearby immediately brought up his laptop. "Wait for the computer to turn on." Tang Meng pointed to several video files that had been copied on the desktop, and said to the waiter, please play these videos and pictures on the big screen." "Okay, you're welcome." The waiter was flattered, and she was busy with her hands and feet, very quickly. All of Ling Yun's college entrance examination papers were magnified and appeared on the big screen. At least half of the guests who came to the banquet were educated in Jiangnan province. They only took one look and immediately understood what was going on. Damn it, this is Ling Yun's high school exam paper. It has been changed to Li Tian's. Oh my god, how could such a thing happen? Isn't this cheating and cheating? Isn't this too bold? Yeah, this is the college entrance examination, the sacred college entrance examination. Who did this? Damn it, this is too shameless. No wonder Ling Yun beats someone. If it were me, I would have to endure it. The banquet hall was full of exclamations, and the pot was immediately blown up. Many people were immediately angry and scolded on the spot. It's not over yet. When Ling Yun and the others escorted Lu Guanhuan to find the video of the college entrance examination papers in the morning, and the video of interrogating Lu Guanhuan in the office of the Director of Education was played one by one, all the guests in the banquet hall were already elated. Public grievances are boiling. All the guests seemed to be going crazy, and they squeezed forward, pointing at Lu Guanhuan and Li Jiuzheng's nose and face, and swearing. The vast majority of people are truly angry. Because they couldn't imagine, if this kind of thing happened to their own children, how would they solve it? Of course, there were also some scumbags who saw that the situation was not right, and stood in line there again, putting on airs, but they were also the ones who scolded the most. Most of the more than 20 officials from Li Jiuzheng's side were secretly moving to the side of the more than 300 guests. They wanted to take advantage of the chaos to get in and reduce their guilt. Everyone, after knowing the truth, all turned against each other. This is a felony, Li Jiuzheng is gone. The downfall is certain. Amidst countless shouts and cursing, Ling Yun stood up with a smile, and cast a dragon roar, "Everyone, please be quiet and listen to me." He raised his hand, took out the original college entrance examination papers and answer sheets that he had prepared earlier, waved again, and called Lu Qingping, who had already walked to the front, to the crowded host platform. Ling Yun pointed to his college entrance examination paper. "This is physical evidence." He patted Lu Qingping on the shoulder again, pointed to Lu Guanhuan, and said calmly, "This is the witness." Then, Ling Yun looked at Li Jiuzheng, who was paralyzed on the ground, and said with a smile, "Director Li, do you have anything else to say now?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Since it is about the law, it requires witnesses and physical evidence. Now that the witnesses and physical evidence are all there, the evidence is as solid as a mountain. No matter how powerful Li Jiuzheng is, he can't quibble. What's more, Li Jiuzheng doesn't have the ability to reach the sky, but he just wears the coat of power. Now that Ling Yun has stripped him of this layer of skin, he is nothing now. Li Jiuzheng is sitting on the ground now, his eyes are dull, and he is in a daze. He only feels that there are people in front of him. Everyone is pointing at his nose with their index fingers and yelling. Almost 18 generations of his ancestors were brought along. For a time, thousands of people criticized. Just now in the luxury suite, he mocked and ridiculed Zheng overtly and secretly because Ling Yan frightened him out of his wits. Unexpectedly, now that he has fallen so low, he has become the most miserable person. In 10 minutes, in only 10 minutes, Li Jiuzheng was ruthlessly grabbed by Ling Yan from the high clouds, and he stomped all the way, stepping into the 18th floor of hell. A plucked phoenix is not as good as a chicken. But Li Jiuzheng is Li Jiuzheng after all. At this moment, he suddenly thought of his brother Li Sanjiang. Yes, he still has a real brother. He hasn't fallen yet. As long as he is here, he still has a chance. Thinking of this, Li Jiuzheng suddenly didn't know where the strength came from, and he got up from the ground with a single bone. Humph. The surname is Ling. Don't think that if you get a few broken high school exam papers, force Lu Guanwang to give false confessions to frame me, and make a few harmful videos in private, you can destroy me, a dignified director. I am the director of the education department of Jiangnan province. If you want to move me, you must go through a thorough investigation by the discipline inspection team sent by the state to confirm that I have criminal facts. Moreover, even if I do have criminal facts, it needs to be handed over. The judiciary of the country, not you. Li Jiuzheng said this now. It can be said that a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, and he is completely shameless. But the second point he mentioned is indeed a necessary procedure for the state to deal with problematic senior cadres. When the people around heard it, they were immediately taken aback by Li Jiuzheng's 2 words, and at the same time they were stunned, and they all stopped talking. Li Jiuzheng saw that his sharp counterattack really worked. He was overjoyed, and his mind became more active. Immediately started self-rescue to buy more time for myself. Humph. Ling Yan, look at these people you brought tonight. Li Jiuzheng looked around at Qinglong's group of people, and said with disdain, if I'm not wrong, this group of people should not be on the right path, right? What can't they do? There are a lot of college entrance examination papers left. You just need to find a few blank test papers, fill them in according to the standard answers, and then change my nephew's name. It is not impossible to blame him matter. As for Lu Guanwang, since you have arrested him, you can tell him to do whatever you want, and say whatever you want him to say. Recording a few videos to frame me is extremely easy. This kind of personal evidence. It's fine to use it to bluff people who don't understand, but if you want to use them to frame me, there is no way. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that Li Jiuzheng could come up with so many excuses at the critical moment when he was fighting trapped beasts. The banquet hall became silent again for a while. Papa. At this time, Ling Yan smiled and took the lead in applauding Li Jiuzheng. That's really good, Director Li really deserves to be Director Li. Admire. Ling Yan said while applauding, as if he was really praising Li Jiuzheng for his eloquent tongue. I have to say, your counterattack is really sharp, and the trapped beast is still fighting. As expected. Ling Yan smiled and said a few words, but the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more obvious, and his eyes had already darkened. It seems that you will not cry when you see the coffin? That's fine. As soon as Ling Yan turned around, he came to Li Tian's side in a flash, stretched out his hand and pointed out 2 fingers, unlocked the acupuncture points on Li Tian's body, and then kicked him like a dead dog. Ling Yan's light kick was of course not aggressive, he kicked at the right position, it was the most sensitive nerve center in Li Tian's body, he sat up like a conditioned reflex, with 1 kick. Ah! It hurts me to death. Li Tianting sat up straight like a corpse, his first reaction was to cry out for pain, he was slapped by Ling Yan, and then kicked and hit the wall. It is good that he is not paralyzed, of course it will be very painful. I'm fighting with you. After Li Tian gritted his teeth and screamed for pain, he suddenly realized that he could still move, and immediately stood up, wanting to fight Ling Yan with all his might. Humph. There was no need for Ling Yan to make a move, Tai Xiaohu snorted coldly, and rushed over with a stride, grabbed Li Tian with a big hand like a cattail fan, and lifted Li Tian from the ground to the air with one hand. Don't be shameless, believe it or not, I threw you down from the 5th floor? Tai Xiaohu has a violent temper, he has long been upset, and feels that Brother Yun is too gentle to Li Jiuzheng's uncle and nephew today. How dare you? Put down my nephew. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu was carrying his precious nephew like a chicken, Li Jiuzheng had the audacity to throw Li Tian out of the 5th floor, so he shouted in fright. Ling Yan looked at Li Jiuzheng with a smile, and said calmly, since Director Li said that I framed your uncle and nephew, then I will compare with this champion man. Let's let the facts speak in front of these hundreds of people, how about it? When Ling Yan said a word, Li Jiuzheng and Li Tian turned pale at the same time, dumbfounded. Both of them knew in their hearts that Li Tian couldn't answer any of the questions on the college entrance examination paper, so how could they compare? Ling Yan smiled coldly, Tang Meng, just find a few people in the education field, let them take these college entrance examination papers, pick out a few questions at random, and verify them on the spot. Tang Meng frowned and said, Brother Yun, don't bother. Ling Yan waved his hand, Director Li is right, we must let everyone see clearly what the truth is. This is the fairest thing. After finishing speaking, Ling Yan said to many guests, friends present, who is willing to come up and help verify? Of course some people are willing. Hundreds of people raised their hands to sign up. Tang Meng looked at Li Jiuzheng with disdain and said, didn't you say that we framed you? Here are all your people, you choose yourself. Li Jiuzheng was really dumbfounded. Li Tian was ignorant since he was a child. If it wasn't for picking up girls, he wouldn't go to class all year round, and he didn't even know where the classroom door opened. Let him do the college entrance examination questions? With Li Jiuzheng's hesitation, many guests who were bluffed by him just now refused to agree. They were afraid that the world would not be chaotic, and immediately started booing. Tai Xiaohu was furious, he shook one hand, held Li Tian up and walked towards the window. Compare? What else can Li Jiuzheng do? With a pale face, he could only agree. Knowing that the misfortune came out of his mouth this time, he lifted a rock and shot himself in the foot. Li Jiuzheng tried his best to find a few people he could trust in his daily life. Let them take Ling Yan's college entrance examination paper, and start asking questions to the two of them. The result was obvious, Li Tian couldn't answer a single question at all. Ling Yan's own test papers are the questions he answered himself, and his memory is unbelievable, he can answer all the questions fluently, word for word. After asking a few simple questions, everyone completely understood. Who is the real number one in the college entrance examination this year? Speaking with facts, this is a blatant slap in the face and humiliation. The crowd became angry again, but Ling Yan had a calm expression on his face. He pressed his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then asked Li Jiuzheng lightly, Director Li, what else do you have to say? You can continue. Li Jiuzheng was sweating frequently, but his mouth was still uncompromising. My nephew was beaten like that, and he was overly frightened, it's normal for him to be unable to answer. As soon as this was said, the angry guests in front did not agree. Someone simply cursed, your surname is Li, are you still shameless? That's right, it's still quibbling even now, thinking we are all fools? Why doesn't this kind of person die? He can also sit on the position of the director of the education department. It's a laughingstock. The country just let these moths make it what it is now. You can say anything. Tai Xiaohu has been standing beside Li Tian. He was completely annoyed, and made a sudden move, slapping Li Tian, just because of you, you are also worthy of being the number one student in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province? Li Tian was really miserable, he only had time to let out a scream, and was whipped in a circle again, tripped, rolled and fell to the ground. Seeing his nephew being beaten, Li Jiuzheng felt extremely distressed. He knew that at this time he had become a dog in the water, and he couldn't care less about face. He rushed over and hugged his nephew. He raised his hand and pointed at Ling Yun, and said sharply, "Ling Yun, you dare to humiliate our uncle and nephew like this, you will regret it. It has been so long since the college entrance examination, my nephew has a bad memory, it is normal for him to forget the answer sheet." Ling Yun was really annoyed this time. He swept his consciousness and found that Zheng, who had been sitting upright all the time, had frost on his face. "Come forward." Ling Yun gave the government face, and really didn't want to do anything to Li Jiuzheng. He quickly signaled to all beauties to be safe and calm, then looked at Li Jiuzheng quietly, and said lightly, "Okay, since you don't admit to the matter of the college entrance examination, then let's put it aside. But today's banquet, I don't know how many gifts Director Li received in total?" Director Li is really generous. It's really rare to find 8 people to collect gifts. Look at these 4 safes, look at this account book, you can remember everything so clearly. Hey, there is still a check for 20 million yuan. I don't know this. How can Director Li explain it? This is embezzlement and bribery in disguise. The 8 financial personnel stood on the stage with their heads bowed. Li Jiuzheng couldn't be blamed no matter what. Li Jiuzheng's face finally changed drastically. Beads of sweat rolled down his head. He stared at the check that Ling Yun was pointing at, trembling all over, unable to say a word for a long while. Ling Yun sneered. He suddenly stood up straight, raised his right hand in the air, and raised his arms and shouted, "Li Jiuzheng bends the law for personal gain, turns black and white, takes bribes. I, Ling Yun, guarantee that he is doomed today. If anyone is willing to come out and be a tainted witness at this time, the report is meritorious." Ling Yun is really going to beat the dog in the water this time. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The report was successful. Ling Yun finally stopped chatting with Li Jiuzheng, and used the most aggressive and ruthless killing move. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu and the others might wonder, since the evidence is convincing, Ling Yun wasted so much time just now, and wasted so much talking, what did he do with Li Jiuzheng here? Just slap there, and let Tang Tianhao order that Kong Ruiyong bring people in and take away all the people from Li Jiuzheng's side. Wouldn't it be enough to interrogate them overnight? In fact, the matter is not as simple as they think. Ling Yun thinks that it is deeper and farther than them. If Ling Yun had crushed Li Jiuzheng without fighting in public, and trampled him to death on the spot, then Tang Tianhao had no right to directly order Li Jiuzheng to be arrested. After all, Li Jiuzheng was a cadre at the provincial level, and Tang Tianhao was only a city-level leader. Without orders from above, Tang Tianhao was not qualified. Even if the discipline inspection team intervenes and verifies that Li Jiuzheng is indeed guilty, and Tang Tianhao is right in arresting him, it is still out of order, and he will bear a very serious responsibility. In a word, Ling Yun did this to let Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao and others have an explanation in the officialdom, and to consider their future. In fact, Ling Yun's current approach to dealing with Li Jiuzheng is the same as the method used by the discipline inspection team to intervene in the investigation of problematic officials, but his method is faster, more ruthless, and more effective. When the discipline inspection team investigates an official, it first gives him a xuanhuan to make him lose all contact with the outside world, and then starts with the closest people around the official to find loopholes and breakthroughs, and then gradually obtains comprehensive evidence, and then knocks the mountain and shakes the tiger, a two-pronged approach. Let the fallen officials take the initiative to confess. There were more than 300 people in the entire banquet hall. Before Ling Yun arrived, these people came to congratulate Li Tian for Director Li's face, between them and Li Jiuzheng. Naturally, more or less, there are some unclear relationships. After Ling Yun arrived, he first used the power of thunder to maim the 3 mysterious figures, which was equivalent to pulling out Li Jiuzheng's minions. Then he took out personal and material evidence, which completely ruined Li Jiuzheng and made him an instant accusation. The dog official who is angry with both men and gods. At this time, he shouted that the report is meritorious. Ling Yan's ability to grasp the timing. It can be described as wonderful. I take the initiative to report Li Jiuzheng. As soon as Ling Yan finished speaking, he heard a woman's shrill voice coming from the passage, and then, a good-looking woman with a slightly plump figure came out of the passage step by step with shortness of breath. It's you? Li Jiuzheng couldn't care about his nephew anymore. He stood up suddenly. He was stunned after only looking at the woman, and trembling with anger at the same time. He never dreamed that the first person to stand up and report him was his secretary and mistress, Li Xiaowei. Li Xiaowei's face flushed red, perhaps because of excitement. She heard Li Jiuzheng's angry voice, and her body trembled violently. Obviously, she was also under great pressure in the blog. Now, Li Xiaowei doesn't even look at Li Jiuzheng. She lowered her head and began to say, I am Li Xiaowei. I am Li Jiuzheng's secret. At the same time, I am also one of his mistresses. I have been with him for 3 years. These 3 years, during the period, I knew that he had embezzled a lot of money, and also kept many mistresses outside. After Li Jiuzheng heard a roar, he rushed towards Li Xiaowei frantically. Stretching out his hands, he looked as if he was going to strangle her to death, and said angrily, You are crazy. What nonsense are you talking about here? But Li Jiuzheng didn't pinch Li Xiaowei. I don't know who it was. During Li Jiuzheng's mad rush, he stretched out his foot and tripped, causing Li Jiuzheng to fall to the ground. Seeing this scene, Ling Yan couldn't help lamenting the human nature in his heart. At the same time, he raised his head, looked through the dark crowd, looked at the back of the banquet hall, in the direction of Chao Shanshan, and smiled at her with tenderness. Chao Shanshan was imprisoned by Chen Jiangui for 3 months, in the dark, almost completely desperate and collapsed, and during this period, Chen Jiangui used the evil eye technique to ask Chao Shanshan all her secrets. But even so, Chao Shanshan still didn't reveal the absolute secrets that Ling Yun owned the Emperor's brush, had used the invisibility technique, and had the 9 dragons' body protection vision. What affection and will this is! We are all human beings, but the difference between human beings is so vast. Feeling Ling Yan's affectionate gaze, Chao Shanshan was satisfied and happy. She also bravely looked at Ling Yun and smiled at him. Humph. Long Wu was at the side, but she overturned the jar of vinegar, so angry that she snorted heavily and stomped her feet fiercely. Several sour eyes glanced over. Ling Yun was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his eyes, not daring to look this way anymore. I'll report it too. In order to keep my official position, I gave Li Jiuzheng $1 million last month. I gave Li Jiuzheng 600,000 yuan, plus an exquisite jade Buddha. Li Jiuzheng has a mistress who is a female teacher in our school. I introduced her, and I can testify. After Li Jiuzheng fell to the ground, his body twitched, and he lay there with his head down. He never stood up again, nor did he say a word. This time, he was completely defeated by Ling Yun. Rather than saying that Ling Yun broke him down, it would be better to say that it was his own crime that broke him down. Tianhui is sparse, but not leaky, and if you do many unrighteous actions, you will die yourself. With so many crimes, no matter how powerful his brother is, he can't protect him. Okay, there's no need to record the video, leave the rest to the police and discipline inspection team, they are more professional than us. Ling Yan said indifferently to Tang Meng, who was recording with his mobile phone. Tang Meng immediately stopped the recording, and he called Tang Tianhao directly. Tang Tianhao gave an order, and the criminal police who had been on standby in the lobby on the first floor of the Triumph Hotel immediately took the elevator to the 5th floor and rushed straight to the banquet hall. During the time when the criminal police went upstairs, Ling Yun also did a few insignificant things. He slapped Li Tian's lower abdomen from the air, and used his unique xinqi to disperse Li Tian's sea of Dan Tian qi. Li Tian could only spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair, and he could no longer have sex with men and women for the rest of his life. Ling Yan also used a unique technique to seal the big holes around the three mysterious figures, and asked Tang Meng to arrange for Qinglong's brothers to take the three mysterious figures away. These three people are all members of the Sun family. Ling Yan is still useful. Of course the police will not let them be taken away. I also report. When the criminal police rushed into the banquet hall, Shi Debiao, the principal of Qingshui No. 9 Middle School, finally came to his senses and raised his hand hesitantly. Tang Meng smiled at him. You don't need to report it. If you want to speak, you can tell the people from the Public Security Bureau and the Disciplinary Inspection Commission. Kong Ruiyong, the captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of Qingshui City, personally led dozens of capable policemen into the banquet hall. He came to the front and greeted Ling Yan with a smile. Ling Yan smiled back. Brigade Kong has been troubled, but you have done a great job in punishing corruption this time. It was inconvenient for Kong Ruiyong to say more in public, so he nodded imperceptibly, and then pulled Tang Meng aside. Young Master Tang, who are you taking away? Tang Meng laughed. Hey, Uncle Kong, are you the captain of the criminal police? We've dealt with everything for you, and you still don't know who to arrest? Kong Ruiyong frowned, lowered his voice and said, Stinky boy, keep your voice down. Today's matter is actually not in line with the case handling procedures, and Li Ji is not in Qingshui now. Your father told you to deal with it as low-key as possible. Hurry up. Tang Meng was taken aback, and asked wonderingly, Uncle Li is not in Qingshui, so where did he go? Kong Ruiyong took a careful look around, then put his mouth close to Tang Meng's ear, and covered it with his hand, and said, I went to the capital, inside the red wall. What? Tang Meng was dumbfounded. What skill Ling Yan had, he heard it clearly. His heart was also shocked, suddenly, and his sword eyebrows were raised sharply. Okay, don't inquire any more, I don't know anything else, hurry up and arrest him. Seeing that Tang Meng wanted to ask again, Kong Ruiyong quickly stopped whispering and asked Tang Meng to help arrest him. Okay. Tang Meng also knew that it was inappropriate to ask more questions at this time, so he immediately turned around and pointed at Li Jiujiang who was lying on the ground trembling. Li Jiujiang. Then he pointed at Li Tian, who was livid and writhing in pain, and that idiot, Li Tian. Wang Mi, Li Xiaowei, Shi Debiao, and more than a dozen other big and small officials in the luxury suite, plus the useless Lu Guanwang, the 8 financial staff who received red envelopes. In complete silence, Tang Meng pointed at one, and Kong Ruiyong asked the police to take one away, and they were all taken away together. Ling Yan, you broke me, my brother will definitely avenge me, and the Sun family will definitely not let you go. This was Li Jiujiang's last cruel words to Ling Yan when he was taken away. Ling Yan just smiled and watched him being escorted away by the criminal police. He was too lazy to talk nonsense to him. Brigade Kong, after you go down, please tell Uncle Tang that he can do whatever he wants. Don't worry about it. The sky will fall, and I will bear it. Ling Yan said goodbye to Kong Ruiyong, and at the same time gave him a reassurance. After Kong Ruiyong finished catching people and led the team away, the host stage became quite empty. Only Ling Yan, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, a Bing, and several Qinglong brothers were left. The people on Li Jiujiang's side were all taken away by the criminal police. The 3 ancient martial arts masters sent by the Sun family have also been dragged away by Qinglong's people, but there are still 2 people left. 2 pale, sweating, frightened people. Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing. Ling Yan and Tang Meng looked at each other with a sneer, and he patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly. Let's go, and say hello to our Lord Mayor and Qingshui Jiufu, otherwise, it will appear that we are too ignorant. Be polite. Ling Yan led Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, and the 3 of them walked off the podium and went straight to the passage. Ling Yan walked towards Xie Zhenting with strides, and at the same time he said, "It's true that life never meets again, Deputy Mayor Xia. I must first thank you for your evaluation of me. What you said is really very pertinent." To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. What is Xia Jinting's evaluation of Ling Yun? This Ling Yun is really too mysterious, too domineering, and too terrifying. Besides, this Ling Yun, he does everything according to his mood, and never talks about any rules, as if there is nothing in the world that can restrain him. This is just now in the luxury suite, Xia Jinting's evaluation of Ling Yun in front of everyone on Li Jiuzheng's side, and the reminder to Li Jiuzheng, everything is still in my ears. The ridiculous thing is that at that time, Li Jiuzheng was so proud of himself, he thought that he wanted power and power, he wanted the backstage to have the backstage, and everything was under his control, yet he dared to boast about it, saying that whether Ling Yun could leave Qingshui City alive was still unknown. Li Jiuzheng didn't take Xia Jinting's reminder seriously at all, but in an instant, he was trampled over by Ling Yun and fell into the 18th floor of hell. It is impossible to turn over in this life. Mysterious, domineering, terrifying, he does everything according to his mood, and never talks about any rules. Nothing in this world can restrain him. Xia Jinting, who was walking on thin ice, used various means, at all costs, and would rather bear the burden of humiliation, and finally got on the big boat of Li Jiuzheng, but he didn't expect that the big boat capsized before the meal started. Seeing that the people on Li Jiuzheng's side were being escorted away one by serious-looking criminal policemen with live ammunition, Xia Jinting kept his eyes on his nose and his heart. Although he tried his best to keep his composure, cold sweat dripped down his white face frequently, but completely betrayed him. Xia Jinting felt a kind of fear from the soul towards Ling Yun. This fire of fear made his whole body cold, his eyes were desperate, and his heart was shrinking rapidly. Xia Jinting tried his best, licked his lips with his tongue, and then tried hard to swallow a mouthful of saliva, forcing an ugly smile on his face. I'm afraid it's not pertinent enough. Xia Jinting has been in a high position in the officialdom for a long time, so he has seen many storms and waves. The ability to observe words and expressions is not to mention. Through the whole process of Ling Yun cleaning up Li Jiuzheng just now, he clearly knew that Ling Yun heard and witnessed all their conversations and actions in the luxurious suite. After Ling Yun crippled the mysterious figure with one punch, he intentionally or unintentionally brushed off the dust from his body, and he told Li Jiuzheng that he was not superficial. Not as good as Sun Wukong and the like, it was all deliberately returned to them by Ling Yun. It's naked humiliation and face-slapping on the spot. This means everything on the 5th floor, whether it's the banquet hall or the luxury suite, Ling Yun has already controlled everything. For this, Xia Jinting was not surprised. His son Xia Zheng, who learned Taekwondo since childhood, is a 3rd-degree black belt in Taekwondo. I have some understanding more or less. Ling Yun's hearing must be extremely strong. As for why he seemed to witness it with his own eyes, then Xia Jinting didn't know. This just confirmed Ling Yun's mystery. Xia Jinting, including everyone at present, does not know that Ling Yun possesses a powerful spiritual consciousness. Now, it's finally their turn. There are only 2 of them left. Although Ling Yun was praising Xia Jinting, in Xia Jinting's ears, it was thunderous, and it sounded extremely harsh and embarrassing. Yes, I'm afraid it's not pertinent enough, so far. Ling Yun fought with officials twice in Qingshui City. The last time he fought Luo Zhong, Ling Yun pointed at Luo Zhong's nose and cursed like a bastard in public, but this time he behaved calmly, except for the simple attack on the 3 mysterious figures. Ling Yun didn't even lift a finger to Li Jiuzheng, and he didn't even speak rudely to him. It's not that I dare not, but that I disdain. With Ling Yun's strength, taking care of Li Jiuzheng now is no different from crushing an ant or swattling a buzzing mosquito to death. It's already very pertinent. Ling Yun replied with a smile, then said no more, and turned his gaze to Go Lianqing, who stood shoulder to shoulder with Xie Zhenting. "Boss Go, I'm afraid these 3 months will not be very easy, right?" In just a few years, Go Lianqing took advantage of the situation and became a wealthy and real estate tycoon in Qingshui City, which can be regarded as a local tyrant. It's a pity that this local tyrant, because of Lin Menghan, was kicked by Ling Yan 3 months ago and broke his lower body, and became a complete eunuch. Now he can't even grow a beard. After that, he was in a lot of bad luck. First, his son, in order to get revenge, wanted to gamble with Ling Yun Jingtian, with a bet of 100 million, which completely emptied his working capital and broke his capital chain. Then Luo Zheng collapsed, and the real estate project on Linjiang Road completely missed him. Under Li Yifeng's pressure, he could no longer get a sum of money from the bank. Not to mention, his wife, who had been in bed with him for a long time, saw that something was going to happen to Go Lianqing, and immediately jumped out to make a fuss about divorcing him and dividing up the family property. This made him even more anxious, internal and external troubles. The precious son, Go Junfa, was scared by Ling Yun and fled Qingshui City. He didn't even have to take the college entrance examination. The worst thing is that his own brother Go Lianshan is still in prison, enduring great pain every day. No one can cure him, no one can cure him. That is the restriction of meridian retrograde by Ling Yan's unique method, and of course others cannot cure it. The current Go Lianqing can only rely on selling his property everywhere, tearing down the east wall to make up for the west wall, otherwise, he would have gone bankrupt long ago. On a day like this, he wouldn't have a good time with anyone else. Go Lianqing looked at Ling Yun in front of him, as if looking at a towering mountain. He couldn't push it, he couldn't dig it down. The bitterness in his heart was stronger than the fear, so he turned his heart away. Trying to straighten his back, as if he was going to support a Mount Tai, a bitter smile appeared on Go Lianqing's face, and his voice was trembling. "It's really not easy." Tang Meng smiled brightly. "Boss Go, when do you plan to sell the land in the east of the city?" "My wallet is too big here, but I can't find a suitable project." There is no doubt that Go Lianqing sold 1/3 of his property in the past 3 months, and Tang Meng found someone to come forward and buy them all. Go Lianqing smiled bitterly again. His eyes did not look at Tang Meng, but kept on Ling Yun, and suddenly said again, "I won't sell it." "What? It's not for sale anymore?" Tang Meng raised his voice an octave when he heard it. In Tang Meng's eyes, all the properties of Golian City were already in his pocket. He planned to buy as much as Go Lianqing sold. Now that Go Lianqing said he would not sell it, he became anxious on the spot. Go Lianqing suddenly let out a long breath, loosened his shoulders, and said to Ling Yun, "Little brother, the dragon among men, Go is willing to bow down. If I'm not wrong, today should be the second time we meet, right?" Ling Yun smiled slightly. "Not bad." As soon as Ling Yun said this, Ling Yun already knew, and the other party already knew that he was the one who kicked him into a eunuch, and he immediately admitted it. Let's see what Go Lianqing would say. Under Xie Zhenting's shocked eyes, Go Lianqing gave him a helpless smile, then slowly raised his hand at Ling Yun, stretched out his index finger and middle finger, and said with a heavy word, "In this life, I will do what Go Lianqing will do." Got 2 things wrong. The first thing is to be lustful, and the second thing is to raise a son who is useless. Frankly speaking, these 2 things can't be wrong. Which man is not lustful? Let alone a billionaire? As for raising sons, born in a powerful family, spoiled and spoiled since childhood, there are many domineering dudes, not just Go Junfa, there are so many in the world. Unfortunately for Go Lianqing, these 2 incidents made him offend the same person, a person he couldn't afford to offend, Ling Yun. There are so many unfair and unreasonable things in the world, and Ling Yun can't control them even if he wants to, but there is one thing, these things cannot fall on Ling Yun's head. There are thousands of students in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, not only Xie Zhenyan, Go Junfa, Lu Qingtian, who are bad guys, there are so many bad students, why doesn't Ling Yun go find trouble with them? First of all, no one understands better than Ling Yun that there are permanents in the sky, and that where there is good, there is evil. He does not need to hold a moral ruler to measure who is right and who is wrong in others, and then do something to punish evil and promote good. Secondly, Ling Yun really didn't have time, he was too busy with his own affairs. Even if he had some time, he wished he could use it all for cultivation. How could he care about other things? But the premise is that Ling Yun will not provoke others, and others should not provoke him, otherwise, the end will be really miserable. Li Jiujiang, Lu Guanwang, Xie Zhenting, and Go Lianqing are living examples. Since I was wrong, I have to pay the price. Ling Yun, I, Go Lianqing, am here. In front of more than 300 people in the banquet hall, I solemnly apologize to you. I can guarantee that I will never mention the word revenge for the rest of my life. Go Lianqing's face became more and more serious as he spoke, but his voice revealed complete despair and frustration. Under the eyes of everyone, Go Lianqing bent his knees and knelt down straight in front of Ling Yun. Then he cowed out heavily, cowed out loudly. Tang Meng, Xie Zhenting, Tai Xiaohu, a being nearby, and more than 100 guests in the front of the banquet hall all saw this scene, and they were dumbfounded at the same time. The wealthy Qingshui city, Go Lianqing, actually bowed his head to Ling Yun to admit his mistake? How could a man who had achieved great success and once called the wind and rain in Qingshui city kneel down to another person if he hadn't admitted failure from the bottom of his heart, if he hadn't been completely desperate? Amidst the exclamations, Ling Yun's expression was unusually calm. He stood there, looking down at Go Lianqing kneeling at his feet, and secretly sighed. He had already seen what Go Lianqing wanted to do, and he felt a little admiration in his heart, saying that Go Lianqing was a really smart person. Ling Yun didn't stop him, he kept pressing Go Lianqing to fight until he was at the end of his rope, and reached this point. Moreover, it was not Go Lianqing, but his son, Go Junfa, who had been thinking about dealing with Ling Yun. But Tang Meng quit, and he said angrily, "Fuck, Go, your son has no conscience, and he will do bad things. Now you want to just kowtow and admit your mistakes and get away with it? Let me tell you, there is no one in the door." No. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. There are so many major issues in the capital that have to be dealt with by Ling Yun himself. At such a juncture, why did Ling Yun suddenly return to Qingshui? No one knows better than Tang Meng. Ling Yun's trip this time is to pull out all the nails in Qingshui city, and build his 1-acre 3-point land into a solid structure, so as to relieve all worries in the future. Unify Qingshui, and at the same time establish prestige, shocking the entire Jiangnan, so that those forces that are about to make a move, dare not have any coveted hearts for Qingshui city. Only in this way can he concentrate on fighting in the capital with all his strength, and lead the Ling family to the top of China again. Seeing Ling Yun 3 times, 5 divisions too, pulling out the 2 nails of Lu Guanwang and Li Jiujiang, Tang Meng's excitement was indescribable, and he thought that as long as Brother Yun worked hard, he would completely trample Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing. Then the entire Qingshui city will truly become Ling Yun's world, flat, without any obstacles. At that time, Tang Meng wants money, power, across Qingshui city, black and white. What benefits can't he get? But at this critical moment, Tang Meng never dreamed that Go Lianqing would take the initiative to admit his wrongdoing by kowtowing at the critical moment. This is equivalent to a punch with all the strength in your body, but it hits the empty space, making you feel so sad that you want to vomit blood. How can there be such a cheap thing in the world? Get rid of evil. What is Tang Meng most afraid of at this time? He is most afraid of Ling Yun's soft heart. Moreover, based on Tang Meng's understanding of Ling Yun, it seems that Ling Yun really accepted Go Lianqing's confession, because he allowed Go Lianqing to kowtow and did not stop him. If Go Lianqing was allowed to repay his yang, regain his footing in Qingshui city, and gradually regain his strength, Tang Meng would definitely have trouble sleeping and eating. So Tang Meng was furious, he couldn't let this kind of thing happen. The point is, if the opponent has completely confessed, will Ling Yun soften his heart? Ling Yun just smiled and waved his hand lightly, stopping Tang Meng from continuing. Then he said to Go Lianqing, "Boss Go, you don't look good in public, so let's talk about something." Go Lianqing prostrated himself on the ground and did not get up. He knelt there and said, "Young Master Tang is now a man of the hour in Qingshui City. He is right. If I just kowtow to admit my mistake. This is of course far from enough. But I have something to say." Go Lianqing had been completely defeated, and he didn't even want face. "I will write a contract, all my properties in Qingshui City, including companies, real estate, hotels, bank deposits, stocks and securities, etc., as long as they are in my name. I will transfer all of them to Ling Xiao unconditionally as an apology. From now on, I will be alone, and I will be beaten and killed at will, and it is all up to you, Ling Yun, to have the final say." Hearing this, before Ling Yun could say anything, Tang Meng snorted coldly, "Humph. Go Lianqing, although your property is huge, but now it is insolvent. Starting from today, within 3 months, I will be sure to buy all your assets. Do you still need to give it away? Also, don't think that I don't know that you still have a lot of property, all in the names of your wife, your son, and your brother. This is also called being alone?" Go Lianqing remained motionless on his knees. The voice became very calm. "It seems that young Master Tang misunderstood me. The property I said in my name, including their share, is all transferred to young Master Ling's name." Go Lianqing was thorough. There was no sophistry in his rebuttal to Tang Meng, and he said it so calmly that anyone could tell that he didn't have the slightest reservation. Tang Meng didn't expect that Go Lianqing would do it so thoroughly. He was a little stunned for a while, and opened his mouth, but he could only snort heavily to express his displeasure. Now that things are going on, Go Lianqing will definitely not be able to escape, but all his property will be given to Ling Yun, and he has become a complete pauper for playing so simply. What's the point of cleaning him up? Ling Yun was still smiling. He first raised his hand and patted Tang Meng's shoulder lightly, signaling him to be calm, and then said to Go Lianqing, "Oh? Boss, Go is willing to be so generous, so there must be conditions?" Go Lianqing's body trembled suddenly, and he said honestly, "There are indeed 2 small conditions." Ling Yun said lightly, "Then you can talk about it." Go Lianqing, "My younger brother Go Lianshan once offended young Master Ling because of me and Guzi. I don't expect to be able to get him out of the prison now, but I would like to ask young Master Ling to lift his pain and let him live in peace. Life in prison can be easier. I promise you." Ling Yun agreed without hesitation. Go Lianshan used to be rude to Ling Yun, but Ling Yun punished him severely, and he paid a terrible price. He went to prison and endured the pain of retrograde meridians every day. Almost. "Thank you, young Master Ling, for your kindness." Go Lianqing was an extremely shrewd person. He already knew that Ling Yun would definitely agree to this matter, so he quickly thanked him, then hesitated, and made a second request. The dog Go Junfa, who was young and ignorant, offended young Master Ling because of some jealousy in school, and then he didn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and dared to bet 100 million against young Master Ling. Now young Master Ling is the well-deserved champion of Qingshui City's college entrance examination. Everything there is no doubt that young Master Ling won that gamble. I also asked Ling Xiaoyan to spare his life, because he was eager to avenge me at that time, so as to leave a bloodline for our Go family. After seeing Ling Yun's absolute strength and heaven-defying performance with his own eyes, Go Lianqing was completely hopeless, and he no longer had any thoughts of going against Ling Yun. Kowtow to admit his mistake, not mentioning revenge for the rest of his life, giving away all his property, everything, just for 2 requests, to relieve the pain of the younger brother and save the life of the son, Ling Yun has already agreed to be the first one. Tang Meng was completely angry. Go Lianqing and Tang Meng didn't have any feuds in the past, and never had any direct hatred. Everything between them is tied to Go Junfa, which can be regarded as hatred. Back then, when Ling Yan went down to the Tianqing, Xia Zhenting and Luo Zhong gained power, Xia Zhenyan and Go Junfa ran rampant in the school, overwhelming Tang Meng. That's not to mention, they actually teamed up to Mul's Ning Lingyu. Tang Meng couldn't bear it anymore. He asked Xia Zhenyan, Go Junfa, and others to settle accounts, but they broke his limbs cruelly. The dandy's grin, wanton humiliation, severe pain of severed limbs, this is Tang Meng's blood feud. It was a scar that he could never erase. In order to be busy with Ling Yan's business, it was not easy for Tang Meng not to hunt and kill these enemies all over the world. Now Go Lianqing proposed to save his son's life? However, Tang Meng's anger was his anger. Ling Yun had the final say here. He was not impulsive. Instead, he turned his head to look at Ling Yun, wanting to see how Ling Yun made a decision. At this time, Xia Zhenting also looked eagerly at Ling Yun, because this not only related to Go Junfa's life, but also his son, Xia Zhenyan's life. Xia Zhenting can see that although Ling Yun is absolutely strong and against the sky, everything he does has his own bottom line. For example, the officialdom is the officialdom. Ling Yun hit the three masters of the Sun family, ruthlessly, but he never moved a finger of Li Jiujiang. But now, what the two parties are negotiating is a personal enmity. Go Lianqing has already humbled so much, will Ling Yun soften his heart? If Ling Yun would let Go Junfa go, then Xia Zhenting would kneel down to Ling Yun without hesitation, and beg Ling Yun to let Xia Zhenyan go. However, Ling Yun certainly won't let his brother down. He still smiled faintly. Boss Go, I have to say that you really know the current affairs and know how to advance and retreat. What you said today is indeed sincere. However, Ling Yun, will never agree to your second condition. Ling Yun is decisive. If. When Ling Yun said this, he also glanced at Xia Zhenting at the side, and he continued, if your son hadn't interrupted my brother's hands and feet when you gained power, then now, you don't need to kowtow to me about your property, we can settle everything at the dinner table. It's not wrong for men to be lustful. You are either rich or expensive. The son you brought up is arrogant and domineering. That has nothing to do with me, as long as you don't mess with me. But Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed at Go Lianqing. You actually wanted to touch my woman, your son wanted to bully my sister, and your son even broke my brother's hands and feet. If it wasn't for me, my brother would be disabled for life, spend the rest of my life in a wheelchair. Ling Yan's voice became colder and colder, and finally he said sternly, now, if you want to buy your son's life with money, let alone such a small amount of assets, even 10 billion, 100 billion will not do. Not even a window. Brother Yun. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu beside him shook violently at the same time, roaring excitedly. Who are Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu? That is the brother who was born and died with Ling Yun. Back then, when Tai Xiaohu was imprisoned, Tang Meng's arms and legs were severed, and the other party couldn't find Ling Yun, so he vented all his breath on his brothers and relatives around him. Not only Tang Meng, but Tai Xiaohu also remembered this hatred. Ling Yun remembers even more. No amount of money can buy Ling Yun's brotherhood. At this point, even if the Heavenly King and Lao Tzu come, there is no sympathy for him. Plop. Go Lianqing's crouching body suddenly tilted, as if all the strength in his body was drained all of a sudden, and he fell to the ground. He gasped heavily, his eyes were completely absent, and became dull and blurred. What he said was spot on, and he already thought that he could impress Ling Yun, but who knows, Ling Yun didn't buy into his last request. Ling Yun's cold, emotionless voice came out, for your sincerity, as long as you can do what you said, I will spare your life and save your brother, but You must bring your son Go Junfa to our brother, and let us handle it. As for his life and death, I don't care, it all depends on my brother's will. And you, Deputy Mayor Xia, I don't think I need to say more? I don't need to interfere in your official affairs, but your son must be handed over to my brother. Whether you agree or not, whether you bring them here or not, they can't run away. I will definitely avenge my brother. I promise to do what I say. That's all I said. Ling Yan was still strong and domineering, which gave Tang Meng enough face. Tang Meng, whose eyes were filled with tears, and the blood rushed to the top of his head in an instant. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Ling Yan's last 4 sentences in a row, the voice became louder and louder, even piercing through gold and cracking stones, resounding through the entire banquet hall, shaking everyone's eardrums in the hall to buzz. There was silence in the banquet hall again. Hiss. Immediately afterwards, the sound of gasping for air rang out one after another from every corner of the banquet hall. Wow! Then there was an exclamation. Everyone in the banquet hall, especially the hundreds of people who were crowded in front and witnessed the whole process, as long as they could see Ling Yan at this moment, the same look would flash in their eyes. Fear. Everyone has seen the process of Ling Yan punishing Li Jiujiang. Although Ling Yan was ruthless and decisive, and did not give Li Jiujiang any chance to stand up, everyone knew that Li Jiujiang deserved his crime, and death was not a pity, and he could be taken away by the police. It's all cheap for him. But Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing, one is the executive deputy mayor of Qingshui City, and the other is a local tycoon in Qingshui City. Most of the people present don't know what deep hatred they have with Ling Yan. When everyone saw Ling Yan leading Tang Meng to greet Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing at the beginning, they really thought that the relationship between them was good. Unexpectedly, the development of the next thing was beyond everyone's expectations. Ling Yan only said a word to the two of them in the past, and Go Lianqing kowtowed to Ling Yan to admit his mistake, and offered all his property. Many people present knew that Ling Yan possessed astonishing medical skills. When the clinic opened, the congratulatory gifts received were beyond the sky. The Emperor Greenstone King. In short, in one word, in the eyes of insiders, Ling Yan is not short of money now. He has plenty of money. Therefore, many people instinctively thought that Ling Yan would disdain to ask for Go Lianqing's property in front of the more than 300 people present, because that would inevitably make Ling Yan lose his value and status. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan did not refuse. Instead, he accepted it very frankly. Later, through the content of the dialogue between the two parties, everyone understood this. It turned out that the two sides actually had an unresolvable hatred, and Ling Yan wanted to avenge the people on his side. Who doesn't know that Go Lianqing is a wealthy man in Qingshui City, with assets worth at least several billion? Even if you know a little bit about the inside story, you know that life in Golian City is very sad now, and it is on the verge of collapse, but a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. If anyone gets all the assets of Go Lianqing, even if they don't manage it and auction off all of them, they will have a wealth of no less than 1 billion yuan. In Huaxia, whoever owns more than 1 billion, it can be said that there is nothing to worry about in this life. But Go Lianqing didn't keep a single cent, and would rather give it all to Ling Yan, just to save his younger brother and his son's life. Everyone was envious, and felt that Ling Yan had made a lot of money from this deal. Kowtow to admit his mistake, the humiliation is so far, billions of assets are not kept, if it is someone else, let alone these two conditions, there will be 10 or 20 more conditions. He would definitely nod and agree on the spot, for fear that Go Lianqing would regret it. What's more, after Go Lianqing gave away the property, the entire Go family will be completely abolished, and it is impossible to pose any threat to Ling Yan again. In the eyes of ordinary people, the astronomical wealth is just for Ling Yan to cure a disease. Forgive me, many people really feel that they are not worth it for Go Lianqing. After all, Gou Lianqing is only in his 40s, and he has a feud with Ling Yun. Even if he really can't beat Ling Yun, at worst, he can sell his property, leave Qingshui City, and start a new life in another place. Besides, in a majestic China and a society ruled by law, does Ling Yun really dare to kill Gou Lianqing's son? I guess it's impossible, right? What's more, even if Ling Yun was ruthless enough to really kill Gou Lianqing's son, Gou Lianqing didn't dare to take revenge, but at least he could be born again. He was so rich, what kind of woman could he not find, and how many sons he wanted? There are definitely not a few people in the banquet hall who have such thoughts, but these people do not understand the following points. They don't understand the feud between Ling Yun, Gou Junfa, Xie Zhenyan and other playboys. They didn't know that Gou Lianqing had already become a complete eunuch, not to mention having a son. Even artificial insemination was impossible, thanks to Ling Yun. They didn't even know that if Ling Yun and Tang Ming disagreed, it would be as difficult for Gou Lianqing not to mention leaving Qingshui City, but even going out of the house. In the end, Ling Yun really dared to kill people, and up to now, hundreds of people have died in Ling Yun's hands, not one more Gou Junfa. Others don't know about these situations, but Xie Zhenting and Gou Lianqing are very clear in their hearts, like a bright mirror. Ling Yun accepted Gou Lianqing's kowtow to admit his mistake, and accepted all of Gou Lianqing's property, frankly. At the same time, he also agreed to his first condition. Who knows that a shocking reversal has taken place? The second and last condition proposed by Gou Lianqing was rejected by Ling Yun, and it was categorical and non-negotiable. There is only one reason, for my brother. Such a magical turning point, not to mention the more than 300 guests in the banquet hall, not even Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu and a Bing had thought of it. So ruthless. How much hatred is there? Gou Lianqing is so rich that if he sends it all away, he won't be able to save his son's life. That's right, I don't believe that Ling Yun and the others really dare to kill people. You see, Li Tian was so crazy just now, and what Li Jiujiang did was so shameless. Didn't Ling Yun kill them too? As the saying goes, you can't kill without nodding your head. Gou Lianqing is like that. Ling Yun still doesn't let his son go. It's a bit too much. Some guests who didn't know the situation began to discuss and express their dissatisfaction in a low voice. Be careful that misfortune comes out of your mouth. If you don't know the ins and outs of the matter, just shut up and say a few words, otherwise, be careful that you become the next Li Jiujiang, Gou Lianqing. This is someone who knows something about the inside story, with fear in his eyes, and cautiously speaks out to remind the people around him. You guys know what a fart. Back then, when there was an earthquake in the officialdom of Qingshui City, Ling Yun was not in Qingshui City. People on Ling Yun's side were ganged up by the Xia family, Luo Zheng, and the Gou family to bully them so badly. Did you see that? I heard that yet? It's that Tang Meng, whose limbs were broken in public by the two sons of the Xie family and the Gou family. If this was your own child, wouldn't you take revenge? This is to understand some details of the last incident, and what they did to top Ling Yun. Humph. Tai Xiaohu's body was like an iron tower, standing on the presiding stage. He let out a cold snort from his nostrils, but he used his kung fu, like drinking violently. All the guests in the audience immediately fell silent in fright. No matter what they thought in their hearts, the fear was real. Such Ling Yun, Qingshui City, and even the entire Jiangnan province, no one can afford it anymore. Naturally, it also includes Ling Yun's relatives, brothers, and friends. In order to wash away my brother's humiliation, and to avenge my brother, even if it is 10 billion, 100 billion, I would rather not have it, and it doesn't matter whether you accept it or not, whether you agree or not. Don't care about other people's misunderstandings, and don't be afraid to bear any infamy. Domineering and powerful, once and for all. This is the effect Ling Yun wants to achieve. At this time, Gou Lianqing, who was collapsed on the ground, never expected this would be the result. In fact, he knew better than anyone else that the big mistake he and his son had made was really hard for others to forgive, especially someone like Ling Yun. The reason why he dared to bite the bullet and put forward the second condition was, of course, to prevent him from becoming the last one, but there were two reasons. One is that 3 months have passed since the accident. In the past 3 months, no matter how he struggled and resisted, he was the one who suffered. The people on Ling Yun's side should be more or less angry up. What's more, as time has passed for so long, any hatred will gradually fade away, and everyone can at least have a peaceful negotiation. The other is that Ling Yun's side is no longer the same as it was back then. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao control Qingshui City, even if it is an exaggeration to say that they can cover the sky with one hand. Tang Meng has a great reputation in the upper circles of Qingshui City, and he is very popular. Now he is the veritable eldest son of the Tang family, calling the wind and calling the rain, and he is very popular. As for Ling Yun, needless to say, based on his current strength, although it is only the tip of the iceberg, as long as Ling Yun stomps his feet in Qingshui City, the entire Jiangnan province will have to shake 3 times. Of course, the current Ling Yun, no matter where he stomps his feet, it is estimated that half of China will have to shake 3 times. Go Lianqing really didn't know this. Ling Yun is too strong now, and Go Lianqing is just an ant that can be crushed to death in Ling Yun's eyes. The two are very different. He hopes that Ling Yun will disdain to deal with him because of his self-worth. In other words, Go Lianqing hoped that Ling Yun would treat him as a fart and let him go. It was precisely with these 2 points in mind that Go Lianqing, out of desperation, took the initiative to kowtow to admit his mistake, gave away all his property, and then dared to raise the last condition. Go Lianqing is a giant in the business world, and he is extremely shrewd. When it comes to raising conditions, he was very careful and thoughtful. First mentioning something that Ling Yun will definitely agree to, and then mentioning something that Ling Yun can barely agree to, not only allows Ling Yun to earn enough face and reputation, but also makes it hard for Ling Yun to get off the tiger, with a hint of threatening in the dark. If it wasn't for being so shrewd, Golian City wouldn't be able to develop as far as it is today, and the business wouldn't be as big as it is. But even though Go Lianqing had calculated everything, he forgot one thing, or he underestimated one point. He underestimated Ling Yun's style. Here at Ling Yun, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and 1 size is equal to 1 size. If you should agree, if you shouldn't, Ling Yun will never agree. Ling Yun is a cultivator, and what he cultivates is the way of mind. The most important thing is to understand the thoughts. For the sake of the so-called benevolence of a woman, to make his brother depressed and miserable for the rest of his life is not something Ling Yun can do. Furthermore, if Ling Yun gave up revenge for a little money, then he had planted a demon in his heart, and if he survived the tribulation again, he would still end up in the end of annihilation. Ling Yun could hear all kinds of discussions around him without saying a word, but he just smiled lightly and didn't bother to care about them at all. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The end of the words is the end of the words, and Ling Yun doesn't bother to say another nonsense. Copy address access. Go Lianqing was propping up on the ground with his hands, but suddenly he stretched his body and scrambled to Tang Meng's feet, grabbing Tang Meng's trousers with both hands. Young Master Tang, no matter what, Xiaofa and you are also classmates. For the sake of your classmates, I beg you, will you spare his life? Ling Yun had already finished speaking, and Go Lianqing knew that it was impossible for him to impress Ling Yun again, so Tang Meng naturally became his last straw. Tang Meng finally managed to calm down his excitement. He first lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then casually exhaled a smoke ring. Then he slightly lowered his head and looked at the kneeling at his feet. Go Lianqing begged with a glance. I knew today, why bother? Tang Meng said something casually, exhaled another puff of smoke, and continued, I'll give you a week to bring your son. Don't worry, I won't kill him. My father is now the director of the Public Security Bureau, and he won't kill him either. You may allow me to kill people, but I will definitely take revenge on Tang Meng, and I will treat your son as he treats me, and as long as he doesn't mess with us, I won't bother him again. Tang Meng hated Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa to death in his heart. It is impossible not to avenge the revenge, and the blood debt must be paid with blood. This is my bottom line. If you don't think it's fair, then you can take back what you said just now, and we've made it clear that we will fight with real knives and guns. If you think it's fair, then after you go out later, don't leave the hotel in a hurry, find a quiet place by yourself, draw up the property transfer contract, and sign it to me. What's so unfair about this? Go Lianqing never expected that Tang Meng didn't want Go Junfa's life, but just cut off his limbs. Go Lianqing's already completely desperate eyes suddenly shot a gleam of ecstasy. He lay on the ground and nodded desperately. Fair, very fair, thank you young Master Tang, for your mercy. In any case, he managed to save his son's life. As for the loss of limbs, let's treat his son as unlucky because he got into a car accident. Of course Tang Meng knew that Go Lianqing would definitely agree. He ignored Go Lianqing, holding a cigarette between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Pointing at Xie Zhenting next to him with a cigarette butt, he said indifferently, also, your son is the same. Now Tang Meng. With every gesture, he already has the demeanor of a generation of heroes. Ling Yan's strength and defying the sky all the way opened up Tang Meng's vision and vision step by step, allowing him to see a world that he had never known before. Unknowingly, Tang Meng was also growing rapidly. That's the last sentence. Tang Meng waved lightly with the hand holding the cigarette, and said indifferently, you guys go out. Although those in front of him were the two big figures in Qingshui City, Tang Meng's posture and movements seemed to be dismissing two idlers. With Ling Yan's backing, Tang Meng now has this identity. Also have this qualification. Tang Meng let Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing leave, and at the same time gave a Bing a wink, a Bing understood and nodded at him. Xie Zhenting's face was stiff and pale, he smacked his lips twice, but he never said a word. He just bent down slowly and pulled up Go Lianqing, who was kneeling on the ground with all his strength. The two supported each other, slid by the wall, and left the banquet hall step by step with their heads down under the eyes of everyone. With billions of assets involved, Ah Bing dared not neglect. With a light wave of his hand, he personally led the four brothers of Qinglong, and quickly caught up with the two of them, keeping pace with each other. Seeing this scene, in the eyes of everyone, there are only two words in their hearts, down and out. Tang Meng stood where he was, puffing on his cigarettes one after another, watching Ah Bing lead others to escort Xie Zhenting and Go Lianqing away, with a cold and calm expression. It wasn't until the two of them walked out of the banquet hall that their figures disappeared completely. Then Tang Meng threw away the cigarette butt and turned to look at Ling Yun. Brother Yun, thank you. Tang Meng didn't say anything, but he knew in his heart that he was able to achieve today's success because of Ling Yun alone. He followed the right person. Ling Yun was happy. He raised his hand and patted Tang Meng's shoulder, and said casually, you don't do this, we are brothers, why don't you thank me? You hurry up and get down to business. So far, the enemies present, those who were arrested, those who admitted their mistakes, those who begged for mercy, were all put to death. But the matter was not over yet. There were still more than 300 guests in the banquet hall. They all seemed to be dumbfounded and frightened now. They didn't sit or stand, they didn't know whether they should leave or stay. But as long as Tang Meng is around, these things will become trivial matters. He turned around and walked up to the host stage, and stood behind the microphone. First, he pressed his hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and then smiled slightly. I'm sorry, there was a little episode just now, which may have scared everyone. I, Tang Meng, are here first. Apologize to everyone. Tang Meng is well-mannered and eloquent, this kid can speak eloquently. I know, tonight, everyone gathered here to congratulate the number one in the college entrance examination. It's just a pity that the fake number one has been taken away, but it doesn't matter, we still have a real number one here. Speaking of this, Tang Meng glanced at Ling Yun with a smile, and then continued, tonight, I, Tang Meng, will be the host, and I will hold a big feast for Brother Yun to become the number one student in the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination this year. Everyone already knew just now that Triumph Hotel is now Brother Yun's own hotel. I promise, I will entertain everyone with the best standards today, so that everyone can eat and drink well. Also, I agreed in advance that we don't accept dowry gifts and red envelopes. If everyone is willing to save face, how about staying for a glass of beer wine? Wow. Before Tang Meng finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out in the banquet hall. This applause completely overwhelmed the sound of the rainstorm outside, and lasted for a long time. Just kidding, now, who would not give Ling Yun and Tang Meng face? Who dare not give them face? Those present, no matter men, women, old or young, are all famous figures in Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province. If they still can't see that this is the best chance to curry favor with Ling Yun, then they should stop messing around. It's an honor, it's our honor. This is a wedding wine. How can a wedding wine be drunk for free? How can I not accept the red envelope? It must be accepted. Yes, yes, yes. This is the wedding wine for our Jiangnan Provincial College entrance exam champion. How can we not send red envelopes? Ling Yun is the real number one in the college entrance examination. Li Tian? Bah. Shit, I was blind back then. In an instant, the banquet hall was full of noise, and everyone was extremely excited. It was more than 10 times more lively than the scene created by the Li family's uncles and nephews. Hearing the applause and cheers below, Tang Meng looked down at his watch. It was only 8:30. It only took half an hour since Ling Yun entered the banquet hall at 8 o'clock, and Ling Yun took back everything that belonged to him. So simple, so easy. Tang Meng was in a great mood. He raised his head with a smile, and looked at Tai Xiaohu proudly. Then he turned his head to look at Ling Yun, and asked in a low voice, Brother Yun, do we accept the red envelope? Although the applause was thunderous and the noise was overwhelming, Tang Meng believed that Ling Yun would definitely be able to hear his words. Ling Yun shrugged helplessly, sighed and said, since they insist on giving it, then arrange someone to take it. It would not be Ling Yun's style if he didn't accept it. Fools don't accept it. Tang Meng chuckled. He waved at the waiter just now and called her over. From now on, you are the head waiter of this banquet hall. Regardless of the excitement and astonishment of the waitress, Tang Meng continued, as soon as possible, arrange a few more people to collect the red envelopes, and besides. Tang Meng pointed to the aisle next to the banquet hall. There should be some private rooms in there, right? You hurry up and send some waiters over there to make arrangements, and important guests will come up soon. Be sure to let them entertain. The waiter was hit by great happiness, but she was still not confused. She hesitated, but... I'm afraid there are not enough people now. Tang Meng was speechless, and ordered, then quickly call and ask the waiters on other floors to come up to help, today. This is the most important place. The new foreman quickly went to work. Here, Tang Meng rushed to the other side of the host stage. The two excellent hosts who had been completely stupid waved their hands and called the male host up. Handsome guy, can you play on the spot? The male host was trembling when he spoke excitedly. He kept nodding his head, no problem. Tang Meng was very satisfied. Then, from now on, I will leave it to you to host the activities in the banquet hall. Remember, the current top scorer in the college entrance examination is not Li Tian, but Ling Yun. Clear? Your appearance fees are doubled. However, I want to say one more thing. Don't forget to remind everyone later that it's best not to go out and talk about what happened here just now. While Tang Meng was generous, he did not forget to explain carefully. I know. That's fine, I leave it to you. After Tang Meng finished speaking, he turned around and walked off the host stage, walking to Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu's side. Tang Meng changed into another expression, one of distressed face, and he said in a very depressed voice, Brother Yun, we spent an extra 100 million to buy the Triumph Hotel. Tang Meng was really distressed. For the sake of a moment of greatness, he spent 500 million on a business of 400 million. How could he bear it for a loss-making business? I won't be able to sleep for at least half a year. Ling Yin was angry and laughed, and punched Tang Meng in the chest. Tai Xiaohu is right, I think you really got into money's eyes. Ling Yin raised his chin slightly, and pointed at the hundreds of guests who were boiling. With this posture, the red envelopes tonight should be much more than Li Jiujiang's, right? Also, Li Jiujiang received more than 10 million red envelopes, Lu Guanwang's family property was 150 million, and Gou Lianqing's assets were no less than billions. You still feel that you are losing money after earning so much in a day? Besides, these 300 people are all famous people in Qingshui City. Based on what you said just now, who won't come to us to make a triumphant return when they treat guests to business in the future? If you spread it 10 times and spread it 100 times, I'm afraid that within half a year, you'll earn back all the extra 100 million you spent, right? Tang Meng blushed at Ling Yun's words, smiled embarrassingly, and frantically flattered Ling Yun. Hey, Brother Yun knows everything, and I can't hide anything from you. By the way, what about that 20 million check? Don't confiscate it for me. Tang Meng laughed loudly. Hey, don't worry, Brother Yun, as long as my father has a solid proof, he will definitely get it back for us later. In this battle, Ling Yun made a lot of money. Triumph Hotel, a real triumph. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. After tidying up the enemies and arranging the guests, the 3 Ling Yun brothers were not busy doing other things, but stood in a zigzag shape at the entrance of the passage, chatting relaxedly, talking comfortably about the huge gains of today's battle. Hi Ling Yun, I am Wen Xiaoya, the host of Jiangnan Satellite TV's entertainment channel. I have admired your name for a long time, but I never thought I would be able to meet you here. Suddenly, a sweet voice sounded from behind Ling Yun and Tang Meng. The words were pronounced clearly, the words were correct, and the voice was round and round, but it was too sweet, and it sounded a little cloying. Ling Yun and Tang Meng turned their heads when they heard the sound, and found that the hostess hadn't come to the stage, but walked around the host stage and came behind them. Although Tang Meng was chatting with Ling Yun, they were actually talking about some very important things. He felt a little upset when he was interrupted so hastily. When he looked back, it was Wen Xiaoya. He frowned impatiently. Wen Xiaoya, one of the most popular female anchors of Jiangnan TV's entertainment channel, is 25 years old and 1.7 meters tall. With her sexy and spicy hosting style, she has attracted much attention. She can be regarded as one of Jiangnan Satellite TV's leading actresses. Tonight, in order to cater to the atmosphere, she deliberately wore a pure red shoulderless, backless, low-cut evening dress. The makeup on her face was also very colorful, and her long hair was permed into a wavy shape, with layers curled back and hanging down the shoulders just did not cover the red pearl earrings on the ears. The pure red evening dress exposed a large area of her upper body to the air. It was white and crystal clear, dazzling and full of flowers. At first glance, it really gave people a sexy and amazing feeling. But from Ling Yun's point of view, that's not the case. Just now, his spiritual consciousness enveloped the audience, and everyone's every move in the banquet hall was reflected in their spiritual consciousness, and Wen Xiaoya was no exception. The cheekbones on this woman's face are slightly protruding, and the high bridge of the nose has obviously been trimmed with a knife, and it is slightly crooked, which is covered up by sophisticated makeup techniques. Although she was wearing colored contact lenses, her eyes were dull and her lips were thin, giving off a selfish, sharp, and tricky impression. Since when Xiaoya appeared on TV every day, Tang Meng naturally knew. I have never seen it with my own eyes before, but when Xiaoya's name. Tang Meng was like thunder. When Xiaoya is an expert at hype, and she became popular because of hype, and scandals are flying everywhere. The boyfriends around her have changed one after another, from business tycoons to dandy young masters. The men she has slept with form a strengthened company. Absolutely more than enough. Moreover, according to Tang Meng's former playboy brother, the chick among the 7 tigers of Qingshui, Wen Xiaoya, clearly marked the price. 500,000 a night. It was once reported by the media that Wen Xiaoya came in and out of a certain luxurious villa in Golian City. Needless to say, Wen Xiaoya must have been a frequent visitor to Qingshui's wealthy bed in Golian City in the past. This was the main reason why Tang Meng immediately became impatient after seeing Wen Xiaoya. Just a high-end bitch who made a name for herself by hype, came out to host events to make extra money. Tang Meng didn't care, anyway. He didn't invite the person. If he arranged, he definitely wouldn't invite Wen Xiaoya. But this woman is obviously here to seduce Brother Yun, so it's a big deal. Why do you say she is seducing Ling Yun? Just look at Wen Xiaoya's actions now. The microphone in her hand has been put down at some point. At this time, the left hand is deliberately covering the chest, seemingly elegantly to prevent exposure, but the fingers are tightly pressed on the dress, so that the 2 balls of snow-white breasts stretch the evening dress tightly, and all 5 fingers are deliberately opened, which made the 2 snow-white hemispheres exposed to the air more attractive and protruding from the gap between the fingers. There was a charming smile on her face covered with makeup. Her eyes were wide open, as much as she wanted, and she stretched out her right hand, wanting to shake hands with Ling Yun. Looking at that gesture, she would never take her arm back if Ling Yun didn't shake hands with her. Situation. Tang Meng's guess was right. Wen Xiaoya was indeed fishing for a winner. At present, in this banquet hall, and even in the entire Jiangnan province, there is no doubt that Ling Yun is the biggest winner in Wen Xiaoya's eyes. She really wanted to seduce Ling Yun, and she was also very confident. At least so far, no man would refuse to shake hands with her or even give her a hug on the spot after she took the initiative to do this. Tang Meng was upset, and just wanted to get angry on the spot, and just tell Wen Xiaoya to go away, but when he saw the people coming from behind Wen Xiaoya, he immediately closed his mouth tightly, and sat down. Look at Wen Xiaoya's bad luck. After Ling Yun turned around, a gentle smile appeared on Jun's face, and the iconic dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, which was simply fascinating. His handsome eyes were full of tenderness, and he stared straight at Wen Xiaoya, as if he was really fascinated. Wen Xiaoya peeked at Ling Yun's expression, thinking that she had successfully seduced her. She couldn't help but feel secretly refreshed, and continued to pursue the victory, shaking her delicate body, and said coquettishly to Ling Yun, "Shake hands with her. A big host is not afraid of being shy. What are you embarrassed about? A shameless person is invincible. Wen Xiaoya is really good at being a dick, but not a prostitute, and she is definitely on par with that beautiful Lin from Baodao, who is famous for being a dick." But as soon as the words fell, Wen Xiaoya suddenly felt that the atmosphere was not right, because the huge and extremely noisy banquet hall suddenly became completely silent, only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Then Wen Xiaoya suddenly noticed that what Ling Yun was looking at was not her, but behind her. Immediately afterwards, Wen Xiaoya suddenly felt a threatening burst of icy air sweeping from behind her, which made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her body shivered suddenly, and the hair on her bare back stood on end, directly got goosebumps all over. Giggle. Wen Xiaoya's teeth are chattering, so turn around quickly. A woman, no, it should be said that it is a group of women, all of them are beautiful, and they have come behind her at some point. All of them have cold eyes, pretty faces covered with frost, staring at her coldly. The one at the front has an angelic face and a devilish figure, wearing a tight pink and white cheongsam embroidered with colorful peony flowers, which looks sexy and noble, glamorous and moving. This is naturally Lin Menghan. After finishing Ling Yun's business, Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, and other beauties were naturally unwilling to continue sitting in the corner at the back of the banquet hall, and they couldn't wait to come over to find Ling Yun. Now he saw that Wen Xiaoya actually wanted to seduce Ling Yun. Can they feel better? When Wen Xiaoya turned around in astonishment, Lin Menghan didn't bother to look at her again, but sneered, and walked straight past her with an extremely cold voice. As expected of a famous host, she has such a good figure and is very sexy. Sky has an angelic face. Lin Menghan, who has a sexy figure like a devil, has had several spring breezes with Ling Yun. She was already round and transparent, and the sexy and enchanting gestures she showed were enough to instantly kill any man's attention. She even said that Wen Xiaoya's figure was sexy. Of course, this is not a compliment, but a sarcasm, humiliation, and a naked slap in the face. Well, my sister is right, she is both elegant and noble, it is really unusual. Lin Menghan walked over. Yao Rou, who was wearing a gown with a goose-yellow mermaid skirt, followed closely. She had a gentle smile, and showed endless elegance and nobility in her steps, but she praised Wen Xiaoya in her mouth. Wen Xiaoya's mind was shocked, her face turned red in an instant, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground and sneak in immediately. It's a pity that there is no seam on the ground, and the matter is not over yet. Long Wu stepped forward. With a sneer, he lowered his head, glanced at Wen Xiaoya lightly, and said lightly, "He's quite tall." Just kidding, Long Wu is 1.78 meters tall, and she is wearing the most casual clothes tonight, not even wearing high heels. They are all taller than Wen Xiaoya, who is wearing high heels, but now they say that Wen Xiaoya is tall. Tang Meng was chattering aside, holding back his laughter, but his stomach was already throbbing. Bai Xian'er came over, she pretended to be curious, stopped in front of Wen Xiaoya on purpose, and stared at Wen Xiaoya for a while. Then he raised his hand, took off the sunglasses on his face, and sighed softly, "Hey, your face is so beautiful, I feel ashamed." Ha 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 ha. Tang Meng finally couldn't hold it back anymore, he held his stomach and laughed out loud, tears were coming out of his eyes. Bai Xian'er's face, among the people present, except for Ning Lingyu, no woman dares to compare with her, and she even praised Wen Xiaoya's beautiful face, and even ashamed of herself. Can you be more ruthless with this face slap? Just look at her dress, her family background is definitely not wrong, look at her temperament. After Bai Xian'er passed by, Chao Shanshan followed closely and only said one sentence in an understatement, but it made Wen Xiaoya, who was already extremely ashamed, feel even more ashamed. After the 5 beauties passed, the last ones to come forward were Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, and Miao Xiaomiao. They came together, they were absolutely youthful and invincible, and they were so beautiful. The 3 of them seemed to have discussed it, and said together, "You are so young. Your skin is so good." Puff. Now even Tai Xiaohu couldn't help it anymore, he burst out laughing. Tang Meng even beat his chest and stomped his feet, he couldn't laugh anymore. Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Miao Xiaomiao, the 3 of them are only 17 or 18 years old, but now they praise the 25-year-old Wen Xiaoya's youth with one voice, that face is slapped. 8 stunning beauties, each of them only said one sentence, never said much, and then gently stood beside or behind Ling Yun after speaking. The eyes are all straight. Oh my God, they are all here to support Ling Yun? Some people who didn't understand the situation at all exclaimed, their shocked eyeballs almost popped out. It's so beautiful, it's worth coming tonight. There are many people who say the same. This is the real beauty of a man and woman. There were exclamations and praises everywhere, people clicked their tongues in admiration, and the whole banquet hall seemed to be blown up again, and it became extremely noisy. Sorry, I forgot to shake your hand just now. Ling Yan smiled teasingly. At this moment he suddenly remembered something, and stretched out his right hand towards Wen Xiaoya. No need. I'm going to host first, and I have to check the lines. Wen Xiaoya blushed like blood, she was so ashamed, she stuttered, and fled, because she was running too fast. Her high heels accidentally stepped on the corner of her skirt, her figure staggered, almost fell like a dog. Then she heard several undisguised, sneering laughter from behind her. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. God is pitiful. Wen Xiaoya really doesn't know that these stunning beauties have all come for Ling Yun from the beginning. If she had known that any of these beauties had a deep connection with Ling Yun, she would never dare to come and seduce Ling Yun. As a host, she naturally has eyesight. All the beauties around Ling Yun are the focus of others, no matter where they are. Of course, she has noticed it a long time ago. Originally, she was afraid that these beauties would see Ling Yun, so dazzling, would come over to snatch her, then she would definitely not have a half chance, so she played her shameless true colors, and came to strike first. But the reality is so cruel, she never expected that she would be humiliated next to each other, and everyone would use their strengths to compare her weaknesses. She was humiliated and fled. Don't say that Zheng compares her strengths with her weaknesses one by one, just find someone to come out and compare with her from head to toe. That is also the existence that can kill her completely. She is a black chicken, everyone is a phoenix, what does she compare it to? It's a pity, it's her own self-defeating, looking for abuse, she can't blame others at all. Looking at Wen Xiaoya who fled in despair, Ling Yun thought it was funny and amusing. He shrugged his shoulders lightly, sighed and said, "Hey, you guys, what's the matter?" Lin Menghan gave Ling Yun a blank look, and smiled half-smile. "Why, do you feel distressed? Still can't bear it?" The little demon girl xuanhuan didn't care about that, she was also the toughest. She raised her eyebrows and stared wide-eyed. Of course, as for her own crime, don't leave if you have the ability. Humph, it's a good deal for her. Ning Lingyu was full of laughter. She only said one sentence, but it was more effective than others saying 10,000 sentences. "Brother, Auntie will come up soon." This sentence really worked. When Qin Dongshui heard it, not only Ling Yun, but also the other beauties immediately fell silent. Ahem. Ling Yun coughed dryly. Pretending to get angry at Tang Meng, he said, "I said, how do you manage things? Have you arranged the private room, and let so many people stand here?" Tang Meng suffered an innocent disaster, but he didn't dare to say a word in front of all the beauties who overturned the jealous jar. But Brother Yun was in trouble, Tang Meng had to save him. He immediately slapped his chest, and said proudly, "It's all arranged. Brother Yun, let's go in first." When they were chatting just now, more than a dozen waiters walked in beside them, and they must be almost cleaned up now. Moreover, the luxury suites of five-star hotels are always ready to welcome guests, and there is a large banquet tonight, so they have already been prepared, and there is no need to tidy up temporarily. Go. Enter the room. Ling Yun waved his hand. It is necessary to take Zheng to the passage. All the beauties chirped and teased, one after another stepped into the passage, but Ning Lingyu didn't move, but quietly grabbed Ling Yun's arm. Ling Yun's heart moved, and he quickly gave Tang Meng a wink, telling him to greet Zheng to enter the room first, and wait for everyone to go far away. Ling Yunkai said secretly to Ning Lingyu via sound transmission, "What's the matter?" Ning Lingyu rolled her beautiful eyes, glanced at Ling Yun, and suddenly turned her head to look behind the banquet hall, and then said in the same voice transmission, "Brother, have you forgotten Qi Shaoqing? She is still standing at the door, I just now call her over. She refuses to die." Ning Lingyu and Qi Shaoqing are both extremely intelligent, and they are both number one in their school. Before the college entrance examination, in the 3 large-scale mock exams organized by the city, their scores were evenly matched. It can be said to be sympathetic. Moreover, both of them are common school beauties, and both have their own suffering experiences, so after Ling Yan rescued Qi Xiaoqing this time, the two hit it off and became good friends instantly. Qi Xiaoqing, of course Ling Yan didn't forget, but he dared to mention Zheng Mei's jealous posture, just now. As the saying goes, a good man does not suffer from immediate losses, and it is better to pretend to be stupid than to act dumb. I don't know her very well. Ling Yan pretended to be helpless and scratched his head, his face was indifferent. TCH, I've saved her twice, and you still don't know her well? She's still waiting to thank you. Besides, I just asked about what happened in her family. Qi Xiaoqing is really pitiful. Ning Lingyu almost empathizes with Qi Xiaoqing's suffering. Although she has become a real proud daughter of heaven, Ning Lingyu has never forgotten the suffering she has suffered. Oh? Then what happened to her family? What happened to her mother? What's wrong with her sister? Ling Yan had already promised Qi Xiaoqing that she would save her mother and sister, so of course she had to ask it this time. Ning Lingyu said in a bitter voice, Qi Xiaoqing's mother is nothing, she just reads for Qi Xiaoqing's two sisters alone. She is sick from overwork and weak and sick. When Qi Xiaoqing was arrested by Li Tian, she was frightened again. Now I don't know where Li Tian is locked up. Needless to say, it must be that Li Tian was worried that Qi Xiaoqing would not submit obediently, and arrested her mother as a threat. When Ling Yan heard this, his sword eyebrows immediately stood upright, and he said in a deep voice, "This kid really deserves to die." Ning Lingyu nodded and said, "Her younger sister Qi Xiaohong is only 15 years old this year. She has always been in good health. The accident happened on the day Qi Xiaoqing was arrested." Listen to Qi Xiaoqing's words. The meaning here should be that the master brought by Li Tian that day made trouble. It's been 3 days, and I've been in a coma. After hearing this, Ling Yan knew it, and he sneered and said, "No, it must be that the 3 masters sent by the Sun family hurt her with heavy methods. Even a small child is not willing to let go." Ling Yan managed to suppress the anger in his heart, and he asked, "Where is Qi Xiaohong now?" Ning Lingyu said, "I was sent to the Jiangnan Provincial Hospital by Li Tian, saying that he wanted to spend money to see a doctor for her, but she was actually detained." "Okay, I see, you go in first. By the way, don't forget to let Tang Meng come out quickly." Ling Yan left a sentence, patted Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulder affectionately, and went straight to Qi Xiaoqing. At this time, how can he care about whether Zheng Mei is jealous or not? Ning Lingyu stood there quietly, watching Ling Yan's anxious back with a pair of beautiful eyes. His eyes were full of deep affection, and after a long time, he suddenly smiled. It wasn't until Ling Yan walked to the back of the banquet hall, turned a corner, and his figure was blocked by many guests, that Ning Lingyu turned around lightly and walked into the passage. Ling Yan walked faster and faster. He quickly found Qi Xiaoqing outside the door. There was a huge crowd of people here, and countless guests were rushing to give red envelopes. With a light swipe, Ling Yan opened a road and came straight to Qi Xiaoqing. There was a lot of voices, and Qi Xiaoqing was wearing a purple evening dress. Standing quietly in the corner outside the door, his face was still calm. However, she was no longer numb, and the worried expression between her brows had long since disappeared. She still seems to be forgotten by the whole world, but she is noble and uncommon, reclusive and independent, like a statue of a goddess. "Why don't you go in?" Ling Yan looked at this stunning girl who had gone through hardships but was extremely calm. He had a feeling that he didn't know where to start, so he could only start with this sentence. Jiangnan Provincial College Entrance Examination. Ling Yan came first, Qi Xiaoqing came in second by 1 point, and Ning Lingyu came in third with 3 points short of a perfect score. To be able to take such a test, the IQ is not 180, but at least 160, which is definitely far beyond ordinary people. Qi Xiaoqing saw Ling Yun come out of the banquet hall unexpectedly. Suddenly coming in front of her, her calm mood was instantly shattered. She panicked for some reason, and her pretty face turned red. She lowered her head slightly, avoiding Ling Yun's gaze, and said softly, "It's not suitable for me." Although it is not suitable. But Ling Yun could clearly see that there was no sense of inferiority in Qi Xiaoqing's eyes, and she ignored the bustling and noisy world from the bottom of her heart. Ling Yun admired this calmness very much, and he smiled. But he didn't say much, but cut straight to the point. "Ling Yu told me about your family just now, so don't worry." Qi Xiaoqing still lowered her head, and said lightly, "Ling Yun, thank you." Although the voice was very soft, anyone could hear the sincere gratitude. "Congratulations, Jiangnan Province College Entrance Examination Champion." As if feeling that a word of thanks was not enough, Qi Xiaoqing lowered his head and thought for a while, then mustered up his courage suddenly, and stretched out his snow-white catkins to Ling Yun. Although they all want to shake hands with Ling Yun, Qi Xiaoqing is of course different from Wen Xiaoya. Without further ado, Ling Yun stretched out his big hand, gently grabbed Qi Xiaoqing's hand, and said with a smile, "You are not bad either. Ah, there should be 3 homework exams with full marks, right?" Qi Xiaoqing was really held by Ling Yun's hand, and her delicate body would inevitably froze, but she didn't withdraw her hand, but let Ling Yun hold it, and nodded slightly as an answer. Qi Xiaoqing felt that Ling Yun's fingers were slender, powerful, and stable, and the warmth conveyed by them made her feel an indescribable sense of warmth and security. It was this boy who saved himself twice at the most critical time in his life. This is what Qi Xiaoqing said in his heart. It seems that I came at the wrong time, sorry, you go on, go on." As soon as Ning Lingyu entered the luxury suite, Tang Meng immediately rushed out as if fleeing from danger, and rushed all the way to the door, just in time to see the scene where Ling Yun and Qi Xiaoqing held hands tightly together. Qi Xiaoqing was obviously distracted, and when Tang Meng's loud voice yelled, she blushed like fire, pulled her little hand out of Ling Yun's grasp in a panic, and hid it behind her. Ling Yun acted as if nothing had happened. He turned his head and glared at Tang Meng. "Don't come here, hurry up and call now, let them pry Li Tian's grandson open, ask where Qi Xiaoqing's mother is, and rescue him." Who to call? Of course it was for Tang Tianhao, or Kong Ruiyong. "No." Tang Mei responded, and immediately made a call. Within 5 minutes after the call came back. Tang Meng picked it up, said a few words, hung up the phone again, and said to Qi Xiaoqing, "I already know where the person is, and the police have already passed by. After we find it, we will send your mother here immediately." Qi Xiaoqing saw her mother was saved in an instant. Her eye circles immediately turned red. She kept nodding her head, but was choked up and unable to speak. Seeing this, Ling Yun continued to instruct Tang Meng. "Also, Qi Xiaoqing's younger sister is in the provincial hospital right now. Her name is Qi Xiaohong. You should send someone there immediately to take good care of her. After I finish my work here, I'll go right away. In addition, you arrange 2 better rooms in the hotel, and let them stay here tonight, and we'll talk about the rest tomorrow." "No problem." As Tang Meng spoke, he called his cell phone again. He knew that this time, Brother Yun was going to save people to the end. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. With Tang Meng's current status, it only takes 1 phone call to deal with such a matter, but Ling Yun personally arranged it in front of Qi Xiaoqing, and he didn't dare to be careless at all. Copy address access. Tang Meng first made a phone call and called a shrewd and capable Qinglong boy over, telling him to arrange a few more people to take care of Qi Xiaohong in the provincial hospital as soon as possible, and he did not forget to explain the key points, and immediately transferred Qi Xiaohong to the provincial hospital. In the advanced intensive care ward, 2 female nurses are invited to take care of her in the ward. Then, Tang Meng called a waiter from the Triumph Hotel over and told her to open 2 good guest rooms immediately, and wait for Qi Xiaoqing's mother to come and stay there. Tang Meng was not stupid, he did all this in front of Qi Shaoqing, and it only took 4 or 5 minutes in total, and soon, he came to the two of them again. Brother Yun, it's all done. Ling Yun was meticulous about everything. After handling Qi Shaoqing's matter, to such an extent, the emotion in Qi Shaoqing's heart cannot be described by a storm. Apart from being moved, she also has another more intense emotion. Shock. How could this big boy in front of him have such huge energy? Why, in her opinion, those difficult things can be solved with one sentence in Ling Yun's hands? Ling Yun, thank you, actually, it's enough to open an ordinary room for my mother and me. Ling Yun just smiled lightly and didn't say anything. He nodded at Qi Shaoqing, turned around and faced Tang Meng, criticizing him furiously. Tang Meng, this incident is actually a big lesson for us. Although we don't care about other people's revenge on us, we have forgotten that although others can't deal with us in a short time, they can deal with us people around me. Qi Shaoqing's experience this time is the most obvious example. This matter is our negligence. Tang Meng was so frightened that he fell silent, cold sweat immediately rolled down his rough face, he didn't even dare to breathe, because he understood the meaning of Ling Yun's words. Ling Yun and the others saved Qi Shaoqing, but that rescue brought an even greater disaster to Qi Shaoqing. If Ling Yun and others hadn't arrived in time this time, Qi Shaoqing would have been brutally murdered by Li Tian. Her family suffered a catastrophe. Of course Ling Yun and Tang Meng were not afraid that Li Tianjin would seek revenge on them. But what about Qi Shaoqing? Thinking about it further, what about the relatives, brothers, and friends around Ling Yun and Tang Meng? They are not everyone, they all have the absolute strength of Ling Yun and Tang Meng's power and glory. It was a miracle that Qi Shaoqing was saved in such a critical situation. However, seeing that after everything was settled, Ling Yun was not only dissatisfied, but also turned around and criticized Tang Meng severely, which confused her. Ling Yun, this time, I really don't blame you, bad guys like Li Tian. There is no lower limit at all, and any bad thing can be done. Ling Yun looked at Qi Shaoqing, smiled again, and his tone softened a lot. Qi Shaoqing, you may not understand that you dare to offend our brothers. Or those who can offend our brothers are either rich or expensive, more or less with such a little power. If they directly deal with us, we are of course not afraid, but if they turn their heads to deal with other people, it will be a disaster for others. What Ling Yun said was extremely pretentious. But the reason is very obvious. It is the same reason that Boren died because of me if I didn't kill Boren. Ling Yun turned his head to look at Tang Meng again, with a serious expression on his face. I know that from the college entrance examination to now, both of us brothers have been very busy, and I also bear the same responsibility for this matter, but let's not make an exception. The matter started because of the college entrance examination. After the college entrance examination, Ling Yun was busy dealing with the trivial matters in Qingshui City, and then abandoned everything to practice the Shenwu Chunyang Xianjue with all his strength, hitting the peak of the 9th level of physical training, and then went to the capital to recognize his ancestors and return to his ancestors. Qi Shaoqing saved her when she met her, it was just a matter of little effort, and she never thought of getting anything in return, so she naturally threw it away. How could she think about such trivial matters every day? Ling Yun is busy, so why isn't Tang Meng busy? Ling Yun opened a clinic and received huge gifts, and the Stonecut King made a lot of money. It can be said that Tang Meng was suddenly turned into a behemoth. He was also an 18-year-old boy, and he was not affected by this huge wealth and the identity brought by it. It is already commendable to be defeated by the change of status and status, not to mention that Ling Yun still has so many things that he needs to handle personally. No matter how shrewd and capable he is, no matter how thoughtful he still can't think about Qi Shaoqing's head. Ling Yun's tone gradually slowed down. Tang Meng finally raised his hand to wipe his sweat. He blushed, and murmured, Brother Yun, I understand what you mean, you don't have to blame yourself for this matter. It was completely my negligence, you asked me to investigate Li Tian's background. I did, but I didn't think he could threaten us, so. Ling Yun finally smiled. He raised his hand and patted Tang Meng's shoulder. It's good to understand. In the future, when doing things, we must think a little more and focus on taking precautions to avoid endless troubles. Let the people around us suffer for us. This is Ling Yun's style. Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, and eradicate all evil affairs. Here at Ling Yun, unless it is absolutely necessary, those who have evil thoughts or murderous intentions towards him will not be given a second chance to deal with him. It is true that Ling Yun killed and disabled many people, but that was not because he had too much desire to kill, but because he knew that if he knocked down or defeated the other party, if the other party did not die and deliberately took revenge on him, there would be endless troubles. Then he should stop doing anything, and he can only deal with these annoying troubles all day long. Tang Meng nodded thoughtfully, and Ling Yun smiled at Qi Shaoqing again. This time, I have uprooted Li Jiuzheng's influence in Qingshui City, and he will spend the rest of his life in prison. As for Li Tian, his fate is even worse. He will be severely sentenced, and he has become a eunuch, and will spend his whole life in a wheelchair. I said, your disaster is over, there won't be a third or fourth time. Ling Yun did what he said. Qi Shaoqing stared at Ling Yun's smile infatuatedly, feeling the sense of security surrounded by water. She could no longer maintain a calm mood, burst into tears, and nodded desperately. At this moment, the waiter who arranged to open the room had already returned, and she handed the 2 room cards in Tang Meng's hands, saying that the room was ready. Tang Meng took it, nodded, and said, go and do your work. Sending the waiter away. Ling Yun smiled at Qi Shaoqing. Okay, if you don't like the atmosphere in the banquet hall, go back to the guest room first. I will ask the waiter to deliver the dinner to your guest room. After you go back, take a shower. After eating, take a good rest and wait for your mother to come. Ling Yun said these words naturally, but Qi Shaoqing's heart skipped a beat when he heard it. Her delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes were hazy with tears, and 2 red clouds flew up on her pretty face. Because Ling Yun is really too careful. Girls naturally like violent and domineering men, but of course women also like careful and considerate men. So what about a man who is fierce and domineering to his enemies, but at the same time gentle, considerate to women? Moreover, Brother Yun is so handsome, with such a charming smile, exuding a strong self-confidence all over his body, but calm, invisibly giving people a feeling of willingness to get close. No wonder there are so many outstanding and stunning girls who are willing to be by his side. Qi Shaoqing thought silently in her heart, but when she thought about it, she realized that she was distracted again, and immediately pretended to wipe her tears to cover up. How well does Tang Meng know Ling Yun? He knew that Brother Yun was striking while the iron was hot and started picking up girls, so he scratched his head and kept looking around, as if he didn't see anything. But he saw it anyway. Qi Shaoqing was about to agree to Ling Yun and was about to take the room card and go to the guest room to rest, but Tang Meng yelled, Teacher Kong is here. Ling Yun heard the sound and turned around. Sure enough, he saw Kong Xiuru and Morong Feishue. They were walking around the corner, although Kong Xiuru tried hard to pretend a serious expression, but couldn't hide the excitement in her beautiful eyes. She even walked with wind. Morong Feishue, on the other hand, smiled like a flower, and was dressed in a classic urban beauty dress. When she appeared from the corner, she immediately saw Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes, and she was delighted. With a thought, Ling Yun took out a few tissues from the interspatial ring, handed them to Qi Shaoqing and said, Don't cry anymore, you will become a little cat. My homeroom teacher is here, do you want to cry? Get to know each other in the past? Qi Shaoqing was stunned for a moment. Ling Yun's hand was obviously empty just now. Why did he take out a few clean tissues when he turned his hand over? Could Ling Yun still play tricks? However, being dumbfounded, Qi Shaoqing still took the tissue, quickly wiped away her tears, and followed Ling Yun and Tang Meng to greet her quietly. Ling Yan quickly came to Kong Xiuru and Morong Feishue, and he introduced them with a smile. Teacher Kong, Feishue, this is Qi Xiaoqing. Kong Xiuru nodded, looked at Qi Xiaoqing and said with a smile, you don't need to introduce, Qi Xiaoqing is the best student in Qingshui No. 9 Middle School. His academic performance is almost the same as that of Ling Yu. He gets a first-class scholarship every semester. I met her at our Qingshui City Excellent Student Commendation Conference, but I never expected to meet her here. Kong Xiuru is an ordinary person. She was on the 4th floor just now, so she naturally knew nothing about what happened on the 5th floor, so she didn't know what happened on the 5th floor just now, and of course she didn't understand why Qi Xiaoqing appeared here. Qi Xiaoqing got a full score in English in the college entrance examination. Kong Xiuru taught English, so she would naturally pay attention. Teachers, no matter where they are, naturally like students with excellent grades from the bottom of their hearts. Thank you, Mr. Kong, for your praise, but the students you teach are still amazing. Ling Yun is the number 1 student in the college entrance examination this year. Qi Xiaoqing was also happy to be praised by Kong Xiuru. She was ice-snow smart, and immediately put a high hat on Kong Xiuru. Ling Yun has now become a veritable number 1 in the college entrance examination. This is Kong Xiuru's greatest glory. No matter how serious she is, she can't hold back anymore. Okay, let's stop standing here. President Zheng and the others will come up soon. President Zheng said that this time he will personally host the college application for you. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. Now that Ling Yun has regained the first place in the college entrance examination, the most important thing for Kong Xiuru now is Ling Yun's application for college, and she doesn't want to make any more troubles. Student Qi Xiaoqing, it's been 2 days since the results of the college entrance examination came down. I don't know if you have filled out the university application or not. Which university are you going to study? Kong Xiuru was in a great mood, full of laughter, caring for Qi Xiaoqing, just like caring for the students in her class. Qi Xiaoqing's pretty face darkened when she heard this. She was silent for a while, bit her lip and said, not yet. The nightmarish experience of the past few days, for a young girl of 17 or 18 years old, definitely has the impact of subversive life, especially for a girl like Qi Xiaoqing. It is an unforgettable experience in her life. She didn't dare to think about what would happen to her if Ling Yun didn't show up, and she didn't want this matter to be brought up repeatedly. It's a pity that Kong Xiuru didn't know about this, otherwise, she would never have mentioned it. When Kong Xiuru heard this, she was taken aback for a moment, and then she noticed that the corners of Qi Xiaoqing's eyes were red and swollen. She thought about it, and immediately smiled and said, that's just right. Anyway, it's not troublesome to fill out the university application. You can do it later. Together with Ling Yun and the others, fill out the volunteers. These days, any mobile phone can be used, as long as you log into the page for filling in college volunteers, and fill in a volunteer, it can be done in minutes. Qi Xiaoqing was silent, but she secretly glanced at Ling Yun to see Ling Yun's reaction. Tonight, since Ling Yun appeared, she seemed to regard Ling Yun as her backbone. Ling Yun laughed loudly. Mr. Kong's suggestion is good. My sister just hasn't filled out her application yet. Tonight, the top 3 in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province will fill in the university application together. It is also a good story in the education circle of Jiangnan province. When Qi Xiaoqing saw that Ling Yun had accepted the proposal, she was secretly delighted. A smile finally appeared on her pretty face, and Kong Xiuru, Tang Meng and the others also laughed. Morong Feishue didn't know why, but suddenly gave Ling Yun a blank look, and raised her slender hand. Pointing at the crowd at the door, Lu Mei frowned slightly and asked, what are these people doing? Aren't they the guests invited by Li Jiujiang? Why are they still hanging around here? Morong Feishue is the most famous jewelry appraiser and stylist in the international jewelry industry. She lives in Hong Kong all the year round and has contacts with jewelry giants. The rich and famous, celebrities and celebrities. I am used to seeing the big scenes of nobles. But I am quite tired of this kind of messy scene. Ling Yun knew that Morong Feishue liked being clean very much, otherwise she would have followed her up from the 4th floor and wouldn't have waited until now, so Ling Yun said with a smile, "They insist on giving me a red envelope for the number 1 student in the college entrance examination. I can't even stop them, just leave them alone." Morong Feishue immediately flirted with coquettishness, and rolled her eyes at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes. Jiachun said, "You are so beautiful, how much money do you still need?" Ling Yun winked at her secretly, and said with a sinister smile, "I said sister, you have never lived in poverty, and you don't know the difficulty of having no money. No matter how small a mosquito's legs are, it is still meat." Morong Feishue was yelled up by Ling Yun's elder sister, and she took a heavy breath in embarrassment. There was a wave of ups and downs in his chest, and he stomped his feet and said, "Bah, who is your sister?" Morong Feishue had been treated lightly by Ling Yun from top to bottom, so of course she didn't want Ling Yun to call her sister in public. After a burst of laughter, the atmosphere became extremely harmonious, the entire 5th floor. It has truly become a happy and peaceful scene. Hee, the 5th floor is very lively. If we knew it was so lively, we would have come up earlier. Another voice sounded from the corner. Everyone turned their heads. Ling Yun raised his eyes, and happened to see Song Xingyang and Morong Wenshi. Yu Xingjin, Han Laosan, and Principal Zheng and others appeared from the corner one after another. All of them were red-faced, talking and laughing as they walked over. Ling Yun winked at Tang Meng, and the two immediately went up side by side. "Uncle Song, if you didn't come up just now, you missed all the exciting scenes, right? If you had come up earlier, the scene would definitely be more lively than it is now." Song Xingyang now has an unusual relationship with Ling Yun and Tang Meng, and he speaks casually. He quickly twirled the purple-black Buddhist beads in his hand, glared at Ling Yun, and curled his lips. "Come on, Li Jiujiang is overconfident and insists on doing it himself. We already knew that he was bound to collapse completely, so what's the point of meddling with him? Why don't we old brothers chat together and have a leisurely time?" As he spoke, Song Xingyang looked around and fixed his eyes on old man Morong Wenshi. He blinked at Ling Yun and said with a chuckle, "Ling Yun, guess what gift old man Morong prepared for you this time?" Hearing this, Morong Feishue, who came from a distance, blushed beautifully, blushing with shame, and secretly teased Song Xingyang for being old and disrespectful. However, Mr. Morong raised his beard happily, and said with a stare, "Song, don't make trouble for me here. Why don't you tell me what gift you prepared for Ling Yun?" Ling Yun was kind to Mr. Morong's life. Last time Ling Yun Clinic opened, Mr. Morong didn't know about it, and the congratulatory gift was not delivered in time. He has always been worried about this matter. Now because of Morong Feishue, Ling Yun can be regarded as Morong Wenshi's grandson-in-law. This time Ling Yun won the top prize in the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination. Mr. Morong is so honored. Of course, the congratulatory gift has been prepared long ago, and it must be very heavy. Song Xingyang was not afraid of running on. He said with a cheerful smile, "Haha, Mr. Morong, you don't have to run on me at this time. Ling Yun's congratulatory gift, I will certainly not miss it. Speaking of it, last time Ling Yun's clinic opened, I gave it away too. I feel ashamed when I think about it. 2 tickets or 2 million, Ling Yun remembers it clearly, but at that time, according to the relationship between Ling Yun and Song Xingyang, when a clinic opened, 2 million was really not too little." Ling Yun scratched his head when he heard this, and said in a daze, Didn't we talk together after we agreed? Why did you give me a congratulatory gift? I won't accept this, I really can't accept it." As soon as Ling Yun spoke, he saw that old man Morong's eyebrows were trembling anxiously, and he gave Ling Yun a wink, telling him to shut up quickly. And Yuxingjin, Han Laosan also looked at him with smiles, both with a confident posture. Song Jingyang said cheerfully, Ling Yun, for high school students these days, the college entrance examination is a big event. Who doesn't have a banquet, who doesn't treat guests? What's more, you won the first prize in one fell swoop. You won the first place in the college entrance examination. Since we are here, I'm all ready. I can't just congratulate you for being admitted to university with empty hands, right? Frankly speaking, Ling Yun is not short of things or money now. His target is in the capital, not Qingshui City, and he really has no intention of accepting gifts from these people. These people will be their own people in the future. What kind of congratulatory gift do you still receive? Ling Yun was still waiting to give way, but Tang Meng at the side hurriedly stopped Ling Yun. He smiled and said, Brother Yun, I don't think we should stand here and talk. The rooms inside have already been arranged, so let's all go in and talk. Just kidding. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun provided Yexingzhen's Yudingshuan with Dragonstone Emperor Green, which was calculated at a 10% discount, and Yexingzhen only needed to provide goods worth 1 billion yuan. Then save 100 million out of thin air. Although Tang Meng didn't say anything, his heart really hurts. Now that he has the opportunity to fish back, how could he be willing to let Ling Yun refuse? Moreover, Ling Yun is not in charge of the family now and does not know Chai Migue, and now he has taken in 5 blood clans, only one Viscount Paul. He has the financial strength to buy an American NBA basketball team, and he doesn't care about money so much. But, one thing, the money hasn't arrived yet. The expenses on Tang Meng's side were too high. He just bought 2 luxury yachts for Ling Yun. After completing all the procedures, it cost a total of 400 million yuan. Ling Yun also said that he wanted to buy an airplane, and it was estimated that it would not cost 500 million yuan. Besides, there are some steel factories, metal smelters, and so on. In a word, this is big money. Brother Yun will spend a lot of money in more places in the future. Of course, Tang Meng doesn't know yet that Ling Yun has already boasted to Ling Lai, saying that he will build another Ling family courtyard. According to Ling Yun's style of pursuing perfection in everything, it is definitely a bottomless pit that swallows money. If Tang Meng knew about this, he would have staggered and squatted on the ground long ago. Principal Zheng came forward suddenly, smiled and nodded to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, I think we still have to get down to business. Go ahead and fill in the university application. If you don't fill in the university application, I, the principal, really don't like it. Be sure. Inexplicably, Ling Yun appeared in his school, and he changed from the most useless student to the most beautiful and dazzling existence in an instant. This is the happiest thing for Principal Zheng. Now that Ling Yun has graduated, and being able to preside over Ling Yun's college application, Principal Zheng estimates that this is the last thing he can do for Ling Yun, so he takes this matter very seriously. He had the same considerations as Kong Shuru, and absolutely didn't want to cause any further complications. Leave a way, everyone make a way. 2 waiters leading the way came to the door, made way for the crowded and noisy crowd, and then invited Ling Yun and the others in. Come on, tell me, who is the number 1 student in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province this year? As soon as Ling Yun and the others entered the banquet hall, they happened to see the male host, who was standing on the presiding stage like a chicken blood, holding a microphone in his hand, and exerted all his skills to mobilize the emotions of everyone in the banquet hall. It's Ling Yun. There was a surge of emotion in the audience, and the voice was like thunder. Everyone's voice is too low, I can't hear it, who is it? The male host was condescending, and when he saw Ling Yun leading many people into the banquet hall, he immediately worked harder, and extended the microphone to the guests in the audience. It's Ling Yun. The sound was higher and higher than the wave, completely surpassing the sound of the rainstorm outside the window. God, there are 2 more beauties. Amidst the deafening shouts of mountains and tsunami, Ling Yun remained calm and composed. Accompanied by Kong Xiuru on his left and Morong Feishue on his right, he strolled forward and became everyone's focus again. Principal Zheng and Tang Meng walked in the front. Principal Zheng said something to Tang Meng while walking. Tang Meng nodded immediately, walked a few steps, and then ran, rushing all the way into the passageway in the banquet hall up. Principal Zheng naturally asked him to call Ning Lingyu. The two dining tables at the front of the banquet hall had already been cleared out. Ling Yun was duty-bound to greet Mr. Morong, and Song Jingyang and others took their seats. Principal Zheng strolled onto the host platform, smiled, and said to the host, "Hi, may I take your time for a while, just 10 minutes?" To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. The male host can also be regarded as a well-known host of Jiangnan satellite TV. He was on the stage, watching all directions and listening to all directions. Yes, guessing that Principal Zheng's identity is unusual, he immediately obediently moved out of the way. "You please." The male host bowed slightly, made an invitation gesture, and then left the host stage with a smile. Principal Zheng nodded at him, and came to the back of the podium in a few steps. He was not in a hurry to speak, and adjusted the stand microphone first. As the leader of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Principal Zheng presides over work meetings on weekdays, and there are many scenes where he speaks to teachers and countless students. He naturally handles such scenes with ease. He stood quietly behind the microphone, tall and straight like a pine, first glanced at the entire banquet hall, spoke into the microphone, pressed his hands lightly, and coughed lightly. When the crowd below gradually quieted down, Principal Zheng spoke with a smile. "Hello, everyone. I take the liberty to come on stage. Let me introduce myself first. I am the principal of Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Zhang Haiyang." Zhang Haiyang's face was full of confidence, his voice was extremely calm, and his tone was full of unspeakable relief and pride. No matter which high school principal he is, if his school produces a top scorer in the province's college entrance examination, he will have such pride and confidence. Sure enough, after Principal Zheng declared his identity, a burst of thunderous applause erupted in the banquet hall. It seems that the host just now was very successful in arousing everyone's emotions. Although the people calmed down, the excitement was still on their foreheads. As long as it was about Ling Yun, everyone, without exception, was stingy. Own applause. Everyone must have seen it just now, but here, I still have to do it again. I will officially announce that this year, our Jiangnan province's top scorer in the college entrance examination is our student Ling Yun from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. After the applause rang out, Principal Zheng's sonorous and forceful voice was once again clearly transmitted into everyone's ears, waiting for him. Naturally, there was a burst of warmer applause than before. Principal Zheng did not look at the crowd this time, but turned his attention to Ling Yun in the audience. The smile on his face can be picked up. Principal Zheng's face. Ling Yun naturally wanted to give it. He followed Principal Zheng's voice, stood up on his own initiative, turned half of his body slightly, and his movements were indescribably chic and calm. Of course, this is not the only thing to be happy about. Similarly, our schoolmate Ning Lingyu, who is also Ling Yun's younger sister, won our Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination with an excellent score of only 3 points. Tanhua. Why is Principal Zheng here tonight? Of course I came to congratulate Ling Yun, but tonight, here. Ling Yun is not the only outstanding student in his school. There is also Ning Lingyu. Speaking of the entire Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, Principal Zheng's most proud student is actually Ning Lingyu. Since Ning Lingyu was admitted to high school, he has taken midterm and final exams every year. Ning Lingyu didn't know how much face she won for Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, and how much glory she put on Principal Zheng's face. If it wasn't for Ling Yun Hengkong's birth, Qingshui No. 1 Middle School, the best student of this year would undoubtedly be Ning Lingyu. How could Zhang Haiyang have forgotten her? Of course, it's better now. The first two of Qingshui number 1 middle school, one is Ling Yun, the other is Ning Lingyu. They are two brothers and sisters, double happiness. Wow. Before President Zheng could finish his words, there was another round of extremely warm applause in the banquet hall, which was also mixed with exclamation and cheers one after another. At this time, Ning Lingyu just came out of the luxury suite and walked to the door of the passage. She heard Principal Zheng's praise, and a charming blush appeared on her dreamy and beautiful face, and she was dazzled by the bright lights. The photos are dazzling and beautiful. Ling Yun rises against the sky, and step by step relieves Ning Lingyu of the attachment and shackles in her heart, allowing her to completely return to peace and indifference. Ning Lingyu no longer wants to fight for those points desperately, and she doesn't want to take away the money that belongs to her brother at this time. Glory and glory. It is no longer so important what score she got in the exam, and how many points she missed is not important anymore. What is important is that she can now share the joy of success with her brother. Ling Yun didn't sit down, he just stood there so naturally, with doting love on Jun's face. He gently waved towards Ning Lingyu who came out. Elder brother. Ning Lingyu's pretty face blushed, and with a coquettish cry, she rushed towards Ling Yun like a swallow falling into the forest, her skirt fluttering, and her steps were extremely light. Oh my God, it turns out that the most beautiful girl is Ling Yun's younger sister. One got the first place in the provincial exam, and the other got the third place in the provincial exam. The difference between the two brothers and sisters is only 2 points. This is really double happiness. Son, have you seen it? You must learn from your older brothers and sisters. When you go to college in the future, you can also honor your ancestors and make your parents look good. The sound of exclamation and discussion resounded throughout the banquet hall again. People's faces were full of shock and excitement, and they were not stingy with their praise. Some even took the opportunity to educate their children. Principal Zheng deliberately paused for a while, and when he was almost done, he waved kindly to Kong Xiuru who was in the audience, inviting her to come on stage. Ling Yun was Kong Xiuru's pride, so she naturally wouldn't be stage-frightened at this time. She stood up gracefully, moved lightly with lotus steps, and soon came to the host stage. Principal Zheng introduced with a smile, "Let me introduce to you, this teacher Kong is our English teacher in Qingshui number 1 middle school, and also the class teacher of Ling Yun, and now he is the grade director of our school's 3rd grade. Under teacher Kong's hard work, our Qingshui number 1 middle school has achieved the best results in the province in this session of the college entrance examination. Good grade. I can tell you right now that this year, our Qingshui number 1 high school enrollment rate will hit a record high. All these achievements are inseparable from the hard work of our excellent grade director. Please applaud her." What kind of person is Principal Zheng? In just a few words, Kong Xiuru was praised to the sky all at once, but he didn't mention his own credit at all. There was applause from the audience, but Kong Xiuru on the presiding stage couldn't stand still. She was inexplicably ashamed by the sudden glory. Fang's heart flustered for a while, but her beautiful eyes glanced at Ling Yun below, intentionally or unintentionally. Ling Yun's smiling eyes happened to be looking at Kong Xiuru too. There was gratitude, encouragement, and a hint of teasing that made Kong Xiuru's heart tremble. Kong Xiuru was so scared that she quickly looked away. But she couldn't stop her heart beating wildly. Kong Xiuru turned her gaze, but saw Principal Zheng again. His body has left the microphone, and he is looking at her with a smile that is not a smile. Principal Zheng's intention was obvious, to let Kong Xiuru also take the opportunity to say a few words. At this moment, Kong Xiuru's heart was beating wildly like a drum. How could she have the mood to speak? She managed to calm down, and then said softly to Principal Zheng, "Principal Zheng, you are really flattered. In fact, all the achievements of our school were achieved under your leadership." Zhang Haiyang chuckled. He saw that Kong Xiuru didn't intend to speak, so he approached the microphone again, and said, "Student Ling Yun won the first prize in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province. As the principal, I am honored. Now, I want to take this opportunity to let students Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu fill in their university volunteers right here. Everyone agree?" After all the talk, Principal Zheng finally got to the point, and asked Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu to fill in their college applications on the spot. There was thunderous applause from the audience, and the applause instantly rang out. It seems to be a great honor to be able to witness Ling Yun's volunteer application. Ning Lingyu was next to Ling Yun. Without any hesitation, she held Ling Yun's arm tightly with her hands, her bright eyes were kind, and she smiled sweetly. "Brother, I finally have to fill out my application. Which university do you plan to apply for?" Ling Yun smiled and raised his other hand. Gently scratched Ning Lingyu's straight nose. "Didn't it be agreed a long time ago?" "Of course it is Yenqing University." Ning Lingyu did not hesitate. "Then I will also apply to Yenqing University." Ling Yun chuckled and said, all right, as long as you want, you can apply for any university, it's not certain whether you will go or not." This is the truth. Ling Yun decided to go to college at the beginning, just to fulfill the wish of his mother, Qin Shiyue, and his younger sister Ning Lingyu. As for whether he goes to college or not, it doesn't matter to him. Ning Lingyu smiled, contentedly, suddenly remembered something, and blushed inexplicably. She didn't dare to speak anymore. Ling Yun turned his head, looked at Qi Shaoqing who had been sitting there quietly, and said through sound transmission, "Qi Shaoqing, shall we go up together?" Qi Shaoqing nodded lightly. Ling Yun and the three stood up respectively, pushed away their seats, and under the attention of everyone, they came to the host stage one by one. After Tang Meng called Ning Lingyu out, he didn't do anything else. After running around, he took the laptop computer to the host stage again, turned on the computer, connected, and even opened the website for filling in the university volunteers. Yes, everything is already ready. After Ling Yun came to the stage, he didn't immediately go to fill in the application form, but stood in the field without using a microphone, and spoke directly. "You must have seen it when you came here. This is Qi Shaoqing from Qingshui No. 9 Middle School. In this college entrance examination, her score is the second in the province, only 2 points away from the perfect score. Now, we have to go together voluntary reporting." As soon as Ling Yun uttered a word, the audience screamed in surprise. "What? The second place in the province is her? Oh my God, here, tonight, the top 3 in the college entrance examination in Jiangnan province are all here. 3 people, there is only 1 point difference between them, these are 3 geniuses. It's really an eye-opener this time, it's really a grand event. It's amazing, it's really unexpected," I thought. That person didn't dare to say the second half of the sentence after all, just because the one standing beside Qi Shaoqing is no longer Li Tian, but Ling Yun. "Qi Shaoqing, have you decided what to fill in the application?" Ling Yun asked Qi Shaoqing. Qi Shaoqing nodded without hesitation. "Okay, let's fill out the volunteer application." Ling Yun was the first one, came over to operate the computer, and within half a minute, he finished filling out his volunteer application. After Ling Yun finished filling in, Ning Lingyu and Qi Shaoqing gave way repeatedly, and finally Ning Lingyu asked Qi Shaoqing to fill in first. Ling Yun, Department of Medicine, Yenqing University, majoring in clinical medicine. Ning Lingyu, School of Earth and Space Science, Yenqing University, majoring in geophysics. Qi Shaoqing, Guanghua School of Management, Yenqing University, majoring in business administration. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. As if they had discussed it, the 3 of them, without exception, all reported Yenqing University. In less than 3 minutes, 3 college students were born in this luxurious banquet hall. As for the question of whether they will be admitted, there is no need to even think about it. With the results of these 3 people, if they apply for any university in Huaxia, they will be admitted without hesitation. The whole process of filling in the volunteer application was shown on the big screen behind the three of them through a slideshow, and everyone in the banquet hall could see it. People basically have no doubts about Ling Yun's choice of clinical medicine, and anyone who has seen Ling Yun's rejuvenation skill may have already guessed it. The Guanghua School of Management of Yenqing University is well known both at home and abroad. The top students in the college entrance examinations from all over China are eager to apply for this school. Excellent MBA. The only thing people were puzzled or even puzzled about was the School of Earth and Space Science that Ning Lingyu applied for, the geophysics major. The reason is simple: this college, even this major, is so unpopular, so cold that many ordinary people have never even heard of it. Earth and Space Science? Geophysics? What's this for? Why is there such a profession? I've never heard of it. Can I make money with this? Everyone has their own aspirations, it's just that such a beautiful girl has applied for such a major. It's a bit of a pity. Ling Yun applied for clinical medicine. As far as his medical skills are concerned, I think he is more than enough to be a professor. Geophysics, this major is too unpopular. People quickly shifted the focus of discussion to Ling Yun. At this time, Ling Yun didn't pay attention to other people's comments, and he didn't bother to use his consciousness anymore, but stared straight at the big screen, grinning and biting his lower lip. That way, it's like having a toothache. Like most of the people in the banquet hall, he also felt a little weird and confused about the geophysics major that Ning Lingyu reported. Hiss, geophysics. Lingyu, what is this major for? Could it be the study of the earth? Ling Yun was stunned for a long time. Can't figure it out. He could only turn his head to ask Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu sneered, blushing, and nodded slightly. He said first, and then said, that's right, it is to study the earth. Ning Lingyu explained to Ling Yanqi Shaoqing, and Principal Zheng, who was also confused. Kong Shouru smiled. Geophysics is the main subject of earth science. It uses the methods and principles of physics to study the formation and dynamics of the earth. The research scope includes the Earth's hydrosphere and atmosphere. Geophysics studies a wide range of geological phenomena, including temperature distribution in the Earth's interior, the origin, structure, and variation of the Earth's magnetic field, large-scale features of the continental crust, such as faults, continental sutures, and mid-ocean ridges. Modern geophysical research a phenomenon that extends beyond the Earth's atmosphere. For example, ionospheric electrode effects, auroral discharges, magnetopause current systems, even extending to the physical properties of other planets and their moons. Obviously, Ning Lingyu didn't just fill in the volunteers, just by cramming. She had already learned about this major on the internet. It sounds like a lot of treasures. Ling Yun was stunned, but he reacted very quickly and summed up in an instant. According to you, geophysics is the study of the formation and dynamics of the Earth, as well as oceans, atmosphere, various geological phenomena, such as earthquakes, volcanoes, trenches, and lightning aurora, or even the knowledge of other planets including the moon? Ning Lingyu acted like a baby, nodded proudly and complacently, and said to Ling Yun, "You're smart." Ling Yun was taken aback again when he heard this. But it suddenly dawned on me in an instant. He understood his sister's thoughts almost immediately. Ling Yun is definitely a super nature lover and an excellent explorer. Having no time to spare, when Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu were alone, they occasionally talked about themselves, and expressed more than once that they wanted to take Ning Lingyu to visit famous mountains and great rivers and explore the mysteries of the earth. As far as the places he wants to go, such as the tropical rainforest, the North and South Poles, Mount Everest, and the Sahara Desert, it is said to be a tour, but in fact it is to go to those inaccessible places and explore the human beings in the long river of history. The following clues. As for the lightning, Ling Yun took Xiaobai to fish for the crazy experience of Turtle Island, and after he came back and told about it, It must have left an indelible impression on Ning Lingyu. Moreover, Ning Lingyu has also practiced the Great Expansion gathering stars treasure Ju, and even practiced supernatural speed. He has already cultivated to the peak of the first realm, and may break through to the second realm at any time. Why do the sun, the moon and the stars shine down with brilliance when practicing the Diyan Ju Xing Ju, helping to temper oneself? For Ling Yun, this is a natural thing, but for Ning Lingyu, a native, intelligent and beautiful 18-year-old girl, it is something that makes her extremely curious. Today's Ning Lingyu will never worry about money anymore. For a person who never has to worry about money, what needs to be satisfied the most? It's curiosity. It was really hard for her to resist her curiosity, so after thinking about it, she applied for such a special major, which can be used for research, and more importantly, Ning Lingyu thought that one day, with what she had learned, she could help others. Own brother. For ordinary people, this is definitely a tasteless knowledge, and it is difficult to use it to make a lot of money, but for Ling Yun, this knowledge is of indescribable help. Thinking of this, Ling Yun's heart was filled with inexplicable feelings, and he just, silently, in front of everyone, tightly embraced Ning Lingyu into his arms. Silly sister, my brother knows astronomy first and geography second, so you still need me to learn this? Ling Yun used sound transmission to enter secrets, and said to Ning Lingyu in a way of pity and reproach. I just want to be with you. In front of so many people, being embraced by Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu was unbearably shy, her heart was beating wildly, her pretty face was blushing, and she also said to Ling Yun through voice transmission. I just want to be with you. Ning Lingyu's one sentence was worth 1,000 words, and she held a pure and transparent girl's heart in front of Ling Yun. But Ling Yun didn't think too much about other things. He laughed and joked, that's because you haven't met someone you like yet. When you have a boyfriend someday, you won't think so. As soon as Ling Yun's words came out of his mouth, he immediately felt Ning Lingyu's gentle and delicate body stiffen like never before, and seemed to be jolted in an instant. Ling Yun was shocked, and hurriedly asked, concerned, Lingyu, what's wrong with you? Ling Yun knew. Ning Lingyu has now cultivated to the peak of the 8th layer of Hotian, and may make a breakthrough at any time. From the 8th floor to the 9th floor, this cultivation threshold is neither too big nor too small, and no mistakes are allowed. No. It's nothing. Ning Lingyu fell into an ice cave, her heart was more bitter than eating 100 caddies of coptis, her bright eyes became distraught, and she couldn't speak fluently. Ning Lingyu was talking, biting her delicate lower lip, and gently broke free from Ling Yun's arms, just in time to see the group of stunning beauties standing at the entrance of the passage again. By Xianer. Lin Menghan, Yao Rou, Shui Mining, Chao Shanshan, Long Wu, Miao Xiaomiao. They were all standing there at the moment, their beautiful eyes fixed on Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu nervously on the stage. They had different expressions, but none spoke. Each of them knew that when Ning Lingyu was beside Ling Yun, only Ning Lingyu could occupy Ling Yun's arms, and no one else could. Even being jealous is useless. Certainly. No one would be foolish enough to eat Ning Lingyu's jealousy. Ning Lingyu said he was fine, but Ling Yun was still worried. He asked nervously, Lingyu, are you really okay? Don't scare brother. In Ling Yun's eyes, what is a volunteer application, what is a feast, what is a congratulatory gift? Compared with Ning Lingyu, even a drop of rain out of the billions of raindrops outside is not worth it. Ning Lingyu's pretty face became dull, she lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at Ling Yun, but said softly, brother, I'm really fine, I just miss my mother. Mentioning Qin Qiuyue, Ling Yun's heart suddenly sank, his handsome face immediately darkened, but it was fleeting. He raised his hand and patted Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulder, comforting her. Oh, so Lingyu wanted to mom, don't worry, after I finish the work in front of me, if there is still no news from mom, I will take you to set off immediately, go to Tianshan, and bring mom back. Qin Shuiyue went to the Heavenly Sword sect in Tianshan, never returned, and has not heard from her until now. In this situation, it is the most natural thing for Ning Lingyu to think of her mother. Lingyu, brother understands your worry. My brother's mood is actually the same as yours. However, since my aunt has never mentioned mother, she is sure to be fine. Don't worry. Seeing that Ning Lingyu's expression softened slightly, Ling Yin immediately comforted him again. Mentioning Qin Dongxue, Ling Yin suddenly realized that it had been a long time and my aunt hadn't gone upstairs yet, so he immediately put his consciousness to the maximum, and scanned the entire area of the hotel. Qin Dongxue was still on the 4th floor. She was standing by the window, with her hands behind her back, holding an extremely delicate communicator in her right hand, facing the 4 open windows, watching the pouring rain outside, quietly lost in thought. Ling Yan's heart froze. It seems that my aunt has something on her mind. As if feeling Ling Yan's peeping, Qin Dongshua's goddess-like back suddenly moved slightly, and said coquettishly, "What are you looking at, you brat? You're out of breath, and you've filled out your volunteering. Hurry up and leave after you're done. Auntie still has work to do." Tell you. Qin Dongxue is now a master who has broken through the 5th level of innateness. Although she does not have divine sense, she does not know that Ling Yun has divine sense, but Ling Yun is so unscrupulous in spying on her with divine sense, Qin Dongxue can still detect it. Behind a person suddenly appeared, and he could feel it, let alone an innate mid-stage master. Of course, if Ling Yun concealed himself deliberately, that would be a different matter. Even a master at the peak of the 7th level of innate would find it difficult to feel his prying eyes. Ling Yun giggled, and said via voice transmission, "I see. There will be another hour at most." After Ling Yun recognized his ancestor and returned to his clan, he has not yet had the opportunity to have a secret talk with Qin Dongxue, and he does have a lot of things that he needs to discuss with Qin Dongxue. Ling Yun withdrew his consciousness, gently embraced Ning Lingyu again, and said to everyone in the audience, "Thank you for coming tonight, please eat and drink well, and have fun. Come on, let's go to the suite." With a wave of his hand, Ling Yun embraced Ning Lingyu's tender body, stepped off the podium, and rushed to the entrance of the passage. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net. On the top floor of the Triumph Hotel, inside a luxurious presidential suite. A property transfer contract that had just been drafted was quietly lying on the large mahogany desk, and it had not been signed yet. Sitting on the comfortable boss chair, Go Lianqing felt uncomfortable all over his body as if being pricked by needles. His neck was as stiff and straight as dead wood, his shoulders were trembling violently, his arms were trembling slightly, his eyes were cloudy and dim, silently staring at the contract on the desk. This contract is actually not complicated, and it is not as formal and grand as the bidding bid. There are only a few thin pages of A4 paper, which have just been printed out from the printer, and the heat of the printer is still on the paper. But Go Lianqing knows that this contract includes all the developed or undeveloped land, real estate, companies, hotels, equity, private real estate, bank deposits, personal investments that he bought. This is a contract with a total asset value of 3.5 billion, which is all his assets. Of course, assets equal liabilities, plus investment. If all liabilities are subtracted and only net assets are counted, this contract is worth 1.5 billion. The signature pen and the bright red ink pad are on Go Lianqing's right-hand side, and he can get them with just a slight lift of his hand. As long as he signs and presses his fingerprints, this contract will take effect immediately. The 3.5 billion assets contained in the contract, or the net assets worth at least 1.5 billion, all belong to Ling Yun. Suddenly, a cigarette was handed over from behind Go Lianqing, and the person who gave him the cigarette was also silent, with his arms hanging there, waiting for Go Lianqing to pick it up. Go Lianqing looked away from the contract briefly, lowered his head, raised his right hand very slowly, and took the cigarette. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoxinting struck the match in his hand, and with a snort, the match was lit, and he bent down. Silently lit a cigarette for Go Lianqing. This was the first time that Xiaoxinting lit a cigarette for Go Lianqing since he dealt with Xiaoxinting. Thanks. Go Lianqing took a deep puff of the cigarette, filled his mouth with smoke, and said thank you. His shrill voice was full of dryness, and the thick smoke entered his throat, making him cough loudly. A desperate hero. I can't bear even a puff of smoke. Old hook. This contract, do you really want to sign it? 3.5 billion. Don't talk about Go Lianqing himself. Even Xiaoxinting, who was with him all the time, just stood there watching, feeling his heart bleeding. Go Lianqing raised his trembling arm and wiped away the tears choked by the thick smoke. He started to speak, but he didn't answer the question. For more than 3 months, I didn't fully understand until tonight that Ling Yun can't be provoked, and no one can be provoked. Trying to fight against him is only a dead end. Unfortunately, I understood it too late. It was too late. I have tried my best to achieve this result by spending money and eliminating disasters, and Ling Yun is also an extrajudicial favor. On Xiaoxinting's handsome face, the expression flickered on and off. His eyes kept changing. It seemed that he was not reconciled, but he showed deep helplessness. After a while, he said, but, this is really too much, and he didn't agree to let our son go. Go Lianqing suddenly leaned his whole body back on the boss's chair like a deflated ball, resting the back of his head on it, and looked at the ceiling above his head. Thank you, Mayor, you are wrong. Xiaoxinting was stunned and repeated, wrong? He let it go. Xiaoxinting was shocked, release? Didn't Ling Yun say? Go Lianqing was half lying there. The right hand holding the cigarette waved lightly, bringing up a puff of smoke, and said slowly, Mayor Xia, think about it, if Ling Yun makes the move himself, with his means, will our son still have a chance of survival? Xiaoxinting remained silent. Go Lianqing's voice was indifferent and without any emotion. Tang Meng's rise is too fast. Although he is young, he already has the bearing of a generation of tycoons. This is only because he and his father are with the right people. But Tang Meng's nature is not bad. He just wants to take revenge. Although it is certain that Xiaofa's hands and feet were cut off by Tang Meng, I dare say that Tang Meng will never feel pain. Kill him, kill Xiaofa, or completely abolish him. Even Tang Tianhao would never allow his son to do this, otherwise, they wouldn't wait until today to take revenge. Killing is nothing more than a nod. I've already kowtowed to admit my mistake, not to mention the 3.5 billion. Since Go Lianqing can become a powerful tycoon in a provincial capital city, and Xiaoxinting is the executive deputy mayor of a provincial capital city, the two of them are naturally not ordinary people, they are both the best of the best. After the panic passed, Go Lianqing analyzed it a bit, and Xiaoxinting immediately understood. The current medical skills are so advanced, and it's not like you can't connect a broken limb. If you're injured for 100 days, as long as you recover, you'll be a normal person. Xiaoxinting was deep in thought. He didn't even notice that the cigarette burned his finger. He asked back, so you said that Ling Yun actually let them go? Go Lianqing blinked his eyes again and again, and said slowly, not bad. Ling Yun seems to be very arrogant, domineering, and ruthless when he does things. In fact, everything he does, if you think about it carefully, is not too much, but follows a special principle. His own reasoning. Mayor Xia, you should know that before Ling Yun's rise, our son bullied him in school for 3 years. To be precise, it was 3 months or 3 years, but Ling Yun endured everything. Besides, after Ling Yun took action to punish them for the first time, he has already made it clear that all the grievances have been resolved. It's just that our children are used to being arrogant and can't suffer at all, so they made big mistakes step by step, leading to the current situation. If they could have half of Tang Meng's vision. Hey, what a mistake. Speaking of this, Go Lianqing seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He took another puff of cigarette, then threw the cigarette butt on the ground, and stomped it out with his foot. Go Lianqing no longer hesitated, leaned forward suddenly, picked up the signature pen, and signed his name on every page of the property transfer contract, then opened the ink pad box, and pressed own fingerprints. Call. Go Lianqing stood up abruptly, let out a long breath, turned around, and smiled bleakly at Xie Zhenting. Unexpectedly, I have struggled in Go Lianqing for more than 20 years. I worked hard, but made a wrong step, and ended up with nothing. Go Lianqing turned around and grabbed the contract on the desk, and continued, but that's fine, quiet. Xie Zhenting grinned, and suddenly muttered, old Go, but I received a call from Zheng last night. He said. Go Lianqing's heart sank suddenly, and he hurriedly said, what are you talking about? Xie Zhenting's face became extremely embarrassed. Sweating profusely on his face, he said, Zheng said, he, your son, and Lu Qingtian, Lu Guanwang's son, have found a way to deal with Ling Yun, and they will dive back to Qingshui to deal with Ling Yun. What? Go Lianqing was shocked, his face turned pale, and the contract in his hand fell to the ground. Not good. They are looking for death. Call. After Go Lianqing was shocked, he didn't even think about it. Immediately took out the phone, quickly called out a number, and dialed it. Hi, the number you dialed is off. A notification tone came, followed by a beeping busy tone. It's over. Go Lianqing was stunned, his body froze, and his phone slipped to the ground. It hit the soft carpet with a slight noise. Old Xia, you are confused, why didn't you stop him on the spot? At this time, Go Lianqing no longer addressed Mayor Xie Zhenting. Xie Zhenting sighed deeply, hey, I thought that Li Jiujiang would really be able to deal with Ling Yun for a while. Besides, Jun Yan was on the phone, so I could rest assured that Ling Yun was doomed this time. Go Lianqing's body shook for a while, and he snorted coldly, humph, I don't know how many times Xiaofa has told me this sentence. But what's the result every time? Xie Zhenting was speechless, and after a while, he lowered his voice and said, Lianqing. It's too late to say anything now, they may have returned to Qingshui by now. Go Lianqing's face was as gloomy as water. Look, mobilize everyone to look for them, we must find them before they do something stupid, otherwise, if I leave the words here, we will all die ugly. Thinking of Ling Yan's horror, Xie Zhenting also panicked. He pointed at the contract that had fallen on the ground, swallowed and said, then this contract? Go Lianqing shook his head with a sad smile, and asked Xie Zhenting, Mayor Xia, do you think we can get out of this hotel if we don't hand over the contract? Go Lianqing bent down, picked up the contracts on the ground one by one, and said to Xie Zhenting at the same time, come on, save your life, otherwise it will be too late to say anything. Go Lianqing was so anxious that he came to the door in a hurry, and directly put the contract in his hand into the hands of a Bing who was waiting outside the door. This is my property transfer, only this copy is enough, please have a look. Qinglong's boss, a Bing, read the contract in his hand verbatim, and after confirming that there were no problems, he smiled at Go Lianqing, Boss Go is happy. Not a word of thanks, he didn't need to say thank you. Go Lianqing nodded slightly, then, can Mayor Xia and I go? A Bing signaled Go Lianqing and the two to wait a moment. He walked aside, called Tang Meng, finished the matter, and came back and said to Go Lianqing and Xie Zhenting, you two can leave, but please don't forget, 7 days, within 7 days, if you can't bring your son, I don't need to say more about the consequences, right? Still 7 days? Big things can happen at any time. Go Lianqing didn't say anything, just nodded to express his understanding, and then he and Xie Zhenting rushed to the elevator. It's strange, why did you leave in such a hurry? A Bing watched the two of them get into the elevator in a hurry, muttered something, shook his head again, and then his face gradually revealed an unconcealable excitement. jumping 3 feet high. 3.5 billion. Here we go. I have to deliver it to Brother Yun myself. A Bing clutched the contract tightly, dancing and rushing to another elevator. On the 5th floor of the Triumph Hotel, in the banquet hall, in the luxury suite. Nung, this is a check for 100 million. I won't wait for your admission notice to come from the gambling money you won. It's really hot to hold this money. As soon as Song Jingyang entered the room, before he sat down, he handed a check worth 100 million to Ling Yan's hand. To be continued. Ben from Reading Net.